As the autumn winds sweep through, leaves descend like an ocean. The evening sky, painted crimson by the fiery clouds, envelopes the wooden leaves. This most prosperous ninja village in the world of ninjas is rendered exceptionally tranquil. A child, with hair as pale as moonlight, stands alone with closed eyes in a modest training ground, facing 6 targets. Swish, swish, recalling the shuriken techniques of Uchiha Itachi. The white-haired child suddenly opens his eyes and raises his hands. In his tender fingers, 3 sharp kunai are poised, and he leaps high into the air, his still-developing body stretching as much as possible. The 6 kunai in his hands transform into black streaks of light, instantly shooting towards the 6 targets surrounding him. Clink, clink. 2 of the kunai strike first, colliding with the 4 in front, instantly refracting into several altered trajectories. Thud, thud, thud. In the end, all 6 kunai hit their targets with perfect precision. For a child who appears to be merely 4 or 5 years old, such mastery of shuriken technique is indeed inspiring. What's the point of practicing? Despite showcasing such exquisite shuriken skills at such a tender age, the child sighs and plops down on the ground, a look of dejection on his face. What good is it to excel in shuriken technique without the Sharingan or the Byakugan, let alone the Rinnegan or the transcending? Not even a decent bloodline limit. Looking down at his delicate little hands, the child gazes up at the sky and sighs deeply. What can I do? I am utterly despondent. At the age of 5, he is known as Yakushi Uru, a war orphan rescued from the battlefield of the Jikyo Mountain conflict by the medical team of Konoha. Without parents, without a name, without a country, he was given the name Yakushi Uru only when he was classified as a war orphan and entrusted to the care of the orphanage. Director, Yakushi no Yu, a transmigrator. Yakushi Uru is acutely aware that this world of Naruto places immense importance on bloodlines that in ancient times, the chakra progenitor Otsutsuki Kagaya and the God Tree's bloodline directly birthed all the abilities and ninjutsu present in this world today. You understands that in the future of this ninja world, everything will revolve around the formidable bloodlines of Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Tenseigan, capable of wreaking havoc on a cosmic scale. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Shinjutsu, Izanagi, Susanoo, Shinra Tensei, and the Golden Wheel Rebirth explosion. All these overwhelmingly powerful abilities in the later stages will undeniably require bloodline heritage to master, with no bloodline limit. What can I possibly achieve in this world, where geniuses abound and failures are as common as dirt? As he contemplates the future trajectory of this ninja world, you feels an increasing sense of hopelessness, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Even if I had a bloodline limit, if it's not directly descended from Kagaya, Otsutsuki, it would merely make me a slightly more advanced pawn. After all, you is well versed in the plot of the Naruto series, without relying on the bloodlines passed down from the Otsutsuki clan. In the God Tree, a normal human, no matter how strong, could at best reach the level of a Kage from one of the 5 great ninja villages. Why could Uchiha Madara look down upon the world with disdain? Why could Senju Hashirama bring an end to the warring states? Why could Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke unleash limitless potential? It is simply because they are all the direct descendants of the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagrim reincarnations of Indra and Azurablist with the protagonist's halo. Thus, in this ninja world, no matter how talented or hardworking others may be, they cannot hope to rival them. To you, this world's reality is undeniably harsh. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. Without any external help, I must still train diligently. If the plot hasn't even begun, I might already find myself sacrificed in this war. After a lengthy contemplation, Yu, overwhelmed by negative emotions, vigorously shakes his head, rising from the ground, determination igniting anew in his eyes. There's always a way out. Perhaps I should learn from the futures of my guy and diligently train in the 8 gates. I refuse to become just a side character, even if it means burning my life away. Do you desire power? Just as you stands to continue his training, an unfamiliar voice unexpectedly resonates in his mind, seductive and enchanting. You finds it hard to describe such a voice, yet it effortlessly penetrates the barriers of his mind and soul. No, I crave milk. Upon hearing the alluring voice, you nearly blurted out in reflex. Strange. Could it be that I'm hallucinating from exhaustion? However, as he comes to his senses, Yu scans his surroundings with vigilance. In the desolate forest, where the wind stirs the grass and no one else is present, he scratches the back of his head in confusion. Where could anyone else be, aside from himself? Do you desire power? Just when you thought he was hallucinating, the enchanting voice reverberates once more deep within his soul. Who are you? Stop lurking in the shadows. Show yourself. Upon hearing the mysterious voice again, Yes, small hands instantly conjure several sharp shuriken, his youthful face displaying a wary expression as he assesses his surroundings. In this blood-soaked world of ninjas, especially during this era of warfare, such fundamental ninja instincts have long become second nature to you, who has been training for a year. Wow. Such a young age, and you already possess the demeanor of a ninja. It seems the alluring voice can perceive his current state of heightened vigilance, as it lingers in his soul like a haunting melody, though you lack external assistance. You possess a handsome visage. The enchanting voice caresses Yes' cheek like a pair of gentle hands. Indeed, in this life, although the heavens did not grant him a powerful bloodline limit, they bestowed upon him a striking appearance, his hair, as white as moonlight, and his fair, delicate face, more refined than that of any girl, complemented by a pair of amber eyes, as brilliant as precious gems. Even in Konoha village, Yu is the most adored among the little girls and the older women. Yet, with the soul of an adult, he often endures the playful pinches from those little girls and older women, leaving Yes' heart almost in ruins. What use is a beautiful face? What I crave is strength. Do you comprehend? The strange, enchanting voice seemed to carry a hint of mockery. As I pondered whether I had fallen under an illusion, a wave of agitation began to wash over me. In this world of ninjas, lacking strength renders one less than worthless. Do you understand? Ever since I traversed into this realm, I have been acutely aware of the unfolding narrative and have not dared to neglect my training for even a moment. After being returned to Konoha from the battlefield of the Kekkei Mountain War, I devoted a year to diligently merging my physical and mental energies, embarking on the path of chakra cultivation. However, due to my tender age, despite successfully extracting chakra, my physical limitations prevented me from reaching the rank of a genin. The recently ignited Third Great Ninja War, the imminent threat of the Six Paths of Pain, capable of annihilating all of Konoha, and the Fourth Great Ninja War, which will determine the very existence of the world. These events, both past and future, have weighed heavily on my heart since my arrival in this world. Of course, I understand. But this is no illusion. You need not concern yourself with searching. Sensing my almost explosive emotions, the alluring voice grew increasingly languorous, whispering, I reside deep within your soul. It is your yearning for strength that has awakened me, my soul. No wonder your voice seems to emanate from within rather than from the outside. I had thought I was under an illusion. Listening intently to the voice from the depths of my being, I narrowed my amber eyes, my thoughts beginning to stir. What exactly are you? What can you offer me? I am a demon. Sensing the profound longing for strength within me, the voice, reminiscent of opium, paused briefly, as if luring me into an abyss of eternal damnation. If you surrender your soul to me, I shall grant you the power to command all. A demon? How cliché. I instinctively scoffed, yet I clenched my youthful fists tightly, my eyes shimmering with a deep desire for power. You want my soul, do you? Take it. As long as you grant me sufficient strength to dominate this world, take all of it. Since arriving in this realm woven from iron and blood, my yearning for power has been as fierce as a drowning man's desperation for air. Excellent. Observing my unhesitating acceptance of the transaction, the demon within my soul nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall bestow upon you the laws of the demon. The laws of the demon? What on earth? Just as I was taken aback by the words of the demon deep within my soul, I felt a surge of entirely unfamiliar power flooding through me. This strange force was unlike the chakra I had been cultivating. It felt as though my entire being had been reforged, and my body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. What is this? My body feels utterly different from before. With a sense of astonishment, Yu gazed at his own hands and body, feeling a subtle yet undeniable transformation within himself, though he could not articulate it clearly. It appears fortune smiles upon you. You have indeed drawn the law of the string fruit. In that moment, the demon residing within you began to exude an air of exhilaration. The string fruit? Yu's expression froze in surprise, his mind struck by a sudden bolt of realization. Embracing a hint of experimentation, his tender hands swiftly swung forward with all their might. Bang! An astonishing scene unfolded. To his amazement, a nearly invisible, transparent filament emerged from his fingertips, propelled by the force of his strike. Slicing the target steak before him cleanly in two, the severed ends were remarkably smooth and even, as if cleaved by an invisible, razor-sharp blade. What is this? Staring at the results of his strike, Yu was momentarily dumbfounded. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. Was this not the string fruit from One Piece? His mind instantaneously conjured the image of Donquixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessing the superhuman abilities granted by the string fruit. Realization washed over him as his amber eyes widened in astonishment. What demon law is this? Is it not the very essence of the devil fruit's power? In essence, they were indistinguishable. Though I am a demon, I currently lack the physical form to produce a devil fruit for you. Yet, in light of Yu's elation, the demon within his soul seemed to wear a smile. Thus I have directly bestowed upon you the power of the devil fruit in the form of a law. Rest assured, this is a purer power than that of the devil fruit. At the very least, you need not fear the sea for being cast away by it. No fear of the sea with the devil fruit. Upon hearing the demon's words from deep within his soul, Yu's small face displayed a moment of shock. If so, does this so-called demon law surpass the devil fruit in strength? This indeed sounds rather promising. Regaining his composure, Yu stroked his smooth chin with satisfaction, thinking that this way, he would not have to endure the notoriously dreadful taste of the devil fruit. Moreover, sensing the overwhelming excitement bubbling within him, the demon continued to elaborate. Furthermore, with each elevation of your chakra, I shall impart to you an entirely new demon law. What? Upon hearing this from the demon within him, Yu's handsome face lit up with delight. Such a boon truly exists. However, do not rejoice too soon. As expected, no good fortune comes without its caveats. And the demon within swiftly doused his excitement with a cold reminder. Akin to the devil fruit, one's body cannot simultaneously harbor 2 demon laws. If that is the case, what use are additional demon laws? At this revelation, the smile on Yu's face instantly froze. Thus, at this juncture, it becomes imperative to employ certain mediums. A demon, nestled deep within the soul of Yu, gently entices and guides him. For instance, within this world of ninjas, there exists a profession known as a puppet master. Puppet master? Upon hearing the demon's words, Yu furrowed his brow in perplexity and inquired, why? Cannot you directly bestow the demon's laws upon my chosen target? No, that is not feasible. I can only impart the demon's laws to you, or to any possessions you may have. In response to Yu's question, the demon shook its head gently. The true potency of the demon's laws cannot be fully realized through weapons or other items alone. Hence, the best option among puppet masters, originally transformed from human bodies, is indeed the human puppet. As Yu absorbed the demon's explanation, he began to ponder the implications. It appears that he must devise a method to acquire this secret technique in the future. He understood that the art of puppetry is a traditional ninjutsu unique to the sand village of the Wind Country in the Naruto universe. This technique involves manipulating puppets, corpses, and the like for combat and stealth missions, exhibiting formidable destructive power. Those who wield this art are referred to as puppet masters and hold considerable esteem within the Sand Village. The human puppet represents the pinnacle of this craft. Initially conceived by the first puppet master, Monzaemon, and later perfected by the prodigious puppet designer, Sasori of the Red Sand. The extraordinary advantage of the human puppet lies in its ability to preserve the chakra of the target in its entirety, enabling the user to access all the jutsu the individual possessed in life, including kekkei genkai. Although, in the original narrative, aside from Chiyo and Sasori, whose prowess reached the level of Kage, the remaining puppet masters were rather lackluster. After hearing the demon's insights, Yu gradually regained his composure and began to contemplate intently. The mere fact that a human puppet can fully retain a target's chakra and all jutsu, including kekkei genkai, is already remarkably formidable. If I were to create a human puppet embodying the Mangekyo Sharingan, would release, or even the Rinnegan and Tenseigan, and combine their abilities with the demon's laws, who in this world could possibly intimidate me? As this thought crossed his mind, Yu envisioned a radiant path unfurling before him, his amber eyes igniting with fervent brilliance. Surely, when the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha stand before me, I could effortlessly guide them towards a new existence. Moreover, the synergy between the line fruit's abilities and puppetry is nothing short of seamless. For the first time, after traversing into this ruthless ninja world teeming with prodigies, you felt a genuine confidence about his future path, even when faced with formidable bosses and extraordinary geniuses. He believed that with an arsenal of demon fruit powers at his disposal, he would ultimately master his destiny and dominate this ninja realm. It seems that you have indeed discovered a path that truly belongs to you. In this moment, you felt an unprecedented determination dispelling all previous despondency within him. The voice of the demon gradually faded from his ears, yet not before leaving a final chilling reminder. Very well. From this day forth, strive to survive in this world. For should you perish, your soul shall be devoured entirely by me. To consume my soul? Upon hearing the demon's ominous words echoing in his mind, a faint smile graced the corners of Yu's lips. If that day were to come, then let it be, demon. How splendid it would be to possess the powers of the demon laws, granting me the confidence to rise swiftly and ultimately become the strongest in this realm. For the capabilities of the string fruit already surpassed those of the majority of bloodline limits in existence. Moreover, akin to the powers of the devil fruits, the potential of the demon laws is limitless, provided you endeavors to unleash his imagination and creativity through the perspective of a traveler. Achieving the prowess of the string fruit, to the extent of surpassing Donquixote Doflamingo from the world of One Piece, is merely a matter of time. Indeed, if you were to seize the opportunity to acquire the secret techniques of human puppetry, it would signify that he could command numerous devil fruit abilities through his puppets. What a sight that would be! The lightspeed powers of the flash fruit, the ability to freeze entire oceans with the ice fruit, the magma fruit that can engulf flames, the tremor fruit capable of obliterating worlds, along with a myriad of other formidable and extraordinary demon laws. Just the thought of the puppets he could create, potentially endowed with such powerful and transcendent abilities, sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. I knew you would be hiding here, practicing your shuriken. At that moment, a voice broke through, pulling you back to the present. Turning around, he beheld a boy with a black hat and slightly dark skin, accompanied by two girls of similar age, approaching him from the grassy distance. Urushi, Mayuna, and Momoka. A smile appeared on Yu's fair face as he recognized them. So it's you. They were all companions from the Konoha orphanage, with the three having been taken in even before you. I really don't understand why you train so hard every day. Urushi grumbled, observing you silently gathering the shuriken and kunai scattered on the ground. Do you really wish to become a ninja, just to march off to battle and meet your demise? Urushi was, in fact, a childhood friend and brother of Kabuto Yakushi from the original Naruto storyline. Beside him was Mayuna, with her light brown hair, and Momoka, with her short dark brown hair. The trio, all of similar age to you, were his closest friends in the orphanage. Thud. As expected, before Urushi could finish his rather unkind remark, he received a sharp smack from Momoka. You fool. Do you truly believe that you lack the talent for ninjutsu, just as you do? Peach, incessantly admonishing the nearby Urushi, remarked, despite the lengthy tutelage from the director, you have yet to extract chakra, while you has accomplished this feat in less than a year. How infuriating. Don't think I'm oblivious to your reasons. Crouched on the ground in despair, clutching his head, Urushi wore an expression of indignation. You simply admire Yu's good looks. It is important to remember that I am a genius. As he spoke, Urushi flashed a confident grin, convinced that with a bit more effort, he could surpass you. To meet death on the battlefield? No, I merely wish to strive to survive in this world. For the future of this realm, you cannot fathom what it may become. Observing the innocent banter between Urushi and Peach, Yu smiled faintly, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky of Konoha, his fist instinctively clenched. Yet with the power of the string fruit now in his possession, he contemplated how to devise a method to acquire the secret techniques for creating puppets. In due time, this world shall become my stage. Enough, Urushi and Peach. Cease this ruckus. At that moment, the observant Mayuna glanced at the darkening sky and interjected, urging Urushi and Peach to halt their playful antics. It is getting late. Let us hasten to reunite with the director. Indeed, it was late, and it was time to return. Seeing Urushi and Peach cease their frolics, Yu, eager to return and meticulously study the capabilities of the string fruit, tidied the shurikens and kunai scattered across the ground before departing the modest training grounds. As the sky above Konoha was painted by the setting sun, Yu, Urushi, Mayuna, and Peach finally traversed the expansive grasslands, arriving at the designated meeting spot with the orphanage director, Yakushi Uru. Presently, the ninja world was embroiled in the early stages of the Third Great Ninja War. The grasslands they crossed bore the relentless scars of war, with charred trees and the earth marred by ninjutsu and explosive attacks. Occasionally, one might even find shurikens and kunai abandoned by fighters on the field. Director. Upon reaching the meeting point agreed upon with Director Yakushi Uru, the sharp-eyed Peach was the first to spot the waiting figure not far off. Sister. Having noticed the same figure, Urushi dashed forward with enthusiasm. Peach, Urushi, Mayuna, you have finally returned. Upon seeing you, Urushi, Peach, and Mayuna, the gentle gaze of the figure settled last upon you. And you have returned as well. Clad in a loose-fitting garment with a black base and white trim, draped with a white scarf reminiscent of the nuns you had seen in his past life, she awaited their arrival. With softly curled, light flaxen hair, and adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, the woman who perpetually wears a gentle smile is Yakushi Uru, the head of the Konoha orphanage. A year ago, amidst the turmoil of the Third Great Ninja War, during the Battle of Kekkei Mountain, she graciously welcomed the bewildered you, who had just traversed into this world, into the safety of the orphanage. This kind-hearted woman, known for her perpetual warmth, embodies more than just her role as the director of the orphanage. As a traveler from another realm, you is acutely aware of her previous identity as a member of an underground independent organization known as Root, a clandestine entity within Konoha. Once celebrated as a walking priestess, she was an indispensable elite ninja in the intelligence department, adept in medical ninjutsu, traversing the nations of the ninja world to procure vital information for Konoha. As you stands before Yakushi Uru, she offers a gentle greeting, her gaze inexplicably flickering. To be candid, you harbors immense gratitude towards Uru for rescuing her from the brutal battlefield and providing her sanctuary in this new world. Yet, burdened by the soul of an adult, she finds herself at a loss for how to express her affection. At this moment, Urushi, standing before you, notices that they are not alone with Uru. Leaning against a fractured, desiccated tree, there is a child with silvery gray hair, appearing to be around you's age, perhaps even younger. Blood is seeping from the child's forehead, and in such a frail state, without timely medical intervention, it is likely that the child would succumb to the grass beneath him. Is this child from that village? Gazing towards the distant mountain peaks, shrouded in relentless warfare that engulfs countless villages, Nanu's expression reflects her reluctance. What should we do, sister? This child is bleeding. Urushi leans closer, observing the frail child, whose life seems to be dwindling. Should we take him with us? Do not speak so, Urushi. His injuries are far less severe than yours were back then. Ignoring Urushi's alarmist demeanor, Nanoyu gazes upon the pitiful child, a tender smile gracing her lips. Do not worry. Despite my appearance, I possess some knowledge of medical ninjutsu. As she speaks, Nanoyu gently gathers her chakra into her hands, producing a faint green luminescence. Allow me to handle this, Director. You have already expended considerable chakra on this journey. However, just then, a small hand suddenly interrupts Nanoyu's actions. Everyone is taken aback to find that it is you who has halted the director's medical ninjutsu. Chun, Thu, Mog, Yin, Sun, Height. Before Nanoyu and the others can fully comprehend the situation, the events unfold swiftly. Before them stood you, palms pressed together, as a series of 6 intricate hand signs swiftly formed in his hands. Healing technique. By the time everyone realized what was happening, a vibrant, pale green chakra orb had fully blossomed in Yu's grasp. What is this? Urushi, Mayuna, and Momoka were utterly captivated by Yu's display. In just a year, they gazed in astonishment at the delicate hands of Yu, which had successfully coalesced the pale green chakra orb. The expression on pharmacist Nanao's face was one of sheer surprise. Have you truly mastered the healing technique so proficiently already? Wow. Observing Yu, who was of the same age as themselves, the trio was astounded to see that after a year of training, he had not only successfully refined his chakra, but had also begun utilizing medical ninjutsu. Urushi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed in jealousy, "This can't be real. You little rascal, you can already perform ninjutsu at such a young age. Truly, Yu is a prodigy." The sight of Yu, capable of executing the healing technique at such a tender age, caused Mayuna and Momoka to gaze at him with exaggerated adoration. It is worth noting that even the official medical ninjas in their village were not this skilled. The young ones in this world are indeed precocious. Noticing the admiration radiating from the eyes of Mayuna and Momoka, you couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, surprised to find himself with two little admirers so soon. However, the white-haired boy seemed oddly familiar. His gaze returned to the silver-haired child before him, who was gradually recovering under his healing technique, and you furrowed his brow slightly as he watched the silver-haired child heal. You had an unsettling feeling that he had encountered him before, yet it seemed as though something crucial was missing from his memory, and he chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on the healing process. Since being brought back from the battlefield in just a year, not only had he successfully refined his chakra, but he had also learned the healing technique. Pharmacist Nanao stood transfixed, gazing at Yu's slender figure as he applied the healing technique to the silver-haired child, marveling at the child's astonishing talent for ninjutsu. Moreover, the effectiveness of the technique was remarkable. As the silver-haired child began to awaken under Yu's healing, a glimmer of awe flickered in Nanao's eyes. The healing technique involves concentrating chakra in the palm and directing it toward the target for therapeutic effects in the entire Konohage core. Those capable of using the healing technique are primarily the official medical ninjas of the medical team. This not only tests the practitioner's mastery of the technique, but also requires extraordinary chakra control. Yet here was Yu, at merely 5 years of age, and having undergone just a year of training, he has already achieved remarkable feats. Such innate talent and capability are unparalleled, even in the eyes of Yakushi no Nai, a former operative who traversed the ninja realms on espionage missions. Gazing upon Yu before him, Yakushi no Nai's thoughts drifted back to a year prior, to the battlefield in the Land of Fire, where Konoha's ninjas triumphed over the Sand Village. It was there that he first encountered Yu. Unlike the other battlefield orphans who wept and wailed, the Yu he first saw, though smeared with a hint of blood upon his small visage, possessed a calm and composed demeanor, even tinged with a hint of curiosity in his uniquely amber eyes. He resembled a newborn, freshly arrived in this world, instantly etching the image of this pale-haired boy, reminiscent of moonlight, into Yakushi no Nai's memory. I am Yakushi no Nai, the head of the Konoha orphanage. What is your name? I have no name. Allow me to bestow one upon you. How does Yakushi Tetsuzai sound? Not to my liking? Perhaps Yakushi Maru or Yakushi Shin would suit you better. Maru? Shin? Have I been transported to the realms of Chibi Maruko-chan and Crayon Shin-chan? Could we not conjure a name of slightly greater normalcy? Observing the gentle exterior yet calculating interior of the woman before him, you could not help but mentally scoff at the absurdity. Clearing her throat, Yakushi no Nai seemed to sense the shift in the young boy's expression. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she coughed softly before once more donning a tender smile. Then let us call you Yu. Yakushi Yu. May you soar like a bird, free and unbound, with the sky as your true home. Director, he's awake. A startled exclamation from the side brought Yakushi no Nai back to the present. Before her, the silver-haired child had successfully regained consciousness under Yu's healing technique. Remarkable, Yu. Witnessing Yu's ability to restore the near-death child within mere minutes, the onlooker Urushi looked on with envy. What is your name? Yakushi no Nai inquired gently, her smile unwavering as she addressed the now-aware child. Yet, the response was a look of utter bewilderment. And your parents? Noticing the child's silence, Yakushi no Nai pressed on. At the mention of her query, the silver-haired boy's gaze dimmed, and he remained mute. Do you possess no knowledge whatsoever? How frustrating. You whispered in exasperation beside him, observing the child's apparent ignorance. While treating him moments ago, you had taken the opportunity to study the boy. With a contemplative nod, he surmised the child's identity, likely one who had sustained a head injury and lost all memory of his past. Well, let us take him back to the village for now. At Yu's diagnosis, Yakushi no Nai nodded in agreement. Urushi, lend him your support. Why is it always left to me? Urushi muttered upon hearing that the pharmacist, Yano Yu, had once again assigned such arduous tasks to him. Consider yourself fortunate. Lend me your arm. Despite his words, Urushi willingly stepped forward, hoisting the small child with grayish-white hair onto his shoulder. With the night yet to descend, Yu and the 6 companions, including Yano Yu, hastened along the path back to the Hidden Leaf Village. During this tumultuous period of the Third Shinobi World War, darkness would bring with it severe scrutiny at the village gates. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the orphanage in the Hidden Leaf. Located at the very edge of the village, it had been all but ostracized from the vibrant heart of the bustling community. Before them stood a large wooden structure, reminiscent of a classroom, which served as the orphanage, home to you, Urushi, and the other orphans in this world. We're finally back, Urushi exclaimed, unceremoniously dropping the child he had been carrying. I apologize, you. At that moment, you looked at you with a face full of regret. Given your talent and aptitude for ninjutsu, if only we could enroll you in the Ninja Academy, you would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja in the future. As he spoke, Yu's gaze dimmed. However, relying solely on the support from the nation and the village, it was evident that the current circumstances made such aspirations unrealistic. The orphanage, dependent on the meager aid from the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf, was already struggling to meet the daily needs of so many children. With the addition of another child today, the prospect of gathering the funds necessary for Yu's education at the Ninja Academy seemed increasingly untenable. No, Director. Yu shook his head, observing the guilt etched on Yu's face. You rescued me from the battlefield, took me in, and taught me how to harness chakra and medical ninjutsu. I am already immensely grateful to you all. Moreover, I am well aware of the current situation at the orphanage. As he spoke, Yu opened his ninja tool pouch and produced a black bag, offering it to Yu. What is this? 5,000 ryo. Where did you acquire such a sum? Yu exclaimed in astonishment upon opening the bag to reveal a substantial amount of currency. This was equivalent to the reward a formal ninja would receive for completing a D-rank mission. Have you forgotten that I have already mastered healing techniques, Director? Upon witnessing the astonishment etched upon the face of the pharmacist, Yu, Feather playfully blinked her large eyes. Recently, she had been diligently assisting in the treatment of injured ninjas within the village, accumulating funds in hopes of aiding both Yu and the orphanage. As for the tuition for ninja school, although her heart longed to enroll swiftly and aspire to become a self-sufficient ninja, the awakening of the demon within her and the acquisition of the formidable line fruit had tempered her urgency. Furthermore, she had keenly observed the increasingly strained finances of the Konoha orphanage during this period. Thus, Feather continued to comfort Yu, assuring her that she would find alternative means to assist, reminding her that there were still several months until the start of ninja school. But Feather, you are merely 5 years old, Yu remarked as night descended, standing outside the Konoha orphanage. Gazing at Feather, whose pale hair shone as brilliantly as the moonlight, Yu found herself at a loss for words. Though she had only taken Feather in from the battlefield a year ago, the young girl exuded a presence unlike any other child. At just 5, Feather not only dressed impeccably, but also possessed the ability to contemplate matters with the gravitas of an adult, her demeanor remarkably poised and dignified. Let this serve as my gratitude to you, the director, and the orphanage for taking me in, Feather declared. Just as Yu sought to express further thoughts, Feather pointed at the clock atop the cabin, noting that it was nearly 9 o'clock, the designated bedtime for the orphanage. I shall head inside now. With that, she turned and entered the wooden cabin, leaving behind a slender silhouette that stirred deep reflection within Yu. This child is truly exceptional, Yu mused. If only she could harness the abilities of the line fruit to the extent of Donquixote Doflamingo from the world of pirates, ensuring her self-preservation until the emergence of those formidable 6 paths beings. As midnight approached, all the children in the Konoha orphanage had peacefully drifted into slumber. Outside, the cicadas serenaded the night, yet Feather remained wide awake, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, unable to find rest. The events of the day replayed vividly in her mind. Were it not for the palpable sensation of the line fruit's power coursing through her veins, she might have believed her experiences were merely a dream. Gently shifting in her bed, she glanced out at the ascending moon, her thoughts beginning to wander anew. Such a bright and radiant orb. Who would have imagined it to be the vessel used by the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, to seal the 10 tails? One couldn't help but ponder whether the Otsutsuki clan truly resided upon the moon, having been sealed away for a millennium by their own progeny. The betrayal of kin indeed explained Kagaya's desire to obliterate the world upon her return. Reflecting upon the future, 2 decades hence, the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, particularly the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Shino, wielded a power so immense that it cleaved the very moon in twain. Such apocalyptic strength, reminiscent of divine beings, stirred a deep yearning within you. Regardless of the circumstances, beginning tomorrow, he resolved to diligently cultivate his skills. Beyond the mastery of the line fruit, he would not neglect any form of ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. In due time, he would seize the opportunity to acquire the secret arts of the human puppetry, unlocking all the arcane laws of the demonic realm, liberating himself from any fear of adversaries. After tossing and turning for an extended period, you finally succumbed to a profound slumber, and the night passed in silence. As dawn broke, a warm ray of sunlight graced Yu's visage, rousing him from his dreams. The previous night had been restless, perhaps due to the extraordinary events that had transpired. As the saying goes, thoughts of the day manifest in dreams at night. Thus, Yu found himself beset by a multitude of bizarre visions. He dreamt of vanquishing Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, ascending to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Yet, he also envisioned a fate akin to that of Neji Hyuga, one devoid of a protagonist's destiny, perishing in the Fourth Great Ninja War. In other dreams, he became akin to the most lowly of ninjas, ultimately reduced to mere fodder on the battlefield. Clearly, the overwhelming stimuli of the previous day had induced an excess of excitement, leading to a night filled with vivid dreams. After rising and refreshing himself, Yu gazed into the mirror. There he beheld a visage of exquisite beauty, with striking amber eyes and a mane of hair as pale as moonlight. Even he could not help but marvel at his fortunate appearance in this world, a visage perfectly suited to a youthful figure. Once he was groomed, he donned the distinctive black kimono of the Konoha orphanage, complemented by a flowing white haori draped over his shoulders, reminiscent of the attire worn by priests and nuns in his former life, enhancing his delicate demeanor. From this moment forth, relentless training shall be your singular purpose, he whispered to his reflection. How dare they? Even my own parents are oblivious. You spies from the village. Just as you prepared to step outside for his training, a cacophony of chaos erupted beyond the orphanage. Damn it, Inaz, he exclaimed. What gives you the right to speak of us in such a manner? Upon exiting the wooden confines of the orphanage, you beheld a scene unfolding on the grassy expanse nearby. Urushi, flanked by several children from the Konoha orphanage, glared fiercely at another group of similarly aged children. Meanwhile, the girls, Mayu and Momoka, desperately attempted to quell Urushi's impassioned fervor. Humph, am I mistaken? Urushi retorted. You lot were picked up from the outside. Who knows if you were spies sent by another village? In front of Urushi's group stood a child who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, yet bore a countenance marked by an unwarranted sharpness and acrimony for one so young. They are merely children from the Hidden Leaf village, and it has long been a commonplace occurrence for them to bully and ostracize the orphans from the Konoha orphanage, including Urushi. This reflects the grim reality of the ninja world. After all, the exuberant image of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, who incessantly proclaims his aspiration to become Hokage, is but a limited portrayal of the original narrative, revealing merely the tip of the iceberg. Where there is light, there is shadow. Especially in this tumultuous era marked by the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, such petty squabbles are entirely to be expected. You must be a spy sent from another village. Urushi, with his impulsive nature, did not hesitate to land a punch on the face of a boy named Inaz. How dare you hit me? Caught off guard and suddenly bleeding from his nose, Inaz quickly retaliated with a punch, rallying his friends. Let's show these outsiders who's boss. Before long, a chaotic melee ensued among the children, pushing and shoving each other. Watching from the side, both Mayu and Momoko were filled with anxiety. Oh no, it's Urushi and those pesky little brats again. Observing the brawl not far away, Yu stifled a yawn, finding the scene rather tedious. He had witnessed such skirmishes before, and even if he intervened to chase away the rascals, similar episodes would inevitably resurface in a matter of days. Moreover, although he was not yet a ninja, he had successfully refined his chakra, and participating in the children's antics would seem akin to an adult bullying children. He surmised that their trivial quarrels would not escalate into anything significant. With his mind solely focused on cultivating and developing his abilities, Yu smoothly walked past the commotion. Hey, you ungrateful guy. Aren't you coming to help? Urushi called out to him, throwing another punch at the nearby boy. Not interested. This is merely childish play. Yu replied, shrugging nonchalantly without a backward glance. As someone with the soul of an adult, he held little interest in such childish squabbles. Instead, he was determined to hone his skills, believing that this was the only way to safeguard himself and those he cherished amidst the impending challenges of the war and future uncertainties. Suddenly, a brown-haired boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, burst forth from the nearby grove. He charged into the fray, and with just a few punches and kicks, he sent Urushi and the other orphans flying. Ouch, that hurts. Such immense strength. Urushi, knocked to the ground, felt as though his entire body were about to fall apart. Who is this guy? Noticing the unfolding scene, Yu's calm demeanor shifted slightly as he sensed the presence of chakra. Yu keenly discerned that when the brown-haired child swung his fist, a faint azure aura flickered around him, evidently indicative of chakra usage. Could this little imp be a ninja? Gazing at the suddenly emerged boy with brown hair, Yu noticed his distinctly superior agility and speed, causing his amber eyes to narrow with intensity. Are you convinced now? My brother, Itachi, is an exemplary student at the Ninja Academy. Upon witnessing the group of orphans from the institute being effortlessly knocked down by the sudden arrival, Inaz quickly placed his hands on his hips, boasting, "You wildlings picked up from the streets. Do you understand your inferiority now?" Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated through the air. Before Inaz could finish his taunt, blood splattered from his nose as he was sent flying by a single punch. Inaz, seeing his brother hurled away, the brown-haired boy, Itachi, was immediately taken aback, instinctively halting his actions. Wildlings picked up from the streets, you say? Such words I cannot simply disregard. A tender yet resolute voice emerged as a child clad in the Konoha orphanage's garb, with striking white hair and a delicate visage, stood before them. The one who had sent Inaz flying was none other than Yu, who had previously remained a bystander. Yu, upon witnessing Yu's decisive action. The two girls, Mayuna and Momoka, gasped in astonishment, their eyes alight with admiration. Yu, the sight of Yu, who had earlier departed without a word, now sending Inaz flying, left Urushi, who lay on the ground, utterly speechless, his mouth agape. A student of the Ninja Academy, he was, in essence, a half-ninja, wasn't he? After unexpectedly launching Inaz into the air, Yu regarded the furious Itachi with a disdainful smirk. Having successfully refined his chakra, it was appalling that he would resort to violence against mere children. Even without employing ninjutsu, the disparity between someone who had harnessed chakra and an ordinary person was vast. It was akin to a martial artist preying on an untrained individual, and Yu found Itachi's bullying behavior intolerable. "You little brat, striking my brother?" Itachi seethed, his jaw clenched and a fierce glint igniting in his eyes upon confronting the white-haired child who had just assaulted Inaz and dared to lecture him. Swish, swish, swish. The air was pierced by the sound of several shurikens being hurled. In his rage, Itachi directly launched 3 shurikens towards Yu. "Yu, watch out!" Urushi, witnessing the furious Itachi employing ninja tools in this childish scuffle, was instantly alarmed. Yu, likewise, seeing Itachi unleash shurikens. Mayuna and Momoka's hearts raced with trepidation as they observed Yu, seemingly frozen in place, unable to react. Clang, clang, clang. Yet before long, 3 sharp sounds of metal colliding echoed through the air. Urushi, Mayuna, Momoka, and all the other children present widened their eyes in astonishment. As 3 shurikens were hurled fiercely towards him by the enraged Itachi, Yu stood unfazed, conjuring 3 kunai with an almost magical grace in his hands, swiftly launching them forth. To the astonishment of the gathered children, the kunai shot from Yu's grasp arrived first, striking with uncanny precision the central holes of Itachi's shurikens, effectively pinning them to the adjacent tree trunk. My shurikens were just. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief at Yu's extraordinary skill. The notion of a Ninja Academy student wielding ninja tools against ordinary villagers could not possibly go unpunished, could it? Oblivious to the incredulous gazes of the onlooking children, Yu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, reflecting on the fruits of his dedication to mastering the art of shuriken throwing, akin to the legendary Uchiha Itachi. How could this little brat accomplish such a feat? Itachi, regaining his composure from the shock, felt a surge of rage at the thought of the impending repercussions he might face. Channeling his chakra, he lunged towards Yu like a leopard ready to pounce. Convinced he could easily overpower this child, who appeared to be 2 years his junior, Itachi was determined to deliver a decisive blow, just as he had done to Urushi and the others. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Itachi found himself taken aback once more. Yu had firmly grasped his fist. Is that chakra? Itachi's eyes widened in realization as he sensed the chakra flowing through the small, white-haired boy before him. This child, not even a student of the Ninja Academy, had already refined his chakra. It was known that only children from prominent clans like Uchiha and Hyuga in the Hidden Leaf Village could harness chakra at such a young age. Compared to chakra, I am certainly not your inferior. As he firmly held Itachi's chakra-infused fist, Yu remained steadfast, his stance unwavering. Though he was 2 or 3 years younger than Itachi, The amount of chakra within you was already approaching that of a genin. Moreover, thanks to the enhancement from his devil fruit, Yu's physique, though yet to fully develop, was significantly sturdier than Itachi's. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Facing Yu's calm demeanor, an intense fury surged within Itachi. The fact that a top student from the Ninja Academy could not best a mere 4 or 5-year-old child would surely become a source of ridicule among his peers. Boom. With a sharp explosion, a cloud of white smoke enveloped them. Itachi's fist, gripped tightly by Yu, suddenly transformed into a wooden substitute. It was a substitution technique. Upon witnessing the abrupt transformation before him, Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was, after all, his inaugural encounter with the ninjutsu employed by the shinobi, the body replacement technique. One of the most fundamental skills taught at the Ninja Academy, allows for an instantaneous substitution of oneself with a living creature or plant, enabling a swift evasion of attacks. "Die, you brat!" roared Itachi, his figure suddenly materializing behind Yu, brandishing a kunai that he swung viciously towards Yu's handsome visage. "Don't!" exclaimed Yu, who stood nearby, taken aback by the perilous scene. They had not anticipated that a mere children's quarrel would escalate to such alarming heights. Why? Turning to face the sharp kunai slicing through the air, an inexplicable wave of irritation and resentment surged within Yu's heart. People like the director, who traversed across nations, sacrificing their lives time and again to bring back intelligence for the village. How could it be that we have been relegated to the fringes of our own community? Recalling the gentle yet resolute face of the medicinal practitioner, Yano, you perceive that the current prosperity of Konoha was a byproduct of countless sacrifices made by individuals like her. Why do you, ignorant fools, trample upon this hard-won peace? His amber eyes gradually tinged with a shade of crimson. Gazing at Itachi, whose face twisted into a sinister grin, you could distinctly sense the demonic power roaring within him. Bang! A resounding sound shattered the air. Blood erupted, leaving all present in stunned silence. It hurts. It hurts so much," came the anguished wails that pierced through the stillness. Before the onlookers, Itachi collapsed to the ground. His hand, grasping the kunai, had been gruesomely penetrated by an unknown force, leaving a mangled mess of flesh and blood. "If you cry out again, the next strike will pierce through your skull," came a calm and indifferent voice, abruptly silencing Itachi's cries. You stood before him, his right index finger raised, resembling a firearm aimed at Itachi's forehead. This was the fundamental ability of the string fruit, one of its basic techniques. By elevating his index finger and retracting the others, you could launch a thin thread from his fingertip at high speed, akin to a bullet. Its destructive force was potent enough to penetrate bone with a single strike, effortlessly hitting a target from a distance. With rigorous training, the impact could even cause an explosion capable of demolishing a building. "No, please, don't kill me." Though Yu's gesture appeared somewhat juvenile, the terror etched across Itachi's face told a different story. It was the very thread, launched from Yu's seemingly empty fingertip, that had pierced his palm like a bullet. With Itachi's face marred by fear, a foul odor began to permeate the air. A mysterious, murky liquid seeped from between Itachi's legs, staining the ground beneath Yu's feet. Although he was a student of the Ninja Academy, he was still merely a child of 7 or 8 years. It was quite surprising that Itachi had actually wet himself in fear. "Get lost, before I decide to kill you." Facing the trembling Itachi, who had soiled his pants out of fright, you couldn't help but grimace in annoyance. Though he despised such individuals, he was not impulsive enough to resort to violence within the village, even in times of war. The watchful eyes of the Umbu and the Uchiha clan's law enforcement were not to be trifled with. The creature, trembling with fear, cast a wary glance at you. Meanwhile, Inaz quickly helped his brother Itachi to his feet, and with a few other small children from the village, they hurriedly fled in all directions. "Urusai, your injuries are not severe. I shall train for now and return later to tend to you," you remarked. Observing Inaz escorting Itachi and the other frightened children as they scurried away, silently, he turned to the completely dazed Urusai and the others, offering a brief word before adjusting his slightly wrinkled clothing and walking into the nearby grove. Unbeknownst to him, Urusai stared blankly at Yu's retreating figure, murmuring, "You've surpassed me by so much already." At that moment, Yu's frail silhouette appeared almost unattainable in Urusai's eyes. A year prior, when the medic Nin Ueno had rescued you from the battlefield, their strengths had been nearly equal, with you being slightly weaker. However, as a year passed, the exceptionally gifted Yu began to reveal his talents. As an ordinary orphan, Urusei might not grasp the profound significance of bloodline limits in the ninja world. Yet, the power Yu had just displayed, along with his monstrous prowess, gradually made Urusei realize that they had always existed in two entirely different worlds. In the bustling streets of Konoha, the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War had instilled a tense atmosphere of vigilance. Nevertheless, it did not diminish the prosperity and vibrancy of the strongest ninja village in the world. What a bunch of ignorant fools, Yu thought as he walked through the throng of people flowing in all directions. His earlier frustration began to dissipate under the morning light. Indeed, Yu had every reason to feel angry. The woman, Winnow, had sacrificed so much for the village, risking her life to gather intelligence from other ninja villages. Now, she had relinquished everything, willingly remaining on the outskirts of Konoha as the director of an orphanage. Yet, those who were protected and remained oblivious to her sacrifices offered no words of gratitude, instead adopting an aggressive stance. Why was that? What nonsense was this so-called will of fire? The notion that self-sacrifice in the shadows maintained peace was the true essence of a ninja? As a traveler from another world, you could not agree with such sentiments. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that was Yu's ninja way. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. After tidying up his emotions, Yu gazed upon the vast and thriving Hidden Leaf village, feeling a surge of sentiment. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a two-dimensional realm. Its scale rivaled that of a major international metropolis from his previous life. This was no exaggeration. It indeed resembled the vibrant depictions from anime. The flourishing Hidden Leaf village spanned vast expanses, bustling with ninjas, villagers, and traveling merchants. To the left and right lay boundless, dense forests, while towering yellow earth mountains framed the front and back. On the cliffs at the rear of the village, three majestic and solemn faces were carved into the rock, those of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course, you knew that in a few years, an iconic statue of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would join them. But that was a matter for the future. For now, it was the year 44 of the Hidden Leaf. Just last year, the third Kazekage of the Wind Countries, Tsunegakure, mysteriously vanished. The disappearance of the strongest Kazekage triggered a series of events, ultimately igniting the flames of the Third Shinobi World War. A year prior, you had been brought back to the Hidden Leaf by the medic Nin, Nonu, from the battlefield of the Kikyo Mountain Battle of this war. At that time, Itachi had just been born, only a year or two old. Guy had yet to ascend to the rank of Chunin, and Kakashi had not yet become the copy ninja. That year, in the misty village of Kirigakure, the notorious Zabuza Momochi had single-handedly slaughtered all students during the ninja graduation exams, causing a sensation throughout the ninja world. Consequently, the graduation exams in Kirigakure were forever altered because of him. As you pondered while strolling along the bustling streets, many passers-by cast their gazes upon his delicate face. Whether it was the pale hue of his moonlight-like hair or his charming youthful visage, he captured the attention of numerous onlookers. He could even faintly hear a few young girls and older women nearby, discussing him in hushed tones of admiration. Yu slightly lowered his head, hastening his pace, as the soul of an adult struggled to adjust to the treatment befitting a child. "Boss, may I trouble you for 2 sheets of chakra testing paper?" Shortly thereafter, within a mere 10 minutes, Yu entered an ordinary ninja tool shop. Such shops were abundant in the Hidden Leaf, frequented not only by ninjas on missions, but also by many aspiring young dreamers. "Here you go, 2 Ryu. Thank you for your patronage." Upon seeing you enter, the shopkeeper, clad in traditional martial attire, instantly brightened. As he handed you the 2 sheets of chakra testing paper, he also accepted the 2 Ryu bill from Yu's small hand. Ryu was the currency unit in the Naruto world, where 1 Ryu was approximately equivalent to 10 yen. Typically, a ninja could earn between 5,000 to 50,000 Ryu for completing a D-rank mission. Could this shop be the very one that would eventually become a household name in the future? After acquiring the chakra test paper, Yu gazed at the owner of the ninja tool shop before him, adorned in traditional martial attire. He mused that this man could potentially be one of the legendary Konoha 12, the father of the Kunoichi Tenten. Exiting the shop, Yu navigated through the bustling crowd, flowing against the tide towards a direction opposite to the iconic Hokage Rock and the Temple of Fire. Opposite these landmarks lay a completely flattened hillside, surrounded by dense forests and ravines, where you discovered an ideal training ground. Indeed, This was the place. After approximately half an hour of walking, you finally arrived at his chosen locale for cultivation. It was a low-lying valley, with a crystal-clear stream flowing through its center and a magnificent waterfall cascading from the heights. The area was devoid of human presence for a radius of 1 kilometer, embraced by lush woods, allowing him to train without the fear of prying eyes. Before commencing his training, he decided to ascertain the nature of his chakra. You reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a piece of chakra test paper. Holding it in his hand, focusing his energy, he channeled his chakra into the paper. Soon, he observed a transformation. The paper became saturated and then crumpled. A change indicative of water and lightning attributes? Contemplating the alterations, you murmured to himself, pondering the potential of merging these elements to create a form of lightning release as fluid as water. Lightning release, an advanced bloodline limit, is a fusion of the chakra natures of water and lightning. It could be interpreted as electrified water or pliable lightning, representing a formidable ability. For instance, in the climactic ninja world war of the original series, the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara, utilized Senjutsu chakra to perform lightning release, unleashing a technique resembling a laser, capable of severing the black rods of yin-yang release created by Naruto after inheriting the sage's abilities. As a traveler from another world, upon discovering the nature of his chakra, you instinctively began envisioning ways to better harness his powers. However, the level of chakra transformation associated with bloodline limits was beyond his current capabilities. Thus, it was prudent to focus on developing the powers of the string fruit instead. While the imagination painted a glorious picture, the reality was that you was still a mere child who had yet to attend ninja school. Therefore, diligently cultivating the abilities within him was the wisest course of action. The journey ahead of you was long, traversing the ranks from Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, to the level of Kage, and eventually reaching the pinnacle of the ninja world, where one could obliterate the earth and even attain the realm of the six paths, capable of creation and destruction at a mere thought. Concentrating his thoughts, he halted his daydreaming and focused on a small sapling before him. With one hand shaped into a claw, he suddenly struck at the tree, producing an almost invisible, translucent thread that was nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Bang! The thread, sharper than piano wire, sliced through the air. With a powerful swing imbued with the essence of his newfound abilities, you severed a small tree trunk before him, thick as a bowl's rim, with a clean and smooth cut, as though it had been sliced by an invisible scythe. Very well. Observing the small trunk he had just cleaved, you nodded in satisfaction. Having acquired the powers of the string fruit, he marveled at such destructive potential. With diligent practice, he believed he could firmly establish himself in the ninja world, provided he did not encounter those formidable late-game bosses. The string fruit bestows an astonishingly potent and transcendent ability. It allows the user to conjure threads from their body, remotely controlling others like puppets, binding strings to clouds for aerial flight. The user can simultaneously manipulate multiple targets' movements and utilize invisible threads to slice through both flesh and objects, even cutting through metals harder than steel. If mastered to its depths, the user could stitch wounds closed, automatically mending their own internal injuries. Upon awakening the full potential of this devil fruit, the terrifying power could transform all non-biological entities in the vicinity into transparent threads, which could then be amassed and unleashed as an all-piercing attack. Donquixote Doflamingo from One Piece has already developed the capabilities of the string fruit to a remarkable extent. However, you aspired to surpass even Doflamingo's mastery. Thus, he focused intently, contemplating the small trunk he had severed as he continued his training. Channeling the full might of the string fruit within him, he raised his hand into a claw-like gesture. His goal was to manifest 5 invisible, razor-sharp threads on each of his 5 fingers, aiming to slice the remaining stump into 6 segments in a single strike. Swish! Yet, after his strike, nothing occurred. The space before you was empty. TCH, is it still insufficient? Frustrated by his inability to execute the technique he envisioned, he pouted, realizing that the path of training was indeed arduous and long. Nevertheless, he felt no overwhelming disappointment. Rather, he committed himself to even greater diligence. After all, he had only just acquired the powers of the string fruit, and his current proficiency was already commendable. As the sun shifted, afternoon descended. The scorching rays filtered through the forest, bathing you in warm light. As he persisted in his training, sweat soon drenched him, his chest heaving, breath coming in labored gasps. He had nearly exhausted his training for the day with both physical techniques and the string fruit's powers. All that remained was to rest briefly beneath a large tree to recuperate his strength and chakra. Once revitalized, you approached the bank of a small river, closing his eyes to concentrate his chakra at the soles of his feet. When he felt the energy surge at his feet, he cautiously stepped onto the water's surface. Splash! However, unexpectedly, his entire foot plunged into the water, splattering his face with droplets. Mastery of tree climbing and water walking were fundamental skills for any ninja. While he had grasped tree climbing in mere half a day, the art of walking on water had eluded him for far too long, an entirely perplexing conundrum. Clambering out of the water in a somewhat disheveled state, you stood by the riverbank, unable to suppress his bewilderment. In comparison to the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke took nearly a week to master the art of tree climbing and water walking. However, the exceptionally gifted you, after successfully refining his chakra, managed to traverse the trunks of trees and walls with ease in merely a day. Curiously, despite his prowess, he struggled to grasp the fundamental technique of water walking, a requisite skill for every ninja. Splash! Splash! Undeterred, you attempted once more, only to find himself repeatedly plunging into the water, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Haha! Just when you felt a tinge of frustration, a sudden burst of laughter echoed nearby. Who could it be? Startled by the unfamiliar laughter, you realized he had been so engrossed in his practice that he had neglected to observe his surroundings. This was not the same. Tree climbing and water walking differed fundamentally. Tree climbing involved concentrating chakra at the soles of the feet, akin to suction cups adhering one's body to a surface. In contrast, water walking required the opposite approach, gathering chakra at the feet and gently releasing it to increase pressure on the water's surface, allowing one to glide effortlessly across it. As the strange voice continued to resonate, you turned to see a boy of similar age perched on the trunk of a nearby tree, his large black eyes glimmering with amusement. It was not about adhesion, but rather release. Before he could fully comprehend the boy's sudden presence, the words struck a chord within him, and he murmured to himself, experiencing an epiphany. He had been ensnared in a cognitive trap, conflating tree climbing and water walking, both of which, in fanfiction set in the Naruto universe, were often presented as interconnected. Consequently, as a transgressor into this world, you instinctively treated these essential skills as one and the same, leading him to err in his reasoning. Indeed, fanfiction can lead one astray. Upon returning, I shall consign those books to the flames. With clarity regarding the principles of water walking at last, you concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet and stepped onto the water's surface, finally experiencing the sensation of solid ground beneath him. Cautiously shifting his weight onto the foot that rested on the water, he released chakra from the other foot and, at last, stood steadily upon the surface. Had he truly mastered the technique so swiftly? Observing Yu's triumphant stance upon the river's surface, the boy sitting on the tree trunk displayed a flicker of astonishment. Initially, he too had frequently fallen into the water, yet he was taken aback that you had succeeded on his first attempt. Such remarkable control over chakra. After all, in the original tale, even Sakura, renowned for her chakra control, had taken considerable time to fully master both tree climbing and water walking. Witnessing you grasp the essence of the technique so quickly was indeed impressive. Thank you, but I do not yet know your name, you said, clearly in high spirits now that he had successfully maintained his balance on the water. At this moment, he took the opportunity to scrutinize the boy perched on the tree trunk more closely. His hair, dark and slightly curled, framed a face adorned with a gentle and cheerful smile. He wore a dark high-neck short-sleeve shirt complemented by triangular protective gear, and his trousers matched, bound with white bandages. His large black eyes were accentuated by slightly upturned lashes at the corners, and his uniquely shaped nose resembled the rare dango nose characteristic of the Uchiha clan. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing this boy, you felt an uncanny familiarity, though he could not pinpoint why. Wait, are you from the Uchiha clan? However, his expression soon shifted as he noticed the family crest emblazoned on the back of the boy's attire, an emblem of a red and white fan, a symbol renowned throughout not just Konoha but the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the son of the sage of six paths, are famed for their mastery of the Sharingan, one of the three great ocular techniques. Since the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have been among the most formidable clans in the shinobi realm. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara, the clan leader, and Senju Hashirama. The leader of the Senju clan co-founded Konoha village, ensuring that the Uchiha clan remains, without question, the most prominent family in Konoha and indeed in the entire shinobi world. For you, the surname Uchiha carries profound significance. Well versed in the narrative, you understood the immense power represented by this bloodline. It is not just you. Every traveler yearns to transition into the Uchiha clan, dreaming of acquiring the legendary Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan, the eye of creation and destruction. Ah, you've noticed. Observing the subtle change in Yu's expression, the boy exhibited a hint of exasperation. He then leapt gracefully from the tree trunk, landing deftly on the grass as he regarded Yu. I am Shursui, Uchiha Shursui. Upon hearing the boy's name, Yu, standing on the water's surface, inhaled sharply, nearly losing his balance. Could it truly be him? He stared at the boy, his small frame gradually merging in Yu's mind with the formidable figure known as Shursui of the body flicker technique. Who is Uchiha Shursui? In the world of Naruto, when the name Itachi Uchiha is mentioned, one cannot overlook Shursui. Although his appearances in the original work are fleeting, his astonishing prowess and innate talent have left an indelible impression on every viewer. You knew that this boy before him was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a comrade of the third Hokage in his youth, and the mentor and close friend of Itachi Uchiha. He was the fourth Uchiha to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan after Madara, Izuna, and Obito, possessing ocular talents that rivaled those of Itachi in his youth, as well as the highest grade of Genjutsu, the Kodoame Tsukumi, the most formidable illusion. The divine eye of the Uchiha can infiltrate an opponent's mind without their awareness, permanently and completely altering their will, rendering those whom the caster perceives into mere puppets. Moreover, Yu is well aware of this. Soon, the boy standing before him, who appears to be of similar age, will emerge as the most renowned genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, possessing extraordinary prowess. He excels in Genjutsu and Shunshin, earning titles such as Shunshin Shursui, the strongest illusionist, and the mightiest of the Uchiha, among countless other epithets. His name is nearly ubiquitous throughout the ninja world. Even the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, from the Land of Lightning, has heard of his illustrious reputation. However, you never anticipated that he would encounter the young Shursui Uchiha today. Does my name surprise you? Shursui inquired, scratching the back of his head, gazing at you with a hint of embarrassment. He gestured towards the nearby waterfall, its thunderous cascade echoing in the air. This location is close to the Uchiha clan's territory, specifically the Southie River. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your training. Ah, so the Uchiha clan's territory lies nearby. Upon hearing Shursui's words, you cast a glance at the roaring waterfall not far from them. I am Yu, the apothecary Yu. Withdrawing his gaze, you stepped from the riverbank onto the grass. Observing the cheerful and gentle child before him, he extended his hand. Apothecary Yu? Shursui murmured, repeating Yu's name as he took his hand in a warm handshake, a smile gracing his face as he expressed his delight in meeting a new friend. Likewise, the exceptionally talented and handsome Yu left a profound impression on Shursui Uchiha. Hey, Shursui, we need to head back. What are you doing lingering here? At that moment, rustling footsteps emerged from the nearby woods. 3 children, appearing around 6 or 7 years of age, emerged, each clad in short-sleeved ninja hoodies of deep purple, deep blue, and deep gray, adorned with the Uchiha clan's flame fan emblem on their backs. Oh, my friends are calling me. I must return, Yu. Until next time. With a light chuckle and a wink at Yu, Shursui turned to leave upon hearing his companions beckon him. What? It turns out this boy isn't even Uchiha. Such a mundane little brat. How could he be worthy of associating with our genius Shursui? By now, the 3 Uchiha children had approached the grassy area, and the one in the center, with short black hair, crossed his arms and regarded you with an air of superiority, his gaze dripping with disdain. What is this? Am I being mocked for no reason? Initially having bid farewell to Shursui, Yu was taken aback by the taunt from the Uchiha boy. He was left bewildered. What is with this inexplicable tone of hostility? Does this brat think he is Madara? Faced with the inexplicable air of superiority exuded by the 3 Uchiha children before him, you could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, aside from the peculiar trio of Shursui, Itachi, and Obito, the Uchiha clan was characterized by an undeniable arrogance, and even the future Sasuke was no exception. Well, he began, his tone devoid of emotion. The friends I have made are Shursui, not you three. Ever since his old adversary, the Senju clan, faded into obscurity within the world of shinobi, the Uchiha clan had seemingly ascended to become the foremost family in Konohagakure and the entire shinobi realm. Their illustrious history had molded each Uchiha member into an epitome of pride and haughtiness. Although they had yet to experience the calamity of the Nine-Tails invasion, it was evident that the Uchiha's arrogant demeanor had gradually fostered invisible friction and rifts with other clans and ordinary ninjas in Konoha. Thus, whenever the Uchiha clan was mentioned, the faces of other ninjas in the village would often contort into expressions of bewilderment. What did you say, brat? As expected, the moment Yu's words fell, the Uchiha boy with short black hair was instantly incensed by Yu's indifferent tone. It seems I must teach you a lesson on how to address the Uchiha properly. With that, the Uchiha boy lowered his arms from his chest, channeling chakra throughout his body. Clearly, all three of these Uchiha children were already students of the Ninja Academy. Izumi, Han, you three, stand down. Seeing the actions of the black-haired Uchiha, Izumi, Shursue's expression shifted slightly. Oh, you wish to discipline me? Facing the eager Izumi, you merely smirked disdainfully, secretly activating the powers of his thread fruit, with his right hand casually lifting his middle finger, thumb, and pinky. If you can manage it, then do give it a try. Parasitic threads. Countless transparent, invisible threads spread through the air above them, only to vanish almost instantly. Don't stop me, Shursui. Your temper is far too lenient. At that moment, disregarding Shursue's admonition, Izumi's body subtly sank, a malicious smile creeping across his lips. A brat like you deserves a proper beating. Bang. Before Izumi could finish his taunt, he received a powerful punch to the face, blood streaming from his nose. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, including Shursui. What are you doing? With disbelief etched on his blood-streaked face, Izumi turned to see a familiar figure with long black hair, his companion, Uchiha. What the hell? My body is out of control. But like Izumi, An's expression mirrored shock, eyes widening in sudden terror. Izumi, watch out behind you. Bang. Izumi was struck again, this time by Uchiha Han from the other side. What on earth is happening? Han, why are you two simultaneously attacked by his two companions? Uchiha Izumi, already marked by injuries, was filled with both shock and fury. I don't know what is happening. I can't control my body. Be careful. Uchiha Han, displaying a face of sheer terror, found himself involuntarily landing another punch on Uchiha Izumi. Haha. Observing the once dominant Uchiha Izumi being mercilessly beaten by his companions, Yu, who remained rooted in place, could no longer suppress his laughter. With a subtle movement of his right hand, he continued to manipulate Uchiha In and Uchiha Han to strike at Uchiha Izumi. This was one of the abilities of the parasitic strings fruit. First, dozens of strings were dispersed in the air, then they descended like a meteor shower, piercing into the bodies of the opponents to control their movements. However, since the strings you could currently manipulate only wrapped around the skin of the targets, he was unable to interfere with their will. What is this? Witnessing this extraordinary scene and noticing the subtle movements of Yu's hand, Shursui's eyes widened slightly. A bloodline limit? Realizing that you had unleashed such a peculiar ability without performing any hand seals, Shursui, a talented member of the Uchiha clan, immediately thought of the bloodline limit. So it was you who orchestrated this. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi, still being relentlessly assaulted by his companions, finally understood as he glared at you, who was watching the spectacle with a grin. Flames of fury erupted in Izumi's eyes as he shouted and charged at you. Crack. Yet, before he could get far, his wrist was seized by someone. Unbeknownst to him, Shursui had already appeared at his side. Such swift movement. Yu, noticing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that despite being the same age and not yet enrolled in the Ninja Academy, Shursui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, was already stronger than the 3 academy students, including Uchiha Izumi. Enough. This ends here. Grasping Uchiha Izumi's wrist, Shursui spoke in a calm tone. Yet his piercing gaze exuded an undeniable authority. However, confronted with Shursui's intervention, Uchiha Izumi was evidently unwilling to concede. I said this ends now? Izumi's words were sharply interrupted by Shursui. Gazing at Uchiha Izumi before him, Shursui had yet to awaken his bloodline limit. Yet his fierce stare was no less formidable than the legendary Sharingan. Your actions will only bring shame to our Uchiha clan. Shursui admonished his short-sighted clansmen. feeling an inexplicable sense of annoyance and helplessness within. No wonder the villagers cast such glances upon encountering Uchiha ninjas. Damn it! Feeling Shusue's penetrating gaze, Uchiha Izumi begrudgingly retracted his fist. Although he felt deeply frustrated, it was clear that Shusue's prowess surpassed that of the three of them. On behalf of the three of them, extend my apologies to you. After restraining Izuki and the others, Shusue approached you, a hint of contrition evident on his face. "TCH, I haven't had enough fun yet," you replied, slightly displeased, as he pursed his lips at Shusue's apology. Nevertheless, his right hand, which had deftly manipulated 3 fingers, came to an abrupt halt. "However, for Shusue's sake, I shall let you 3 off this time." It would be a disfavor to disregard the reputation of the illustrious Shunshin Shusue, especially since he had just rendered you a small favor. Despite being adversaries, even those with enmity towards Shusue found it difficult to harbor ill feelings due to his upright and forthright nature as a genius ninja. As he spoke, you retracted the parasitic threads he had been controlling, instantly restoring freedom to Uchiha-in and Uchiha-han. "Such formidable abilities. Is this your bloodline limit?" Shusue inquired, his gaze intensely fixed on you, having just witnessed how effortlessly you had manipulated his 2 Uchiha clan companions. Clearly, Yu's extraordinary talent and the bizarre strength of his abilities had sparked a profound interest in this gifted Uchiha ninja. "Bloodline limit?" You shrugged nonchalantly, sensing Shusue's fervent gaze. "If you wish to interpret it that way, then perhaps. The powers akin to the devil fruit in the world of Naruto could certainly be perceived as a bloodline limit. Indeed, a bloodline limit far more potent than most. If given the chance, I truly hope to spar with you." Observing Yu's indifferent demeanor, Shusue felt a sense of futility, akin to striking cotton with a fist. However, he quickly shifted the conversation, his expression igniting with renewed fervor. "In just 2 months, the Ninja Academy will commence. I trust you will be attending?" "There will be opportunities," you replied ambiguously, chuckling lightly. "As for the Ninja Academy, that remains to be seen." He silently added, "If I manage to gather enough tuition." It seemed that Naruto's plight of being so impoverished that he could only afford instant noodles to attend the academy was likely due to the 3rd Hokage granting him special allowances. "Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Until next time, Shursui." Casting a glance at the darkening sky, you turned away before Shursui could respond, leaving only the silhouette of his waving figure behind. "Yakushi Uru, what an intriguing individual," Shursui murmured to himself, watching Yu's figure fade into the grass, a peculiar sparkle flickering in his dark eyes. "It appears the Ninja Academy will not be as mundane as I had envisioned." Upon returning to the Konoha orphanage, night had already fallen. Urushi and the others had finished their dinner, but you had managed to fend for himself on the way back. You rascal. Returning at such a late hour. Urushi was the first to rise as you stepped through the door of the wooden cabin. However, after witnessing Yu's monstrous display today, Urushi's gaze towards you had transformed fundamentally. There was a hint of trepidation, a trace of envy, and perhaps a flicker of desire and yearning. Indeed, today's training was slightly delayed, and I encountered an intriguing individual. Seemingly oblivious to the shift in Urushi's gaze, you merely nodded gently. Yet he noticed that all of Urushi's minor injuries had been completely healed. In the hall of the orphanage's wooden cabin, aside from the children like Mayu and Momoka, there was also the silver-haired boy rescued yesterday. They informed me that it was you who saved me yesterday. Thank you. Upon seeing you enter the hall, the silver-haired boy approached him. The wound on his forehead had been bandaged and adorned with a black samurai helmet. Additionally, a pair of black round-frame glasses now perched upon his youthful nose. Gazing up at you, who was slightly taller than him, the boy's face flushed a shade of red. "And now, I have a name. The headmaster has given me a name. Do. I am called Yakushi Do, and the headmaster even gifted me her own glasses." "Indeed, it is he." Observing the somewhat bashful boy don the glasses bestowed by Yakushi Nono, you felt a sigh escape his lips, and his expression grew complex. In the original narrative, Yakushi Do was an assistant to Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a prodigy well-versed in medical ninjutsu, espionage, and various other disciplines. He was a character you held in high regard, not only for his intellect, but also for his meticulousness. Upon his first appearance, he exhibited prowess rivaling that of Konoha's foremost technician, Hatake Kakashi, despite being only 20 years old. Later, he absorbed the abilities of Orochimaru and his subordinates, successfully cultivating Sage Mode alone in the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 holy lands of ninjutsu, and momentarily overpowering the combined forces of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. In the climactic Fourth Shinobi World War, he became one of the principal antagonists, leveraging the forbidden Edo Tensei technique surpassing the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and Orochimaru. As a child, he had been taken in by the headmaster Yakushi Nono as a war orphan from the Third Shinobi World War, only to later be coerced by Danzo into executing espionage missions. Ultimately, due to their knowledge of too many secrets, Danzo orchestrated their mutual destruction, simultaneously dispatching Orochimaru to eliminate both. However, Orochimaru recognized his talents and invited him to join the Sound Village. Of course, the dude standing before you now had yet to tread the path of darkness following Yakushi Nono's demise. He remained a kind-hearted and bashful youth. Your medical ninjutsu is truly remarkable. If possible, I would love to learn medical ninjutsu as well, so I could help everyone. At this point, gazing at you, the young Yakushi dude displayed an expression imbued with envy and aspiration. Such talent at such a tender age, wielding exceptional medical ninjutsu. Standing before the young boy known as Toby, you undoubtedly became the object of envy for all the orphans present. Hey, it's nearly 9 o'clock. You little rascals should be heading to bed. And you, the new kid. Before you could utter a word, a stern voice echoed from within. A plump matron and an elderly man with a head full of white hair and glasses emerged from the inner room into the main hall. Clad in the distinctive black kimono and white shawl of the Konoha orphanage, they were none other than the assistant directors, Yanai and Shinshan, who consistently aided the esteemed Yakushi Nanoyu. There's no need to wear such a frightened expression. Though they may appear intimidating, Aunt Yanai and Grandpa Shinshan are truly gentle souls. You reassured Toby, who seemed to cower before the matron's fierce demeanor. In truth, anyone willing to work at the Konoha orphanage without concern for salary or reward cannot be a bad person by nature. I am Yakushi Yu. I am merely a year older than you, so feel free to call me Yu. With that, you paid no mind to Toby's reaction and made his way towards the sleeping quarters. After a long day of training, he felt a profound weariness settling in. Having only recently acquired the abilities of the string fruit, and using them frequently was indeed a significant strain on his stamina. Yakushi Yu? Toby murmured, gazing blankly at Yu's departing figure. Does he dislike me? He had caught the complex emotions reflected in Yu's gaze just moments ago. Despite his young age, the astute and perceptive Toby sensed that Yu's attitude towards him differed from that of the other children. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for intervening factors, the narrative would follow its expected course, leading to Toby ultimately taking the life of Yakushi Nanoyu, the most significant person in his future. Has Yakushi Toby also appeared? Lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, Yu's thoughts swirled. At the moment he confirmed Toby's identity. He had nearly succumbed to the impulse to sever the boy's head with the powers of the string fruit. Yet reason prevailed, suppressing such a desire. Regardless, I will protect Nanoyu. I shall never allow the story to repeat itself, absolutely not. With a determined gaze and clenched fists, he felt the chakra and the power of the string fruit surging within him. After a grueling day of training, Yu finally closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day arrived for the annual enrollment at the Ninja Academy of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the preceding days, nearly every ninja family in Konoha was preoccupied with preparing for their children's enrollment. Although the Third Great Ninja War had escalated, rendering the profession of a ninja less appealing, the high-risk nature of the job was often accompanied by substantial rewards. Moreover, during this time of war, the leadership of Konohagakure has mandated that every ninja family must ensure their children undergo rigorous ninja training to bolster the front line with additional combat power. Take, for instance, the renowned prodigy Hatake Kakashi, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5. His exceptional talent is not only a testament to his innate abilities, but also a product of the unique circumstances of this period. In the verdant woods of the back mountains of Konoha, one can occasionally hear sounds reminiscent of countless birds chirping. The sequence of the Cho-Ma Shin-hand seals is so simple, there is no reason I cannot master this technique. With a swift motion, 3 hand seals are formed before her, and chakra surges within her body. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupts from her palm, only to vanish almost instantly. Damn it, why is it still not working? A look of frustration crosses Yu's delicate face as she witnesses her ninjutsu fail. Indeed, she is endeavoring to master the Chidori. a formidable A-rank lightning release technique that concentrates vast amounts of chakra into a single thrust, producing a sound akin to 1,000 birds singing. This technique was pioneered by the genius ninja Kakashi Hatake, with its advanced form, Raikiri, renowned for its ability to sever lightning. It is well known that the hand seal sequence for both Chidori and Raikiri consists of the Cho, Ma, Shin steps, with her chakra possessing both water and lightning attributes. There is no reason for you, as a traveler from another world, not to pursue this powerful and visually stunning ninjutsu. However, after dedicating an entire month to the arduous task of mastering this challenging A-rank lightning release technique, she discovered just how formidable the challenge of independently executing such a high-level forbidden technique without guidance truly is. After 2 months of relentless training, her abilities have surged remarkably, with her chakra now reaching the level of a genin. Yet, the difficulty of this ninjutsu still seems somewhat premature for her. Without warning, the voice of a demon echoes in her heart, having observed Yu's almost self-destructive fervor in training over these 2 months. Silence. The alluring voice of the demon is abruptly interrupted by Yu's fierce determination. With her amber eyes wide open, filled with unwavering resolve, she refuses to yield. Her hands continue to form the seals, and a brilliant blue-white lightning illuminates the entire forest. Chidori. It resonates as if 1,000 birds are singing in unison. Amidst the dazzling display of blue-white electric light, a concentrated surge of violent electricity finally stabilizes in Yu's left hand. Could it be that you have truly achieved it? The demon's typically languid tone now betrays a hint of astonishment upon witnessing Yu, who has only just reached the genin level of chakra, successfully complete the Chidori, a high-level forbidden technique. In the world of ninjas, techniques are generally classified into 6 levels based on their complexity. E. The level of ninja school, for example, tracking technique. Transformation technique, shadow clone technique. D. The level of genin, for instance, earth release, heart decapitation technique. C. The level of chunin, such as fire release, great fireball technique and summoning technique. B. The level of jonin, for example, shadow clone technique, fire release, great dragon fire technique. A. The level of forbidden techniques, ultra-advanced ninjutsu. The conditions that constitute a forbidden technique can be categorized into 2 major reasons. Firstly, when the technique is crucial to the life of the user. Secondly, when the results of the technique would egregiously violate the natural order. S. The level of ultimate techniques, such as impure world reincarnation, lightning cutter. Of course, in addition to these, there are various nature-altering techniques formed from bloodline limits, bloodline elimination, and even bloodline compilations. Has he completed the signature skill of the second Hokage, Chidori? Gazing at the intensely concentrated violent electrical current in his left hand, you felt every cell in his body stimulated and energized by this powerful lightning release chakra. Swish. As the words fell, Yu's figure transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous sound erupted. When Yu's figure reappeared, a large tree 10 meters away had been shattered by the continuous screeching Chidori in his hand. What tremendous power! As the furious currents in his hand gradually dissipated, you could not help but marvel at the immense destructive force caused by the Chidori before him. However, feeling the substantial depletion of chakra within him, a bitter smile appeared on Yu's face. Nonetheless, this chakra consumption was beyond what an ordinary genin could endure. Although he had broken through to the chakra level of a genin, and with the modification from the line fruit, Yu was no longer an ordinary human. His chakra capacity was nearly several times that of a typical genin. Yet, the Chidori, a forbidden-level ultra-advanced lightning release ninjutsu, still consumed more than half of his chakra in a single use. It is worth noting that even Sasuke Uchiha, during the Chunin exams in the original work when facing Gaara, could only use Chidori twice in a day. TSK, 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 what extraordinary talent and perseverance. Upon witnessing Yu's remarkable talent and astonishing determination, the demon exclaimed in admiration, "I am increasingly intrigued by you. Come on. Weren't you just saying the other day that you wanted to devour my soul?" Hearing the seductive words of the demon beside him, Yu's bitter smile deepened. He was not foolish enough to take the demon's words at face value. That depends on whether you can survive in this world. Upon hearing Yu's words, the demon erupted into continuous laughter. To tell you the truth, you are not the first host to awaken me in this world. However, the previous few were utterly useless. Even when I granted them the demon law, they ultimately met their demise. After their demise, I consumed their souls, and the recollection of that repugnant flavor lingers. The voice, sultry and enchanting, whispered chilling truths, as I could hear the demon's mocking laughter echoing in Yu's ear. Do not doubt, for such wretches do indeed exist in this world, and they are not singular. Thus, continue your training and strive to survive in this realm. As the demon's voice gradually faded, it seemed to succumb once more to slumber. How curious. It appears that I am not the only unfortunate soul to have encountered this fate. Upon hearing the demon's words, Yu murmured to himself, secretly mourning for those whose souls had been devoured. However, given this revelation, I must not allow myself to become complacent. Redirecting my gaze to the present world, spurred by the demon's words, Yu's resolve intensified. In 3 days, the entrance ceremony for the Ninja Academy would commence. At the very least, I must complete another ninjutsu before then. Feeling the chakra within me steadily replenishing, Yu gritted his teeth and summoned all his chakra into the palm of his right hand, fervently coalescing it. The first 3 phases of training had been accomplished. Today, I would expend the remaining chakra for the final phase. The success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. With an unwavering focus, blue chakra gathered in Yu's palm, generating a tempest of fierce chakra. A small orb, emanating a soft blue glow, gradually formed in Yu's hand. Indeed, what Yu aimed to cultivate was the renowned jutsu of the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, namely the Rinnegan. The original text had elucidated the method and principles behind the Rinnegan's cultivation quite clearly. Over the past 2 months, aside from developing the line fruit's abilities and honing physical techniques, Yu had successfully completed the first 3 phases of the Rinnegan training. Thus, today, Yu not only intended to master the Chidori, but also the Rinnegan, simultaneously acquiring the signature techniques of the 2 protagonists, Sasuke and Naruto. Firstly, the Rinnegan is an unmarked jutsu, particularly suited for a ninja like Yu, who aspires to engage in high-speed combat. It is a formidable A-rank technique developed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, inspired by the tailed beast bomb. For those who have watched Naruto, the 4th Hokage is often remembered for the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rinnegan. Yet, it is worth noting that the 4th Hokage was not limited to merely these 2 techniques. His chakra possessed attributes of lightning, wind, and fire, allowing him to wield numerous mainstream jutsu, including the sage art of Mount Myaboku. However, due to his rapid combat style, forming hand seals was deemed a waste of time, leading him to rarely employ other ninjutsu. Although Yu currently lacks the extraordinary space-time ninjutsu akin to the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, he remains resolute in his training. However, the combat system that Yu has devised for himself, whether it involves the rapid activation capabilities of physical techniques combined with the line fruit or the ability to manipulate the demon fruit for combat with puppets, has determined that the majority of mainstream ninjutsu in the ninja world, which requires hand signs, will not be suitable for him. Therefore, Yu also wishes to experiment with infusing his own chakra nature transformation into the Rinnegan, a ninjutsu that does not require hand signs, in order to create a powerful technique that belongs uniquely to him. However, until he reaches the level of a jonin, he currently lacks the capability to infuse the Rinnegan with chakra nature transformation. Success. Through Yu's relentless efforts, a sphere emanating a swirling blue chakra finally appeared in the palm of his right hand. Oddly enough, he felt that this Rinnegan was somewhat different from that of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Without the luxury of time to ponder the excitement within him, Yu gazed at the Rinnegan he had successfully condensed, sensing a subtle distinction from the original Naruto's technique, yet unable to articulate it. Let's see what happens. With this thought, Yu instinctively tossed the Rinnegan into the air. Indeed, he threw it. Under Yu's watchful eyes, the Rinnegan emitted a gentle whirlwind as it ascended before swiftly vanishing into the air. A failure? Witnessing the disappearance of the Rinnegan mid-flight, Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. Boom. Just then, the ground beneath him trembled violently. To Yu's astonishment, the Rinnegan, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared with astonishing force, shattering a distant tree in front of him. What is this? Staring at the incredible scene before him, Yu stood there, mouth agape. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally came to his senses, a look of joy spreading across his face. I understand now. It turns out that what he had successfully cultivated was not Naruto Uzumaki's Rinnegan, but rather the Rasengan of Naruto's son, Boruto Uzumaki. Readers familiar with Boruto, Naruto Next Generations know that Boruto's Rasengan is distinctive. Not only can it be thrown as a ranged attack, but it also becomes invisible mid-flight, eluding even the Byakugan's gaze. How fascinating. I never expected to cultivate such a unique Rasengan. After realizing this, with his chakra completely depleted, Yu plopped down onto the grass, unable to conceal his excitement. It is now the year 44 in Konoha. The genius ninja Kakashi Hatake created his signature technique, Chidori, at the age of 12. While the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, had yet to develop the Rasengan before becoming the fourth Hokage. This means that Yu is now the pioneer of both the Chidori and the Rasengan, two iconic techniques of the protagonists. The disappearing Rasengan is quite a mouthful. Perhaps it would be better to call it the Shinjutsu Rasengan. Exhausted from his training, Yu simply lay back on the grass. Through the fragmented branches of the forest, I gazed at the azure and crystalline sky, bestowing upon my completed spiral sphere a delightful name. After all, in the realm of Naruto, there exists nothing that cannot be resolved with a Rasengan. If there is, then one must simply make it larger. Chuckles, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Outside the vast wooden structure of the Konoha orphanage, a throng of people gathered. I truly envy you. Among the children of the orphanage, Urushi, who shared a close bond with you, vociferously cheered him on, urging him to excel once he entered the ninja academy. After all, you are the most talented individual in our orphanage. Though he often feigned indifference, it was apparent that deep within, Urushi harbored admiration and envy for Yu's innate talent and diligence. Oh, how I shall miss you. Not to mention, Mayo and Takako, two of Yu's ardent admirers, displayed unmistakable expressions of reluctance. Is such exaggeration truly necessary? Observing the forlorn expressions of Urushi and Mayo, Yu's lips twitched slightly in bemusement. I am merely attending the ninja academy, not embarking on a lengthy journey. I shall return tonight. Yu, I am truly sorry. On such an important day, I cannot accompany you to the entrance ceremony. At that moment, standing nearby, Yakushi Nanoyu revealed a hint of remorse, her gentle visage tinged with fatigue. Recently, Konoha has seen an influx of injured ninjas returning from the front lines, and as a medical ninja, she had been tirelessly treating these warriors while also earning funds for the orphanage. Do not be foolish, director. In response to Yakushi Nanoyu's apologetic demeanor, you consoled her as an adult would comfort a child. It is merely an entrance ceremony. It is not of great consequence. I shall take my leave now. With those words, Yu's small figure vanished into the woods, under the watchful eyes of Yakushi Nanoyu and Urushi. The Ninja Academy stood as a collection of buildings adorned with white walls and yellow roofs, situated not far from the Hokage's office. Bold characters proclaimed Konoha Ninja Academy, beneath which a banner welcomed attendees of the entrance ceremony. The gates were wide open, with 2 chunin stationed at the entrance to greet newcomers. The schoolyard was filled with parents and children arriving for registration. So many people. After briefly submitting his documents and application at the registration desk, Yu curiously surveyed his surroundings. The expansive playground of the Ninja Academy was crowded with parents and their children, and occasionally, Yu spotted familiar faces among this year's new ninjas. I wonder if that guy is here for enrollment today? As he scanned the area, Yu did not catch sight of Uchiha Shursui, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Yet, just as he uttered those words, a familiar figure entered through the gates of the Ninja Academy. Yu. I knew it. You would surely show up today. From the crowd, he immediately recognized the striking figure with white hair, Yu. Uchiha Shursui's eyes sparkled as he deftly navigated through the crowd, arriving before Yu. Have you come alone to enroll today? Upon seeing Shursui, a faint smile graced Yu's face. However, noticing the absence of any guardians accompanying Shursui, Yu hesitated momentarily. Sensing Yu's uncertainty, Shursui's gaze dimmed slightly. Yes. My grandfather perished on the battlefield when my father was very young, and my parents also passed away when I was just a child. After explaining with a feigned air of nonchalance, Shursui quickly resumed his usual cheerful demeanor and looked at Yu. So, I was raised by my grandmother. I'm sorry. Yu was taken aback by the unexpectedly tragic background of the usually gentle and cheerful Shursui and quickly offered his apologies. How could I forget? Shursui is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, and his family has long since departed from this world. It's all right. Shursui smiled dismissively at Yu's apology, but then turned his gaze toward Yu, who was also alone, displaying a hint of curiosity. Yu, are you here by yourself as well? Taken aback by Shirsue's inquisitive expression, you paused before smiling. Yes, I am an orphan brought back from the battlefield by the Konoha orphanage. This wasn't a falsehood. Although he was not an orphan in his previous life, in this incarnation he indeed was a war orphan retrieved from the battlefield by the Konoha orphanage. I see. Shirsue replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. Observing the exceptionally gifted and striking you before him, Shirsue felt an even stronger kinship. Indeed, both were prodigious youths with similarly tragic pasts, which undeniably bridged the gap between them. Wow, wow, wow. So handsome. It seems this year's newcomers have some attractive boys. Meanwhile, as you and Shirsue conversed, the teaching building of the ninja school was already crowded with students peering out the windows, observing the striking you and the sunny Shirsue on the playground. A group of senior girls erupted into excited chatter. That black-haired one looks adorable when he smiles, exclaimed one girl, clutching her chest with exaggerated affection. I don't like that guy's round nose. Look at the white-haired one. He is absolutely stunning, chimed in another girl, offering a starkly different opinion. Each girl blushed, appearing as though they might faint from excitement at any moment. How infuriating. What is so special about them? Just a couple of pretty boys, grumbled another girl. I'll find an opportunity to teach those two a lesson. The chorus of infatuated girls drew the ire of a senior boy nearby. Shoo, keep it down. That black-haired one is no ordinary brat. You must have heard of Uchiha's prodigy, Shirsue. However, another boy quickly hushed him. Wait, what? That kid is Uchiha Shirsue. It was evident that this boy was aware of Shirsue's esteemed reputation. From a young age, Shizuku displayed an astonishing talent, akin to the legendary genius ninja Kakashi from previous generations. At this tender age, he had already become a household name in Konoha, much like the exemplary child from another family. Given that the prodigious Uchiha Shizuku was not to be trifled with, it seemed appropriate to plan a little retribution against that white-haired brat after school. Just then, a voice brimming with malice resonated from behind them. What do you think of this suggestion? Kazekage, alongside senior members Zidi and Chuyun, a boy with tousled brown hair, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, cast a resentful glance out the window at the playground where he was registering for the Ninja Academy. His palm bore a conspicuous wound, a remnant of the thorough lesson he received from you 2 months prior. It would be interesting to see what made that little brat, who managed to discipline someone like Itachi, so special. Behind Itachi sat 3 boys casually lounging at their desks in the ninja classroom. One had black hair that obscured the right side of his face, while another sported long black hair styled in a spiky manner. They toyed disdainfully with 2 kunai and shuriken, embodying the demeanor of little tyrants at the Ninja Academy. Only the boy seated between them remained taciturn, his deep-set eyes accentuated by dark circles, giving him a somewhat sickly appearance. Yuin, aren't you going to stop them from acting out? Kazekage's voice seemed to echo their conversation. Nearby, the boisterous Mitarashi Anko sat nonchalantly at her desk, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she turned to the striking girl with long purple hair beside her. Even if they're usually rowdy, treating a newcomer on their very first day like this is rather excessive. Upon hearing Anko's remark, the girl sitting demurely next to her revealed a hint of helplessness in her deep, translucent eyes. Anko-senpai, will you accompany me after school to intervene? With her lustrous purple hair, flawless fair complexion, striking large dark eyes, and vibrant red lips, she was none other than Yuzuki Yuin, a character seldom seen in the original narrative. 2 years her senior, she was widely regarded as the school's beauty and a celebrated figure at the Ninja Academy. Oh, so you're showing such concern for the new underclassmen? Haha. Yuin, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on that white-haired brat, would you? Anko teased, a sly grin spreading across her face as she observed Yuin's reaction. Anko-senpai. Yuin blushed, feeling both embarrassed and flustered at the teasing. Soon, the 2 girls were engaged in playful banter, their laughter and camaraderie captivating the attention of the surrounding boys. Dear students, congratulations on your enrollment. You are all destined to become ninjas, and I hope you achieve great success in your studies. Little did he know, he was already being observed by others. At that moment, he stood with all the parents and children on the playground of the Ninja Academy, idly watching an elderly man clad in a red and white Hokage hat and a white Hokage robe as he delivered a lengthy speech on stage. It truly is a drowsy affair, this elder. Is he truly the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has held his position for the longest duration? Gazing at the venerable figure presiding over the ninja school's entrance ceremony atop the high platform, A flicker of curiosity sparkled within Yu's amber-like crystalline eyes. Were it not for the glimmer of wisdom that occasionally pierced through the murky depths of the old man's eyes, you might have mistaken him for an ordinary elder rather than the renowned master of ninjutsu celebrated throughout the ninja world. The ninja school was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, during a time of strife. To ensure the stability and efficiency of combat training and education, the school was founded to provide fundamental training for all ninjas. Following their foundational studies at the ninja school, students would advance to the rank of genin, where they would be assigned to various squads to train under their instructors, undertaking tasks suited to their respective levels, thereby contributing a wealth of talent to the village each year. According to Yu's understanding, the curriculum of the Konoha Ninja School is divided into 5 stages: enrollment, basic training, application, and graduation. Successfully navigating these 5 stages allows one to become a genin, ready to undertake missions and stand as an independent ninja. In the current fervent climate of the Third Great Ninja War, the academic journey of each ninja student is often expedited, aiming to bolster Konoha's frontline with increased combat capability in the shortest time possible. At last, after enduring over an hour of the enrollment ceremony, the third class was announced: Yamanaka Kazuya, Aburame Shibi, Inoue Ritaka, Hyuga Setsuna, Nara Tamahiza, Yakushi Uru, and Nara Shuru. Finally, the third Hokage mentioned the class allocation for this year's students. Was he not placed in the same class as Shursui? Yet, within his assigned class, there were indeed several children from prominent families. Upon hearing that he and Shursui had been separated into different ninja classes, Yu remained composed. However, the presence of so many heirs from distinguished clans in his own class caused him to ponder. It is rather unfortunate that he was not grouped with Yu. After the ceremony concluded, Shursui approached Yu, bidding farewell with a hint of regret. After all, they were both at the ninja school, and there would be ample time ahead. "See you tomorrow," he said. In response to Shursui's evident disappointment, Yu felt little sentiment. Could it be that this boy harbored feelings beyond mere friendship? Sensing Shursui's unusual enthusiasm towards him, Yu silently mused. The thought of the entangled bonds between Sasuke, Itachi, and Shursui, reminiscent of the complexities within the Uchiha clan, sent a shiver down his spine. After waving goodbye to Shursui, Yu set off on the path back to the Konoha orphanage. He was met with an abrupt interruption. "Enough of the chatter. You little brat. Hand over everything you have, or prepare to face the consequences." Just as he stepped out of the ninja school's gates, a raucous commotion from a nearby alley caught his attention. Why did this boy seem so familiar? As he strolled along the tree-lined path to his left, he encountered 2 boys, seemingly around the age of 10 and on the verge of graduating from the ninja academy, pinning a 7- or 8-year-old child against the wall. Initially, Yu had no intention of intervening in such matters. However, upon noticing the child being restrained, with his dark skin and long hair styled in a pineapple top, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He halted his steps and spoke slowly. "Hey, you two." Upon hearing someone intrude upon their affairs, the 2 boys immediately turned around, only to find that the figure behind them was even younger than the child they were tormenting. They laughed, mocking the notion that a younger child would dare to meddle. However, before they could utter another word, they found themselves momentarily blinded, as Yu had vanished from their sight in an instant. With 2 dull thuds resounding through the air, the child with the pineapple hairstyle barely had time to react before he was astonished to see the 2 boys who had been bullying him now sprawled on the ground, having been swiftly dispatched by Yu. How impressive! The child, leaning against the wall, gaped in surprise, rendered speechless by the sight of someone 2 or 3 years his junior effortlessly overcoming the 2 soon-to-be graduates of the Ninja Academy. Ouch! How can such a small child possess such strength? The 2 boys, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found themselves reeling on the ground, staring in disbelief at the 5-year-old Yu before them. "What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be leaving?" Yu turned to the pineapple-headed boy, who was still in shock against the wall, and spoke nonchalantly. Over the passage of time, besides honing his abilities with the line fruit and practicing ninjutsu, Yu had devoted considerable effort to mastering physical techniques. Now that he had reached the level of a genin with chakra, dealing with the 2 boys who had only recently begun to harness their own chakra was a trivial matter. Upon hearing Yu's calm voice, the pineapple-headed boy seemed to awaken from his stupor. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, an unwelcome voice pierced through the atmosphere. "In a situation like this, you still have the leisure to meddle in others' affairs?" As the voice echoed, for mysterious figures had inexplicably blocked the path of you and the pineapple-headed boy. You must be the pharmacist, you, right? After that incident, I made it a point to learn your name. One of the figures sneered. A cold expression of hatred etched upon his face. It was none other than Itachi, a student from the ninja academy who had been soundly defeated by you previously. Quickly, let us go. It's Itachi and his group. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the two boys who had been knocked down scrambled to their feet and hastily fled the scene. Only the pineapple-headed boy, whom you had saved, remained. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and chose to stand behind you. Oh, it's you, the one who wet himself last time. You remarked upon seeing Itachi, who had been thoroughly taught a lesson previously, accompanied by 3 other upperclassmen from the ninja academy, blocking his path. You slowly turned around, his face devoid of any panic, instead curling his lips into a mocking smile. What's the matter? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? That insufferable brat. Itachi's teeth ground together as his calm words struck a nerve. The painful memory of his last encounter haunted him like a persistent nightmare. Had he not acted impulsively and used ninja tools, his parents would have long sought out the Konoha orphanage and you for retribution. Instead, he had to swallow his pride. And after being treated at the ninja hospital, both he and his brother Inazumi received a scolding from their parents. Humph. Are the new students at the ninja academy so arrogant these days? Before Itachi could extricate himself from his fury, a boy with black hair and bangs obscuring the right side of his face stepped forward with a disdainful scoff. Itachi, is it true that you were bested by such a kid? You've really made no progress. Simultaneously, another boy with spiky black hair, divided like a hedgehog, standing beside you, seemed unable to tolerate you's indifference any longer, stepping forward with a sarcastic retort. These two. They were flanked by 2 boys who appeared to be around 10 years old from the ninja academy. As you gazed at their somewhat familiar faces, realization dawned upon him. Ah, so it's Kamizuki Izumi and Kinetsu Tetsu, these 2 minor characters. Your welcoming method for the newcomers is rather unique, he commented. Kinetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi, both elite chunin from the original story, had developed a near-perfect synergy over years of training and deep trust. Now, at the tender age of 10, they were upperclassmen at the ninja academy. However, what surprised you was that these 2 minor characters had once been little tyrants at the ninja school in their youth. All right, Tetsu-senpai, Izumi-senpai, enough with the chatter. Let us teach this kid a lesson and be on our way, urged the last boy among Itachi's group. His voice weak and impatient. With a pale complexion, clad in a black headband, and sporting severe dark circles under his eyes, he appeared frail and sickly. You recognized him instantly, Kagegamo Jikaze. In the original narrative, he was a special jonin from Konoha, the proctor for the 3rd round of the chunin exams for Naruto's generation. He was also the childhood sweetheart of Yuzuki Yugao, a tragic figure who met his untimely demise at the hands of the Suna Jonin Maki during Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Of course, the Kagegamo Jikaze before you was merely 8 years old, younger than Kinetsu Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi, but his strength surpassed theirs by a significant margin. Familiar faces abound. Yet regrettably, they are merely inconsequential extras. Upon recognizing the identities of the 3 young ninja school students before him, you gestured dismissively with his fingers towards the 4 boys. Enough of this. Do not waste my time. You may come at me together. I have pressing matters to attend to. How audacious this little brat is. Faced with Yu's seemingly arrogant demeanor and words, Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged glances, each noticing the simmering anger reflected on the other's face. Do not blame us if we resort to bullying the weak. Unable to contain his rising ire any longer, Kamizuki Izumi's expression darkened as he swiftly positioned his hands before him, forming hand seals. Stop. Just then, a clear and commanding voice rang out. 2 graceful figures suddenly appeared, interposing themselves between you and Kamizuki Izumi. Yui, Akane-senpai. Upon recognizing the 2 figures before him, Tsukikage Jifeng was momentarily taken aback. The 2 girls standing before them included one with long, bright purple hair and fair skin, while the other sported short, dark purple hair tied up, her cute and charming face perpetually adorned with a hint of mischief. They were none other than Yuzuki Yuin and Mitarashi Akane, who had hastened to intervene in the conflict between Tsukikage Jifeng and Itachi. This is utterly unacceptable, Jifeng. As a senior of the ninja school, how could you act in such a manner? Upon arriving, the radiant Yuzuki Yuin fixed an intense gaze upon Tsukikage Jifeng, her tone laced with both anger and disappointment. Yuin. I. Faced with Yuzuki Yuin's indignant stare, Tsukikage Jifeng found himself engulfed in hesitation. Although they had not yet reached the stage of being a couple as depicted in the original story, having grown up together as companions, he could not disregard Yuzuki Yuin's feelings. Furthermore, he had already developed a fondness for this elegant and cool girl. You managed to catch up just in time. Your luck seems favorable, young man. Meanwhile, standing beside Yuzuki Yuin, Mitarashi Akane let out a sigh of relief, glancing back at you with a playful smile gracing her lips. What on earth? Just as he was about to take action and teach Kamizuki Izumi and the others a lesson, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yuzuki Yuin and Mitarashi Akane blocking his path. It's them, however. Upon realizing the identities of the two girls before him, you immediately recognized them as the future special jonin of Konoha, Yuzuki Yuin and Mitarashi Akane. Although Yuzuki Yuin appeared infrequently in the original work, her striking purple hair concealed beneath an umbu mask, along with her radiant face and graceful figure, left a lasting impression. At this moment, Yuzuki Yuin was merely an 8-year-old girl, still 2 or 3 years away from graduating from the ninja school. Similarly, during this period, Mitarashi Akane was only 9, a senior 1 year ahead of Yuzuki Yuin and Tsukikage Jifeng, sharing the same class as Kamizuki Izumi and Gonzi Tai. Although she had yet to train under one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, this girl possessed an innate, beguiling charm and a mischievous demeanor. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Seeing that the girl behind her, Yu, was still lost in thought, Akane Mitashi placed her hands on her hips and spoke with a hint of irritation. At merely 9 years of age, her adorable visage, coupled with her revealing fishnet top and ninja skirt, bestowed upon her an undeniable air of maturity, reminiscent of an older sister. The intriguing little girl, faced with Akane's admonition, felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement as the corners of her mouth subtly curved upward. She could easily discern that both Yuzuki Yuin and Akane had come expressly to prevent Itachi and Kamizuki from bullying her, a newcomer to the academy. It wouldn't be so easy to let this brat go. Akane, this doesn't concern you too. Step aside. As the unexpected arrival of Yuzuki Yuin and Akane aimed to thwart their plans to teach you a lesson, Kamizuki Chikage seized the moment, shouting as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water candy technique. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a large mass of unknown liquid towards the ground. Though it was not a high-level ninjutsu, Chikage's prowess was evidently superior to that of the 2 academy students who had been easily dispatched by you moments prior. Oh no, Chikage! The suddenness of his attack caught Yuin and Akane off guard, and they found themselves firmly anchored in place by the rapidly spreading viscous liquid beneath their feet. Whoosh! However, you reacted with remarkable swiftness. Sensing the extraordinary stickiness of this unique water release, he deftly leapt backward, evading Chikage's specialized technique. What a quick response! Noticing Yu's agile movements, Akane's eyes brightened. Her hand, which had instinctively reached for her ninja tool pouch, halted mid-motion. Summoning technique. As you soared into the air, the ever-coordinated Kaneko Takashi retrieved a scroll from his person. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, and in an instant, Takashi wielded a massive ninja tool hammer, charging toward you, who was momentarily suspended in midair and unable to evade. Be careful. Witnessing the seamless execution of ninjutsu by both Chikage and Takashi, the pineapple-haired boy standing behind could not help but exclaim. Their coordination was commendable, yet ultimately, it was merely a trivial skill. However, facing the rapidly advancing Takashi brandishing the enormous hammer, Yu, seemingly trapped in midair, merely scoffed disdainfully and subtly beckoned with his finger. Bang! A scene that astonished all unfolded before their eyes. Steel Zetian, wielding a colossal ninja tool hammer, charged towards you with remarkable speed, only to seemingly trip over an unseen force, propelling him through the air with a jarring impact. What is happening? Witnessing this sudden turn of events, everyone present was rendered speechless. They were utterly oblivious to the transparent, invisible thread that lay suspended in the air. My leg. Steel Zetian, having been forcefully thrown aside, could not suppress his cries of pain. Blood began to seep from the calf that had been ensnared by Yu's thread, leaving him to clutch his injured leg. Seated on the ground, paralyzed with fear, you should feel fortunate that your leg remains intact. With an air of nonchalance, you remarked as he gracefully landed nearby. Casting a glance at Steel Zetian, who sat on the ground, cradling his leg in agony. In the climactic battle of the One Piece world, Donquixote Doflamingo had similarly severed the leg of the formidable little oars, though the details of the preceding events eluded her. Yuin couldn't help but acknowledge the impressive strength displayed by this individual. Observing you, who had effortlessly dispatched the formidable steel Zetian from the Ninja Academy in but a moment, Yuin's eyes sparkled with an odd brilliance, akin to that of a child discovering a fascinating new toy. It seems our efforts today were in vain, Senior Hongdo. As Yuin leaned back against Motohashi Hongdo, she cast an amused glance at you, whose elegant descent was met with a bittersweet smile, her large eyes betraying a hint of wonder. Watch out behind you. In the very next instant, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Yuin's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently warned you. You are far too complacent, young one. Yet, as Yuin's voice echoed, a sinister sound emerged from behind you. It was Tsukiyakari Jika's, having witnessed Steel Zetian's swift defeat. This future special jonin of Konoha had stealthily appeared at U.S. rear. Konoha style, Dance of the Sun and Moon. Observing the astonishing abilities of the white-haired child before him, Tsukiyakari drew the katana slung across his back, unleashing a sharp gleam that sliced through the air, aimed directly at you. This was a lethal technique of the Konoha swordsmanship, blending the samurai's ii strike. Though he had yet to reach the level seen in the original work, where the shadow clone technique was employed to execute the dance of the crescent moon, Tsukiyakari's ability to wield such Konoha sword techniques while still in the Ninja Academy spoke volumes of his exceptional skill and innate talent. Has he nearly reached the level of a genin? Observing the silent and stealthy Tsukiyakari behind him, U.S. expression remained largely unchanged. Harnessing the powers of the line fruit, he turned and casually waved his hand. Clang, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal colliding. Tsukiyakari's eyes widened in astonishment. A thread. It was actually blocked by a thread. Before the luminescent winds of the moonlight, you stood resolute. A delicate filament having manifested from his outstretched hand, effectively countering the razor-sharp blade wielded by the moonlight gale. Your movements are sluggish. Upon successfully intercepting the sword strike with his crafted thread, an intense gleam erupted in Yu's amber-hued eyes, alarmed by the radiant brilliance emanating from Yu's gaze. The moonlight gale felt a surge of trepidation, yet his body remained as unyielding as concrete, unable to react in time. Shadow Dance Leaf, you uttered sharply, his form descending with a sudden grace, as his right leg swung through the air, unleashing a fierce gust. The sound of a thunderous collision reverberated through the air. To the astonishment of all onlookers, the moonlight gale was struck squarely on the chin by the forceful kick, lifting him off the ground as though he were a mere ragdoll. A resounding thud echoed as he crashed onto the earth, akin to a kite severed from its string. One move. He dispatched the moonlight gale with a single strike? How old could this boy possibly be? Is he a monster? Witnessing this astounding display, Akatsuki Azuki's mouth fell slightly agape, her astonishment palpable. The gale, who once seemed his equal at the Ninja Academy, had been effortlessly sent flying by you. Yuzuki Saika stood stunned, fully aware of the gale's prowess, having grown up alongside him. The moonlight gale, who had executed the Leaf Village's moon and sun dance technique, was now vanquished by a single blow from this seemingly 5- or 6-year-old silver-haired youth. The gale, watching steel be swiftly dispatched by you. Even the more formidable moonlight gale was now sent reeling. At that moment, Kamizuki Izumi, standing nearby, was overtaken by shock. What is happening? Why can't I move my body? Just as he intended to draw his kunai and charge in, he suddenly felt a numbing sensation wash over him. Realizing with growing dread that he was utterly immobilized, regardless of his struggles. Has he struck my pressure points? It seems fortune favors me today. A voice laced with amusement broke through the tension. Immobilized, Kamizuki Izumi widened his eyes in terror as Yu's figure appeared before him, his fist expanding ominously in his vision. Bang! Before he could even utter a cry of pain, Kamizuki Izumi was knocked unconscious by Yu's decisive punch. This technique, known as the rabbit hair needle, involved wrapping chakra around a fine thread and launching it in a needle-like form to strike the opponent's meridian system, rendering them incapable of movement. You had developed this skill by drawing inspiration from the techniques of the Otsutsuki Kagaya in the original narrative, differing only in that while Kagaya employed her hair, you utilized fine thread. Due to the absence of a clear vision, you could only rely on his understanding of human anatomy to execute this maneuver. In truth, the likelihood of accurately striking the meridians and acupoints of his target was rather slim, which explained his earlier lamentation. A profound silence enveloped the scene as evening descended. Before him lay the unconscious figures of Moonlight Gale and Kagura Chutsuki, with Steel sitting on the ground, clutching his calves in silence. The remaining individuals, Itachi and the boy with pineapple hair, along with Yuzuki Yuin and Mitarashi Azuki leaning against each other, were all ensnared in a deathly stillness. Such a peculiar creature. They mused, gazing at you, who was 2 to 3 years younger than themselves, yet had effortlessly dispatched the upperclassmen of the Ninja Academy. The boy with the pineapple hair stood by, seemingly entranced, mumbling to himself. If I am not mistaken, meanwhile, Itachi, glancing at you with an expression of sheer terror, noticed the corners of Yu's mouth curve into a mischievous smirk. You were just boasting about taking me down. Are you trembling now? Itachi's legs quivered uncontrollably, betraying a hint of impending panic. What manner of monster are you? Do not approach. Itachi's voice trembled unnaturally as he watched you advance towards him. As you drew closer, a devilish smile crept across his face, as if recalling a previous encounter. I warned you last time. Should there be a next, I shall pierce your skull. With that, you raised his right index finger, mimicking a gun aimed at Itachi's head. Please, do not kill me. Itachi's expression crumbled under the weight of fear as he envisioned the catastrophic outcome of Yu's threat, a fate akin to having his head shattered like a watermelon. Bang! Observing Itachi on the verge of losing control, Yu's face gleamed with a sly glint as he deliberately made the sound of a gunshot. Instantly, Itachi collapsed, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, having been rendered unconscious by sheer fright. Well, it seems he is frightfully easy to scare. I wonder how such a fellow will fare as a ninja in the future. With a disdainful curl of his lip, you glanced at the now-dazed boy with pineapple hair. By the way, I have yet to inquire your name. You had found the boy's face familiar from the very beginning, though something about it eluded his memory. I am Irika, Hyane Irika. As he noticed Yu's gaze upon him, the boy appeared to awaken from a daze, stammering as he struggled to articulate his name. Though he was a mere 2 or 3 years younger than himself, the boy with the pineapple hairstyle had just witnessed the astonishing prowess that had recently emerged. He had never imagined that a novice entering the Ninja Academy could possess such remarkable abilities. Irika. So it was he. Upon hearing the pineapple-headed youth utter his name, you suddenly experienced an epiphany. It was no wonder he hadn't recognized him at first. Irika's nose was missing a horizontal scar. Irika Yumino, the middle-ranking teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy in the original tale, served as the homeroom teacher for protagonists Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Furthermore, he was Naruto's first mentor in life, having lost both his parents, who were elite ninjas, during the Nine Tails incident. Although his strength was modest, he played a pivotal role in Naruto Uzumaki's growth. As you scrutinized the timid boy before him, a hint of exasperation surfaced on his handsome face. To think that this fellow had been bullied by 2 classmates at the Ninja Academy was rather disappointing. Indeed, while Irika's parents were both esteemed ninjas of Konoha, in the original narrative, Irika's abilities only qualified him as an ordinary middle-ranking ninja. He could not even best the inept Mizuki, who was also a middle-ranking ninja from the academy. From the perspective of a time traveler, Irika's strength truly fell short of expectations, both for the audience and his parents. It was a harsh reality. Not everyone possessed the innate talent for ninjutsu, as you did. Sensing Yu's disdainful gaze, Irika managed a bittersweet smile. Born with mediocre ninja aptitude, he indeed felt he was a source of embarrassment to his parents, both of whom were esteemed Konoha ninjas. Moreover, his aspiration was simply to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy in the future, which would bring him great satisfaction. However, when discussing his future ambitions, a radiant glow of yearning illuminated the youthful Irika's face. All right, as long as you're happy, you thought, rolling his eyes at the dreamlike brilliance blossoming on Irika's countenance. Given that he was destined to be the homeroom teacher of the future protagonists, you couldn't bring himself to discourage him. His gaze then shifted to the side, landing on Mitarashi Anko and Yuzuki Yugogo. Noticing the sticky liquid at the girl's feet gradually dispersing, a faint smile graced Yu's lips. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. After all, these 2 girls had specifically come to prevent Irika from being further harassed by Itachi and his companions, attempting to protect this newcomer to the Ninja Academy. Although their efforts had ultimately proven futile, it was only proper to extend his thanks. Such is the matter of courtesy, he thought. What a rude little brat. Yet, as soon as you uttered these words, a cross appeared on Anko's forehead as she grit her teeth, replying, "You should address us as senpai or older sister." Very well, Anko. Farewell, Anko. However, you directly disregarded the fierce gaze of Mitakashi Azuki beside him. A playful smile gracing his lips as he turned away. I must take my leave now, so I shall leave this mess in your capable hands, Senior Yuin. Until we meet again. With these words, he waved farewell, leaving the two girls and Irika to contemplate his departing figure. How infuriating, that arrogant little brat. Azuki seethed, her bright eyes glaring at Yu's retreating silhouette, her teeth gritted in frustration. He calls Yuin Senior but addresses me as Azuki, giggling at the sight of her irate friend. The charming Yuin could not help but cover her mouth in laughter. Yet, her gaze lingered on Yu as he gradually vanished into the sunset, stirring an unusual ripple of emotions within her. Yu, the medic Nin, is truly an intriguing individual. Time flowed like sand slipping through one's fingers, each day passing in succession. Since becoming a student at the Ninja Academy, Yu had diligently immersed himself in the study of ninja theories and foundational knowledge. Techniques such as transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitution jutsu had all been mastered by him with remarkable proficiency. These were the most practical foundational ninjutsu in combat. Simple, yet capable of turning the tide of battle in critical moments. As anticipated by all, the prodigious Uchiha Shursui had begun to showcase his astonishing talents upon entering the Ninja Academy. Be it ninjutsu, taijutsu, ninja tools, or theoretical knowledge, Uchiha Shursui consistently ranked at the top of his class. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite his exceptional abilities, he had only secured second place in the academy. The coveted position of first place was firmly held by an obscure civilian ninja named Yu, a revelation that left many in disbelief. Consequently, a number of curious individuals began to inquire about the origins of this remarkable youth. After their previous painful lesson, Itachi and Kamizuki Izumi, along with their peers, would avoid Yu as if he were a specter each time they encountered him at the academy. On this particular day, in the expansive training ground of the Ninja Academy, all students from Class 3 had assembled. Classmates, today's agenda is a practical combat exercise, announced their instructor, the esteemed Yuri Hanakane. Her satisfaction evident as she surveyed the gathered students. This exercise aims to enhance our combat experience and identify individual weaknesses. Thus, today's practical exercise will take the form of a free-for-all battle. You may choose your opponents and can also seek temporary allies during the fights. A free-for-all combat exercise? The students murmured in excitement at Akane's words. Among them, you immediately sensed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. It appeared that the educational approach of the Ninja Academy during wartime differed greatly from that of peacetime. Unperturbed by the malevolent gazes surrounding him, you pondered thoughtfully amidst the crowd. After all, in the throes of genuine combat, anything could transpire. This form of practical exercise undoubtedly revealed a ninja's adaptability and shortcomings in real-time scenarios. It is worth noting that the instructor of Yu's class is none other than the slender man with black hair and crimson eyes, who is, in fact, the father of the original character, Kurenai Yuhi. He is the esteemed Jonin of Konoha, who perished during the Nine Tails Rampage. Although Kurenai at this juncture had yet to ascend to the rank of Jonin, his prowess nearly matched that of one, making him the most formidable instructor within the entire Ninja Academy. It is precisely due to his confidence in his own abilities that Kurenai dared to employ such a high-risk method of indiscriminate combat for the practical exercises, aiming to rigorously hone the skills of all the ninja students present. Thus, the live combat exercise commenced. Without further ado, Kurenai declared the start and positioned himself to observe the unfolding action. My apologies, Yakushi. As expected, the moment Kurenai announced the beginning of the exercise, a flurry of sounds erupted from behind you. Seizing the opportunity as all the ninja students sought refuge in the nearby bushes and trees, a fellow classmate charged at you from behind, aiming a punch at his back. It was as if you had eyes in the back of his head. In anticipation of the impending ambush, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. Ouch! That hurts. Let go. Accompanied by cries of distress, you effortlessly pivoted to face his assailant. He seized the opponent's arm and performed a gentle twist, immobilizing him with a lock against his back. Nara Shuriken out. Within mere seconds of the exercise's commencement, one ninja student had already been subdued by you. Observing from the sidelines, Kurenai swiftly declared him out, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing across his crimson eyes. As the instructor of Class 3, Kurenai held you, who excelled in every aspect, eclipsing even the Uchiha prodigy, Shursui. in high regard. He was eager to discern the true extent of the abilities possessed by this boy, who surpassed the genius Uchiha in academic achievements, through this practical exercise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sharp slicing sounds pierced the air. Just as you had dispatched Nara Shuriken, 5 or 6 shurikens hurtled towards him, embedding themselves in his form in an instant. Ah, teacher, that Gayu has been killed. The onlooking students, mere children of the ninja academy, gasped in horror at the sight before them. Silence. Focus your attention. The setting sun, crimson and resplendent, emitted a low growl, and in its deep red gaze, a spark of brilliance flickered. With a resounding thud, as the words fell, the figure of you, struck by a shuriken, transformed into mere wood. The art of the substitution technique was executed with remarkable precision. Just moments ago, I too had nearly missed the moment he shifted his true form. Observing U.S. display of this technique, the watching Siri Junhong nodded in satisfaction. Hey, that shuriken has already revealed your hiding spots. A calm voice resonated. And you reappeared vividly before the crowd. His body became a swift phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched the several ninja students who had just thrown shuriken, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Ow wow, that hurts. Teacher Siri, this guy, Yao Shiryu, is incredible. After you had knocked out 4 or 5 ninja students, the little rascals, clutching their sore spots, approached Siri Jinhong with expressions of discontent. So cool. Go, Udano. Take them all down. Meanwhile, observing Yu's ethereal appearance and overpowering prowess, a group of girls watching nearby were nearly swooning with excitement, seemingly forming a cheerleading squad as they rallied for him. Udano? Hearing the newly minted title from the girls beside him, a faint smile of bemusement curled at the corners of U.S. mouth. Such flamboyant phenomena could only occur in a two-dimensional world, he mused. With these thoughts in mind, his feet did not falter. The U before everyone moved through the chaotic training ground with the grace of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly dispatching one unexpected opponent after another. Secret technique, insect sphere. A voice called out, and suddenly, a swarm of dense black insects spread through the air, converging on you from all directions to launch an assault. Is this the secret technique of the Oil Woman clan? There are only this few insects. It seems they haven't mastered it yet. Facing the suddenly appearing ninja student, Yunu Shahaku, along with the swarm of insects enveloping him like a faint black mist, U.S. expression remained calm. Although the Oil Woman clan's technique was formidable, it lacked the potency to pose any threat to him at this level of ninja academy. Leaf Hurricane, he exclaimed lightly, and as his body slightly lowered, a powerful kick was unleashed, creating a fierce whirlwind that swept away all the encroaching insects, along with Yunu Shahaku. Incredible. Is this guy really a ninja student from our cohort? This time, not only the group of girls, but even the boys who had already been knocked out expressed their astonishment. Indeed, even amidst the tumult of war, the students of the Ninja Academy possessed commendable ninja skills. Yet, against these underclassmen who had not reached the level of Chunin, you hardly needed to employ the powers of the string fruit or other advanced ninjutsu. Relying solely on his formidable skills and physical prowess, he effortlessly overwhelmed the students of the Ninja Academy. Perhaps only that fellow Shursui could compel me to unleash my true strength, he mused. As he contemplated this, facing a series of seemingly trivial attacks, you became increasingly resolute in his decision to apply for early graduation once he had mastered all the foundational ninjutsu. After all, his purpose in entering the Ninja Academy was not to squander time or feign ignorance. Such child's play held no appeal for him. Are you, the medic? A dispassionate voice broke through his thoughts. As you snapped back to reality, he beheld a figure clad in white swiftly dispatching several surrounding ninja students, positioning himself before you. Let me see what kind of strength you possess that can overshadow the Uchiha clan's prodigy, Shursui. With long, jet black hair cascading down and a strikingly handsome visage. The true focus of Yu's attention was the boy's pure white eyes. He was unmistakably a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, one of the oldest noble families in Konoha. Hyuga Satana? Upon the sudden appearance of this young Hyuga, Yu's previously indifferent gaze grew somewhat serious. Among his peers at the Ninja Academy, aside from the Uchiha Shursui, it was this boy named Hyuga Satana who exhibited the greatest prowess, an unexpected genius ninja not mentioned in the original narrative. Byakugan. Without further ado, the Hyuga youth began to form hand seals. His pure white eyes widened dramatically, revealing pronounced veins at his temples. Has he awakened the Byakugan at such a young age? Faced with the Byakugan activated by Hyuga Satana, you felt as though every aspect of his being was laid bare under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes. A flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The Byakugan is the bloodline limit of the ancient and noble Hyuga clan. Although its awakening is not as demanding as the Sharingan of the Uchiha, achieving it at this age speaks volumes about the extraordinary talent of this young Hyuga. Be careful. Gentle fist. After activating the Byakugan, noticing Yu's momentary distraction, the Hyuga youth called out, his hands already emanating a sphere of blue chakra. The gentle fist. A treasured technique of the Hyuga clan and the most formidable martial art style in Konoha, allows direct attacks on the chakra network and, when combined with the Byakugan, can target the opponent's chakra points. Is this the gentle fist of the Hyuga style? As you face the flurry of strikes from Hyuga Satana, who had transformed into a blur, he deftly retreated, evading the blue chakra-laden fists. Unlike the Konoha-style martial arts he was currently training in, the gentle fist focuses on upper body movements, typically safeguarding the lower body. The upper body employs the unique gentle fist to infuse chakra into the opponent's body, aiming to disrupt their meridians and internal organs. In the realm of ninjas, regardless of their prowess, few can truly master the internal organs. Injuries inflicted by the gentle fist are often lethal. Only those who attain the 6 paths level or possess the sage body akin to Senju Hashirama, or who have undergone transformation by the Akatsuki to become immortal, can withstand such damage. The Konoha style of strong fist, however, emphasizes powerful lower body movements, employing wide-ranging techniques predominantly focused on leg strikes. By harnessing chakra, practitioners can enhance their explosive power and destructive capability, executing swift and formidable attacks that deliver direct harm to their adversaries. In essence, these two distinct styles each possess their own merits. Thus, if one were to be struck by the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, even a mere graze could allow Hinata Sukuna to inflict internal damage to Yu's organs and chakra pathways, thanks to the unique chakra-infused technique. It appears that, aside from the renowned Neji Hyuga from the original narrative, other exceptional talents have emerged from the branch families of the Hyuga clan as well. Observing the fierce onslaught of Hinata Sukuna's gentle fist before him, you could not help but feel the palpable disparity in strength between this youth and his fellow ninja trainees. In that moment, his mind raced with astonishment. According to the original plot of Naruto, the Hyuga clan has seemingly lacked any formidable figures capable of rivaling the Uchiha clan throughout its history. Among the Uchiha's younger generation, there was the strongest Genjutsu user, Shisui Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha, who achieved the level of Hokage by the age of 13. Even Sasuke Uchiha, who initially seemed mediocre, later experienced a dramatic power surge, awakening the reincarnated soul of Indra and inheriting the legacy of the Sage of 6 Paths, thus becoming one of the strongest in the ninja world. Not to mention the legendary figures of Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, who have left indelible marks on history. In contrast, the Hyuga clan has produced no significant powerhouses over nearly a century in Konoha, aside from the briefly mentioned Tenten Hyuga. The sole genius, Neji Hyuga, was the first among the new generation of 12 elite ninjas to achieve the rank of Jonin, yet tragically fell during the Fourth Great Ninja War, becoming the only sacrifice among the 12. Thus, the emergence of this prodigious youth, Hinata Sukuna, took you by surprise. Indeed, the true world of Naruto harbors many individuals and events unmentioned in the anime. Just as Yu's gaze wandered, he witnessed Hinata Sukuna, who continued to unleash the gentle fist techniques, suddenly roar with intensity. A fierce light erupted from his pure white eyes as he assumed a distinctive stance. Arms positioned in front of you, you have stepped into my Bagua domain. Feeling an intangible realm enveloping him, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the 8 trigrams 32 palms of the gentle fist. Before you could react, Hinata Sukuna charged into his embrace, delivering the secret gentle fist technique with both hands in a powerful strike. A tempestuous storm assailed Yu's 32 vital points with relentless force. No, it is you who shall meet your end. Yet, in the face of Hinata Sukuna's lethal onslaught, Yu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, as a layer of electric radiance began to emanate from his body. What is this? Upon perceiving the blue-white currents surrounding you, the observer, Akane Yuhi, felt her gaze sharpen. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Hinata Sukuna, who had just executed the soft fist 8 trigrams, stood momentarily stunned by the violent electric discharge erupting from you. ZZZZT. A cacophony of raging electricity accompanied the scene as Sanada collided into Yu's embrace, his entire being assaulted by the powerful currents in the air. This prodigious youth of the Hyuga clan felt a sharp, paralyzing pain coursing through his body. And in the blink of an eye, he lost all control, collapsing helplessly before you. How infuriating is this? Could it be a lightning release technique? Just as victory seemed within reach, he found himself incapacitated, kneeling before you. Discontent was etched across Sanada's face, his gaze fixated on you. Oh, perhaps this is an incomplete lightning release technique. As the ferocious currents gradually subsided, you observed the prostrate Sanada and spoke with a calm demeanor. Is this the Chidori? No, it can only be deemed a half-formed version of it. The Chidori is an advanced A-rank lightning release technique, an evolution of the original, merging both offense and defense through the release of lightning from the entire body. However, you had only recently grasped the Chidori, and in this brief span, could only develop it to a rudimentary stage. Were it the perfected Chidori, Sanada would already be unconscious, rather than merely paralyzed. Enough. It is over. At that moment, Akane Yuhi interjected. Your practical assessment has been passed. Step aside. The others may continue. Even the prodigious Hinata Sanada was so effortlessly bested. Akane could easily discern that Yu's prowess far surpassed that of his contemporaries. Allowing him to remain any longer would serve no purpose and would disrupt the balance of the practical exercises for the other ninja students. Such remarkable talent. Gazing at the white-haired boy descending from the training field with an impassive expression, Akane could not help but marvel inwardly. As someone whose strength nearly reached the level of a jonin, he was acutely aware of the immense difficulty involved in unleashing a lightning release technique that transforms chakra properties throughout the body. Yet here stood you, a 5-year-old boy, a novice ninja who had only recently entered the academy, effortlessly achieving such a feat beneath Akane's seemingly composed exterior. A tempest of emotions roiled within. Having nearly mastered the fundamental ninjutsu and theories at the Ninja Academy, you withdrew from the training grounds and took a seat on the adjacent playground. As he observed his classmates engaged in practical combat drills, he murmured softly to himself. It seemed that, in due time, he would be eligible to apply for early graduation. Given Yu's current prowess, he could easily overwhelm any opponent at the academy, relying solely on the ninjutsu and taijutsu from the world of Naruto, all while concealing the abilities granted by the line fruit. Thus, remaining here any longer served no purpose. His original plan was to become an independent ninja as swiftly as possible. That was quite an impressive battle. Yu Kuin remains as remarkable as ever, a true genius among ninjas. Came a cool yet gentle voice from behind, pulling you from his reverie. Turning around, he was momentarily stunned by the serene expression of his visitor. Yuyuki-senpai. Indeed, it was the enchanting Yuzuki Yuyuki, whom he had encountered previously, dressed in a sleeveless white ninja skirt, the straps delicately tied, revealing a flawless expanse of skin akin to polished jade. The appearance of this year's Academy Belle captured the attention of all the male students from Class 3. Isn't that the upperclassman Yuzuki? She is truly stunning, exclaimed one. How infuriating. Even the school's beauty seems to be captivated by that guy, Yakushi Uru. As Yuyuki approached you, a wave of jealousy erupted among his classmates. What brings you here? Ignoring the envious gazes surrounding them, Yu was taken aback by the striking presence of Yuzuki Yuyuki before him. If not for his journey into this world, who could have imagined that the masked Umbu Kunoichi from Naruto would possess such a breathtaking and graceful appearance in reality? She's quite the catch. I like her. Go for it. Seize her. An unexpected voice echoed in Yu's mind. Seize your sister. You startled me. The sudden emergence of the devilish voice nearly caused Yu to spasm in shock. After deciphering its message, he couldn't help but mentally retort. Aren't you a woman? Indeed. I am. But who says a woman cannot be attracted to another woman? The voice replied with a hint of mischief. Besides, this type of girl is precisely my favorite. Is this even permissible? Just as Yu's conventional beliefs and principles seemed on the verge of shattering under the influence of the inner demon, Yuyuki, with her flowing violet hair, arrived before him. Gently lifting a delicately packaged 3-tiered bento box, she revealed a shy smile reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Yujun, I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? Those who care are quite mad. Of course, I have no objections. As it happens, I find myself rather hungry, so I must trouble you, Senior Shien. As I glanced at the enchanting figure of Yuzuki Shien, seated beside me, my fingers instinctively twitched. Uncertain whether it was the allure of the food or her beauty that stirred my appetite. How infuriating. Why would the senior, Yuzuki, fixate on me? Is beauty truly such a remarkable trait? It feels deeply unfair. As we sat together on the playground, enjoying our bento, a commotion erupted among a group of girls in the training ground. The appearance of the school's belle, the Ninja Academy's flower, instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis among these little admirers. Amidst their gritted teeth, they unconsciously grasped an innocent boy who was now rolling his eyes back in sheer panic. Time flowed on. In the otherwise mundane life at the Ninja Academy, a year had passed. With my remarkable performance, the name Yakushi Uru began to circulate alongside that of the Uchiha clan's prodigy, Shursui. Now, nearly everyone in the village was aware that after Kakashi, the son of White Fang, Konoha had birthed two extraordinary ninja. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat alongside Shimura Danzo and two senior advisors, Midogate and Tsurugi Koharu. The two applications for early graduation laid before the third Hokage piqued the attention of Konoha's highest leadership. Puffing on his pipe, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his aged brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Was it too soon for them to graduate, having only been enrolled for a year? As time passed to the 45th year of Konoha, the third great ninja war grew increasingly dire. The conflict with the sand village of the Land of Wind continued, while the rock village of the Land of Earth unexpectedly launched an assault through the grass ninja village, placing immense pressure on Konoha from both fronts. Intelligence reports from the front lines enveloped the Hokage's office in a somber atmosphere. I have never encountered such a student, remarked the third Hokage, recalling last year's graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, where all assessments in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tools had received full marks. Hearing the Hokage's skepticism, the kunoichi, Hinata Sakura, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. A hint of profound emotion graced her steady visage as she continued. He excels in all other respects as well, and retaining him at the Ninja Academy serves no further purpose. Therefore, Hokage-sama, I propose that Yakushi Uru apply for early graduation. Upon witnessing Sakura's suggestion, another Chunin quickly stepped forward. Indeed, Hokage-sama, I too propose that Uchiha Shursui be granted early graduation. This was the ninja instructor of Class 2, who also served as Shursui's homeroom teacher. Yakushi Uru and Uchiha Shursui. Gazing at Sakura and the other Chunin, the third Hokage murmured their names, both of which had become widely discussed throughout the village. Especially upon hearing the name of Shursui, the third Hokage's aged eyes reflected a trace of nostalgia. Shursui Uchiha must be a descendant of Kagami. Simultaneously, both children have applied for early graduation, yet they are merely first-year students, are they not? Although the third Hokage was astonished by the talents of these two youths, a hint of concern still lingered on his face. His gaze shifted towards the other three high-ranking officials of Konoha beside him, seeking their opinions. True, they are first years, but is that not commendable? Moreover, there are precedents, are there not? At that moment, a deep voice resonated. It was Danzo Shimura, seated next to the third Hokage. These two boys must be rare geniuses in Konoha. After all, allowing them to graduate early would be in their best interest. Accompanied by his somber tone, a hint of barely perceptible greed and ambition flickered in Danzo's exposed left eye. Ever since the establishment of the independent underground organization, Root, Danzo's thirst for talent had intensified. For instance, a few years ago, Kakashi Hitaki, a prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, had long been one of his coveted targets. Well, Danzo does have a point. Although the third Hokage usually opposed Danzo's views, today he found himself in rare agreement. After a moment of contemplation, a sigh of realization crossed the third Hokage's face. He had not anticipated that within just a year, these two youngsters would apply for graduation, a testament to their astounding talent. Yakushi Kabuto and Shursui Uchiha, the remarkable gifts of these two youths inevitably reminded him of his beloved disciple, Orochimaru. Yet, even Orochimaru had not reached such heights at their age. Such talented ninjas ought to be honed with diligence. The third Hokage set down his pipe and inscribed his name on the application. However, for the sake of these two boys' safety, they must be thoroughly tested before graduating early. Kabuto, how intriguing it is that he can rival the genius Shursui of the Uchiha clan. Witnessing the third Hokage's approval of the two boys' early graduation application, Danzo's exposed left eye gleamed with an inscrutable depth and darkness. If I am not mistaken, They should be the children adopted by that woman, right? 3 days later. The news of Shursui Uchiha and Yakushi Kabuto's application for early graduation sent ripples through the entire ninja academy, and even the whole of Konoha was abuzz with chatter. Have you heard? That genius of the Uchiha clan, Shursui, has applied for early graduation. In a tavern, a chunin conversed with his companions. I've heard it long ago. However, apart from Shursui Uchiha, there is another boy who applied for early graduation. The other chunin responded somewhat dismissively, saying, while the Hokage has approved it, it will not be so easy for those two boys to graduate smoothly. It is said that in addition to the regular graduation assessments, they must also face 3 genin alone to successfully graduate. 3 genin? Isn't that rather unfair? Upon hearing this, the previous chunin widened his eyes in disbelief. Typically, upon graduating from a ninja academy, one only needed to reach the rank of genin. This was the information I had gathered while patrolling the Hokage's office. Given the current wartime context, it was only natural that the standards for these two younglings would be set higher to prevent their sacrifice on the battlefield. The chunin then shifted his tone, stating that the Hokage's intent was not for them to defeat 3 genin, but rather to survive the encounter with them in practical combat. It became evident that the third Hokage was truly invested in the welfare of these children in the village. In the back mountains of Konoha, while the entire village engaged in discussions about this matter, you remained solitary, tirelessly training day after day. 5 color threads. With a sharp exclamation, you extended his left hand, claw-like, and struck at a large tree 10 meters away. Boom. 5 sharp, invisible strands sliced through the air, instantaneously cleaving the tree, which was as thick as a child's embrace, into 6 segments. The towering tree collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust in the forest. Foot-cutting threads. Yet, Yu's movements did not cease. He spun midair and, leveraging his momentum, unleashed a powerful whip kick. 8 nearly transparent, thread-like strands erupted from the tip of his foot. Boom. The massive rock before him shattered with a resounding crash, debris scattering as Yu's strike cleaved it in 2. The residual force carved a long gash into the ground beneath him. Such rapid progress. In just 1 year, he had developed the abilities of the thread fruit to this extent. Without warning, a seductive, demonic voice echoed in Yu's ears. Over the past year, his strength had surged dramatically. He had not only elevated his monochrome threads to 5 color threads, but he had also begun to uncover other abilities and techniques of the thread fruit. The foot-cutting threads were one such technique, generating 8 nearly transparent strands from the tip of his foot, capable of delivering a linear kick that could send an opponent flying. This technique bore similarities to a kicking variant of the 5 color threads, possessing enough power to bisect a building, rendering even the strongest armor insufficient for complete defense. This level is still far from enough. Hearing the demon's praise, you remained unsatisfied. In his amber-hued eyes, there glimmered an unquenchable thirst for power. It was the height of the Third Great Ninja War, and in the face of the cruel meat grinder that was the battlefield, even the mightiest strength seemed inadequate. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Contemplating the harsh and fierce battlefield outside, you clenched his teeth resolutely, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. His right palm, as usual, began to condense a spiraling sphere of blue light, the god concealment Rinnegan. After forming the Rinnegan in his palm, you carefully infused it with the water-type chakra from within him. Splash! A resounding cacophony of water erupted, and the Shinhin spiraling sphere in Yu's hand underwent an astonishing transformation. A highly concentrated water lance manifested upon his right hand, enveloping it like a spiraling water vortex. It unleashed a thunderous roar, as though you were grasping an entire waterfall of intense concentration. What is this? Are you out of your mind? Stop at once. This technique is far too advanced for you. The voice of the demon shrieked in alarm at the drastic change exhibited by the Shinhin spiraling sphere in Yu's grasp. Boom. Yet, it was too late. Before you could revel in his newfound power, the highly pressurized water lance he had been concentrating exploded. The terrifying force hurled him through the air. Have I failed again? Damn it, that hurt. You sat up from the ground, gazing at his right arm, which had been torn and lacerated, blood gushing forth. Palm healing technique. Without a moment's hesitation, as his arm still retained some mobility, you formed hand seals. A green chakra coalesced above his left hand, and under the exquisite prowess of this medical ninjutsu, his bloodied right arm began to mend rapidly. The palm healing technique is a superior form of medical ninjutsu, far beyond ordinary healing methods. It boasts an astonishing recovery speed for both internal and external injuries, capable of administering healing from a distance of 1 meter. Furthermore, it can disrupt the chakra circulation within another's body, inducing a state of slumber and showcasing its formidable destructive potential, thus earning the title of combat medical ninjutsu. However, due to the exceedingly high demands of chakra control, practitioners are exceedingly rare, nearly extinct. Even among the ranks of medical ninjas, those capable of wielding the palm healing technique are but a handful. This extraordinary technique can revitalize all cells within a wound, healing it in a mere 5 minutes, a feat so challenging that even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, found it difficult. Yet, after a year of dedicated training, Yu, gifted with remarkable talent for ninjutsu, mastered this advanced medical art by the tender age of 6. Had the outside world been aware, they would undoubtedly regard him as a prodigious anomaly. Are you willing to sacrifice your arm? If you continue recklessly, you might even lose your life. The demon's agitated tone revealed her lingering fury, though Yu's severe injuries were gradually healing under the immense efficacy of the palm healing technique. The hard vortex water blade is an original technique developed by Yu, inspired by an S-rank ultimate water ninjutsu. The second Hokage's Kamizuru Tobarama from a game called Ultimate Generations, Storm. Such a technique does not exist within the world of Naruto, allowing for combat at both close and long distances. It creates a water vortex in the hands, condensing its form into water spears that spin rapidly in unpredictable layers. When forcefully thrown, upon contact with a target, it generates a colossal water tornado, boasting immense power and breathtaking elegance. Indeed, it is the strongest known water ninjutsu. If I were to perish like this, would you not seize the opportunity to consume my soul? The grievous injury to my arm has finally healed completely under my adept medical ninjutsu. However, feeling the demon's emotions of both sorrow and anger, you could not help but feel astonished. You truly exasperate me. Witnessing Yu's dazed reaction, the demon found itself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the voice faded from Yu's ear, returning to a dormant state. What is this? Are you truly upset over such trivial matters? Feeling the demon's anger dissipate, Yu stood there, baffled. It was utterly perplexing. Understanding women seemed far more troublesome than mastering ninjutsu. Nevertheless, upon regaining his focus and gazing at the tattered remnants of his sleeve, Yu could not suppress a wry smile. Attempting to infuse the Shinso Rasen Shuriken with chakra nature transformation without having reached the Chunin level was indeed overly ambitious. After all, he was not a prodigy like Naruto, who possessed both the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan's heritage. A year had passed, and 6-year-old Yu had grown slightly taller than the previous year. His white hair shimmered like moonlight, and his amber eyes sparkled with youthful innocence, rendering his cherubic face even more striking. Throughout the year, his relentless training had led to remarkable advancements not only in his mastery of the line fruits abilities and ninjutsu, but also in his chakra levels, which had barely surpassed the Chunin rank. Under the transformation bestowed by the superhuman-type devil fruit, his chakra reserves were far beyond what an ordinary Chunin could compare to. Yu estimated that typical Chunin were no longer his adversaries. Even when facing a Jonin, he could ensure his safe retreat. Tomorrow marks the graduation assessment. According to Teacher Sunset, in addition to the standard tests, the third Hokage would arrange for 3 genin to engage in survival combat. As the evening sun painted the Konoha forest crimson, Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk. Humph, given my current prowess, 3 genin are hardly a challenge. I just wonder if that fellow Shursui can hold his own. This confidence did not stem from an inflated ego, but rather from Yu's elevated perspective. Indeed, he regarded the 3 genin with indifference. One could only hope that tomorrow would not be overly tedious. As night descended, the Konoha orphanage, typically preparing for slumber at this hour, was suddenly filled with a commotion of excitement and discussion. What? Applying for early graduation? Yu, who had just returned to the orphanage, weary from his day, looked with surprise at the astonished face of Yakushi Nono, who stood before him, clutching a confirmation letter for his early graduation application. Since applying for early graduation required parental consent, Yu remained largely unfazed by Nono's astonishment. In this lifetime, he did not even know who his parents were. So the approval for early graduation could only be signed by the head of the orphanage, Yakushi Nono. How incredibly cool. You audacious fellow. Only a year into your studies, and you're already seeking early graduation. At this moment, Within the hall of the wooden cabin, a circle of children surrounded you and the healer Nanoyu. The boisterous Uruzi was wide-eyed, his face a canvas of envy and astonishment. Is it true that you is about to become a bona fide ninja? What an unadulterated genius. Meanwhile, the other children gazed at you in disbelief, especially the girls, including Momoka and Mayu, whose large eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence. Can it be that he is just a year older than me and is already graduating from ninja school? You truly is an enviable individual. At this moment, gazing at you, who was being celebrated like a star, one would think he possessed all the treasures of the world. Even in the far corner, the healer Kabuto, behind his black-framed glasses, harbored a sense of yearning and hope. However, you perceived the blind adoration and reverence of the children around him in a different light. Looking at the 6-year-old you before her, Nanoyu's gentle face was etched with deep concern and worry. Is it too soon for you to become a formal ninja at just 6 years old? There is no need to fret, director. Understanding Nanoyu's apprehensions, you wore a relaxed smile, assuring her that he must successfully pass the assessment designed by the 3rd Hokage tomorrow to graduate from ninja school and become an official ninja. Additionally, director, you entrusted your glasses to Kabuto. At this juncture, you paused slightly. From his newly donned black and white kimono, he produced a brand new pair of black-framed glasses and handed them to Nanoyu, saying, "This is a gift I purchased with the reward I received for treating the village's ninjas." What is this? Taken aback by the gift you offered, Nanoyu opened the box to reveal the black-framed glasses he had chosen for her. Upon wearing them, the smiling white-haired youth before her became vividly clear. Yet she felt her own vision growing increasingly blurred. You dear child. As night fell in the wooden cabin, the candlelight gradually warmed the autumn air. The following morning, the training grounds of the ninja school were packed with spectators, beyond the usual ninja students and instructors observing the graduation assessments. Many other ninjas and villagers from the community had gathered. After all, since the prodigy Kakashi Hatake, 2 more gifted youths were set to graduate from ninja school at the tender age of 6, naturally drawing widespread attention in the village of Kanehagakure. Everyone was eager to witness the remarkable performances of these 2 celebrated prodigies. In fact, even the 3rd Hokage, though not present in person, was observing the proceedings through a crystal ball in his office, employing a technique to see from afar. Today's assessments included a theoretical examination on ninja fundamentals and a practical application of the body technique. For you and Shursui, these posed no challenge, and they swiftly achieved full marks. Moving on to the highly anticipated survival test. Yahiko-yu, Uchiha Shursui. These 6 lower ninjas will be your opponents in the upcoming survival assessment. Your task is to endure a 5-minute battle against 3 lower-ranked ninjas, and if you can survive, you will have passed the assessment. In the vast training ground of the Ninja Academy, Yuhi Akane announced loudly to the 2 boys before her, Yu and Shursui. As the most formidable instructor of the Ninja Academy, Yuhi Akane, who had just been promoted to Jonin yesterday, naturally presided over this highly anticipated graduation examination. Behind her stood 6 adult ninjas clad in green vests, adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protectors. Their commanding presence indicated that these 6 ninjas were elite lower-ranked ninjas, each having executed countless missions with remarkable expertise. Who among you will step up for the assessment first? With a piercing gaze, Yuhi Akane scrutinized the 2 boys standing before her. Your academic performance has consistently surpassed mine at the academy. Allow me to go first. Just as he was about to step forward, Shursui swiftly moved ahead of him, casting a mischievous smile back at you. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Shursui had also made remarkable strides in strength over the past year, not just you. From the brilliance concealed within Shursui's dark eyes and the palpable aura he exuded, it was evident that his prowess had indeed surpassed that of an ordinary lower-ranked ninja. Very well, Shursui, you may go first, but I hope I do not witness you shedding tears in defeat later. Observing Shursui take the lead onto the training ground, Yu, unfazed, smirked and joked with him. Although they were rivals within the academy, they shared a close friendship outside of it. TCH, if you can't even pass this level of assessment, I'll make sure to show you my Sharingan and give you a cross-eyed look. Shursui, now on the training ground, felt emboldened by Yu's playful banter, and a confident smile graced his lips as he faced the 3 lower-ranked ninjas standing before him. Let the test commence. Upon seeing Shursui take the stage, Yuhi Akane solemnly declared the assessment underway. Is that boy truly the renowned prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Shursui? He certainly presents an impressive figure. Despite being a genius of the Uchiha clan, would he be able to contend against 3 lower-ranked ninjas? The presence of the celebrated young prodigy Shisui incited a stir among the observing crowd. The Uchiha clan has long been regarded as the foremost family in Konoha and throughout the ninja world, a prestigious lineage tracing back to the Warring States period. Such remarkable talent among the younger generation. To think he is applying for graduation at such a tender age, remarked an unassuming lower-ranked ninja as he gazed upon the 6-year-old Shisui. Are you the Uchiha Shisui? Your name has been frequently spoken of in the village over the past few years. Among the 3 genin, the one standing in the middle displayed a hint of disdain on his face. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently heard the name of the prodigy, Shisui. Humph. What a genius from the Uchiha clan. Merely a 6-year-old child. The last genin crossed his arms, a look of contempt evident on his features. No matter how talented he may be, he is just a mere child of 6. How could he possibly stand a chance against seasoned elite genin? Especially when faced with 3 opponents. My apologies, seniors, he said, addressing the 3 genin, each of whom bore distinct attitudes. Standing in the training ground, Shisui remained unfazed, politely raising 2 fingers of one hand before him. This gesture signified the beginning of a duel, a customary ritual among ninjas before engaging in combat, with a concluding gesture of reconciliation to symbolize camaraderie after the match. Humph, what a polite little brat. Observing Shisui's humility, the genin at the front softened his expression slightly and raised his own 2 fingers in response, forming the same gesture of challenge. Whoosh! Just as the genin completed the gesture, a series of sharp, whistling sounds filled the air. Before their eyes, 10 shurikens spun rapidly, hurtling toward them from various angles. So swift. Upon witnessing Shisui's astonishing shuriken technique, the 3 genin were taken aback, promptly dispelling any underestimations they harbored. Scatter! The genin in the center shouted decisively, and the trio swiftly dispersed. It was too late. As the 3 genin hastily spread apart, a glimmer of determination flashed in Shisui's dark eyes. He aimed to take one down first. Clang! Clang! With the sound of 2 sharp metal collisions, the genin in the center looked on in disbelief as Shisui's 2 kunai, launched with impeccable timing, struck the whirling shuriken with precision. The trajectory of the 2 shuriken was altered in an instant, and they pierced into the genin's body from an improbable angle. Ito, upon dodging to the side, one of the remaining genin turned to see one of their own had already fallen. The 2 left standing were instantly alarmed, their voices rising in astonishment. How is this possible? A moment of suffocating silence ensued, followed by an uproar from the onlookers. A 6-year-old boy facing 3 genin. Would he even last 5 minutes? Yet, in less than 5 seconds since the survival exercise commenced, an experienced genin had already been taken down. Witnessing this unbelievable scene unfold on the training ground left everyone present in shock. What extraordinary shuriken techniques! He had actually eliminated a genin, truly deserving of the Uchiha clan's reputation for producing geniuses. A chunin in the crowd couldn't help but show surprise on his face. The finesse of Shisui's shuriken technique was something he doubted he could replicate himself. Humph, these fools greatly underestimate the capabilities of Shisui. While everyone else is awestruck by Shisui's astonishing prowess, Yu, who stands nearby, wears an expression of indifference. Graduating at the top of his class from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7, awakening his Sharingan at 8, ascending to Chunin by 10, and becoming the captain of the Umbu and annihilating his clan by 13. These remarkable achievements are indeed the illustrious milestones of Uchiha Itachi as depicted in the original narrative. However, what many might overlook is the even more formidable record set by Uchiha Shisui, Itachi's mentor and dear friend, during this tumultuous period of war. Before Itachi's rise, Shisui, at a similar youthful age, was already hailed as the strongest of the Uchiha and stood as a pillar of his clan. By the time Itachi became a genin, the slightly older Shisui had already attained the rank of jonin and later became the captain of the Umbu. Note, captain, not merely a team leader. Setting aside the legendary Jinjutsu Koto Amatsukami and the renowned body flicker technique, Orochimaru, upon witnessing Itachi's shuriken training at the age of 11, remarked that Itachi's skills had reached a level unattainable by ordinary ninjas, as Shisui was the guiding force behind Itachi's shuriken practice. One can surmise that Shisui's skills in this regard undoubtedly surpassed those of Itachi. Thus, devoid of any exaggeration or disparagement, it is evident that in the presence of such an extraordinary display of strength from Shisui, Only you, as a time traveler, remains unfazed. Cursed Uchiha brat. Witnessing Shursui swiftly eliminate his comrade, the remaining two genin on the training field dared not exhibit any carelessness. One of them, taking advantage of his companion's cover, rapidly maneuvered behind Shursui, shouting in fury as he lunged with a sharp kunai aimed directly at Shursui's back. Watch out. The onlookers immediately felt a surge of anxiety, hoping desperately that the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan would not fall so easily. Bang! Just as the kunai struck Shursui's back, the assailant's expression shifted drastically as he found his target had transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing before his eyes. A clone technique? How could that be? When did he form the hand seals? As confusion coursed through the genin's mind, a sleek black kunai pressed against his neck. While your companion was covering for you, he inadvertently provided me with the opportunity to form my seals. With a calm voice, Shursui stood behind the genin. Another adversary eliminated. The crowd around them gasped in awe at Shursui's formidable strength. Is this shadow clone technique? A mere 6-year-old child can employ the shadow clone technique? Some keen-eyed ninjas in the crowd began to realize that what Shursui had executed was not the ordinary clone technique, but rather the advanced shadow clone technique, reserved for those of Jonin rank. The shadow clone technique, an ingenious ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, transcends the mere illusions created by the standard clone technique. Unlike its simpler counterpart, the shadow clone technique manifests physical replicas of the user, with chakra evenly distributed among each clone, making it an impeccable B-rank ninjutsu. Do not be overly arrogant, young one. Even hubris has its limits. As he witnessed his two companions being swiftly subdued by the mere 6-year-old Shursui, the last remaining genin in the training arena began to realize the grave threat to his dignity as a shinobi. Fire release, fireball jutsu. With these words, the last genin distanced himself from Shursui, rapidly forming hand seals before inhaling deeply and unleashing a massive fireball towards his opponent. So, he has finally resorted to a jutsu of the higher ranks. Observers in the crowd stirred with excitement, some recognizing this as a D-rank fire release technique. Using fire release in the presence of the Uchiha clan's ninjas, one could not help but wonder whether this was sheer carelessness or ignorance. Standing unfazed before the approaching fireball, Shursui wore a faintly amused expression. A flicker of fervent light ignited in his dark eyes as he swiftly completed 6 hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Shursui took a deep breath, and in an instant, a colossal fireball erupted in the training arena, its searing heat warping the very air around it. This was indeed a common C-rank fire release technique among Konoha's shinobi. Is this the Uchiha clan's signature fire release technique? What tremendous power! This boy is undeniably a prodigy. Witnessing the immense fireball and feeling the oppressive heat, the spectators, including both ninjas and civilians, were left in awe of the astonishing prowess and talent of the young Uchiha. Ah, it's so hot. The fireball rapidly engulfed the released fireball of the last genin, who began to scream in agony as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by Shursui's formidable fire release technique. In this practical survival test, Shursui Uchiha emerged victorious, successfully passing the assessment. Observing Shursui's triumph over 3 genin, the proctor, Hinata Mako, promptly announced his victory. 2 figures swiftly emerged to rescue the last genin from the inferno. He won. He actually won. This 6-year-old defeated 3 genin. The crowd erupted in disbelief as they witnessed the conclusion of what was supposed to be a 5-minute survival test, culminating in the 6-year-old Uchiha Shursui's decisive victory over 3 genin. The atmosphere surrounding the training arena was electrified with excitement. Is this a joke? Am I dreaming? The prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Shursui, truly lives up to his reputation. This is rather exaggerated. Is he truly just a mere child from a ninja academy yet to graduate? The battle has concluded, yet the Uchiha youth, descending from the training grounds, leaves the surrounding spectators still entranced by the extraordinary display of combat they have just witnessed. How do you feel? I hope you're not feeling overwhelmed, you. As he finally steps down from the arena, Shursui playfully winks at you. Enough of your arrogance. If I'm not mistaken, what we just witnessed was not your full strength, was it? Gazing at the victorious Shursui, whose face is adorned with a mischievous grin, a faint smile tugs at U.S. lips, while his amber eyes narrow slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. It seems nothing escapes your notice. To his surprise, Shirsue's concealed prowess has been effortlessly perceived by you, prompting a wry smile to grace his features, which soon morphs into an eager expression as he encourages you. If you too succeed in this test, you shall witness my true capabilities. Having known each other for quite some time, Shirsue has always held high hopes for the exceptionally gifted you, though they have never truly engaged in combat. If the opportunity arises today, Shirsue is keen to ascertain who among them is the stronger. Now, we move on to the second round. It is Yu's turn to face 3 genin. The rules remain unchanged. Successfully enduring for 5 minutes in this real combat scenario will deem one fit to pass the test. Before the spectators can fully digest Shirsue's remarkable display, the proctor, Akane Hinata, announces the second survival assessment. At last, is it my turn? Upon hearing that it is finally his moment to shine, Yu exhales softly. A glimmer sparkles in his clear amber eyes as he strides towards the training ground. Here we go again. I hear that Yu is also a prodigy. Look, the young lad is stepping up. As the second survival assessment is about to commence, the crowd gradually quiets down. After all, for a ninja not hailing from a prominent clan, merely surviving 5 minutes against 3 genin is already an impressive feat. A miracle akin to Shirsue of the Uchiha clan is unlikely to be replicated. Yet, it is said that this Yu has outperformed even Uchiha Shirsue in the rankings at the Ninja Academy. Silence. Pay attention. The achievements in the academy and real combat are entirely different realms. Although the crowd begins to hush, discussions continue in the background. Unfortunately, after witnessing Shirsue's triumphant defeat of 3 genin in a spectacular battle, the onlookers find it challenging to maintain high expectations for the forthcoming encounter. After all, success is not easily replicated. Moreover, Yu is not a ninja from one of Konoha's esteemed clans. They cannot expect a child to accomplish what a rare genius of the Uchiha clan can achieve. Even some spectators around have begun to lose interest and disperse. Come on, Yu. You are the best. Show those guys what you're made of. You are the strongest genius in our orphanage. At that moment, as Yu entered the training ground, he suddenly heard familiar voices from the crowd nearby. Urujui? Meuna? Momoka? Turning his head, Yu saw Urujui and Meuna, along with a few friends from the Konoha orphanage, squeezing through the throng, raising their arms, and loudly cheering him on. Director? You've all come. Not only that, but from the crowd, Yu also spotted the pharmacist, Naniu, who was wearing the black-framed glasses he had gifted her the day before. She stood beside Urujui, silently encouraging him with her gaze. You must do your best, Yu. Show all of Konoha your talent and abilities. Standing among the crowd, her eyes fixed intently on Yu in the training ground, Nanoyu's hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves, revealing her current unrest. Give it your best. As you passed by the examiner, the usually composed and taciturn Uncle Akahoshi softly urged him. After all, as the ninja instructor and homeroom teacher of Yu's class, Akahoshi held high expectations for this student, who consistently exhibited astonishing strength and talent. I can't believe the director and others are here. It seems I must perform with a bit more seriousness. In that moment, feeling the collective gaze of everyone present focused solely on him, Yu revealed a slight smile, while his eyes began to emanate a sharp glint. The earlier performance by that Uchiha brat was indeed remarkable. I wonder how you will fare? Standing before you was a mature-looking chunin, exuding the fierce aura of a seasoned warrior returning from battle. Hey, kid, I advise you to go back to school for a few more years. Don't let that Uchiha brat-ass score go to your head. He is a rare genius ninja from the Uchiha clan. A scar-faced chunin scoffed at you, his disdain evident. We are all ninjas who have been in battle, unlike you, who has never left school. Another chunin, with a cold countenance, stood nearby, mockingly adding, a kid who has never taken a life. Don't cry if you wet your pants later. You might as well go home and nurse. How troublesome you all are. Do you know that? In response to the scorn and derision from the 3 chunin, Yu, standing in the training ground, suddenly spoke up. What? The 3 chunin visibly froze at Yu's unexpected words. In this two-dimensional world, those who cannot last even an episode are often used soft-hearted, hard-mouthed extras. Gazing at the 3 chunin, whose faces he couldn't even be bothered to remember, a smirk gradually appeared at the corner of Yu's mouth. The rules of this practical assessment dictate survival for 5 minutes. However, I deem it unnecessary, for in merely 5 seconds, I shall conclude this battle. What is he saying? 5 seconds. As Yu's seemingly modest voice echoed, an overwhelming silence enveloped the vast training grounds. Not only did the 3 genin before him scoff, but even the onlookers began to perceive this white-haired youth as utterly audacious. Who did he think he was? The legendary Senju Hashirama, who quelled the warring states? Or the formidable Uchiha Madara, who reigned over the shinobi world? Such a deluded child. As anticipated, the seemingly inconsequential words from you provoked laughter from the three genin, likely incited by that Uchiha brat. Typically, such oblivious youths are the first to perish on the battlefield. With that, the scar-faced genin unsheathed a sharp kunai, a cruel smile gracing his face. Perhaps this child has been rendered foolish by fear. Let us show this ignorant brat what it truly means to be a ninja. As he spoke, the three genin surged forward, brandishing their weapons in a swift assault on you. Though they feigned disdain, their hearts were far from careless. Having been mocked after their defeat by that Uchiha genius Shursui, they were determined not to repeat their misfortune against this white-haired boy. Is it beginning? You have 4 seconds left. As the three genin charged from different directions, Yu's amber eyes sharpened, and in an instant, he formed 3 hand seals. Let it cry out. Chidori. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a dazzling burst of blue-white lightning erupted in the expansive training grounds. The sound was reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight, accompanied by an excruciatingly piercing noise as a tempestuous sphere of lightning materialized in Yu's left hand. The overwhelming presence instantly captivated the attention of all present. What is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Witnessing Yu's sudden display of technique left everyone astonished. For none recognized this jutsu. Visible chakra. What a jest. Such a level of ninjutsu could not possibly emanate from a child yet to graduate from the ninja academy. Among the gathered crowd, a seasoned ninja gasped in disbelief. After all, during this era, no one had ever encountered a technique like Chidori. Kakashi Hitaki was merely 11 years old and had yet to develop this A-rank lightning technique. A forbidden technique. How could this child wield such a level of forbidden jutsu? Moreover, the distant echoes of Chidori from the training grounds became increasingly discernible. At this moment, even the third Hokage, who was observing from the Hokage office using the crystal ball technique, along with Shimura Danzo and 2 other high-ranking officials from Konoha, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. They had never witnessed such a lightning-style ninjutsu. Could it possibly be the work of that young boy? The third Hokage, renowned as a master of ninjutsu and proficient in 5 elemental styles, found himself confronted with a lightning technique unlike any he had ever encountered. His wise, weathered eyes had never appeared so astonished. Yao Shiryu? What remarkable talent! His left eye, exposed, fixated intently on the white-haired boy radiating thunder within the crystal ball. Danzo, concealing his fist within the folds of his ample sleeves, inadvertently clenched it tighter, his gaze brimming with insatiable greed and possessiveness. This battle will conclude in an instant. Returning his attention to the training ground, he observed the 3 lower ninjas utterly paralyzed by the spectacle of Chidori. Amidst the blinding brilliance of the violent currents, you slightly crouched. Boom. At the very moment a leaf descended, the ground beneath you shattered explosively. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, you transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from his original position. What an ear-piercing sound. What was that peculiar noise? As you darted forward like a bolt of lightning, the crowd was met with an incessantly sharp screech that filled the air, prompting some to cover their ears in alarm. That was no odd sound. It was a thrust, a powerful surge of lightning chakra that invigorated his physical form. While the spectators were still reeling from the overwhelming display of Chidori, the proctor, Hinata Akane, remained transfixed, her composed visage now visibly shaken. To generate such a force through a mere thrust, this boy was nothing short of a monster. In a fleeting moment of collective disbelief, the lightning quick you had already materialized before the cold-faced lower ninja. What speed is this? Such ninjutsu. I could be killed. The once stoic lower ninja, now utterly petrified, could only watch as you, a flash of lightning, appeared before him in an instant. Sizzle. Before the lower ninja could even react, the violent currents of Chidori swept across his neck. The cold-faced ninja felt a sudden numbness coursing through his body, plunging into darkness as he collapsed, unconscious. If this were not an assessment, that strike would have pierced your heart. Casting a glance at the fallen ninja beside him, you did not linger but transformed into a bolt of electricity once more. Although he merely grazed the neck, the formidable current of Chidori had rendered him unconscious in an instant. Incredibly swift, one by one, lower ninjas fell before him. Witnessing you incapacitate a lower ninja in less than a second, the surrounding spectators were left in utter shock, their mouths agape. Do not be so reckless, boy. Earth release, Earth-style return. Upon witnessing his companion collapse, the scarred-faced genin was seized by a mix of astonishment and fury, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. With a resounding rumble, he completed the seals and forcefully pressed his palms against the ground. Instantly, a colossal rock surged upwards, obstructing the trajectory of the oncoming Yu. It was a C-rank Earth release technique. Clearly, he was an elite among the lower-ranked shinobi. Observers in the crowd recognized the proficiency of the scarred-faced genin's Earth release jutsu, acknowledging him as a skilled ninja among his peers. However, before the words could fully escape their lips, the enormous rock that had arisen on the training grounds exploded with a thunderous bang. Did he truly believe he could thwart lightning release with Earth techniques? Amidst the scattering debris and the scarred genin's look of terror, Yu, transformed into a streak of electric light, shattered the massive rock and swiftly advanced towards him. Konoha Hurricane. Without uttering a word, Yu lunged at the scarred genin, executing a powerful roundhouse kick that sent him flying. Under the potent stimulation of the Raikiri's chakra, Yu's physical vitality surged, and the scarred genin felt as though a massive iron hammer had struck his chest. He hurtled backward, colliding with a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Don't come any closer. The remaining genin, witnessing the instantaneous defeat of his two companions, was paralyzed by Yu's overwhelming presence, involuntarily retreating a step, only to find himself leaning against a tree. Boom. The next moment, he was startled by a tremendous sound near his ear. Yu, now a blur of lightning, stood before him, and the furious Raikiri surged past his head, leaving a sharp gash on his cheek. The tree behind him splintered in response, startling countless birds into flight. Just 5 seconds. Teacher, can you announce the results of the assessment now? As the chaotic electricity gradually dissipated, Yu calmly inquired. The genin before him, wide-eyed and paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably. Had there been even the slightest deviation in Yu's Raikiri, his head would have undoubtedly been obliterated. Silence enveloped the training grounds, where a crowd had gathered, now plunged into a suffocating stillness. All eyes were fixed on the astonishing white-haired youth before them, expressions of disbelief etched on their faces. Coughing lightly, the equally stunned Akimichi Choji finally regained his composure upon hearing Yu's prompt. After clearing his throat awkwardly, he withdrew his astonished gaze and announced loudly. In this practical survival test, Yu the medic has emerged victorious. He has successfully passed the evaluation. He's won. In just 5 seconds, he dispatched 3 genin. The assembled crowd, gazing at the white-haired youth descending from the training ground, felt as though they were caught in a vivid dream. The momentary silence that had enveloped the scene erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. My heavens! All 3 of the lower-ranked ninjas were dispatched in an instant. Is this truly an achievement within the realm of a mere 6-year-old? Did you all witness the ninjutsu just now? It is utterly insane. Everyone around is in a frenzy. The magnificent Chidori, wielded by a boy of extraordinary talent, has left the onlookers in utter awe. The miraculous performance of Uchiha Shursui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had already rendered them speechless. Now, the spectacle of you annihilating 3 lower ninjas in the blink of an eye has shattered their previous notions of what a ninja could be. Incredible. You are the most formidable genius in history. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Urushi and his companions were flushed with excitement, their minds reeling from the breathtaking display. Upon descending from the training field, you noticed Shursui beside him, his serene face now ablaze with an unprecedented fervor and fighting spirit. Indeed, my judgment has proven infallible. You are undeniably my destined rival. A fated rival? Feeling Shursui's intense gaze upon him, you could not help but roll his eyes. Why does this sound so familiar? Have you been possessed by that fellow Mike guy? Uchiha Shursui and Yakushi Uru, both of you have successfully passed today's assessment. From this moment forth, you are officially ninjas of Konohagakure. At that moment, a steady and authoritative voice emerged from the crowd. The Hokage has arrived. A hushed wave of awe rippled through the onlookers as they parted to make way. An elder clad in a white Hokage robe and a conical hat appeared on the training field. It was none other than the 3rd Hokage, who, having witnessed Yu's remarkable victory over 3 lower ninjas, could no longer remain in his office. He came personally to oversee the most anticipated graduation ceremony in history. Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's words, 2 Chunin approached Yu and Shursui, each presenting them with a forehead protector emblazoned with the emblem of the Leaf Village. This marked the moment when both Yu and Shisui were officially recognized as lower ninjas of Konohagakure. What an extraordinary battle that was. I am thrilled that the Leaf Village has welcomed two exceptionally talented ninjas. Standing on the training field, the third Hokage smiled as he watched the two gifted youths don their forehead protectors. However, this special graduation examination has yet to yield a top student. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui and Yakushi Uru, would you be interested in a final showdown? A final showdown? Upon hearing these words, Yu and Shisui, both adorned with their leaf forehead protectors, exchanged glances, each seeing the eager spark in the other's eyes. Indeed, a champion has yet to be determined. The Hokage speaks true. Let us engage in one final duel. Two prodigies. Who among them shall prove to be the stronger? The mention of the third Hokage instantly captivated the interest of everyone present, prompting a chorus of excitement. The recent, breathtaking battle between the two prodigies, Yu and Shisui, had left them utterly enthralled. Initially, most had placed their hopes on Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. However, witnessing Yu's monstrous display of prowess had ignited a lingering question in their minds. Which of these two talented youths was truly superior? Admiration for strength transcends the world of shinobi, resonating even within our reality. Since the Hokage himself has spoken, come forth, Yu. I have long wished to engage you in combat, Shisui declared, already positioned in the training arena, his gaze fixed intently on Yu, beckoning him forward. You felt a mix of resignation and excitement as he sensed Shisui's fervent fighting spirit, along with the collective gaze of the crowd now upon him. With a slight shrug, he stepped onto the training ground, a smile gracing his lips. Just remember, don't shed tears when you lose, Shisui. He was eager to ascertain the true extent of Shisui's prowess, the renowned Shunshin of the future. Yao Shiryu, you've just concluded a battle. Do you require time to recover your chakra? The third Hokage inquired, observing the two opposing geniuses standing in the arena. No need, Yu replied, shaking his head to indicate his readiness. He had already achieved a Chunin-level chakra capacity, with reserves several times greater than that of an average Chunin. Moreover, his body, enhanced by the line fruit, boasted remarkable stamina and chakra recovery capabilities. The chakra expended during his previous use of Chidori had nearly replenished entirely. Then let the battle commence. Upon hearing Yu's response, the third Hokage swiftly gestured, signaling the start of the duel. Whoosh! In the instant the Hokage's words echoed, a sharp sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere. Having witnessed Yu dispatch 3 Chunin in mere seconds, Shisui was fully alert, summoning 8 shuriken to his hands. With a swift motion, he launched them from multiple angles toward Yu. What exquisite shuriken technique! Several elite Chunin in the crowd gasped in astonishment at Shisui's impressive display. His skill and precision rivaled their own, and in terms of technique, he even surpassed them. Truly, Shisui was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Such shuriken mastery would leave ordinary Chunin at a loss. Come Yu, let me witness your true strength. In the midst of the whirling shuriken, Shisui's intense gaze remained locked on Yu, his black eyes shining with fierce determination. However, with a graceful extension of her hands, Yu conjured 8 shurikens that appeared as if by magic between her fingers. As she faced the shuriken launched by Shisui, she waved her hand nonchalantly. Clang, clang, clang. The 8 shurikens shot by Shisui were all deftly deflected by Yu, falling harmlessly to the ground. Over the past year, Yu had devoted herself to the mastery of physical techniques, ninjutsu, and the abilities granted by her string fruit. Yet she had not forgotten the shuriken arts she had painstakingly honed, making her well prepared to contend with Shisui. Impressive. It seems that Yu, the medic ninja, possesses a foundational skill in ninjutsu that rivals even the genius of the Uchiha clan, Shisui. Observing the exquisite shuriken technique displayed by Yu in the training ground, the onlookers were momentarily dazzled, and their admiration for her soared once again. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the shurikens flew through the air and the kunai clattered to the ground, both Yu and Shisui vanished from their spots, erupting with astonishing speed as they charged toward one another. Bang, bang. The two figures collided with remarkable swiftness. Yu's palm met Shisui's knee, while Shisui's hand blocked Yu's punch. It appeared to be a stalemate, yet soon Shisui's body began to falter, leaning backward. What? How could it be? Despite being of the same age, his strength exceeds mine by such a margin? Realizing the immense force thrusting against him, Shisui was taken aback. It was only after their initial clash that he recognized the power emanating from Yu's small frame was anything but that of a mere 6-year-old child. My physique may be somewhat extraordinary. If it comes to a contest of physical prowess, you stand no chance. Observing Shui, who was being forced back by his own strength, Yu allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips. If we were to engage in a contest of strength, no one of our age could rival me. Not even the prodigious Shui. Shui, if you do not take this seriously, the honor of the Uchiha clan may very well dim under your watch today. While maintaining her advance against Shui, you taunted him, hoping to draw forth his full potential. In that case, I shall not hold back. The glory of the Uchiha clan is not to be tarnished. Upon hearing you invoke the name of the Uchiha clan, the seriousness finally returned to Shui's expression. Whoosh. As you spoke, she noticed a fleeting movement before her eyes. A figure identical to Shui suddenly emerged from behind him, leaping high into the air. A shadow clone. How swift. When did he form the hand seals? Witnessing Shui's astonishing shadow clone technique, even you felt a wave of astonishment. She had completely missed when he had formed the seals. Be careful, you. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The Shui soaring in the air reminded you. His hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash a colossal, searing fireball toward you below. Fire style? With her hands held by Shui's shadow clone, you realized that the real Shui was about to unleash his fire technique from above. Yet, the expression on Yu's tranquil face remained unchanged, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was still too slow, Shui. Could it be? Sensing the peculiar smile on Yu's face, Shui, who was about to unleash a fire-release jutsu, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. However, it was too late. A cacophony of violent electrical currents erupted. Before Shui, Yu's hands shot open, and a ferocious surge of electricity erupted from his entire being. Shui and his shadow clone felt a sharp pain and paralysis coursing through their bodies, rendering them immobile. Lightning release. 1,000 birds flow. With this technique, Yu unleashed currents resembling 1,000 birds throughout his body. Although it lacked the destructive force of the original 1,000 birds, its expansive range could incapacitate an opponent, merging offense and defense seamlessly. After a year of rigorous training, you had finally mastered this extension of the 1,000 birds technique. An astonishing ninjutsu. Witnessing Yu's execution of the 1,000 birds flow, the third Hokage, hidden beneath his hat, was filled with awe. At merely 6 years of age, he had grasped such a profound transformation of nature and form. This child was truly a prodigy. Bang! Bang! Yet, before anyone could recover from the dazzling display of Yu's lightning release ninjutsu, 2 faint explosions resonated. The 2 Shui struck by the 1,000 birds flow transformed into white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Were both of them shadow clones? Everyone stood dumbfounded at this sudden turn of events, even you momentarily taken aback. I never anticipated your lightning release could manifest such variations. If you hadn't held back, I fear I would have already lost. Hearing a familiar voice behind him, you instinctively turned around, only to witness Shui's swift kick magnifying before him. Boom. Caught off guard, you reacted quickly, lowering his hands to block. However, against the sheer force of Shui's powerful kick, you was propelled into the air, unable to resist the momentum. Swish. As you soared into the air, Shui's assault did not relent. He vanished from his position in an instant. Was that the body flicker technique? Observing Shui's terrifying speed on the training ground, not only the onlookers, but even the third Hokage beside them couldn't help but feel astonished. The body flicker technique is a collective term for all high-speed movement techniques, including swift taijutsu, elemental ninjutsu, and space-time ninjutsu. While not classified as advanced ninjutsu, the ability to wield the body flicker technique with such ease in combat indicates a minimum proficiency of a Chunin level. The body flicker technique, indeed worthy of the future's Shui the body flicker. As his body hung in midair, you marveled at the sight of Shui's rapidly moving figure and the heavy strikes that erupted around him. At such a young age, mastering the body flicker technique in battle, it was no wonder that Shui would one day earn the reputation of being the legendary Shui the body flicker. Wait his eyes. As you braced himself against yet another heavy strike unleashed by Shui's body flicker technique, he caught sight of Shui's eyes, and an indescribable expression of astonishment crossed Yu's face. The Sharingan. Unbeknownst to anyone, the originally ebony eyes of Shui had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Each eye bore a black tomo, gleaming with an otherworldly radiance. The Sharingan. It was indeed the Sharingan. Not only you, but the third Hokage, who stood nearby, also took note of the transformation in Shirsue's eyes, his aged visage betraying an expression of incredulous astonishment. To awaken the Sharingan at merely 6 years of age. What a jest! Witnessing the metamorphosis in Shirsue's gaze, you felt as though his heart were trampled by 1,000 alpacas. It is well known that even Itachi awakened his Sharingan at the age of 8, yet here stood Shirsue. Having achieved this remarkable feat 2 years prior, how could you not be astounded? The Sharingan is the bloodline limit upon which the Uchiha clan has relied to dominate the shinobi world. It is categorized into distinct levels: the single Tomo Sharingan, which possesses dynamic vision far surpassing that of ordinary eyes, allowing one to perceive high-speed taijutsu movements; the double Tomo Sharingan, which can replicate most ninjutsu and taijutsu; and the triple Tomo Sharingan, which enables the user to predict an opponent's movements and cast illusions upon them. Beyond these standard levels of the Sharingan, you was aware of the formidable Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, culminating in the ultimate evolution into the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. This was precisely why you lamented not having been reincarnated into the Uchiha clan, for the Sharingan, with its myriad of extraordinary abilities, is the premier enhancement in the world of Hokage. It is over you. From the moment I awakened these eyes, all your movements have been laid bare before me. Ignoring the astonished onlookers, Shirsue's crimson, mesmerizing eyes widened, fixating intently upon you below. Flash slice. In that fleeting moment, as Yu's body descended to the ground, Shirsue swiftly drew the small blade from his back, which had never before seen the light of day, and activated the body flicker technique, transforming himself into a streak of light, delivering a fierce slash from above. Though still possessing merely the single Tomo Sharingan, it was sufficient for Shirsue to discern a greater array of movements, his insight and agility significantly enhanced. First, he delivered a powerful upward kick, launching his opponent into the air, then leaped into the sky to unleash a barrage of relentless strikes, concluding with a powerful downward slash upon his airborne adversary. All previous attacks had been deftly countered by Yu's exquisite taijutsu, but with the activation of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Shirsue held an unwavering belief in the inevitability of his final strike, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. To awaken such a talent at the tender age of 6 is nothing short of terrifying. Is this the end? What a pity. That pharmacist Yu is also a remarkable genius. Gazing at Shirsue, who descended like a meteor, wielding the Sharingan to execute a devastating strike upon the training ground. Although Yu has just conquered them with his astonishing strength and exquisite ninjutsu, the presence of the renowned Uchiha clan Sharingan leaves the spectators lamenting for him. As a mere civilian ninja, this 6-year-old boy has managed to fight to this extent against the genius Shirsue, who has awakened the Sharingan, an achievement beyond what any of them could have accomplished at such a tender age. No, the true battle is only just beginning. A calm yet familiar voice emanates from the training ground, drawing the gaze of all present once again. Clang. Just as everyone assumed you had been defeated, the sudden, fierce sound of metal clashing caused their eyes to widen in astonishment. Before them, a colossal web materialized in the vast training ground, miraculously withstanding Shirsue's devastating descending strike. What is that? Everyone stood frozen, gaping at the enormous spider web that had inexplicably appeared before them. This is, as Shirsue beheld the massive web firmly blocking his inevitable strongest slash, his expression stiffened, and an unusual brilliance erupted from his crimson Sharingan. Finally, it has appeared, your bloodline limit. The murmurs of Shirsue echoed throughout the silent training ground, eliciting incredulous expressions from all present. The little brat possesses a bloodline limit, without any hand signs and not a secret technique. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing the colossal spider web conjured by Yu, felt his expression shift dramatically. Could it be that this boy truly possesses such magnificent lightning-style ninjutsu, stunningly powerful abilities, and now a bloodline limit? The third Hokage suddenly realized he could no longer find the words to describe this monstrous white-haired youth before him. I never expected you, Shirsue, to awaken the Uchiha clan's Sharingan so soon. It seems I must cease my warm-up and swiftly conclude this battle. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yu, who had withstood Shirsue's most powerful attack, spoke calmly. Extending his left hand forward, he unleashed a massive spider web seemingly woven from countless strands of silk. The spider's nest, with its impenetrable defense, is nearly capable of withstanding any physical assault. Even Shirsui's full-force strike cannot shatter it. Was that level of power merely a warm-up? You certainly have a bold tongue, you. Gazing through the robust spider's nest at Yu's calm and serene visage, Shirsui's crimson Sharingan radiated with fierce determination as he slashed his short blade with force. Useless, Shirsui. The threads I create cannot be severed by ordinary weapons. Faced with Shirsui's unwavering combat spirit, Yu's amber-like, clear eyes remained undisturbed. Since the ability of the string fruit has been revealed, let us bring this battle to a decisive end. 5 colored threads. As the mundane words fell from his lips, Yu, with a seemingly indifferent flick of his right hand, unleashed 5 nearly invisible threads that instantaneously tore through the air before him. What is this? Witnessing Yu's ability to execute a technique without hand seals, Shirsui's crimson Sharingan narrowed in surprise. His extraordinary dynamic vision allowed him to faintly perceive the 5 dangerously intangible threads in the air. Bang! A nearby tree was abruptly severed into 6 segments, crashing down in the adjacent forest and stirring up a cloud of dust. Threads? Likewise. The third Hokage beside him sensed the invisible lines emanating from you. Yet, witnessing the immense destruction wrought by what appeared to be a casual strike left him utterly astonished. Such formidable destructive power. Line release. Could this unprecedented ability be a bloodline limit unknown to the ninja world? Muttering thoughtfully, the third Hokage realized he had never encountered such a bloodline limit before. TCH, is this another instance of the body flicker technique? Truly troublesome. With a missed strike. Yu frowned slightly as he gazed at the vanishing Shirsui, his eyes flashing with intensity. Foot skimming line. This time, Yu's destructive force was even more staggering, as he delivered a powerful kick toward Shirsui, who was dashing forward. 8 transparent, intangible threads surged forth, instantly slicing a massive rock beside the training ground into fragments. So powerful, such terrifying destructive capability, as Shirsui continuously employed the body flicker technique to evade the relentless onslaught of Yu's invisible threads. A solemn expression began to replace his previously calm demeanor. If struck by such a technique, the battle would truly be over. I've got you. While his mind raced to devise a countermeasure, a sudden voice jolted Shirsui, sending shockwaves through his heart. Bang! An astonishing scene unfolded. Shirsui, who had been incessantly utilizing the body flicker technique, suddenly appeared to trip over something, stumbling and flying through the air. A thread. When did this happen? As he soared through the air, Shirsui glanced back to see a nearly imperceptible transparent thread stretched across the ground, having been stealthily created while he dodged Yu's pursuit with the body flicker technique. It was a trivial task for me to secretly weave such a line while you escaped just now. Seemingly reading Shirsui's thoughts, Yu smirked as he watched the off-balance Shirsui hurtling away, his eyes gleaming with an unapproachable brilliance. This battle, he was certain, was already his victory. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Experiencing Yu's prowess, far surpassing his expectations, Shirsui was compelled to unleash his full potential, even while losing his balance in midair. He swiftly formed hand seals, exhaling a plume of flames before launching 6 shuriken, which ignited within the fire and transformed it into 6 smaller fireballs. In the blink of an eye, 6 fiery projectiles, entwined with shurikens, surged forward with ferocity. If they struck true, you would suffer the dual onslaught of both fire and blades. Such remarkable resilience and innate talent truly befit the future strongest of the Uchiha clan. Observing the approaching fireballs interspersed with spinning shurikens, even Yu could not help but marvel at Shirsui's extraordinary gift and indomitable spirit. But this is where it ends. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic clashes resonated through the air. The 6 flaming shurikens that Shirsui had just unleashed were effortlessly sliced in half by the sharp threads that Yu deftly summoned with a wave of his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Shirsui, who had just landed, barely had time to stabilize himself before a blur caught his eye. A ninja sandal appeared to magnify before him, as Yu's figure had already materialized directly in front of him. Bang! An immense force surged forth, sending Shirsui hurtling across the training ground with a single kick from Yu. Even with the Sharingan, he could not react in time. Surely, this sensation was far from pleasant for Shirsui. With a swift motion, Yu did not pause. The chakra within him surged, rapidly coalescing in his right palm. And in an instant, a sphere of blue-white swirling chakra manifested in his grasp. Shinin Reizumeru. That technique. Upon witnessing the Shinin Reizumeru in Yu's hand, the third Hokage, observing from the sidelines, widened his eyes in astonishment, as if confronted with something profoundly shocking. He had never encountered such a transformative technique. Could it be that boy again? And without the need for hand seals. As a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage immediately recognized the immense value embedded in this peculiar technique. After all, it was an A-rank jutsu that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had spent 3 years developing. What kind of jutsu is that? Never before seen. Yet another A-rank technique. And one performed without seals. Enough already. Is this child perhaps the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? At this moment, as you prepared to unleash the Shinin Reizumeru, the onlookers around the training ground were rendered nearly numb with shock. Let us conclude this battle with this technique, Shursui. With his gaze fixed on the airborne Shursui, Yu unhesitatingly hurled the Shinin Reizumeru from his hand. Everyone's eyes widened, as if time itself had momentarily paused. However, as the Shinin Reizumeru was cast into the air, it emitted a faint whirlwind before swiftly vanishing into the ether. Gone. Had the technique failed? Observers were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a sense of regret. No. Among all present, only Shursui, still soaring through the air, suddenly widened his Sharingan in dismay. You would not easily fail in his technique. Boom. As expected, the very air around them seemed to quiver with the force of the unfolding events. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, the once vanished Shinhin spiraling sphere astonishingly re-emerged, erupting with extraordinary power that propelled the motionless Shursui into the air. How could this be possible? Witnessing the reappearance of a seemingly vanished jutsu, accompanied by such formidable force, left everyone, including the third Hokage standing nearby, utterly astounded. What remarkable technique is this? Silence enveloped the entire training ground, as all eyes remained fixed on Yu and the fallen Shursui. I'm sorry, Shursui, but I have emerged victorious. After decisively claiming victory with the Shinhin spiraling sphere, Yu looked at Shursui, who lay incapacitated on the ground, and softly spoke. I hereby declare, the top graduate of this ninja school's assessment is Chief Medic Yu. In second place, Uchiha Shursui. After a prolonged moment, the third Hokage finally regained his composure and loudly announced the much-anticipated results of the graduation assessment. He won. Yu, the medic, has defeated the genius Shursui of the Uchiha clan. An astonishing child. An incredible ninjutsu. Did you see that? That jutsu just vanished. Upon hearing the third Hokage's proclamation, the crowd surrounding the training ground erupted into fervent excitement, their faces alight with disbelief as they animatedly discussed the recent battle. Damn it, that hurt. Shursui, who lay on the ground, managed to prop himself up, his upper garments completely shredded by the Shinhin spiraling sphere. Although you had moderated the chakra's intensity, the immense destructive force of the jutsu still severely injured Shursui. I'm sorry, I'll help you now. Seeing Shursui in such a state, you felt a twinge of guilt and slowly approached him, kneeling down. Healing technique. With swift hand seals, a vibrant green chakra coalesced in Yu's right hand, which he then pressed against Shursui's battered body. Under the effects of this advanced medical ninjutsu, Shursui's injuries began to heal rapidly. This child is also a medical ninja. At that moment, as the crowd witnessed Yu's healing actions, the once boisterous training ground fell eerily silent. Is that a healing technique? The third Hokage, observing as you applied medical ninjutsu to Shursui, was momentarily taken aback, but soon he sensed something amiss, his aged features reflecting renewed astonishment. No, wait. That's the healing palm technique. It's the healing palm technique. How can such a young child? He was stunned, realizing that the 6-year-old Yu was employing a highly advanced medical ninjutsu that even the medics from the Leaf Village might struggle to master. The third Hokage found that the astonishment he experienced throughout his lifetime paled in comparison to the events of this day. Yu Shursui, I request your presence in my Hokage office tomorrow. After finally regaining his composure from the overwhelming shock, the third Hokage issued a solemn command, his figure vanishing in an instant. Given the tumultuous period of the Ninja World War, a multitude of battle reports and documents awaited his attention. Did you hear that? The Hokage is summoning them individually. It appeared that the esteemed figures of Yu and Shursui would soon emerge in Konoha. The words left by the third Hokage only served to reinforce the belief among those present that the futures of these two youths were boundless. Having garnered the direct attention of the Hokage himself. Thank you, Yu. At that moment, under the healing prowess of Yu's medical ninjutsu, Shirsue's wounds had finally healed completely. Such impressive medical ninjutsu. After today's battle, I am utterly convinced. But do not let it go to your head. I will certainly catch up to you soon. Observing Yu's remarkable healing skills, a hint of admiration crossed Shirsue's face. Is that so? We shall see when you do. In response to Shirsue's determined, yet unyielding gaze, Yu merely shrugged, unconcerned. While the future awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan would undoubtedly make Shirsue formidable, Yu was resolute in his own progress. With hidden cards yet to be played, should he succeed in mastering the human puppet secret technique and enhance the demonic laws, Shirsue would forever struggle to match his pace. As Yu turned around, he spotted the excited children from the Konoha orphanage, including Urushi and Mayu, rushing toward him with unrestrained enthusiasm. Nearby, Yakushi no Nai observed him from a moderate distance, her gaze tender yet complex. Once Yu and the others departed, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. However, from that day forward, aside from the prodigious Shirsue of the Uchiha clan, the name of Konoha's premier genius, Yakushi Yu, spread through the village like wildfire. His dazzling lightning release technique, the elusive ninjutsu of the body flicker technique, and the enigmatic bloodline limit of line release all contributed to his status as the focal point of admiration and discussion. Even amidst the turbulence of war, the reputation of Yu's genius began to ripple beyond the confines of the Konoha ninja village. The following day, the entire village of Konoha buzzed with chatter about the unprecedented graduation examination from the previous day. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a heated debate unfolded. I advise you to abandon this futile desire, Danzo. The third Hokage forcefully cast aside his Hokage hat onto the desk, his tone resolute and unyielding. I cannot entrust both of them to you. Sarutobi, Yakushi Yu, and Uchiha Shirsue are the most promising talents of this generation. Before the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo stood his ground, his voice resonating with a distinct gravitas. Entrust them to me. With the prowess of Root, I can cultivate them into the most exceptional ninjas. Having witnessed the unparalleled talents and abilities of Yu and Shirsue in the Hokage's office yesterday, Danzo could no longer restrain himself. He had come early today to directly request these two prodigious youths from the third Hokage. I regret to inform you that Root excels not in nurturing ninjas, but in creating tools. The third Hokage's tone remained unperturbed in the face of Danzo's persuasion. I have every faith in your capabilities. However, I also believe that their growth in the Umbu would be equally, if not more, advantageous. Sarutobi. Upon hearing the third Hokage's resolute refusal, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane. Are you determined to wrest them from me? If you perceive it that way, then there is little I can do. The third Hokage shrugged, his tone firm yet resigned. You must understand, my intentions are solely for the sake of Konoha. Danzo's voice escalated as he reacted to the third Hokage's stance. Last time, you obstructed my recruitment of Hatake Kakashi. And now you wish to contest my claim to these two individuals. What is your true intent, Sarutobi? Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage of Konoha. The third Hokage interjected abruptly, cutting off Danzo mid-sentence. The decisions I make are not for you to question. Fuming, Danzo gritted his teeth, his gaze growing icy. Ignoring the third Hokage's continued remarks, he leaned heavily on his cane and strode towards the door. Indeed, he was the Hokage, the ultimate leader of Konoha. This thought tightened Danzo's grip on his cane even further. Remember, you have forced my hand, Sarutobi. Only under my guidance can Konoha truly realize its potential. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, the third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. Once, in their youth, they had been disciples under the second Hokage, yet they had chosen vastly divergent paths. In the bustling streets of Konoha, you navigated through the throngs of people. Today was unlike any other. Following the unprecedented graduation examination yesterday, Yu, now heralded as Konoha's foremost genius, found himself the center of attention wherever he went. His strikingly handsome appearance often sparked considerable commotion, leaving him feeling increasingly out of place. I didn't expect you to be so popular with the ladies. Just as you contemplated quickening his pace to evade the prying eyes, a familiar voice rang out, accompanied by two graceful figures appearing before him. Hinata. Yugugo-senpai. Upon hearing the teasing tone, You looked up to find Mitarashi Anko and the stunningly elegant Yuzuki Yugugo. Yukuin, I haven't yet congratulated you on successfully graduating and becoming a full-fledged ninja. Anko playfully pushed you forward, while Yugugo, slightly bashful, presented him with a package of dango held close to her chest. This is the dumpling I waited in line for a long time to buy. Consider it a gift to celebrate you. Dumpling? Gazing at the dumpling that Yuzuki Yuin handed over, you was momentarily taken aback before accepting it casually. These dumplings are from Konoha's most renowned dumpling shop, the very place favored by Uchiha Itachi, Mitarashi Anko, and Yuhi Kurenai in the original story. Although you wasn't particularly fond of sweets, he was intrigued to sample this delicacy celebrated throughout Konoha. Thank you, Yuin-senpai. After receiving the gift from Yuzuki Yuin, Yu's gaze fell on the striking young girl before him, clearly adorned with care today. I can't possibly eat all of these by myself. Let us share them. Well, at least you have some conscience. However, before Yuzuki Yuin could respond, the boisterous Mitarashi Anko had already snatched a skewer of dumplings from Yu's hand and began to eat, her gaze assessing Yu and Yuzuki Yuin with mischievous intent. I say, are you two on a date? A date? Uft. Upon hearing Mitarashi Anko's words, Yuzuki Yuin's cheeks turned crimson, while Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. Indeed, at the age of 9, Yuzuki Yuin was remarkably pure and beautiful, showing adequate affection towards him. Yet, as a time traveler with the soul of an adult, you couldn't shake off a twinge of guilt regarding the notion of dating a minor from an anime world. Especially since Yu's current body was merely 6 years old, this served as an insurmountable barrier within his heart. Let us postpone the idea of dating until I'm a bit older. Ahem. After awkwardly clearing his throat, Yu turned his attention to the blushing Yuzuki Yuin. Yuin-senpai Yu. No need for senpai anymore. However, before Yu could finish his sentence, the bashful Yuzuki Yuin interrupted him. Just call me Yuin. Yuin, huh? Alright. Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed unlikely he would be able to dissuade this young girl from her early romantic notions anytime soon. On another note, you truly are a peculiar one. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko's voice chimed in, her gaze fixed on Yu with a distinctly odd expression as she munched on her dumpling. Graduating from ninja school in the 1st grade and defeating a genius like Uchiha Shursui. What luck! Just as Yu was about to humbly downplay his achievements, he was interrupted by Mitarashi Anko. Looks like I need to step up my game. I can't let a junior like you surpass me too much. With that, Mitarashi Anko swallowed the last dumpling in her hand, her dark eyes brimming with determination. You two continue your date. I won't disturb you further. Bye. With that, without waiting for Yu and Yuzuki Yuin to react, Mitarashi Anko waved her hand and swiftly disappeared from their sight. She truly resembles a female version of Naruto Uzumaki. Watching Mitarashi Anko vanish, Yu's amber eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, she should be nearing Orochimaru soon, right? A year has passed, and Ake Mitsurashi has turned 10. This year marks her graduation from the Ninja Academy. Following the storyline, she is poised to soon become a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 shinobi, embarking on missions alongside him. Such is the essence of her character. As for dating, I hope you, Yukuin, do not mind. After watching Mitsurashi leave, Yu remained silent. While on his left, Yuzuki cast a somewhat anxious glance in his direction. Mind? Of course not. It is I who should be grateful for your affection, Yuki. Recalling his thoughts, Yu noticed the slight despondency on the young girl's face and was taken aback, quickly responding with a reassuring smile. Since I call you Yuki, you may simply call me Yu in return. Alright, then I shall call you Yu. Upon hearing this, the radiant girl beamed, her spirit seemingly revitalized. Let us go? You treat me to dango, and I shall treat you to ramen. The two strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha, and as they approached a nearby establishment, the sign bearing the name Ichiraku Ramen caught Yu's attention, solidifying his decision for lunch. Good afternoon. What would you like to eat? As they stepped inside and had yet to take a seat, an unremarkable man greeted Yu and Yuki with warmth. 2 bowls of tonkatsu chashu ramen, please. Settling onto the high stools beside Yuki, Yu regarded the unremarkable face of the owner and mused silently. Is this what Ichiraku's proprietor looked like in his youth? Observing the establishment that even the formidable pain from the original series could not destroy, Yu inwardly marveled. Truly, this is the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away. Although the white-haired boy found the peculiar gaze directed at him somewhat unsettling, the future Ichiraku uncle laughed heartily and proceeded to make the ramen. Do you often come here for ramen? Yuyuki inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on him. No. Today is my first visit. Aware of Yuyuki's scrutiny, Yu smiled faintly, recalling that in dreams of his past life, he had visited this establishment many times. 5 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Yu snapped back to reality and began to devour the ramen alongside Yuyuki. The chashu was rich, yet not greasy. The pork bone broth was fragrant and robust, and the handmade noodles had an admirable chewiness. Both Yu and Yuyuki relished their meal, and it was indeed authentic. Explaining why the protagonist Naruto from the original story was so enamored with this ramen shop. In less than 10 minutes, both bowls were completely consumed by Yu and Yuyuki. After settling the bill, Yu took Yuyuki's hand and left Ichiraku Ramen. I'm so full. By the way, what are your plans after becoming a genin, Yu? Once outside, Yuyuki rubbed her slightly distended stomach and turned to Yu. Generally, newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy are assigned to a team led by a jonin to undertake missions. During this extraordinary period of the Ninja World War, with the front line of Konoha severely lacking in combat power, even lower-ranked ninjas may be summoned to assist at the front lines or to undertake supportive tasks. It is quite possible that I might be assigned to the Umbu, I suppose. Upon hearing this, Yu leisurely rested his hands behind his head. He recalled the third Hokage's summons earlier that day for himself and Shursui to the Hokage's office, pondering how the third would allocate their forthcoming assignments. Umbu, you say? Upon hearing Yu's words, Shiyuin was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in relief. This would spare you from being deployed to the brutal frontline battlefield. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Unit, functions similarly to a Special Forces division of ninjas. Members of the Umbu are meticulously selected elite ninjas from the village, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign intrusions into the Hidden Leaf Village. They occasionally engage in reconnaissance and assassination missions as well. Umbu members wear white masks that mimic animal faces during operations, and the nature of their missions, along with all related information, remains classified. The Umbu operates directly under the Hokage, with various squads led by captains who relay commands and oversee the execution of tasks. Although the Umbu is engaged in perilous combat operations, Shiyuin would prefer you to remain in the Umbu, safeguarding Konoha, rather than being thrust into the horrors of the battlefield. Let us conclude for today. I still need to visit the Hokage's office. The two strolled to the intersection of Konoha's streets, where Yu abruptly halted, gazing with a light smile at Shiyuin, whose long purple hair cascaded like a waterfall. The dumplings you gifted me were delightful. I look forward to our next meeting. Well, that is agreeable, Shiyuin replied, though a tinge of reluctance filled her heart. Understanding that you had pressing matters to attend to, she smiled and waved goodbye, offering him encouragement as she departed. Keep up the good work. You are the finest ninja. Rest assured, I shall not be outdone by anyone. Only after watching Shiyuin's graceful figure fade into the distance did you divert his gaze, turning into a secluded path within the woods. While the enchanting rendezvous with a two-dimensional maiden was delightful, you remained acutely aware that enhancing his strength was of utmost urgency. As he traversed the path leading to the Hokage's office, the wind rustled the trees along the sides of the road, prompting you to suddenly halt. You have been following me for quite some time now. It is only fitting you reveal yourself. He addressed the empty forest path, his voice cutting through the silence. Whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than 2 ninjas appeared before him, their faces obscured by cat masks, flanking him to obstruct his path. You are Yakushi Uru, are you not? Lord Danzo requests your presence. The ninja in front, adorned with the cat mask, blocked Yu's way. Lord Danzo? I am afraid I do not know him. Kindly let me pass. Upon hearing that name, Yu's heart stirred. Yet his demeanor remained unchanged as he attempted to sidestep the ninja and continue on his way. The heart of Yu stirred with tumultuous waves upon contemplating Shimura Danzo, a character he understood better than anyone else due to his familiarity with the original work. The leader of the independent underground organization, Root. Danzo was a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and a rival of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His ruthless and unscrupulous methods, combined with a profoundly cunning mind, marked him as an absolute old fox. Unless absolutely necessary, you had no desire to become entangled with such a troublesome figure. However, the 2 Root ninjas clearly had no intention of allowing him to leave so easily, positioning themselves once more before him. It appears we must resort to force. We will have to knock you out and take you with us, one of the ninjas declared, producing a sharp kunai from his sleeve, while the other drew a katana from behind, effectively surrounding you. Gazing at the two root ninjas obstructing his path, you deduced that his performance in the graduation examination yesterday had caught the attention of this old fox, Danzo, who intended to recruit him into Root. I never expected you to act so boldly, attacking a fellow villager right here in Konoha. Those chosen for the Umbu and Root were invariably at least Chunin level. Judging by the aura emanating from the two ninjas, you estimated their prowess to be at the Chunin rank. Humph, no one will know, one ninja sneered. Because soon we will knock you out and take you away. As his words fell, the Root ninja lunged forward, thrusting the kunai towards Yu's heart. This, however, was merely a feint, aimed at provoking you into revealing an opening for them to exploit. Humph, two Chunin, how unfortunate for you. I believe you have underestimated my strength. In response to the kunai aimed at his heart, Yu's gaze turned icy. Lightning release, Chidori Senbon. You moved faster than his assailants could react, his right hand sweeping through the air with a flourish. A brilliant blue-white lightning illuminated the surroundings as dozens of thin, lightning-infused Senbon surged forth. Chidori Senbon, an extension of the original Chidori, while less powerful than its predecessors, excelled in its ability to engage at range, boasting speed and quantity. What? The Root Chunin was evidently unprepared for the swiftness of Yu's counterattack. Caught off guard, he desperately swung to defend with the kunai, but was still struck by the overwhelming lightning, leaving his hands paralyzed. I can't move. The Chunin's body was incapacitated by the multiple Senbon, the potent lightning chakra immobilizing his muscles and nerves. Simultaneously, the second Root Chunin's katana was upon him, its icy edge palpable against Yu's skin. Konoha whirlwind. Without turning, Yu swiftly extended his right leg backward, executing a scorpion tail kick that deflected the incoming katana. Chakra's surgical blade. Seizing the moment when he kicked the katana aside, Yu formed hand seals rapidly, his body vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, Yu had arrived behind the Chunin of the Root organization, a distinctive blue chakra blade already blossoming in his hand. With a swift motion, the azure blade sliced through the back of the Chunin's neck. The unfortunate ninja emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground without even a chance to scream. Instantly deprived of combat capability, the chakra scalpel, capable of cutting through a target's body without any external wounds, is an A-rank advanced medical ninjutsu. Despite Yu's current strength only allowing him to maintain the chakra scalpel at a length of 30 centimeters, it could effortlessly slice through any barriers, such as clothing, directly impacting the human body, rendering it a terrifyingly lethal medical technique. Chakra scalpel, observing his fallen comrade, who bore not a single mark yet lay lifeless on the ground, the neighboring Chunin, paralyzed by Yu's Chidori, was struck with astonishment. Initially underestimating Yu due to his youthful appearance, he was taken aback by Yu's remarkable prowess and his ability to so effortlessly wield such advanced lightning release and medical ninjutsu. In a flash, a streak of blue light swept across the Chunin's neck. His eyes filled with crimson as he crumpled to the ground, breathless. Yu showed no mercy towards the two Chunin intent on killing him. What a nuisance, he thought, gazing at the two bodies devoid of wounds that lay before him. The blue chakra scalpel in his hand gradually dissipated, yet his brow furrowed slightly. This was his first true act of killing. Fortunately, the chakra scalpel's capacity to inflict harm without damaging the body's surface spared him the gruesome sight of gushing blood, alleviating any discomfort that might arise from his first act of taking a life. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from nearby, startling Yu. He turned to see. Beneath a tree, a man clad in a white kimono, his right eye wrapped in a bandage, a cross-shaped scar adorning his chin, and a cane in one hand. Decisive and efficient. You did not hesitate to kill. Yakushi Uru, you are indeed a born ninja. The man, with an expressionless face, seemed to commend you after witnessing his swift retaliation against the two Chunin of the Root organization. Shimura Danzo. Yu's pupils constricted at the sight of this man. A splendid battle. Although my expectations of you were already high, I did not foresee the extent of your abilities, Danzo remarked, a serene smile gracing his face. As if the fallen were merely pawns, insignificant and expendable. To the unacquainted, he might appear as a benevolent elder. However, you, familiar with the original narrative, discerned a profound ambition and possessiveness lurking within his gaze. This is troublesome. I never anticipated Danzo would come personally, though the expression on his face remained unchanged. Within you, a tempest was brewing. The imposing aura emanating from Danzo clearly indicated that he was a figure of considerable stature, a person of the shadow level. While not among the elite of such figures, his strength far surpassed that of any jonin. Despite having other hidden cards, Yu, whose chakra levels had only just surpassed the Chunin rank, found himself at a loss when confronted by Danzo. Yaoshi Yu, join my root organization. You will undoubtedly gain more enhancement than in any other department, Danzo stated bluntly, his intent laid bare as he gazed at Yu. My organization is in dire need of a genius ninja like you, one who excels in both combat and healing. Over the years, Danzo's root organization had gradually absorbed various skilled ninjas from Konoha, including those from the Secretive Oil and Yamanaka clans. He even harbored ambitions to infiltrate the prestigious Uchiha clan, aiming to seize the power of the Sharingan. After witnessing Yu's prodigious talent during the graduation examination and his ability to defeat Uchiha Shursui, Danzo, akin to a cunning shark sensing blood in the water, had fixated on this promising young talent. I apologize, Lord Danzo. I am on my way to meet the third Hokage, Yu replied, not explicitly rejecting the invitation. However, he harbored no fondness for Danzo, a man who professed his dedication to Konoha while embodying darkness in his heart. In the original narrative, when Danzo chose to seal himself away in a bid to perish alongside Sasuke, many believed his character had been redeemed. However, Yu held a different view. As the saying goes, Konoha was peaceful until Danzo destroyed a village, and such acts were not without foundation. Individuals like Danzo, even if driven by a desire to protect Konoha, employed numerous vile tactics, turning countless innocents into his subjects of experimentation and sacrifice. Even Nagato and Yahiko, who initially sought peace, were driven into despair due to Danzo's selfish ambitions. As a teammate from their youth, Danzo had repeatedly attempted to orchestrate political assassinations against the third Hokage for his own ambitions. Such a person, whose actions could be brushed aside with the phrase for Konoha, was beyond redemption. Regardless of how noble his goals appeared, at his core, he remained a detestable villain whose methods were reprehensible. This was Yu's assessment of Danzo. While Yu never considered himself a paragon of virtue, he held a deep aversion for Danzo, who resorted to any means necessary to achieve his goals while cloaking his intentions in grandiloquent rhetoric. Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Danzo said with a smile, unfazed by Yu's lack of acceptance. You must be the child adopted by Yaoshi Uru. For your exceptional medical ninjutsu clearly demonstrates that you have not only inherited but surpassed her talents. However, you may be unaware that your adoptive mother, Nanoyu, once served as a ninja within our ranks. She was among my most exceptional intelligence and medical ninjas and even held the esteemed position of head of the medical corps in Konoha. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Yu's amber eyes narrowed slightly. He was certainly aware of Nanoyu's past, yet he could not fathom the purpose behind Danzo's sudden mention of it. Yu scrutinized the man before him, known as the shadow of the ninja world, seeking to glean something from his expression. Your demeanor suggests you are not surprised by what I have revealed, Danzo noted, observing that Yu's face bore no signs of the anticipated reaction. A shadow of malice flickered in Danzo's exposed left eye. Nonetheless, it matters not. I believe we shall have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Almost immediately, a smile returned to Danzo's face. I shall await you at route, for I can discern from your gaze that we are of the same ilk. After leaving behind a chilling laugh, Danzo turned to depart, adding, and take these two worthless bodies with you. Root has no need for such incompetence, incapable even of handling a mere freshly graduated academy student. As he passed the lifeless forms of two Root Chunin, Danzo coldly issued his command. Am I truly of the same kind as Danzo? Gazing at his retreating figure, Yu pondered the words that had just been spoken, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It is well known that in the world of Naruto, wrought by war and bloodshed, numerous troubled youths, with flawed psyches, have veered down dark paths. Examples include Gaara, Kimimaro, and Kabuto, each a prodigious talent, yet burdened by suffering, solitude, confusion, and despair. Were it not for his status as a traveler from another world, possessing his own established worldview, you might have succumbed to the manipulations of Danzo or Orochimaru, potentially embarking on a path of no return. Regrettably, in this world, aside from those he holds dear, Yu remains impervious to the sway of others' words. Before long, afternoon descended. Entering the Hokage's office building, guided by a member of the Umbu, Yu reached the door of the Hokage's office. Come in, a steady voice called from within. Hokage-sama. I have brought Yaoyu, the Umbu announced. Upon entering, the Umbu knelt in respect. Thank you for your efforts. You may withdraw. The third Hokage stated from behind his desk. His gaze then shifted to you, a gentle smile gracing his features. You have arrived. Yes, Hokage-sama, you replied. Feeling the weight of the third Hokage's scrutiny, he stepped forward to pay his respects, his eyes scanning the expansive office and noting that Shisui was also present. Upon seeing you enter, Shisui greeted him. Shisui, you should head back now. I wish to speak with you in private. As you arrived at the office, the third Hokage instructed Shisui to take his leave, reminding him to report to the Umbu tomorrow. Yes, Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave. With a bow, Shisui exited the office, casting a glance at you that seemed to hold deeper meaning. You pondered silently, recognizing that Shisui had indeed been assigned to the Umbu by the third Hokage. He wondered what urgent matter had prompted the Hokage to summon him today. Once Shisui departed, only you and the third Hokage remained in the office. As the third Hokage scrutinized you, you reciprocated the gaze, assessing the older man before him. Unlike the setting of the graduation assessment from the previous day, the third Hokage donned traditional ninja armor today, a testament to the ongoing war. Though only 54 years old, his hair and beard had turned white, rendering him far more aged than his contemporaries like Danzo. If not for the formidable aura he exuded and the occasional glimmer of sharpness in his murky eyes, one might mistake him for an ordinary, kindly elder. My apologies. I am merely struck by the fact that our village can nurture such a talented ninja as yourself. It brings me great comfort, the third Hokage remarked. Observing Yu's slight discomfort under his gaze, he then took a puff from his pipe. The reason I have summoned you today is to inquire about your willingness to follow the Hokage's orders and join the Konoha Medical Corps. The Medical Corps? Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated being assigned to the Hokage's direct Umbu, but he had not expected the third Hokage to propose a position in the Medical Corps. I specifically reviewed your records. You are the adopted child of the former Medical Corps leader, Yakushi Nono, the third Hokage explained, noticing Yu's astonishment. I witnessed your exceptional medical ninjutsu yesterday. Currently, the Medical Corps is severely understaffed, which prompted this arrangement. Do you agree? I agree. Having regained his composure, Yu nodded without hesitation. He understood that enhancing his strength through diligent training was paramount, and he was indifferent to which department he was assigned. Furthermore, given the fierce intensity of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had just triumphed over the Sand Shinobi of the Wind Country, only to face a sudden assault from the Rock Shinobi of the Earth Country. Meanwhile, the Mist Shinobi from the Water Country were also lurking at the front lines, eager to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos of war. As Minato Namikaze had articulated in the original narrative, Konoha's combat capabilities had never been as strained as they were now. Yu, who often treated injured ninjas from the village for a fee, was acutely aware of the overwhelming demand for medical ninjas in Konoha. Each day, a staggering number of wounded frontline ninjas were brought back to the village for treatment. It is entirely reasonable that I have caught the attention of both the third Hokage and Danzo, given my extraordinary medical ninjutsu. Upon hearing Yu's unhesitating agreement, the third Hokage nodded with satisfaction, his gaze softening. He then shifted the conversation, acknowledging not only my medical prowess, but also my remarkable talent in ninjutsu and combat. To compensate for the deficiencies in my ninjutsu training since joining the medical team, he paused momentarily before gesturing toward the myriad of ninjutsu scrolls displayed on the shelves surrounding the Hokage's office. I can assure you that all the ninjutsu scrolls here are at your disposal. Additionally, should you find the time, you may also seek my guidance in private. Is it truly so generous? Yu exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his gaze from the desk. The third Hokage was surprisingly magnanimous, not only granting access to all the ninjutsu scrolls in the Hokage's office, but also offering the opportunity for private instruction. To think that after agreeing to join the medical team, I would gain such an unexpected advantage. Who is the third Hokage? He is revered in the ninja world as the god of ninjutsu and a master of the art. Not only has he nurtured legendary ninjas like the legendary three of Konoha, but he is also well-versed in all mainstream ninjutsu, including the 5 elemental natures of ninjutsu. If I could receive his guidance in my ninjutsu training, combined with my innate talent, my strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Thank you, Lord Hokage. As I gazed at this venerable elder, who had devoted himself tirelessly to Konoha, I found myself unexpectedly moved. Regardless of external opinions that may label the third Hokage as benevolent or indecisive, one undeniable truth remains. He regards every ninja in Konoha as his own child. Even Orochimaru, who has strayed far from the path, is met with his compassion rather than condemnation. Perhaps as a ninja and politician, the third Hokage may have faltered, but as a benevolent figure and mentor, he is undoubtedly successful. Your talent and strength are the finest I have ever witnessed. Even Orochimaru, at this age, could not compare to your level. After a penetrating glance at me, the third Hokage donned a white Hokage cloak draped beside him. Come, there is still time. I will take you to the medical team now. With that, the third Hokage led me out of the Hokage office. Along the way, all the ninjas we passed greeted us with bows, their expressions tinged with surprise at the sight of the white-haired youth accompanying the Hokage. Here we are, before the Konoha Ninja Hospital. After navigating around the Hokage office and traversing several main streets, we arrived at a pristine white building. Follow me inside. Even before entering the hospital, I had already observed numerous injured individuals lying in various positions along the way. Following the third Hokage's lead, we finally reached a hall marked with the sign for the Konoha medical team. Ah, Lord Hokage. In the bustling hall, numerous medical ninjas clad in white robes and hats hurriedly attended to their tasks. Upon the arrival of the third Hokage, they promptly bowed and greeted him. No need for formalities. You, come with me to the medical room, he instructed, striding forward and pushing open the door to the medical chamber, with you following closely behind. Upon entering, you beheld rows of white hospital beds, each occupied by nearly 100 injured ninjas. Several medical ninjas emanated a faint green glow as they employed healing techniques on the wounded. This is the medical room of the ninja hospital, and these are members of our Konoha medical team. All these injured ninjas were transported back from the front lines yesterday, the third Hokage solemnly explained after surveying the scene. Witnessing the grievous casualties among Konoha's ninjas weighed heavily on his heart. Nodding in understanding, you felt a surge of determination and approached a medical ninja who was treating a patient. Observing the injured individual on the bed, he softly proposed, "Allow me to give it a try." "What do you mean?" The medical ninja, engrossed in his efforts, paused in surprise, looking down at the 6 or 7-year-old you with a hint of annoyance. "This is not a place for children. Go play elsewhere and don't hinder the treatment." "Let him try," came the deep, authoritative voice of the third Hokage, who had nodded slightly in Yu's direction. Realizing the presence of the Hokage, the medical ninja quickly stepped aside. Healing technique. After the medical ninja moved out of the way, you examined the injured area before swiftly forming hand seals. A gentle, green chakra enveloped his palm, which he placed against the wounded area. Before the astonished onlookers, the wound on the bed healed at an astonishing speed, visibly transforming into smooth skin as though it had never been injured. The wounded ninja, gradually regaining consciousness, relaxed his furrowed brow and murmured in confusion, "Where am I? Am I not dead?" Witnessing this miraculous scene, the third Hokage's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the surrounding medical ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. "Who is this boy? He is capable of performing the healing technique. That is an advanced medical ninjutsu," they whispered in disbelief. The sight of this young child, merely 6 or 7 years old, executing such a high-level healing technique to revive an unconscious patient left the medical ninjas utterly speechless. Indeed, it was clear that placing you in the medical team was a most fitting decision. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the medical ninjas around him, the third Hokage beamed with pride at Yu's remarkable display of medical prowess. Hemostasis and healing techniques. These fundamental medical ninjutsu are employed by most members of the medical squad. However, the mastery of the art of the sage, classified as an A-level, supremely advanced ninjutsu, is exceedingly rare due to its stringent demands on chakra control, rendering its practitioners almost extinct. Even within the medical class, those capable of wielding it are but a handful. "Lord Hokage, who is this?" Upon witnessing Yu's extraordinary medical ninjutsu, the gathered medical ninjas turned their inquisitive gazes toward the third Hokage, hoping he would unveil the identity of the white-haired youth. "Ahem, allow me to introduce him," the third Hokage said, clearing his throat as he acknowledged their curiosity. "This is Yakushi Uru, a freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. From this day forth, I will be assigning him to the medical team to work alongside you all." "Nanny? Yakushi Uru? Is he the renowned genius that has recently captured the attention of Konoha?" The medical ninjas buzzed with excitement, astonished that he possessed such advanced medical techniques immediately upon graduating. To have such prowess straight out of the academy, No wonder he is hailed as Konoha's top talent. Following the third Hokage's introduction, the medical room erupted in chatter, clearly indicating that after the unique graduation assessment, Yu's title as Konoha's foremost genius had become a popular topic of discussion among the villagers. I am Yakushi Uru. I look forward to working with all of you, he stated, stepping forward with a slight bow, displaying impeccable etiquette in the face of their astonished gazes. Very well, Yu. From today onward, focus diligently on your duties here. After arranging Yu's responsibilities within the medical team, the third Hokage placed a reassuring hand on Yu's shoulder, imparting a weighty expectation. Please do not let me down. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, Yu replied, feeling the weight of the third's hopeful gaze. He turned to observe the bustling activity of the Konoha medical team, realizing that he would be spending a considerable amount of time here. Time flew by, and 3 months swiftly passed. Boom, boom. In the back mountains of Konoha, a tremendous commotion reverberated. Water release, hard whirlwind water blade. With a decisive shout, Yu summoned the shining spiral sphere in his palm, which instantly coalesced with concentrated chakra. As he infused it with water chakra, a thunderous roar erupted. The shining spiral sphere underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a highly concentrated water cannon that enveloped Yu's entire right hand in a spiraling torrent, emitting an awe-inspiring sound akin to a cascading waterfall. I've finally done it. After 3 months of rigorous training, Yu beheld the culmination of what was proclaimed to be the ultimate water ninjutsu, now manifest in his grasp. A glimmer of excitement danced in his amber eyes as he forcefully launched the resonating, high-pressure water cannon forward. Boom! With an exaggerated tremor, Yu watched in astonishment as the high-pressure water cannon expanded into an immense water vortex upon release. The relentless force continued to draw in the surrounding trees and earth, shredding them into fragments only to cast them aside once more. Such terrifying power, witnessing the catastrophic aftermath wrought by his newly mastered technique. Even Yu could not help but gasp in astonishment. This power appeared to eclipse the exaggerated prowess of the wind release, Raisen Shuriken wielded by the protagonist Naruto in the original tale. How is it that I remain at your mercy, yet you have succeeded in executing this technique? Without warning, the voice of the demon echoed in Yu's ears. Truly remarkable strength. From such a diminutive ninjutsu, a volume of water equivalent to a lake has been unleashed. To what degree have you compressed your chakra? Gazing upon the utterly devastated forest and the vast expanse of lake that had materialized from thin air, even the demon could not help but be astounded by the might of Yu's ultimate water release. Ah, you have emerged once more, demon. Hearing the long unheard voice, a faint smile graced Yu's face. Cease your playful banter. I am still quite vexed about our last encounter. In response to Yu's delight, the demon doused him with cold water. You are still upset about that incident? Noticing the demon's feigned indifference, Yu sheepishly scratched his head, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. By the way, I genuinely wish to see what you look like when you're angry. Since the awakening of the demon within him, you had fantasized about its appearance more than once. With the demon's enchanting voice, you envisioned it as a figure with alluring curves, a bust surpassing 36e, and a visage so captivating that a mere glance would ensnare the soul. Why do I sense? It seems you are entertaining some rather unhealthy thoughts. The demon's sultry voice turned slightly skeptical. Ahem, snapping back to reality, you coughed awkwardly, hoping not to incite too much ire upon being discovered. For I am in the process of developing a technique even more perilous than the hard vortex water blade. As his words fell, the practicing Yu began to shed his kimono, revealing a sleeveless undershirt beneath. What are you up to now? The demon gasped, a wave of foreboding washing over it. Boom. Before the demon could comprehend the situation, a colossal surge of chakra erupted from Yu's form. No, rather than chakra. It was a violent explosion of highly concentrated compressed ninjutsu. Rumbling accompanied the fierce outburst of this concentrated ninjutsu. Yu's arms formed into 2 ferocious whirlwinds, instantly shattering every stone in their vicinity. Ultimately, they coalesced into a pair of white lightning-like wings, resplendently adorning Yu's shoulders and back. What is this? Yu. Your physical power. Witnessing this sudden surge of strength emanating from you, the demon's voice trembled in utter disbelief. Due to the intrinsic connection existing within Yu's being, the demon could distinctly sense that the power coursing through Yu had amplified tenfold in an instant. Unlike the ninjutsu from the world of Naruto or the devil fruits from the realm of One Piece, she had never encountered such a capability. Had this abundant strength reached completion? Comparable to the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, white lightning coiled around her back and shoulders. And as she felt the relentless surge of power multiplying within her, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, she harbored no doubt that a single punch could obliterate everything in her path. Yet, this amplification, while remarkable, still paled in comparison to the might of the 8 gates. Reflecting on the original narrative wherein Might Guy unleashed the 8 gates, showcasing a terrifying strength far exceeding that of the 5 Kage by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Yu shook her head in discontent. It appeared she had yet to reach the pinnacle of her potential. Have you lost your mind? Cease immediately. Although unaware of the new technique you had developed, the demon's urgent voice echoed in her ears, sensing the explosive power radiating from Yu's body. Boom. Alas, it was too late. Under the skyrocketing intensity of her power, the concentrated ninjutsu surrounding her back and shoulders became unstable. The entwined white lightning erupted violently, launching Yu like a projectile. Bang! Bang! After crashing through 2 massive trees, Yu tumbled to the ground, her back marred by gruesome wounds. In healing destruction. Yet, Yu seemed prepared for this eventuality. Bolstered by her formidable chakra, the injuries on her back began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This was one of the advanced medical ninjutsu she had mastered prior to being struck. She accurately anticipated the point of impact and concentrated a substantial amount of chakra at that location, allowing the wound to heal swiftly post-impact. Indeed, it was a failure. But fortunately, she had been prepared. Otherwise, she might have met a dire fate. Lying on the ground for over 10 minutes, Yu finally fully recuperated from her grievous injuries. The perilous new forbidden technique she had employed was none other than Shuinpa from the realm of Soul Reapers. In the past 3 months, apart from tending to injured ninjas in the Konoha Medical Corps, Yu dedicated her remaining time to studying ninjutsu scrolls and training in the Hokage's office. Occasionally, she would seek guidance from the 3rd Hokage, leading to remarkable advancements in her ninjutsu practice. Her chakra reserves and levels were continually rising, prompting her to conceive the idea of developing a new technique. The 8 gates, well known as a high-level taijutsu in the Naruto universe, could unlock all limitations of the human body when fully activated, also referred to as the 8 gates of death. When unleashed, it granted power surpassing that of the 5 Kage by dozens or even hundreds of times. In the original story, Might Guy, upon opening the 8 gates, exhibited a force that even temporarily subdued Uchiha Madara in his Sage of 6 Paths form. However, the price was steep, as it led to rapid physical deterioration and death. And even with the use of yin-yang release to prolong life, it would result in permanent disability. Conversely, Shuinpa represented the ultimate combat technique in the Soul Reaper universe. Blending Kido with unarmed combat, the user's back and shoulders are enveloped by a high concentration of a technique known as the Demon Path, which, through an explosive fusion of this power with their limbs, enables them to engage in combat. Once activated, this technique can amplify one's combat prowess tenfold, or even several times more, endowing every movement with tremendous destructive capability. Thus, you contemplated that if the Shinigami Shuinpa could amalgamate the Demon Path with sheer physical prowess, might he not also endeavor to blend the ninjutsu and taijutsu from the world of Naruto, developing a forbidden technique comparable to the 8 gates, yet with significantly fewer drawbacks? After perusing an extensive array of ninjutsu knowledge, you ultimately succeeded. Even in its incomplete form, Shuinpa could exponentially enhance his physical strength tenfold. However, given that the current manifestation of Shuinpa is perilously unstable and fraught with danger, it remains unsuitable for combat. Gazing at the nearly obliterated forest surrounding him, along with his tattered garments and battered body, as well as the chakra completely depleted from his being, you couldn't help but smirk bitterly. You altered the method of releasing ninjutsu, compressing it, and fusing it with himself to unleash an explosive force, thereby successfully developing the forbidden technique known as Shuinpa. Not only was its appearance resplendent, but its effects were also remarkably pronounced, effortlessly granting him power surpassing his own tenfold. If the 8 gates represents a mindless, reckless surge of energy, then Yu Shuinpa embodies a cerebral, tactical approach. However, the consumption of chakra and stamina was conspicuously substantial. Following the recent exertion, you felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. You madman, it seems you are eager to meet your demise, hoping I might consume your soul. At that moment, The demon within you was clearly exasperated beyond words. Now, do not be so quick to anger. My shadow clone has just relayed a message. It appears the third Hokage is summoning me. While attempting to placate the irate demon within, you suddenly received a transmission from his shadow clone. He donned his kimono once more and departed from the ravaged woods. Minutes later, 2 Umbu ninjas appeared in the very forest you had just vacated. What is this? The 2 Umbu ninjas were astonished by the nearly obliterated landscape and the vast lake that had inexplicably emerged, left speechless as they surveyed the devastation. Assessing the damage, they quickly reached a conclusion. Such incredible destructive power. The terrain has been altered. This must have been caused by an exceptionally potent water release technique. We must return to report this to Lord Hokage immediately. With that, the 2 Umbu ninjas vanished from the forest in an instant. Back in the Konoha medical unit, Yu's shadow clone stood before an Umbu ninja. Yakushi Uru, Lord Hokage has summoned you for a new mission. Upon seeing U's original self return, the Umbu ninja spoke. Understood, I shall proceed at once. Acknowledging the Umbu's words with a nod, Yu then poofed away his identical shadow clone. Today, the medical class's workload was rather light, allowing Yu to leave a shadow clone behind, while he himself retreated to the mountains behind Konoha for training. Upon recalling the shadow clone, the return of chakra flooded Yu's being, filling him with a sensation of vitality, as if his body, previously hollow, was once again imbued with energy. After approximately 5 minutes, he followed an Umbu ninja to the Hokage's office. Ah, you've arrived, greeted the third Hokage with a warm smile, setting aside his pipe as he addressed you. Hokage-sama, is there a new mission you wish to assign to me? Upon entering, you noticed that besides the third Hokage, there were 4 other ninjas present in the office. 2 boys clad in blue headbands, one wearing dark glasses, and the other with 1,000 needles clenched in his mouth. There was also a youth dressed in an almost blindingly tight green suit, sporting a glossy black watermelon-shaped hairstyle, with thick eyebrows that were strikingly prominent, occasionally revealing a gleaming set of white teeth that sent shivers down Yu's spine. Ebisu, Noara Kakashi, and the future Might Guy, you recognized their identities immediately. As he appraised them, they were likewise observing him with a curious gaze, seemingly attempting to connect the 6-year-old white-haired boy before them with the village's recently acclaimed prodigy. You must be Yakushi Uru, a gentle voice chimed in. You lifted his gaze slightly and found a girl standing before him. She had long, slightly curled black hair and was donned in a short ninja skirt with a white base and red trim, exuding both purity and allure. Her large red eyes were curiously scrutinizing him. I've heard about you from my father. He mentioned you as the most outstanding genius ninja he has ever encountered. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I never expected such a dashing young brother. Yuhi Kurenai. Upon seeing the girl before him, you recognized her as the future Jonin of Konohagakure, the most alluring figure from the original narrative. However, at the moment, they were all roughly 11 or 12 years old, newly promoted Chunin of this year. Ah, it is an honor, Kurenai-senpai. I've often heard my teacher, Yuhi Akane, speak of you, you replied humbly, slightly bowing his head under the gaze of the enchanting girl. Coughing lightly, the third Hokage drew everyone's attention. You. The reason for summoning you today is to assign you a new mission. A new mission? You inquired with curiosity, looking toward the third Hokage. Indeed, this is an A-rank reconnaissance mission, the third Hokage explained, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before elaborating on the task at hand. Konoha is currently facing pressure from the combined forces of the sand, rock, and cloud ninjas on the battlefield. Recently, our ninjas have gathered intelligence indicating that the mist ninjas from the land of water are amassing a considerable number of ninjas at the border of the fire country, suggesting they may soon take action. Upon reaching this point, the third Hokage's expression grew somewhat solemn as he gazed at the 4 young ninjas kneeling before him. Along with you standing nearby, he spoke with a grave tone, issuing a command. Genma, Ebisu, Kai, and Kurenai, you 4 have just been promoted to Chunin. In my capacity as Hokage, I hereby order you to investigate the borders for any potential threats. Given the uncertainties that may arise along the way, I have specifically assigned you to assist you as a medical ninja. Understood. You and the 4 young Chunin responded in unison. After receiving the third Hokage's directives, the 5 of them departed from his office. In the corridor outside the Hokage office, Kurenai, walking alongside you, playfully remarked, everyone in the village has been talking about you lately. Such praise is merely flattery. You, Kurenai-senpai, are far more beautiful than I had imagined, Yu replied, glancing at her and noticing her charming smile, which seemed to diminish the beauty of the surrounding scenery. Really? Kurenai exclaimed, her hands covering her face in bashful delight at Yu's sincere compliment. What Konoha's #1 genius? Just a little brat fresh out of the ninja academy, scoffed Genma, who was chewing on a kunai as he observed Yu and Kurenai together. Yu turned around, sensing the unfriendly gazes of Gunma and Ebisu behind him. Don't be like that, Gunma, said Kai, walking beside them, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. That's the truth. What does Lord Hokage think? Assigning such a child to hold us back? Ebisu chimed in, echoing Gunma's sentiments. Recently, the village had buzzed with discussions about Yu's prodigious talent, and upon finally meeting him, they were disappointed to discover he was merely a 6 or 7-year-old child. The fact that the Hokage had appointed him to accompany them on a mission only fueled their disdain. How can you two be like this? You was specially assigned by Lord Hokage to assist us, Kurenai exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly indignant. Whether he's a genius or not is someone else's opinion. It doesn't concern me, Gama retorted. At this moment, however, you had already halted, his amber eyes calmly assessing the two. It seems you both have strong objections towards me. This mission marked Yu's first true venture into the field, yet he found himself inexplicably provoked by Gunma and Ebisu. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper, let alone himself. What, are you dissatisfied, brat? Gunma confronted, matching Yu's icy demeanor as both he and Ebisu came to a standstill. Especially the enigmatic Shirenui Genkan, arms crossed over his chest with a kunai clenched between his teeth, wore an expression tinged with disdain and contempt. Whoosh. However, before his words could fully resonate, Yu had instantaneously vanished from sight before him and Ebisu. Such swiftness. Observing Yu's astonishingly rapid movements, Might Guy, a master of taijutsu among the trio, felt a surge of shock. Leaf, great whirlwind. Accompanied by a piercing howl of air, before anyone could react, Yu's figure reappeared before the three. His body spun rapidly in midair, legs transforming into a violent whirlwind that struck out. Bang! Everyone was momentarily blinded, and when their vision cleared, they witnessed Ebisu hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the wall. How fast? Faced with Yu's unparalleled speed, Shirenui Genkan was alarmed to see his comrade Ebisu kicked away in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, he enveloped his kunai in chakra and unleashed it in a swift barrage. Observing the incoming kunai from Shirenui Genkan, Yu, still suspended in the air, let out a disdainful grunt and deftly tilted his head to evade it, his body vanishing once more from Genkan's sight. A body flicker technique. Witnessing Yu's incredible velocity, Shirenui Genkan's hand reflexively reached for his tool pouch. Yet, at that moment, a solitary finger had silently pressed against his temple, halting his movements abruptly. Tomorrow, we embark on our mission. You two fools still have the audacity to linger here. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Shirenui Genkan found Yu standing behind him, right index finger raised like a pistol against his temple. If it were possible, I would not hesitate to eliminate both of you and complete the mission alone. Tu Chunin, unable to withstand this little brat for even 2 seconds, staring in disbelief at Yu, whose finger was poised against Shirenui Genkan's head, Kurenai Yui, Might Guy, and the fallen Ebisu were all left dumbfounded. You insolent brat, who do you think you're intimidating? Under the watchful eyes of many, being threatened by a 6-year-old boy left Shirenui Genkan's face flushed with indignation, feeling his pride trampled upon. Boom. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Yu's finger launched a fine thread at incredible speed, grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson trail before it detonated against the nearby wall, creating a massive hole. You should consider yourself fortunate that this is the Hokage's office. I shall not hold this against you too. Return and prepare yourself properly. We will gather here tomorrow to depart. Ignoring the stunned Shirenui Genkan, Yu disdainfully curled his lips, mimicking a gunslinger as he blew at his non-existent gunpowder, turning away without a backward glance. Such terrifying power. Staring blankly at Yu's retreating figure, Might Guy and the fallen Ebisu appeared as if petrified. Is this truly his strength? No wonder so many refer to him as the greatest genius of Konohagakure. Witnessing Yu display his astonishing prowess, effortlessly dispatching the Chunin, Nara Hoka, and Ebisu, was truly remarkable. At that moment, the vibrant eyes of Yuhi Kurenai shimmered with a new understanding, as she began to grasp the words her father, Yuhi Akane, had spoken in praise of you. The following morning, bright and early, Might Guy, along with his companions and Yuhi Kurenai, stood ready at the village gate. Soon after, Yu's figure emerged, joining their ranks. You've arrived. I apologize on their behalf for yesterday's incident, said Might Guy, his watermelon hairstyle bobbing as he stepped forward to express his contrition. Although Nara, Hoka, and Ebisu remained silent, the fear evident in their eyes betrayed their capitulation, particularly Ebisu, whose swollen cheek bore the residue of the blow he had received from you. Enough, I shall not stoop to the level of bothersome flies, you replied, shrugging indifferently at Might Guy's apology, adding, I merely hope you do not hinder me during our mission, otherwise, I might very well turn the two of you into lifeless corpses. Did you hear that? Yuhi Kurenai directed her gaze towards Nara, Hoka, and Ebisu, who, though unwilling, chose to swallow their pride. Reflecting on Yu's overwhelming strength displayed the previous day, coupled with the task assigned by the third Hokage, they were reluctant to provoke further conflict at this juncture. All right, let us set off, Yu declared, disregarding the pair as he surged ahead, swiftly disappearing into the woods. We must keep up. Might Guy and the others hastened to match Yu's pace. After a lengthy day of travel, Yu and Yuhi Kurenai's team finally traversed the Fire Temple and arrived at the borders of the Land of Fire. The vast expanse of the Land of Fire was predominantly dense forest, with the exception of a few resting points along their journey. Yu maintained a steady, unhurried pace, ensuring he remained a slight distance ahead of Might Guy and the others. This is the border. Be cautious. Our mission is to gather intelligence on the number of mist ninja and to avoid combat whenever possible, Yu instructed as they approached a dense thicket. After Might Guy's warning, the five figures swiftly darted into the forest. What? As Yu's team reached the borders of the Land of Fire, the third Hokage, seated in his office, paled upon reading the intelligence recently delivered by his subordinates. Yes, Lord Hokage, replied the kneeling ninja, his expression grave. The previous intelligence was flawed. The number of mist ninja mobilized is far greater than we anticipated. According to reports from the investigating ninja, it is said that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have also become involved in this operation. He is covered in numerous wounds, and without having the time to tend to his injuries, he rushed to report to the third Hokage, the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this revelation, nearly everyone in the Hokage's office gasped in astonishment. The 7 ninja swordsmen, formerly known as the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, is an inheritable title from the village of Mist in the Land of Water, rather than a concrete organization. Each of the 7 possesses a distinct, formidable blade that complements their unique jutsu, all boasting equal prowess, dedicated to executing high-difficulty missions for the village of Mist, with each member attaining the status of Jonin. It can be said that the 7 ninja swordsmen are emblematic of the Mist, having carved out a notorious reputation throughout history as ruthless assassins. Could it be that the very same 7 ninja swordsmen had just dispatched Yu and Kai yesterday? No wonder the third Hokage displayed such shock. What began as merely an A-rank reconnaissance mission unexpectedly escalated, with the Mist ninjas deploying a significant number of their forces, even involving the 7 ninja swordsmen. Reflecting on Yu and his team of 5, who had only just been dispatched for their mission yesterday, the third Hokage's expression grew heavy, as if it could weep. These are the future elites of Konoha, still in their formative years. Notably, Yu possesses a talent for ninjutsu that the third Hokage has never witnessed in the history of Konoha. Should any misfortune befall them, it would undoubtedly represent a grievous loss for the entire village. Kai is among them as well. Forgive me, Lord Third. I shall rush to their aid immediately. Upon hearing such astonishing news in the Hokage's office, a middle-aged man clad in a tight green suit, with thick eyebrows resembling those of Might Guy, dashed out before the third Hokage could utter a word. Do not act recklessly. Seeing the man disregard his admonition, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, ultimately sighing in resignation. It seems you have made your decision to protect what is most precious to you, even at the cost of your life. It appears the mission has proceeded smoothly thus far, with no encounters with mist ninjas along the way. Yu and his team of 5 have entered the dense forests bordering the Land of Fire. Throughout their journey, they have not encountered any mist ninjas. Prompting Hibiki to speak up, do not let your guard down. We could encounter enemy ninjas at any moment within these borders. While navigating through the shadowy woods, Nara Shikamaru reminded Hibiki and the others. Although he had been reprimanded by Yu yesterday, as a newly minted chunin of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru still possessed the fundamental qualities expected of a ninja. Wait, At that moment, Yu, who was leading the way, seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly halted his advance. What's wrong, Yu? Seeing Yu suddenly stop, Kai, Yuhi Kurenai, and the others immediately followed suit, their expressions turning vigilant as they scanned their surroundings. Wire trap. At the very moment the words fell from his lips, Yu, standing before the four, suddenly launched an attack. With a swift flick of his right hand, a fine thread was instantaneously conjured at the tip of his index finger and shot forth with the velocity of a bullet. Bang! A sharp, resounding explosion echoed as a large tree beside them was pierced through, splintering wood flying in all directions. A ninja concealed behind the tree had no chance to utter a cry before Yu's attack struck him squarely in the head, causing his lifeless body to tumble from the thick branch above, crashing heavily before the onlookers. It was a mist ninja. The keen-eyed Noira Hinata immediately recognized the forehead protector adorned with the emblem of 4 water droplets, a symbol signifying the identity of a ninja from the land of water. Meanwhile, the 4 companions behind him silently marveled at Yu's meticulous observational skills and the astonishing lethality of his strike. Thanks to Yu. Otherwise we might not have discovered the enemy's ambush. As they witnessed the hidden foe in the forest being swiftly dispatched by Yu, the 4 behind him exhaled in relief, with Yuhi Kurenai casting a grateful glance at his back. Be cautious, there is more than one enemy. After eliminating a mist ninja in an instant, Yu's demeanor grew more solemn than before. How could such a small child have discovered us? Indeed, Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Just as Yu's thoughts crystallized, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the shadowy forest. To the astonishment of Might Guy and Noira Hinata, 7 mysterious figures had appeared in the forest before them without notice. This is bad. We are surrounded. Noira Hinata was the first to react, but it was already too late. All avenues for retreat were sealed off. We can't escape now. Instinctively stepping back to align himself with Noira Hinata, Ebisu spoke up. Wait, who are these guys? However, as they finally discerned the appearances of the 7 ninjas before them, Yu's eyes widened in alarm, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Not only Yu, but even Ebisu beside him recognized the identities of the 7 ninjas at a glance. Their faces filled with horror, their voices trembling with tension. Damn it! Why are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist here? The 7 ninjas confronting them all wore the forehead protectors of the hidden mist village, each wielding a distinctively shaped ninja sword. They were unmistakably the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist: Chojuro, Kisame, Suigetsu, Zabuza, and others. Each of the 7 was undoubtedly of Jonin rank, exuding overwhelming power and an aura of menace. I can't believe even the young ninjas from other villages recognize us. It seems we have gained notoriety. They noted that the 5 young ninjas from Konoha had immediately identified their identities. Only the figure of Pai Pa Shirzong was seen, one hand propping up the beheading sword that was thrust into the ground, a grotesque smile creeping across his scarred face. Ah, there's a small chip on the blade. It seems I must let it taste blood to ensure the iron can be reforged. He emitted a chilling, eerie laugh, gripping the enormous sword before him with a murderous glint in his eyes. They were the most exceptional assassination elites of the Mist Village. Even against 5 mere genin from Konoha, the 7 ninja swordsmen would show no mercy. Damn it! Why does it have to be the 7 ninja swordsmen? Yu clenched his fists at the sight of the formidable adversaries blocking their path. Ever since he had been assigned with Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu to carry out a mission by the 3rd Hokage, an ominous premonition had settled within him. He had not anticipated encountering all the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen at this moment, just as depicted in the original narrative. If it were merely a jonin, it would be manageable. However, facing 7 jonin simultaneously, especially the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen, suffused Yu's heart with dread. If he were alone, perhaps there would be a chance to escape, but with 4 other genin in tow, the prospect of survival seemed increasingly bleak. Guy, just as you contemplated their predicament, a voice from afar suddenly captured everyone's attention. Dad! Upon hearing that familiar voice, Might Guy froze momentarily. A figure radiating green chakra approached with astonishing speed, stirring up dust from the ground as he swiftly arrived before the 5. Finally caught up. Might Guy. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this man, Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Recognizing the striking resemblance to Might Guy, he immediately identified him as his father, the perennial genin of Konoha, Might Guy. Is this the 8 gates? Gazing at the vibrant green chakra emanating from Might Guy, you discerned that this was the state attained after the 3rd gate, The open gate was unlocked. "Dad, what are you doing here as a genin?" Might Guy, taken aback by the unexpected presence of his father, clearly struggled to comprehend the situation. "Enough talk. You all must flee while I buy you some time." Before Guy could continue, Might Guy gestured broadly, positioning himself directly in front of you and the others. "Flee? Dad, what are you saying? They are all jonin. Moreover, they are the 7 ninja swordsmen." Seeing his father stand before them, Might Guy felt a surge of agitation. It was impossible for his father alone to contend with such formidable foes. "However, I still possess the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Donquixote. Now is the moment when I must resolutely protect what is most dear to me, is it not?" Sensing the fervent emotions of his son, you observe the ever-enthusiastic Might Guy, who turned to give a thumbs up to Kai, revealing his signature bright smile. Is he truly about to unleash the 8 gates of Donquixote? Gazing at Might Guy's foolish grin, you felt an unprecedented stir within his heart. "Ha ha ha, a mere leaf genin? A genin dares to impede our 7 ninja swordsmen." At that moment, the ninja swordsmen could not contain their laughter upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Might Guy. A leaf genin, declaring his intent to obstruct the 7 elite shinobi. Yet, in the next instant, their laughter was abruptly silenced. "Open the 8th gate of Donquixote." With a thunderous roar, Might Guy concentrated all his chakra at the position of the 8th gate within his body. Boom! An unimaginable, ferocious aura erupted forth. The 5 youths were caught off guard and were blown aside by the overwhelming gust of wind. Crimson steam. Could this be the 8 gates of Donquixote? As they felt the terrifying power emanating from Might Guy, Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shielding himself from the swirling dust, he marveled at the opportunity to witness the 8 gates of Donquixote firsthand. What has that man done? Witnessing the astonishing transformation of Might Guy and the overwhelming chakra he exuded, the 7 ninja swordsmen stood frozen in shock. Under the astonished gazes of all present, they saw that Might Guy's hair, eyebrows, and even his beard had turned a vivid red, with chakra flowing at an unprecedented velocity, releasing torrents of crimson steam. Not merely fading away, "I shall become the nourishment for new green leaves, and when those green leaves sprout, when spring arrives, that shall be the zenith of youth." The moment of burning brilliance. Radiating a terrifying crimson steam and chakra energy, Might Guy could no longer be recognized, his eyes devoid of pupils, locking onto the ninja swordsman before him. As his words fell, the ground of the forest erupted as Might Guy transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging towards them. "This chakra, this speed, what nonsense is this?" As they beheld the oncoming Might Guy, resembling a monstrous crimson beast, the expressions of the ninja swordsmen shifted dramatically. "Let us flee, Kai. We cannot allow your father's sacrifice to be in vain. Our mission is far from complete." Observing Might Guy's selfless activation of the 8 gates of Donquixote, Narashikaku and Ebisu tightly grasped Kai, urging him to hasten their departure. "Let us go. Since the 7 ninja swordsmen have appeared here, it indicates a flaw in our intelligence. It seems this mission will be far from straightforward." Casting a deep, complicated glance at the man transformed into a crimson beast, Yu's eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. Might Guy, as a low-ranking ninja, unleashed an astonishing display of power upon opening the 8 gates. One cannot help but ponder the magnitude of Might Guy's strength at the pinnacle of Jonin when he activates the 8 gates formation. Although a part of him yearned to witness the epic clash between the 8 gates formation and the 7 ninja swordsmen, he ultimately chose to turn away, leading Kurenai and the others out of the shadowy forest. If all went according to fate, this battle would exhaust Might Guy's chakra, leading to his sacrifice. Meanwhile, the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would be left with only Kisame Hashigaki, Fujetsu, and Raiga Kurisuki surviving. As they felt the ferocious battles erupting behind them in the forest, the 5 of them finally emerged into the vast expanse of grassland. Everyone be cautious. Just as they stepped out of the forest, a flurry of shuriken and kunai armed with explosive tags hurtled toward them. "Water release, water barrier." Before the others could react, you swiftly formed hand seals. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, forming a wall that encircled the 5 of them, staunchly repelling all incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The water jutsu unleashed by you thwarted every shuriken and kunai, the explosive tags detonating harmlessly against the water wall. Were there other enemies besides the 7 ninja swordsmen? Within the protective confines of the water barrier, Kurenai and the others immediately drew their kunai, ever vigilant. To execute such exquisite water release techniques in a place devoid of water was no trivial feat. Outside the forest, on the grassland, dozens of ninjas had congregated. Identifiable by their forehead protectors as mist ninjas. At the forefront stood a middle-aged mist ninja who spoke. So many mist ninjas? The mist has dispatched such a formidable force. As the water wall began to dissipate, the expressions of Kai and Ebisu shifted dramatically upon witnessing the sudden appearance of numerous mist ninjas on the grassland. What is going on? How many reinforcements has Konoha sent? How could the esteemed members of the 7 ninja swordsmen not have dealt with these few youngsters? Observing the 5 who had successfully escaped the forest, a mist ninja wore a look of confusion as he sensed the fierce battles echoing from within the woods. Enough chatter. Quickly eliminate these kids and proceed to support the 7 ninja swordsmen. At that moment, the leading mist jonin issued a stern command. Although uncertain of the number of reinforcements Konoha had dispatched to stall the 7 ninja swordsmen, the incessant tremors of battle emanating from the forest had drained the jonin's patience. Understood. Upon hearing the jonin's order, a bloodthirsty smile spread across the faces of the mist ninjas before you. Let us go. Let us swiftly take these kids' heads. Charge with me. Break their limbs, and let them know what it means to be a true ninja. The battle was on the verge of erupting, the ground trembling beneath them. Before their eyes, dozens of mist ninjas approached with fierce expressions, rapidly closing in on you and his companions. Despair washed over them as they faced such overwhelming odds. With so many ninjas confronting them, escape seemed impossible. Seeing the numerous mist ninjas emerging on the grass, the expression on Hibi's face was filled with hopelessness. Although neither Yuhi Kurenai nor Might Guy spoke, their faces reflected the same grim reality. The true battlefield proved to be unimaginably brutal. First, they encountered the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, and now the elite forces of the mist. How could these young ninjas from Konoha find themselves in such a life-threatening predicament while on a mission? Yet, it was premature to abandon hope. 1 jonin, 12 chunin, and the rest were genin. They still had a chance. Leave the jonin to me. You all hold out as best as you can. Among the 5, only the youngest, Yu, managed to maintain his composure in the face of the approaching mist elite ninjas. With a sudden rush, a thunderous sound of cascading water erupted from his palm. The ferocious torrent was compressed and whirled, forming a highly concentrated, high-pressure water gun in Yu's hand, spinning and roaring with a deafening noise that captured the attention of all present. Water release, hard vortex water blade. What is that? Inuzuka Kiba stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on the formidable vortex water blade released from Yu's hand, causing the shuriken he had been holding to drop onto the grass. Such a remarkable transformation of chakra. As they beheld Yu's ultimate water technique, Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy were left in awe, finally understanding why he was hailed as Konoha's greatest prodigy. The sight of the spiral high-pressure water gun in the hands of the youngest Konoha ninja filled the mist jonin with a sense of dire foreboding, prompting him to shout at his comrades, "Get back!" That technique. Before he could finish, Yu hurled the high-pressure water gun forward. The mist jonin reacted swiftly, employing the body flicker technique to shield himself with his hands while retreating at great speed. He felt an immense force propel him away, followed by a thunderous explosion. As the high-pressure water gun Yu had thrown vanished momentarily before reappearing and transforming into an enormous water vortex. The terrifying power swept up all the surrounding mist ninjas, tearing them to shreds before spitting them out. Blood spilled across the grass. As the shocking water vortex dissipated, a lake formed on the ground, surrounded by the mangled remains of several ninjas. The remaining mist ninjas were etched with expressions of disbelief. Damn it! How could that Konoha brat wield such a powerful water technique? The narrowly escaping mist jonin felt a sharp pain in his arm. He had only been grazed. Yet the injury was severe. A mere child of 6 or 7 had annihilated over a dozen of their elite ninjas with a single jutsu. As the most formidable ultimate water technique, the hard vortex water blade's power far exceeded anyone's expectations. Witnessing the terrifying destruction wrought by the jutsu before him, both Noara Kakashi and Ebisu remained momentarily stunned before finally regaining their composure. Yu is truly remarkable. Gazing at the silhouette of the white-haired youth, Yuhi Kurenai's stunning countenance was also filled with awe. Indeed, he is the most talented genius in our village, surpassing even Kakashi. Observing Yu's astonishing jutsu effects, Might Guy beside them regained some confidence, his eyes ignited with renewed determination. Let us all rally together. We must break through from here. In an instant, morale surged as the four behind you retrieved their ninja tools, forming a united front. You all, deal with those pesky brats. The Mist Jonin commanded the group of Mist ninjas behind him. I will take down that white-haired brat. With that, the Mist Jonin fixed his gaze on you, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Drawing his katana from his back, he swiftly activated the body flicker technique, darting across the grassy field towards you with alarming speed. Seeing the lead Mist Jonin initiate the attack, the surrounding Mist ninjas roared as they surged towards Might Guy and Yuhi Kurenai's group. Just in time. I too wished to gauge the strength of a Jonin. Noticing the approaching Mist Jonin executing the body flicker technique towards him, Yu's amber eyes sparkled with intensity. With a swift step, he executed his own body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. In the next instant, he reappeared on the grass, confronting the Mist Jonin. Clang! A violent clash of metal echoed as Yu and the Mist Jonin collided. What? The swift strike of the katana was unexpectedly halted by an invisible, transparent thread. Surprise etched across the Jonin's face. Is this the bloodline limit? Such immense strength. Is this the power of a Jonin? Rapidly conjuring a transparent, invisible thread to withstand the sharp blade, you felt the overwhelming force surging from the Mist Jonin's weapon. A chill ran down his spine. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly. Although his chakra reserves had been augmented significantly by the demonic rules, surpassing that of an ordinary chunin, Yu was still merely 6 years old, and his undeveloped body struggled against an adult Jonin. What a joke. This little brat is actually... Observing the 6 or 7-year-old Yu successfully resisting his explosive force, the Mist Jonin's expression morphed into one of incredulity. However, it quickly transformed into a fierce scowl. How could such a monstrous genius ninja arise from the enemy nation of Konoha? The Jonin's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Yet, regrettably, a child is still a child. He remains somewhat too tender. With that declaration, the Mist Jonin confronting you suddenly transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone. Realizing this, Yu was taken aback and spun around, but it was too late. Die, brat. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the hidden Mist Jonin stealthily materialized behind you, his razor-sharp katana instantaneously severing Yu's form. Yu, noticing the demise of Yu beside him, Might Guy and Kurenai Yuhi, who were besieged by a throng of Mist shinobi, gasped in horror. You should be the one to perish. Did you think you were the only one capable of using the water clone technique? Yet, despite being bisected by the hidden Mist Jonin's blade, a hint of mockery graced Yu's expression. To the astonishment of the Jonin, Yu's body transformed into a puddle of water. What? Witnessing the Yu he had just slain was but a water clone. The Jonin's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed a chilling aura of lethal intent approaching from behind. 5 colored threads. Just as the Jonin turned abruptly, Yu had already manifested claws with one hand, unleashing 5 razor-sharp strands towards him. Damn, such swift movements. Realizing that Yu, now behind him, could execute such a fierce technique without hand signs, the Jonin gritted his teeth and hastily raised his sword to defend. Clang! The clash of the katana against the threads produced a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Immediately, the Jonin felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, vibrant blood erupting from several grievous wounds. Cursed be this. Unable to halt his retreat, he stumbled back, his katana driven into the ground, as he glared at the deep, bone-revealing gashes on his form, seething with indignation. How could a distinguished Jonin from the hidden mist village of the Land of Water sustain injuries, while battling a mere 6-year-old boy from the Hidden Leaf village? It was utterly humiliating. Did I manage to block it? Standing resolutely against the hidden mist Jonin, Yu observed with a slight pout that his 5 colored threads had not severed his opponent. The water clone technique, a C-rank ninjutsu that creates duplicates using water, enhances one's abilities in a watery environment. Although it is a specialty of the Mist Shinobi, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had left behind scrolls of water release techniques in the third Hokage's office. 3 months had sufficed for you to meticulously record and master the majority of these techniques. Incredible. Yu, meanwhile, Might Guy and his comrades, engaged in battle, were astonished to see the youngest among them, Yu, managing to overpower a hidden Mist Jonin. Their spirits soared, fueling their resolve to resist and counterattack the surrounding Mist Shinobi with renewed vigor. I must admit, I underestimated you, little brat. Fixing his gaze on the standing Yu, the hidden Mist Jonin withdrew his sharp katana from the grassy ground. The relentless pain coursing through him compelled the Jonin to finally acknowledge the 6-year-old boy before him. Yet from this moment forth, I shall make you comprehend the chasm that exists between us Jonin. His eyes, visible beyond the white bandages, gleamed with cold determination. In an instant, the Jonin's hands began to form seals with remarkable speed. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Upon the invocation of the formidable water release technique, a massive torrent of water surged forth from the feet of the mist-hidden Jonin, swiftly coalescing into a roaring water dragon that charged towards you with a fierce intensity. A B-rank water release. Yu's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he propelled himself forward, leaping high into the air to deliver a powerful kick towards the oncoming water dragon. Foot-cutting line. 8 nearly transparent filaments erupted from the tip of his foot, slicing through the grass beneath him with a resounding crackle as water splashed violently. Remarkably, the water dragon was shattered by Yu's aerial kick. Despite having possessed the line fruit's abilities for only a short time, Yu's relentless training and mastery of body techniques had rendered him extraordinarily powerful. Game over, little one. However, as the water from the destroyed dragon cascaded to the ground, the mist-hidden Jonin sprang forth from the falling torrents, launching a vicious kick that struck Yu squarely in the chest. The immense force from an adult Jonin nearly compelled Yu to cough up blood. Yet, to the Jonin's astonishment, the figure he had kicked transformed into a piece of wood. A substitution technique? Startled, the Jonin swiftly reacted, turning to thrust his blade, blood splattering everywhere. As anticipated, Yu materialized behind him, pierced by the Jonin's blade. I told you it was over, little one. The sharp katana penetrated Yu's body, and the Jonin's face finally broke into a triumphant smile. However, just as he spoke, he felt a jolt coursing through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. A hand, crackling with ferocious electricity, had pierced through his heart from behind. The air was filled with the cacophony of 1,000 birds, the blinding blue-white lightning illuminating the Jonin's face, frozen in a final expression of shock. So the one I kicked was merely a decoy? Yu's body had struck the Jonin from behind with the chidori, while the Yu he had stabbed had dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The Jonin's expression was one of utter astonishment. How could this be? I refused to accept this. Yet, refusal held no weight in the realm of ninjutsu combat. As he gazed upon his fallen adversary, Yu slowly withdrew his left hand, which had unleashed the chidori. Sensing the Jonin's profound reluctance to concede, Yu calmly remarked, "You underestimated me and placed too much emphasis on my ninjutsu and bloodline limit. Neglecting a critical aspect, tactics are equally essential to a ninja's repertoire." Tactics? With a thud, the exhausted Jonin collapsed to the ground, his gaze beginning to blur as he struggled to grasp the final threads of consciousness, pondering the reasons behind his impending demise. It turns out that the target I struck earlier was not a mere shadow clone. Rather, he intentionally took my hit, employing a transformation technique to disguise himself as a wooden post to mislead me. Subsequently, he commanded a shadow clone to launch an attack from behind, leading me to mistakenly believe that the clone was his true self. How terrifying it is that this little brat managed to defeat me, a seasoned Jonin, using a mere E-rank jutsu from the Ninja Academy. Indeed, as a Jonin, the force behind that kick was formidable. As I witnessed the demise of the mist Jonin before me, I couldn't help but grimace, rubbing my chest, acutely aware that one of my ribs had been shattered. The strength of an adult Jonin is undeniable. Had it not been for the urgency to conclude the battle swiftly, he would not have resorted to such reckless tactics. Captain Mizuki's, what nonsense is this? The Mizuki's Jonin has been slain by such a child. The sight of the Jonin leading the elite mist squad, having been defeated by a mere 6-year-old, left everyone present in stunned disbelief. Konoha's rock ascent. In the midst of this shock, one of the mist ninjas found himself caught off guard as Might Guy seized the moment, delivering a swift elbow strike that sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Did you actually eliminate that Jonin? Remarkable. As seniors, how could we possibly lag behind? Witnessing the 6-year-old Yu's triumph over the mist Jonin, the impassioned Might Guy immediately unleashed his taijutsu, charging fervently at the group of mist ninjas. Yu is truly formidable. How infuriating that I cannot even manage these few foes. Meanwhile, Yugao was struggling against 2 Chunin and several genin attacking her from all sides. Feeling the immense disparity, the radiant young woman bit her lip and fought back with all her might. "Hey, little girl, you might as well give up." One of the mist ninjas taunted as he saw the beautiful Konoha Kunoichi retreating under their combined assault, his laughter dripping with lewdness. To think that little brat actually killed Jonin Mizukic. However, you still stand no chance. The numerical advantage is insurmountable, another mist ninja chimed in, attempting to crush her spirit with verbal onslaughts. You shall not underestimate us. We will definitely break through from here. Yugao gritted her teeth, narrowly evading a kunai aimed at her, her crimson eyes ablaze with fury. Heh, you should worry about yourself first. One of the mist ninjas seized the opportunity to circle behind Yugao, his sharp kunai slicing through the fabric of her shoulder, exposing a patch of her fair skin. Wow. Who would have thought that Konoha's female ninja would be so tender? The other mist ninjas, upon seeing the exposed skin on Yugao's shoulder, unleashed a torrent of vile comments. How infuriating. Yugao clenched her teeth in anger. Yet, in truth, she was barely managing to hold her ground against the onslaught of 2 chunin and several genin. Just then, the lewd remarks of the mist ninja before her transformed into a blood-curdling scream. A hand, crackling with violent electricity, pierced his heart. To my astonishment, you had stealthily approached from afar, his hand emanating the radiant light of Chidori. Damn it, be careful. It's that little brat. The moment the white-haired youth, who had just slain the mist village's jonin, appeared before them, the surrounding mist ninjas were instantly taken aback. Die. Illusion technique. 3 absolute Sakura. Witnessing their comrade being ambushed and killed in the blink of an eye, the remaining mist ninjas were momentarily captivated by the spectacle. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kurenai Yuhi crouched down, forming seals to cast her illusion, and swiftly drew a kunai to unleash a deadly arc of brilliance. The mist ninjas who had previously taunted her were still entranced in a swirling realm of cherry blossoms when she swiftly severed their throats with lethal precision. Chidori Star Shatter. Simultaneously, noticing several other mist ninjas charging towards him, Yu's gaze turned cold. The violent currents of electricity surged in his hand, and he unleashed a devastating Chidori, sending it hurtling towards them. Sizzle. Boom. The Chidori struck its targets, enveloping the mist ninjas in a frenzy of crackling electricity, which quickly transformed them into charred remains. The Chidori Star Shatter was an evolved form of the Chidori technique, developed by Yu based on Sasuke Uchiha's jutsu from Thelast. After the final battle, Sasuke had used this technique to obliterate a massive meteorite descending towards Konoha, significantly amplifying its power compared to a standard Chidori. Although Yu had not yet reached such extraordinary heights, he had already manifested a formidable technique. Are you alright, Kurenai-senpai? Seeing the mist ninjas fell before him, Yu rushed to help the seated Kurenai Yuhi. I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived just in time, she replied, rising and tending to her shoulder wound. She smiled at Yu. And please, just call me Kurenai. I'm hardly older than you. Then I'll call you Kurenai-ne, Yu said without hesitation, turning his attention towards the battle involving Might Guy and Kakashi. Once this fight is over, I'll assist in your healing. I need to help them deal with the enemies first. Despite having dispatched the majority of foes, 9 Shunin and several Genin still surrounded Guy and his allies. Having killed a Jonin and utilized the S-rank ultimate water release, hard whirlwind water blade, along with consecutive Chidori and other jutsu, Yu's chakra and stamina were severely depleted. Ignoring his own and Kurenai's injuries, he unleashed the power of the line fruit. Overwhip. Aiming at the group of mist ninjas attacking Might Guy, Yu raised his hand, unleashing an extraordinarily thick line that shot forth. Its length exceeded 100 meters, its formidable might cleaving through the ground before him. What is this? One of the mist ninjas attacking Guy failed to react in time. In an instant, he was bisected by the line unleashed by Yu. A pungent spray of blood filling the air, rendering the scene gruesomely vivid. What just happened? Upon witnessing Yu's ruthlessly formidable technique, the remaining mist ninjas were taken aback, instinctively scattering in all directions. Now, you wish to flee? Does it not seem rather too late? Observing the actions of the mist ninjas before him, Yu let out a disdainful chuckle, raising his arm with sudden force. A terrifying line, exceeding 100 meters in length, danced adeptly through the air, unleashing immense power that cleaved several unsuspecting mist ninjas into fragments. Such a domineering technique. As they watched Yu decimate the mist ninjas with a precision akin to slaughtering livestock, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, who had ceased their own battles, could not help but widen their eyes, uttering sounds of disbelief. Is this the bloodline limit of Yu? The overwhip, an application of the line fruit, represented the pinnacle of his abilities. Although it could not reach targets several kilometers away like the Ultra Strike Whip, This scaled-down version of the overwhip could be wielded with remarkable agility, delivering multifaceted cuts and strikes. You children of Konohagakure, gazing at the white-haired youth before him. The last remaining mist ninja uttered a venomous curse, proclaiming that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would not spare them. With a resounding boom, a cloud of blood mist erupted. Before he could complete his sentence, the razor-sharp overwhip effortlessly bisected him. Blood soaked into the verdant grass. The 7 ninja swordsmen. You say? I suspect they are barely able to save themselves at this point. Upon hearing the last words of the dying mist ninja, Yu's lips curled into a scornful smile. The might of the 8 Gates formation is not to be trifled with. In the face of such overwhelming power, it is questionable how many of the 7 ninja swordsmen would survive. At last, through Yu's astonishing strength and the combined efforts of Might Guy and his companions, the 5 young ninjas from Konohagakure successfully annihilated the elite Mist Ninja Squad. We have triumphed. We have survived. As they beheld the fallen foes, Nara Shikamaru collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. This true test of ninja prowess had been nothing short of a hellish trial for these 11 and 12-year-olds. Today was perilously close. We owe our lives to you. Otherwise, we would have all perished. Might Guy, too, sank to the ground in exhaustion. What had begun as a simple reconnaissance mission had unexpectedly escalated into an encounter with the 7 ninja swordsmen, followed by an encirclement by an elite mist squad. Had it not been for Yu's extraordinary display of strength, they might have been completely overrun. However, gazing at the nearly obliterated forest and the stillness that had settled within it, thoughts of his father, Might Dewey, who had sacrificed himself, caused young Guy to shed tears. While I still have a modicum of chakra, allow me to heal everyone, and we must hasten our departure from this place. Having performed a basic healing technique on himself, Yu felt the dwindling reserves of chakra and stamina and urged his companions onward. Yu is right. We should leave quickly, otherwise. Upon hearing Yu's words, the figure of Ebisu, struggling to support himself, rose from the ground. A sudden turn of events unfolded. Before Ebisu could finish his sentence, Yu, who was approaching him, felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, catching everyone, including Yu, off guard and throwing them into the air. Damn it. There are still enemies. I was too careless. Thrown several meters away and landing on the grass, Yu had no time to assess the heavy injuries weighing on him. He lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the silhouette emerging from the cloud of dust. Is that an explosive tag? It hurts. My body won't move. Meanwhile, the situation for Might Guy and Kurenai Yui, along with their companions, was far more dire, as they lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise again. The unfolding crisis once more pushing them toward the abyss. A lunatic, truly a madman. Such taijutsu. That fool of a Chunin doesn't even care for his own life. As a strange voice rang out, the silhouette within the dust finally revealed its form. Clad in the forehead protector of the Mist Village, his head wrapped in white bandages, with a black eye patch over his left eye and wielding a grotesque large sword resembling a massive scroll, adorned with countless explosive tags. It was none other than Wori Shinpachi. Instantly recognizing the identity of the man before him, Yu's heart sank. This guy is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen they had encountered in the forest. The sword he wielded, the explosive blade, was a perfect fusion with explosions, continuously generating explosive tags, capable of unleashing devastating power. Utilizing the explosive blade technique, he could hurl the explosive tags towards his enemies, resulting in inescapable large-scale detonations. According to another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hirasame Tamaru, if Wori Shinpachi unleashed his strongest explosive technique to obliterate this sword, the resulting explosion could even annihilate an immortal ninja. Just as they thought they were on the verge of escape, Wori Shinpachi emerged from the forest. The 5 of them, incapacitated on the grass, wore expressions of unwillingness. Many had perished at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen. That guy was truly a monster. Uttering words of disbelief, they observed that Wori Shinpachi was not in a good state either, his body riddled with various wounds, appearing utterly disheveled. Clearly, he had witnessed the most terrifying aspect of the 8 Gates during the recent battle. How infuriating. In the original story, this guy was supposed to have been defeated by Might Guy. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Wori Shinpachi, Yu, calculating his dwindling chakra and stamina while lying incapacitated on the ground, began to anxiously contemplate his next move. What are these corpses? Lost in the memories of the recent terrifying battle, Wuri Shinpachi's gaze finally returned to reality, surveying the 5 small figures sprawled on the ground. Alongside the corpses of dozens of elite mist shinobi, a look of astonishment crossed their faces. Could it be that these few insignificant beings managed to vanquish the elite forces led by Mizukage? Well, it seems fortune has not entirely abandoned us today. As the shock subsided, gazing at the 5 incapacitated figures, a sinister smile began to creep across the face of Wooly Shenba. Although faced with a terrifying lunatic, eliminating these little pests would still be a form of recompense. Raising the explosive blade high, Wooly Shenba's first target was the closest one, Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai, you despicable fiend. Stop this at once, cried Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, who lay nearby, their voices filled with rage. Is this where it all ends? Helplessly collapsing onto the ground, Kurenai looked up at the descending blade of Wooly Shenba, a flicker of defiance crossing her features. Her crimson eyes instinctively darted towards the fallen Yu, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. Bang! A distinct sound of shattering flesh echoed, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone froze, including Wooly Shenba, who stood before Kurenai, momentarily stunned. A thin line, propelled with remarkable speed, pierced through his left shoulder like a bullet. How could this be possible when he was supposedly immobile? With his left shoulder shattered and his arm hanging limply, the elite Jonin Wooly Shenba gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Swiftly transferring the explosive blade from his left hand to his right, he spun around to confront the youngest of the group, a white-haired boy, his eyes widening in disbelief. On the grassy field before them, Yu, though gravely wounded and nearly unable to move, had summoned the remnants of his chakra to manifest several blue chakra threads. Like a puppeteer controlling a marionette, he forcefully maneuvered his body to rise and continue the fight, his amber eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Yu, witnessing Yu's state and the fervor emanating from his gaze, Kurenai and Might Guy were all rendered speechless. How infuriating! He had aimed for the heart, and yet missed by a hair's breadth. Seeing that Wooly Shenba remained unharmed, a hint of resignation crossed Yu's youthful face. He had not anticipated resorting to this technique under such dire circumstances, a skill he was still unaccustomed to wielding. What is that? Wooly Shenba, with his left hand hanging uselessly, stared in disbelief at Yu, who was using the blue chakra threads to forcibly manipulate his body to fight. Could this be the puppet jutsu of Sunagakure? It is not the puppet technique of Sunagakure. This is my own invention, the chaotic puppet technique. Facing Wooly Shenba's astonished gaze, Yu, utilizing the blue chakra threads to stand, bound them to his immobile limbs, compelling his inert body to move like a puppet under his control. Whether it be severed tendons or shattered bones, before this technique, they become utterly inconsequential. This is a jutsu that exists solely for the purpose of fighting to the last breath. Indeed, it is the unruly puppet technique, within the realm of death. It serves the extinguished masters who, due to age or grievous injury, cannot move their bodies with agility, yet yearn to fight until the very end. This supreme battle technique allows them to continue their struggle even as their bodies turn to dust. Inspired by the puppet techniques of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind from the Naruto universe, you independently developed this art. However, you never anticipated that there would come a day when he would need to employ it. Unruly puppet technique. Gazing at his own severely injured body, manipulated like a puppet, you felt the flame of determination in his eyes at this moment, stirring even the stoic Wooly Shenba. Despite being rendered immobile by the recent explosion, he still fought to the death? Hearing Wooly Shenba's words, you noticed the fallen comrades, Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy, around him. The sight of this white-haired boy, younger than them, radiating a brilliance was striking. It was the light of a strong warrior. A ninja possessing such willpower is destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the ninja world. Kid, what is your name? Wooly Shenba's gaze fixed intensely on the boy who had risen anew with the unruly puppet technique. His right hand clenched tightly around the explosive knife, and his complex expression gradually turned fierce and deadly. If you do not perish by my hand today, your name shall surely resonate throughout the ninja world in the future. Lightning release, Chidori. As Wooly Shenba's murderous intent surged, Yu, manipulating himself through the unruly puppet technique, formed the necessary hand seals to unleash the Chidori. Pharmacist Yu. Remember this name that will bring about your demise. Amidst the chorus of 1,000 chirping birds, you declared his name. The powerful vitality brought forth by the lightning chakra rejuvenated him somewhat, This was his final reserve of chakra. Fixing his gaze upon woolly Shinba, Yu transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing forth at incredible speed. When Kakashi first developed the Chidori, Minato Namikaze advised him that the immense cellular vitality it bestowed led to such rapid movement that one could not discern an opponent's counterattack, rendering it imperfect. It was only later, when Kakashi obtained Obito's Sharingan and gained extraordinary dynamic vision, that he perfected the Chidori. Yet, Yu believed Minato's assertion held only partial truth. For the 12-year-old Kakashi, the Chidori's formidable speed indeed posed a danger. However, for those with sufficiently quick reflexes, one could adapt their body in battle to anticipate an opponent's counterstrike. Figures such as the Fourth Raikage, Killer Bee, Senju Tobarama, and even Minato himself, who appeared later in the series, wielded speed surpassing that of Kakashi utilizing the Chidori, despite lacking the Sharingan. It has been proven that as long as reflexes and strength are sufficiently robust, one can master ninjutsu of the Chidori's caliber. Although Yu's current strength cannot be compared to the aforementioned characters, his remarkable ninja talent, combined with the modifications from the line fruit, has endowed him with superhuman reflexes, allowing him to masterfully navigate the incredible speed brought forth by the Chidori. What an astounding lightning release technique. But this is where it ends, you little brat. As you rushed towards him with astonishing velocity, Nuri Shinpachi abruptly swung the explosive knife, his single eye gleaming with a menacing cold light. Explosive knife technique. Break the heavy death. The colossal explosive scroll atop the knife swung through the air, igniting countless explosive tags, as he aimed to create a circle of destruction to obliterate you before him. Desperation. Watching Nuri Shinpachi draw ever closer, Yu gritted his teeth and accelerated his sprint once more. He had to eliminate Nuri Shinpachi before the explosive scroll detonated. Otherwise, they would all perish here. Truly remarkable. Concentrating such a vast amount of lightning chakra in his hands, stimulating his physical vitality to achieve extraordinary speed, a seamless fusion of sprinting and assault techniques. In this narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. As Yu transformed into a streak of lightning, he was on the verge of entering Nuri Shinpachi's explosive range. However, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated, startling both Yu and Nuri Shinpachi. What is this? In the midst of it all, a fleeting yellow flash caught Yu's eye, causing him to widen his gaze. A man. Between Yu and Nuri Shinpachi, a figure materialized seemingly from thin air. With golden hair and clad in the olive-green vest of the Leaf Village, he possessed a youthful and handsome visage, adorned with a warm smile. Yet his azure eyes bore an intense gaze. You have done well. Now, allow me to take over. The unexpectedly appeared golden-haired youth spoke to you. In that instant, as the explosive scroll in Nuri Shinpachi's hand detonated, he seized Yu's left wrist, halting the Chidori thrust. Yellow flash. Namikaze Minato, gazing at this man, akin to a golden ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness of the ninja world, Yu was utterly astonished. A name that resonated throughout the ninja realm flashed through his mind like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive scroll finally detonated, creating a violent explosion that rendered the center into a vacuum. Yet, at that moment, Yu felt as though the world was spinning, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the grass beside the golden-haired man. He was saved by the fourth Hokage. After narrowly escaping Nuri Shinpachi's explosive scroll, Yu gazed at the reassuring figure before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although he was not adorned in the iconic white Hokage cloak, Yu immediately recognized this exceptionally handsome individual as Namikaze Minato, known throughout the ninja world as the Yellow Flash. The future fourth Hokage, Naruto's father. One of the most perfectly depicted characters in the original story. As the child scrutinized Minato Namikaze, the latter was equally observing the white-haired youth he had just rescued, feeling a profound astonishment within. The extraordinary ninjutsu, the remarkable talent, the keen battle awareness, and that resolute willpower. Minato had witnessed Yu's performance in its entirety since his arrival after the appearance of the formidable Shin Uchiha. Whether it was the abilities of the line fruit, the relentless determination displayed in battle, or the dazzling brilliance of the thousand birds technique, Minato found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe this young man. Given time to develop, this boy would undoubtedly become a figure capable of shaking the very foundations of the ninja world. However, for now, it was imperative to deal with the adversary at hand. After all, the legendary Yellow Flash had to acknowledge the presence of an unresolved enemy nearby. With that thought, Minato set you down and drew forth a specially crafted kunai with a trident shape. With his golden hair and the incredible body flicker technique he had just witnessed, could it be that this individual was the fabled, as he was miraculously rescued? Shin Uchiha's eyes widened in horror upon seeing the imposing figure of the golden-haired youth before him, conjuring a terrifying name in his mind, one associated with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. "Apologies, but I have already marked you," he began, only for Minato, standing before you, to cast a cold gaze, vanishing from sight in an instant. So swift. Is this the legendary flying thunder god technique? You could hardly contain his exhilaration at witnessing Minato's extraordinary space-time ninjutsu. Yet, having exhausted his chakra and drained of energy, compounded by the injuries sustained from the prior explosion, you felt darkness envelop him and fainted helplessly. "Do not move." At that moment, Minato had appeared behind Shin Uchiha, his trident kunai pressed against the latter's throat. Such speed. The cold touch of the kunai against his neck left Shin Uchiha frozen in place, his explosive blade raised but now halted in midair. A bittersweet smile of resignation crossing his face as he began to comprehend why those on the battlefield feared the name of the Yellow Flash. Boom. Before he could utter another word, Shin Uchiha collapsed, lifeless, as Minato ruthlessly severed his throat. In a mere heartbeat, Minato had dispatched an elite jonin from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The terrifying power of the flying thunder god technique was indeed formidable. Had you remained conscious, he would have surely marveled at what was arguably one of the most overpowered techniques in the original narrative. Minato-sensei. Upon witnessing Shin Uchiha's fall and the sudden appearance of Minato, Might Guy and Kurenai Yuhi, who lay nearby, stared in disbelief, mouths agape. "There is no time to explain. I just returned from the battlefield and was urgently dispatched by Lord Hokage. Quickly bring the child over. We can discuss it later." However, Wolfgang Watergate interrupted the words of the others with urgency, his azure eyes reflecting a grave intensity. The few visible scars on his body hinted at the fierce battles currently raging on the front lines. "Yes, Sensei Watergate." Upon hearing his words, Might Guy and the others gradually regained some chakra. You staggered forward, draping the unconscious figure over her shoulder. The 6 of them hurriedly departed from the forest and the meadow. In a daze, you felt as though she had surfaced from the depths of a watery abyss. "How careless of you again. Are you so impatient to offer your soul to me?" Vaguely, she perceived a captivating little girl with crimson eyes and long black hair standing before her. "I've been deceived. Where's the voluptuous figure promised? With curves that would make a goddess envious? Instead, I am confronted with a flat-chested little girl." As these thoughts echoed in her mind, a sudden voice of joy snapped you back to consciousness. You finally awakened. As she groggily opened her eyes, the first sight that met her was the enchanting face of Yuhi Kurenai, her vibrant red eyes brimming with concern. "Kurenai? Where am I?" You, still disoriented, looked around, her thoughts lingering on the girl she had seen while unconscious. "That girl must be the demon, right? Are you all right, you?" "I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. It truly frightened me." But before Kurenai could respond to Yu's question, another melodious voice interjected. A fragrant breeze swept through as you, barely propped up on the bed, was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. "Yuin?" The familiar purple hair and the faint scent made it impossible for you to mistake the identity of the person holding her. "How infuriating. He is even more popular with the girls than Kakashi," Watergate exclaimed, observing you being doted upon by the 2 stunning young women, Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugogo. After breaking free from Yugogo's embrace, you finally took in her surroundings, the Konoha Ninja Hospital, in a simple patient room. Besides Yuzuki Yugogo, Kurenai, and Might Guy, standing in the room were Wolfgang Watergate and 3 young ninjas. One had silver hair and wore a mask, revealing only his lifeless eyes. Another had short black hair, donned a blue and orange ninja hoodie, and sported a pair of goggles on his forehead. The last was a girl with short brown hair, large deep brown eyes, and a cute face adorned with a purple design on either side. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. Without needing to think twice, you immediately recognized their identities. "Do not speak in such a manner, Obito." Despite being constantly engaged in missions outside, Rin could not help but chuckle at the envious and jealous expression on Obito's face as she curiously observed the figure of you, who had risen from his sickbed. "I have heard of you, Yakushi Uru, the foremost genius of Konoha. Today, I finally meet you, and you are surprisingly adorable." The mention of adorable struck a nerve, causing the corners of Yu's mouth to twitch slightly. During this period, Kakashi's team was merely 10 or 11 years old. Kakashi had yet to become a jonin. Rin had not sacrificed herself, and Obito had not transformed into the heartless masked man. What? The number one genius of Konoha? Upon hearing such a prestigious title, the mischievous Obito's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This little brat is even more conceited than Kakashi. I, Uchiha Obito, am the true genius of Konoha." Fool. Kakashi, leaning against the wall, retorted without mercy. "What did you say? Kakashi, I challenge you to a duel." Observing the playful banter between Obito and Kakashi, you could not help but smile faintly, reminiscent of the dynamic between Naruto and Sasuke in the original story. They are just like that, one gets used to it. Noticing you lost in thought, Minato Namikaze chuckled. "It is indeed astonishing that you recovered from such injuries overnight." Recalling the extraordinary battle involving the white-haired youth from the previous day, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Minato's eyes. "So, I was unconscious for just one day?" you murmured, checking his body to find that all his wounds had healed, and his depleted chakra and stamina were nearly restored. Furthermore, following the fierce battle yesterday, Yu's strength had seen a marked enhancement. "Thank you for yesterday, Mr. Namikaze." Regaining his composure, Yu expressed his gratitude to Minato. While he may not have been destined to lose the battle, Minato's intervention had spared him from the potential risks. In truth, had he not been drained of chakra and stamina, and subsequently injured by the abrupt explosion, he would not have found himself in such a passive predicament against Nozomi Shichibukai. Ultimately, it was his inexperience and carelessness that led him to this situation, Yu reflected inwardly. "Do not dwell on it, Yu. At your age, I believe no one could perform better than you." Seemingly aware of Yu's thoughts, Minato gently patted his shoulder. "Well then, I must report the situation on the front lines to Lord Hokage, so I shall take my leave." Before the words had fully left his lips, Minato's figure vanished from the room. Another instance of the flying thunder god technique, Yu mused, his gaze filled with envy. Aside from summoning techniques, space-time ninjutsu is exceedingly rare in the world of Hokage. Apart from the Kimui of Obito Uchiha, the Tenchikyoku of Sasuke Uchiha, the Amanaka of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the Yomihirazuka, the remaining formidable space-time ninjutsu is the flying thunder god technique, developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and later perfected by Minato Namikaze. Each of these space-time ninjutsu is nearly invincible, akin to a game-breaking existence. The current embodiment of this unparalleled speed in the shinobi world is none other than Minato, the Yellow Flash, which serves as the ultimate testament to its prowess. With the flying thunder god technique, one can instantaneously reach their destination. And Minato's reflexes are unrivaled in the shinobi realm, ensuring that as long as he does not act recklessly, he can remain undefeated against any formidable adversary. However, within the office of the third Hokage, aside from the water release scrolls and other ninjutsu left by the second Hokage, you found no documentation regarding the flying thunder god technique. Resolving to inquire with the third Hokage when the opportunity arose, you donned his kimono jacket. "Let us depart, Honjia." Shien. Upon seeing you exit the hospital room, the two girls, Ino Yamanaka and Hinata Hyuga, exchanged glances before following suit. The remaining members of Team Kakashi, along with Might Guy and Kakashi's other companions, subsequently exited the hospital as well. Notably, upon encountering his destined rival, Kakashi, Might Guy refrained from his usual boisterous challenge, instead exhibiting an unexpected silence. You discerned that the sacrifice made by Might Guy the previous day had significantly impacted him. "Hey, you white-haired brat." Just after stepping out of the Konoha Ninja Hospital, you was called out by a voice from behind. "Everyone says you are the strongest genius in Konoha. Although this seems somewhat like bullying the weak, I challenge you." You halted his steps and turned to see Obito Uchiha, standing at the entrance of the hospital with a foolish grin, hands on his hips. "If I defeat you, it will prove that I, Obito Uchiha, am the greatest genius in Konoha. Haha, I can't wait to see Kakashi's expression when that happens." "What an idiot," you and Kakashi remarked in unison, glancing at each other in surprise. "Then I shall take that as your agreement. Prepare to witness the prowess of the Uchiha clan's genius." Noticing Yu's lack of response, Obito, standing on the steps of the Konoha Ninja Hospital, flashed a cunning smile, leaping high into the air and charging straight at you. "Obito, don't do this!" Rin exclaimed in alarm, but it was too late to stop him. Could this fool truly become one of the ultimate boss characters that incites the Fourth Great Ninja War? Watching Obito charge at him with an idiotic yell, you felt momentarily dazed. As the saying goes, Bad people turn good and meet their end, while good people turn bad and face ruin. Before his descent into darkness, Obito was a character even more inept than Naruto, the protagonist. Yet after his transformation, he became the shadowy figure capable of deceiving the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, manipulating the Akatsuki, and swaying Yahiko and Nagato, controlling the fourth generation of water shadows. A reign of oppressive mist is established. The Nine Tails are unleashed upon Konoha, leading to the demise of both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Beasts are captured, and a solitary declaration of war is made against the entire shinobi world. Engaging in a strategic contest with Madara, one becomes the second Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, momentarily transforming into the mightiest being in the shinobi realm. Yu is baffled by the staggering disparity in strength exhibited by the same individual over time. In an instant, faced with the approaching Obito, Yu stands his ground, his footwork unwavering as he deftly seizes Obito's fist, which is swung with considerable force. Konoha whirlwind. With Obito's arm as the pivot, Yu leaps into the air. His body twists fiercely, and with a devastating kick that cleaves the air, he sends Obito hurtling away. After enduring the brutal battle of the previous day, dealing with someone of Obito's caliber feels like a leisurely pastime to Yu. Such swiftness. Initially intending to intervene, Kakashi, donning a mask, suddenly perceives the remarkable speed and ferocity of Yu's taijutsu, his eyes glinting with admiration. A puff of white smoke erupts as Obito transforms into a wooden stump, exclaiming, "Haha, you fell for it." Uchiha Obito's counterattack. Simultaneously, Obito's figure appears above Yu, executing a rapid forward somersault, his right heel aimed violently at the back of Yu's head. "Yu, watch out." Urged by the sight, Yuzuki Yugao cannot help but alert him. Lightning release, Chidori. Yet, just as she warns, Yu, without looking back, spreads his arms wide, unleashing a ferocious surge of electrical energy. Vibrant blue and white currents electrifying the air before them. On the verge of victory, Obito suddenly experiences a sharp, paralyzing jolt coursing through his body. As Yu's overwhelming electrical force brings him crashing to the ground, immobilized. Obito, seeing him defeated, Rin rushes forward. Was that the lightning release technique just now? Meanwhile, Kakashi, eyes wide, is captivated by the dazzling spectacle of Yu's lightning jutsu. As a prodigious ninja who developed the A-rank technique Chidori at the tender age of 12, Yu's mastery of lightning release seems to possess an inexplicable allure. How can there be such a chasm between two Uchiha, despite being of the same clan? When compared to Shursui, observing Obito, now rendered helpless before him, Yu's tone drips with disdain and exasperation. "Let us go?" With that, Yu strides over Obito's fallen form, departing with an air of pride. Yugao and Hinata stand for a moment in silent tribute to Obito before hastily pursuing Yu. "Damn it, come back. I haven't lost yet." Obito shouts defiantly from the ground, still unwilling to concede. "Let it go. You are the tail end of the crane. Even if you train for another decade, you will never rival that guy." Kakashi's words, like a cold splash of water, extinguish Obito's lingering hopes. The recent transformation in nature and form is something even a high-ranking ninja might find unattainable. Gazing at Yu's silhouette vanishing at the end of the road, Kakashi's words were cold yet strikingly realistic. Could it be that even the prodigious Kakashi acknowledges such prowess? It seems that the medic Yu is indeed a remarkable individual. Upon hearing Kakashi's statement, Rin felt a pang of sympathy for Obito, yet she couldn't help but be profoundly impressed by Yu's magnificent ninjutsu and astonishing abilities. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the events of the previous day had already been relayed to him by Minato. Seated behind the Hokage's desk, pipe in mouth, the third Hokage regarded Yu with a complex expression. At merely 6 years of age, had he truly attained such strength, having slain a Jonin from the mist and eliminated dozens of elite mist ninjas? Perhaps it was merely good fortune, Yu remarked, feeling somewhat awkward under the third's gaze, which seemed to regard him as a monster. Displaying a rare moment of humility, he added, "If it weren't for Lord Minato's timely arrival, we might have faced dire consequences. Though Obito's sacrifice is indeed regrettable, I am nonetheless relieved to see you children return safely." The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, noting that you had not allowed his exceptional abilities to inflate his ego. As the mentor of the legendary Sannin, the third had witnessed countless talented ninjas succumb to arrogance, their potential wasted before they could fully mature. Over 3 months of interaction, He had grown increasingly fond of this exceptionally gifted young man. Despite his busy schedule, the third had observed Yu's innate talent for ninjutsu and was often inspired by the boy's imaginative ideas. Breaking the silence, the third called Yu over for two important matters. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, his wise eyes fixed on the white-haired youth, he began, "The first matter is that this year's Chunin exams are about to commence." The Chunin exams? Yu was momentarily taken aback. Given that the third great ninja war was at its peak, how could Konoha possibly hold the exams? This decision is indeed a reluctant one, the third continued, sensing Yu's confusion. Though it is wartime, in order to maintain the image and dignity of the foremost ninja village, the Fire Country's daimyo and Konoha's higher-ups have unanimously decided to proceed with this year's exams. Ninja from the Grass, Waterfall, and Rain villages will participate. While the other four great nations are excluded, there is a possibility that they may attempt to gather intelligence on Konoha during this opportunity. Thus, this Chunin exam serves as both a chance for Konoha to display its strength and to intimidate the surrounding smaller nations. Gently tapping his fingers on the desk, the third explained the context behind the upcoming Chunin exams, emphasizing the unprecedented shortage of combat power on the front lines. The ninjas of the village have largely been dispatched to the front lines, leaving only a limited number of personnel behind. Among all the genin, I hold the highest hopes for you and Shursui. At this point, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, his wise, murky eyes fixed intently on you. Filled with anticipation, Shursui has been assigned a special mission, so I expect you to perform admirably in this Chunin exam, showcasing the strength of our Konoha to the other ninja villages and factions. Yes, I will not disappoint you, Lord Hokage. Faced with the third's expectant gaze, you unhesitatingly accepted the task. Merely participating in the Chunin exam is no challenge for him, given his current prowess. Wait a moment, you, there is one more thing. The third suddenly called out just as he was turning to leave the Hokage's office, his gaze momentarily wavering. What is it? Is there something else, Lord Hokage? It was rare to see the third display such an expression, leaving you somewhat astonished. You are familiar with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, correct? Amidst the swirling smoke, the third's eyes were piercing as he focused on you standing at the door. Of course, the legendary Sannin are known throughout the ninja world. Unsure of why the third had asked this, you instinctively nodded. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, Princess Tsunade, Orochimaru, the cold-blooded snake. All three of the third's disciples have reached the level of a Kage in terms of strength. They are undoubtedly renowned figures, both to you as a traveler and to the people of this world. If you successfully pass this Chunin exam, observing Yu's bewildered expression, the third revealed a knowing smile and uttered words that left you in shock. I intend to take you as my final disciple, making you their junior. What do you think? What? Yu's mouth fell open, frozen at the office door. The third wishes to take me as a disciple? There is no rush. Take your time to consider this. But before you could respond, the third interrupted him once more. The Chunin exam is in 3 days. Remember to perform well. Dazed, Yu was unsure how he exited the Hokage's office. As he walked down the bustling streets of Konoha, his mind was consumed by the third's earlier words. Is it due to the strength and talent I have displayed? You could not comprehend why the third would show such favor towards him. If he truly intends to select a final disciple before his retirement, surely Shursui, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, would be a far superior choice. Yet, the third has chosen me, leaving you both flattered and perplexed. Can I truly live up to his expectations? 3 days later, the Chunin exam commenced in Konoha. The classroom of the first examination venue was brimming with ninjas from neighboring countries early in the morning. Haha, come quickly and take a look. Even such a small kid is here to participate in the Chunin exam. Inside the examination hall, a ninja adorned with the headband of the Rain Village appeared to have stumbled upon something astonishing. It is no wonder. Given the dire circumstances on the battlefield where Konoha is engaged, it is likely that all the ninjas from the village have been dispatched to the front lines. Beside him, another Rain ninja spoke with a sardonic tone. So, it seems that even these younglings, who have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, are being sent to participate in the Chunin exam. Feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, Yu chose to remain contemplative in his seat, paying little heed to the idle chatter around him. Obito had yet to succumb to darkness, and Yahiko still drew breath. The current state of the Rain Village must still be under the dominion of the semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander. Rain Village, perpetually shrouded in rain, lies at the confluence of the earth, wind, and fire countries, and has been persistently embroiled in turmoil due to the wars among the great nations. This has fostered a profound animosity among the Rain ninjas towards the ninja villages of Konoha and other major powers. In addition to the Rain ninjas, you also observed numerous other ninjas from different villages. Despite the ongoing conflicts among the four great nations, ninjas from smaller villages like the Grass and the Waterfall still dutifully participated in this Chunin exam hosted by Konoha. As the name suggests, the Chunin exam serves as a platform for genin to ascend to Chunin, typically held biannually. It is also a significant occasion for observing national strength and a covert battleground for resource competition among nations. Silence, everyone. I am Hinata Tokiyoshi, the chief examiner for this Chunin exam. I shall now preside over the first test. The once chaotic examination hall fell into an abrupt hush as a ninja with long black hair and pure white eyes ascended the podium. A Chunin from the Hinata clan's branch. It seems Konoha is indeed facing a severe shortage of personnel. You couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon discerning the examiner's prowess. To have a Chunin oversee the written portion of the Chunin exam speaks volumes about the scarcity of ninjas within Konoha. This is the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hinata clan. I advise everyone against attempting to cheat during this exam. After distributing the test papers, the examiner Hinata Tokiyoshi swiftly formed hand seals and activated his Byakugan, his piercing gaze sweeping across all present ninjas, effectively nullifying any possibility of cheating. Damn, it's the Byakugan of the Hinata clan. Upon receiving the challenging theoretical examination paper, a grass ninja cursed silently, reluctantly halting his attempts to cheat with ninjutsu. Feeling the weight of the examiner's scrutinizing gaze, in the hushed classroom, the sound of pencils scratching against paper resonated. You remained composed, gazing at his test paper. Although the theoretical questions posed a considerable challenge, they were far from insurmountable for him, as he had consistently ranked first in his theoretical classes during his time at the Ninja Academy. Notably, he was participating in the Chunin exam alone, having not yet joined a ninja team. Although the third Hokage had suggested yesterday that he be assigned to another ninja team for this examination, he graciously declined the offer. Out of respect for his true capabilities, the third did not oppose his request to participate in the Chunin exam alone. Examiner, may I submit my paper? With fervent strokes of the pen, you completed his examination in approximately 20 minutes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other ninjas, he raised his hand, stood up, and handed his paper to the examiner before exiting the examination hall. Pharmacist Yu? The chief examiner, Hinata Tokiyoshi, seemed to recognize Yu's name on the paper. It appeared that this young man was indeed the prodigy that everyone in the village had been discussing lately. Is it true? How could that kid submit his paper so swiftly? Could it be that Konoha is giving its own ninjas preferential treatment? Upon witnessing Yu's rapid submission, the lower-ranked ninjas in the examination room began to murmur among themselves, their minds racing with speculation. Do not be hasty. That Konoha brat won't bask in glory for long. Soon comes the second test, the survival exercise, where we shall teach him a lesson. A few Rain ninjas, deep in thought over their answers, exchanged glances filled with malice. Meanwhile, Yu leaned quietly against the railing in the corridor, closing his eyes to refine his chakra. He had observed the ninjas in the examination hall closely. They were predominantly of the lower ninja rank. Although a few possessed the strength of Chunin, such a level posed no significant threat to him. 40 minutes swiftly passed, marking the end of the first examination. The ninjas within the hall began to submit their papers one by one. The examiner on stage reviewed them and commenced announcing the results. I hereby declare, the following ninjas have successfully passed the first test of the Chunin exam. Fumiko from the Land of Rice, Ran Kawamaru from the Grass Village, Ziyu from the Rain Village, Pharmacist Yu from Konoha, and by Yunitsong from Konoha. In approximately 10 minutes, the names of all 61 successful candidates were announced by the examiner. I am Oil Woman Tanaru, the chief examiner for the second test. Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. At this moment, a ninja clad in a green vest and black sunglasses entered the examination hall. A total of 120 ninjas had registered for the Chunin exam, with 61 remaining. Now, please follow me to the venue for the second test. As you gazed at the chief examiner, Oil Woman Tanaru, he was reminded of his classmate from the Ninja Academy, Oil Woman Shahaku. After a 5-minute journey, the lower ninjas who had successfully passed the first test followed the footsteps of Chief Examiner Tanaru, arriving before a vast and dense forest. Here we are. This is the venue for the second test, the survival exercise in the Death Forest. After leading the crowd into the Forest of Death, the examiner, Tanaru, began to elucidate the rules of the second examination. Each group shall receive a scroll of heaven or earth. The rules are straightforward. Any group that reaches the destination within the next 3 days, while simultaneously acquiring both the heaven and earth scrolls, will be deemed successful. Among the remaining 21 groups, a total of 61 individuals, I will randomly distribute 10 heaven scrolls and 10 earth scrolls among your teams. Additionally, a lone ninja participating in this Chunin exam will be given a heaven scroll separately. Once all the scrolls are distributed, Yakushi instinctively glanced at you, who stood apart from the crowd, and then announced, "That's all. Everyone can proceed." Solo participation in the Chunin exam. Hey, did you all hear that? As soon as Yakushi finished speaking, the gathered ninjas erupted into a commotion. It must be that little brat, right? He's all alone with a heaven scroll. Haha. I truly feel sorry for him. He can't even gather 2 teammates. Several ninjas from the Rain Village began to cast covetous glances at you, plotting in their minds. A 6-year-old child, participating in the Chunin exam all by himself, holding a scroll. In the eyes of these lower-ranked ninjas, you had undoubtedly become a prime target. A group of oblivious extras. Can you truly distinguish between prey and predator? Perceiving the malicious stares around him, you smirked disdainfully, grasped the heaven scroll, and boldly dashed into the forest of death. Quick, let us catch up to him. That little brat has the heaven scroll. Upon seeing you enter the forest of death first, several groups of ninjas outside immediately sprang into action, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. With so many eyes upon him, I wonder if that boy will encounter any trouble. Watching all the participants enter the forest of death, Examiner Yakushi slightly parted his lips in surprise. As the second examination venue of the Konoha Chunin exam, the forest of death is rife with venomous insects and wild beasts. It is undoubtedly a formidable challenge for ordinary ninjas to survive in such a perilous environment and reach the endpoint successfully. As soon as you entered the forest of death, he noticed several groups of ninjas rapidly closing in behind him, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Look, that little brat is over there. Following you into the forest of death were 3 lower-ranked ninjas from the grass village, who quickly spotted him standing beneath a tree. Heh, little brat, you can't escape. If you're wise, I advise you to hand over the heaven scroll. In the midst of his taunts, one of the grass ninjas had already caught up with you, blocking his path. However, before he could finish his sentence, U.S. right hand swiftly extended, his fingers gracefully slicing through the air before him. In the cursed grass ninja village, a hapless genin found himself wide-eyed, desperately clutching his throat, as blood gushed forth from a razor-thin thread that had severed his windpipe. Fortune, it seemed, had favored him with the earth scroll. Amidst the horrified gazes of his companions, you extracted a scroll from the clothing of the fallen grass ninja, holding it triumphantly in his hands. To his astonishment, he had swiftly gathered both the heaven and earth scrolls. In that case, I shall await you at the finish line, he declared with a radiant smile as he sensed a throng of approaching ninjas. Having successfully acquired the earth scroll, you felt the urgency of the encroaching ninja presence intensify his grin. Sky path, he exclaimed, disregarding the 2 grass ninjas rushing towards him. He deftly stepped onto an invisible thread suspended in the air, propelling himself towards the tower at the finish line. The sky path utilized ethereal, nearly imperceptible threads to tether the clouds above, enabling rapid aerial movement. While binding the intangible clouds posed a challenge for you. Maneuvering through the trees of the forest with ease was a trivial task. What is happening? That brat can fly. One grass ninja, thwarted in his attack, stood dumbfounded as he watched you ascend into the air. It's impossible to fly, he exclaimed, only to receive a sharp reprimand from his companion, who urged him to hasten towards the finish line. We must reclaim the scroll. What? That little brat has already acquired the earth scroll. Upon hearing U.S. proclamation, all the genin who had entered the death forest erupted in excitement. With both the heaven and earth scrolls in the hands of that boy, they urged one another to pursue him. Another group of ninjas sprang into action, racing towards the finish line. Do you think that little brat has set traps along the way? A Rain Village genin hesitated, glancing at his comrades. What are you afraid of? That kid is all alone. We are many, his companion retorted sharply, charging ahead. But he only has 2 scrolls. How can we divide them among so many of us? He queried, quickening his pace to catch up with his comrades. Fool, whoever seizes them first gets to keep them. His ally snapped back, asserting that it was preferable to snatch the scrolls from the boy than from other ninja groups. Oh right, the Rain genin replied, sheepishly scratching the back of his head in acknowledgement. Thus, a throng of ninjas from various villages raced through the death forest. Yet, would matters truly unfold as simply as they envisioned? As the sun tilted, the afternoon wore on. Shadows danced among the trees in the death forest, casting a dim light, while a figure soared through the air with remarkable speed. Below, a multitude of ninjas pursued this fleeting silhouette, each vying for their own group as success. The movements are remarkably swift as one treads upon an invisible thread in the air, advancing with remarkable speed. Glancing back at the group of pursuing ninjas in the forest below, you displays a hint of playful amusement. Unhurriedly, he entices the ninjas to follow him further towards the destination, skillfully dodging the shurikens that fly towards him from below. How can this kid run so fast? Gasped the leading grass ninja, panting heavily. How is he stepping in midair? Can he truly fly? Observing you, who effortlessly glides through the air, another grass ninja finds the spectacle increasingly astonishing. Just hold on a bit longer. The finish line is just ahead. Let us see how far this kid can run. Several ninjas from Takigakure, unwilling to concede, surged forward. That must be it. You, who was gracefully leaping in the air, caught a glimpse of a tower through the dappled leaves ahead, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. After a few breaths, he burst forth from the death forest with a nimble flip, landing lightly on a patch of ground before the tower. Finally arrived, excluding the one I just eliminated. There should be 59 ninjas left. Turning to the group of ninjas emerging from the forest, you casually tossed the 2 scrolls he held onto the ground beside him. Haha, keep running. Why have you stopped? The grass ninja, now at the open ground in front of the tower, gazed at you, who had nowhere to flee. With a triumphant laugh. We chased you for so long. You certainly have some stamina. Another grass ninja, slightly out of breath, acknowledged the significant test of endurance that crossing the entire death forest posed. What is this? Are you finally afraid? Seeing you discard the 2 scrolls onto the ground, a Takigakure ninja assumed he had surrendered in the examination, realizing he had nowhere to escape, and thus relinquished the scrolls. It appeared that this boy was not entirely foolish after all. At that moment, a few other ninjas from Konohagakure arrived just in time to witness the scene. With a chuckle, you regarded the group of ninjas surrounding him like hungry wolves. Despite the long distance he had run to the finish, not a single drop of sweat graced his brow. He had maintained a steady pace, leading them along the way. Now that everyone is here, you said with a disarmingly innocent smile, please hand over all the scrolls you possess. The ninjas froze in astonishment. Haha, what did he just say? One grass ninja clutched his stomach, nearly in tears from laughter. He wants us to surrender all our scrolls. Another rain ninja, finding the situation amusing, glanced at the nearby Konohagakure ninja with a smirk. I must ask, are all your lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha this arrogant? Excessive adulation can ruin a genius. Upon hearing this, the nearby Konoha Chunin, Urin, shook his head with a hint of regret and sighed. This young man is reputed as the prodigy of our generation in Konoha. Perhaps the overwhelming praise has led to his burgeoning arrogance. I suspect he has been driven mad by the multitude of us, prompting him to speak nonsense. Another Takigakure ninja scoffed, a flicker of murderous intent evident in his gaze. Enough of this idle chatter. Since you all refuse to take action, I shall not hold back. In the midst of their exchanges, the earlier Kusa ninja swiftly made his move, dashing toward you with the intent to seize the 2 scrolls resting at his feet. Konoha whirlwind. However, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through the air as you executed a spinning side kick, unleashing astonishing physical prowess that sent the Kusa ninja hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing against a nearby tree and losing consciousness. Have I permitted you to act? With a single kick that sent the first attacker flying, you, standing still, cast a nonchalant glance and spoke coolly. Be cautious. This kid's strength is formidable. Observing Yu's explosive display of power that incapacitated a Chunin in an instant, the Takigakure ninja's expression shifted, and he charged forward alongside 2 teammates. Typically, this survival exercise would require approximately 3 days to conclude. As the battle loomed, surrounded by the advancing ninjas, Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile, his middle finger, thumb, and little finger raised in a rhythmic gesture. Yet, since everyone is so eager, I shall bring this game to an early conclusion. Parasite threads. Countless transparent and invisible filaments spread through the air above, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, swiftly piercing their targets' bodies and skin. Sizzle. The crisp sound of flesh tearing echoed, and blood splattered as the first Takigakure ninja turned in disbelief. It was his comrade who had pierced his body from behind with a kunai. How could this happen? What is wrong with my body? Gazing at his lifeless comrade, the Takigakure ninja's eyes widened in terror as the sharp kunai in his hand again moved uncontrollably, aiming toward another teammate. Ziyu, what are you doing? A similarly bizarre scene unfolded for the other ninjas. Suddenly struck by a barrage of shuriken, the Kusa Chunin was filled with shock and rage. I don't know what is happening. I can't control my body. Be careful. However, the ninja named Ziyu wore an even more horrified expression than his comrade. His body moved like a marionette, as he unwittingly hurled shuriken at his allies and the surrounding ninjas. Damn it, what is happening? My body. What sort of sorcery is this? Move aside. There are explosive tags on my kunai. All of you, get away from me. The scene descended into chaos. The open space before the central tower was rife with ninjas engaged in brutal combat amongst themselves. All the ninjas seemed to have succumbed to madness, relentlessly wielding their weapons and shurikens against one another. Amidst the cacophony, one individual remained laughing, their fingers dancing provocatively as they surveyed the deathly spectacle they had orchestrated. It was you, that little imp. Surely, he was the mastermind behind this mayhem. What sorcery is this? Observing Yu's maniacal laughter, a few ninjas finally grasped the situation. That damned little brat. I shall take him down. As one by one, ninjas fell around him, a rain ninja, wounded by a comrade but untouched by the parasitic threads, gritted his teeth and charged at Yu with a weapon resembling an umbrella. Die, you little brat. Ninja art, 1,000 raindrops. Driven mad by the morbid performance, the rain ninja screamed as he hurled his umbrella, unleashing a torrent of sharp shurikens like raindrops. Is there still a crowd left? Faced with the onslaught of countless shurikens, Yu's expression remained impassive. The all-encompassing assault seemed to paralyze him. With a casual flick of his finger, a ninja sprang forth to shield Yu from the rain ninja's relentless barrage of projectiles. Purple rain. Upon recognizing the figure before him, the rain ninja howled in fury. It was none other than his own comrade, manipulated by Yu to absorb all his attacks. Since you've bestowed upon me such a generous supply of shurikens, it would be remiss not to return the favor. As he watched the rain ninja collapse lifelessly before him, Yu's calm gaze betrayed no emotion. He simply swung his right sleeve with sudden force. Lightning release, 1,000 birds and shurikens. A dazzling blue-white light erupted, and hundreds of razor-thin lightning shurikens shot forth into the air, amidst the stunned onlookers. The rain ninja before Yu had no chance to utter a cry, instantly pierced by innumerable lightning shurikens. The remaining shurikens struck the surrounding crowd, eliciting a chorus of screams as a wave of ninjas fell. Seeing that only about 20 to 30 ninjas remained, a devilish smirk curled at the corners of Yu's mouth. In the astonished gaze of all, his right hand conjured a spiraling sphere of invisibility. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, the crowd erupted with the sound of cascading water, as Yu's spiraling sphere morphed into a high-pressure water gun, spiraling with relentless force. What kind of ninjutsu is that? How could a lowly ninja wield such advanced water techniques? Witnessing the tremendous commotion from the high-pressure spiraling water gun in Yu's hand, one ninja's expression changed dramatically. Unfathomable. I have never encountered such a form of water release. However, should we be caught even slightly by that degree of transformation, our fates would be sealed. Another ninja swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with dread, as the ultimate S-rank water release technique. Its exquisite transformation and elemental change were beyond the comprehension of mere chunin like them. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom erupted, and fearful of damaging their scrolls, Yu chose to show restraint. Consequently, he cast the hard vortex water blade onto the ground before him. Yet the momentous water vortex that erupted still sent all surrounding ninjas hurtling through the air. Those swept away by the hurricane like torrents were propelled like cannonballs, crashing into the surrounding forest and ground, some grievously injured and unable to rise, while others met their demise upon shattering tree trunks. What manner of water release technique is this? Witnessing the cataclysmic aftermath of Yu's hard vortex water blade, the ground transformed into a lake, and the anguished cries of ninjas littered the area. Only a handful of Leaf Village chunin remained standing, gazing at the white-haired boy before them, resembling a demon. Several were so paralyzed by fear that they collapsed onto the ground, wide-eyed in terror as they beheld you. You are fortunate, indeed. Out of respect for our shared village, I shall show you a measure of mercy. Observing the chunin who had completely lost their will to fight, Yu's devilish smile grew ever more radiant as he approached them. Ah, do not come closer. Demon. This fiend is a demon. As you approached, one of the leaf ninjas finally broke down, emitting a frantic scream. Yet, all too soon, the cries were silenced. Upon reaching him, you delivered a swift kick, rendering the ninja unconscious. He then expertly executed his martial arts, effortlessly dispatching the remaining ninjas on the field. Under the relentless onslaught of Yu's overpowering physical techniques, the remaining ninjas fell like autumn leaves in a storm. Finally, it is done. Though, perhaps I have gone a tad overboard. After neutralizing all the ninjas, Yu stood alone in the clearing, murmuring to himself. He then began to gather the fallen ninjas as if collecting refuse, extracting their scrolls and tossing them aside before carelessly piling them together. As the sun descended, dusk enveloped the land. The last rays of sunlight bathed the death forest, and the occasional chirp of birds only heightened the eerie silence. Within the death forest, where the second Chunin exam was underway, an unsettling stillness prevailed. Time slipped away unnoticed until two patrolling Chunin finally strolled into the tower at the end of the forest. Hey, I say, one of the Chunin grumbled as he opened the door. Do we really need to be here this early? It's only been half a day. The lower-ranked ninjas are likely still vying for the scrolls within the Forest of Death. However, one cannot be certain. Each Chunin exam invariably features formidable lower-ranked ninjas, and perhaps, at this very moment, some have already reached the finish line. Upon unsealing the door, another Chunin forcefully pushed open the grand entrance of the tower. What is this? The moment the door swung wide, the two Chunin were utterly taken aback by the scene before them. Has someone finally arrived? Your efficiency in handling matters is truly less than commendable. A calm and serene voice resonated as a strikingly handsome youth with white hair nonchalantly sat atop a pile of ninjas, his gaze languidly fixed upon the two, with a heap of scrolls lying beneath his feet. How could this be? The two Konoha Chunin, rendered speechless, were so stunned that one of them collapsed onto the ground. 21 scrolls, all present without exception. I suppose I have successfully passed this examination, haven't I? Paying no mind to the two astonished Chunin, Yu casually remarked and stepped through the tower's grand entrance. However, as he entered the tower for the upcoming third exam, a hint of playful mischief graced his lips. I suspect no one else will be able to participate aside from me. This is bad. Hokage-sama. In the office of the third Hokage, a ninja suddenly burst through the door in a frenzy. What a disarrayed entrance. How uncouth. Noticing his subordinate's abrupt intrusion while perusing the frontline reports, the third Hokage frowned slightly. I apologize, Hokage-sama. Upon entering, the ninja spoke breathlessly. But the results of the Chunin exam have already been released. The results are out. How could it be so swift? The third Hokage, still engrossed in his documents, was caught off guard, but soon, realization struck him. No, the second round of the Chunin exam had only just commenced in the afternoon. With a piercing gaze fixed upon his subordinate, the third Hokage's face was etched with skepticism. The third exam was not set to commence for another 3 days. So how could the results possibly be available now? It is Yao Shiryu. That fellow has defeated every ninja in this Chunin exam and claimed all their scrolls for himself. Sensing the latent pressure emanating from the third Hokage, the reporting ninja broke into a cold sweat, speaking with trepidation. What did you say? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the third Hokage was so astonished that his pipe fell from his mouth onto the desk. Hiss. Once he regained his composure from the shock, the third Hokage took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and finally calmed himself. You must go to the Forest of Death immediately and bring him to me. Yes. Hokage-sama. The ninja before him activated the body flicker technique and vanished from the Hokage's office. Has that brat lost his mind? The third Hokage picked up his pipe once more and exhaled a dense cloud of smoke, astonished by the commotion that had unfolded. After emerging from the Forest of Death and hearing that the Hokage had summoned him, Yu followed the leading ninja, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts on the path to the Hokage's office. The saying the bird that stands out gets shot and the idea of playing the pig to eat the tiger are concepts he understands. Yet he cannot entirely agree with them. A tree that stands tall amidst the forest will inevitably be swept away by the wind seems reasonable at first glance. But upon deeper reflection, it is merely the rhetoric of the weak. If a tree does not even dare to rise above its peers, how can it aspire to become a towering giant? Similarly, if an individual lacks the courage to showcase their bravery, how can they ever become a true powerhouse? The philosophy of standing atop the pinnacle and surveying the mountains below embodies the essence of Yu's life. Take, for instance, the character of Yakushi Kabuto, whose strength in the early stages of the Naruto world rivals that of Kakashi. Not only does he possess a mind that surpasses the ordinary and an astute understanding of human nature, but his medical ninjutsu has also been praised by Tsunade as surpassing her own abilities at the peak of her power. However, he has long played the role of a minor character, gradually losing himself. Even when he later masters the reanimation jutsu in Sage mode, he resorts to lurking in the shadows and engaging in minor schemes. But had he possessed the temperament of Uchiha Madara, would he have played the fool? Would he have shown weakness? Certainly not. Uchiha Madara would assert his strength to demonstrate to all beneath him that he is the true powerful one. Thus, Madara became a fearsome figure in the ninja world, standing alongside Senju Hashirama as a mythic entity, inciting greater fear than even Hashirama himself. Though Yu is only 6 years old and cannot yet be compared to such legends as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, with his exceptional ninjutsu and the capabilities of the lineage fruit, along with other trump cards, he has already acquired the strength to confront high-ranking ninjas head-on. No longer a mere pawn easily manipulated by others. Lord Hokage, Yakushi Yu has arrived. Moments later, the two stood before the Hokage's office. As the ninja before them knocked on the door. "All right, you may leave now," the third Hokage said, placing the documents aside and directing his gaze toward Yu, who had just entered. "There's no need to be so formal. Feel free to take a seat." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Yu replied without hesitation, sitting down on the nearby sofa. "I instructed you to perform well in this Chunin exam, but your display seems a tad excessive," the third Hokage remarked, casting a weary glare at Yu, his expression one of exasperation. He truly did not know how to respond to the boy. "Is there a problem?" "Isn't this exactly the task you assigned to me, Lord Hokage?" Yu returned the gaze with a radiant smile. "You told me to showcase our strength to the other ninja villages and factions during this Chunin exam. I believe they should no longer dare to question the power of Konoha." The third Hokage was momentarily speechless, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. He truly found it difficult to deal with this young rascal. However, Yu's antics today might indeed serve to deter those who covet Konoha. After a brief pause, the third Hokage inquired, "How did the Konoha genin fare in today's Chunin exam?" "Well, I went easy on Konoha's ninjas. They were mostly just injured," Yu replied honestly. Compared to the tragic fates of the rain, grass, and waterfall ninjas, he had indeed shown mercy to Konoha's genin in the forest of death today. "Well, let it be this way," the third Hokage began, pausing momentarily before continuing. "In recognition of your outstanding performance in this Chunin exam, I hereby promote you to Special Jonin in my capacity as Hokage." Special Jonin. Yu was taken aback, believing that the third would merely assign him a position as a regular Jonin. To his astonishment, he was elevated directly to the rank of Special Jonin. Unlike the versatile Jonin, a Special Jonin refers to a ninja with unique talents and developments in specific areas, while their prowess is somewhat inferior to that of a Jonin. They far surpass an ordinary Chunin, occupying a status and strength between the two ranks. "Now, have you given thought to that other matter?" After speaking, the third took a deep drag from his pipe, gazing intently at Yu. "About that matter?" Yu momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, he looked steadfastly at the third. "It is an honor to receive the favor of Lord Third Hokage. I have no objections, of course. What a joke it would be for an orphan plucked from the battlefield to decline the opportunity to be taken under the wing of Konoha's third Hokage as a disciple. Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall convey this delightful news at once." Upon hearing Yu's agreement, the third erupted into hearty laughter. To accept such a prodigious disciple in his twilight years brought him immense joy. "However, young Yu, perhaps it is time for you to amend how you address me?" "Ahem. Master Sarutobi." With the conclusion of the Chunin exam, the news of the prodigious ninja, Yakushi Yu, having vanquished all competitors and being exceptionally promoted to Special Jonin and accepted as a disciple by the third Hokage, spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. A 6-year-old Special Jonin, now a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and rumored to be the junior disciple of the legendary Sannin, sent ripples through the entire ninja world. When this news reached the ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam and returned to their villages, the entire ninja realm was set ablaze with astonishment. Uchiha clan. Yu is already a Special Jonin, and taken as a disciple by the Hokage? Just returning from a special mission, Shursui was left in shock. The gap between him and Yu was widening. No. After the new year, I too must participate in the Chunin exam. Upon hearing this news, Shursui intensified his training, resolute not to be left far behind by that guy. Root, underground base. Special Jonin, you say? As he sat atop the dais, listening to his subordinate's report, Danzo's face betrayed a gluttonous expression. Yakushi Uru, I was right about you. You are indeed a true genius. However, as a thought crossed his mind, his countenance darkened with fury. To think he has become Sarutobi's disciple, infuriating. Sarutobi, so this was your intention? Gripping the armrests of his chair instinctively, Danzo's eyes shimmered with profound resentment and ambition. One day, I shall claim the position of Hokage, and everyone will understand that darkness is the true essence of a ninja. Konoha Orphanage, Special Jonin, and a disciple of Lord Third Hokage. Upon hearing the news brought back by you, the spacious wooden house was filled with astonishment from Yakushi no Nai and everyone present. Due to the demands of work and training in the Konoha medical team, I will be moving out starting tomorrow. Nevertheless, gazing at the astonished expression of the pharmacist Naniu and the bewildered faces of my companions, I earnestly declared, Director, you are all my family. Indeed, I have been in this world for over 2 years, and subconsciously, I have come to regard Nanoyu and all my friends at the Konoha orphanage as my kin. Yet, you are only 6 years old. Staring in disbelief at the boy who has already become a special jonin at such a tender age, Nanoyu realized she could hardly fathom what kind of ninja he would become in the future. What does it mean to be a special jonin? Witnessing someone of his age ascend to such heights, especially being chosen as a disciple by the third Hokage, left the other children of the Konoha orphanage in a state of awe. Their gazes towards you were beyond description. Particularly, Uruji fixed his eyes on you, exclaiming, You, don't deceive me. You must be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, right? The notion of being the Sage of Six Paths made you chuckle as he humorously touched his nose, realizing this was not the first time someone had likened him to such a figure. You, will you still come back to see us after you move out? At that moment, the two girls, Mayuna and Momoka, looked at you with a hint of trepidation. Inevitably, Yu's exceptional performance had begun to create a sense of distance between them. Momoka, come here. Noticing the concern etched on Momoka's face, you suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and beckoned her over. What is it? Initially curious, Momoka approached only to suddenly cry out in surprise, clutching her forehead. I just said we are a family. How could I possibly not come back to see you? You playfully flicked Momoka's forehead, mimicking a scene from the original story where Uchiha Itachi flicked Sasuke's forehead. Ouch, it always hurts. Momoka pouted while covering her forehead, yet a smile betrayed her irritation. Yu's affectionate gesture undoubtedly bridged the gap between them once more. A special jonin and the disciple of the Hokage, standing in the corner, quietly observing the adoration you received from the crowd, Du's gaze was tinged with envy. With his prodigious talent, striking appearance, and the admiration of many, he now possessed the prestigious title of the third Hokage's disciple. Despite sharing the same age, background, and being orphans rescued from the battlefield by Naniu, you had unknowingly amassed countless accolades far beyond their reach. Perhaps from the very beginning, they were destined to inhabit different worlds. Time flew by, and as the years wove themselves into the fabric of history, more than a year passed after you became Konoha's special jonin and the disciple of the third Hokage. The Third Shinobi World War finally reached a new conclusion, with the Sand Ninja village of the Land of Wind suffering defeat and showing signs of seeking peace with Konoha. On this day, within the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the courtyard connected to the surrounding woods held a vast open space. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Accompanied by a low, somber exhale, 3 colossal, searing flames morphed into a tempestuous fire dragon, relentlessly charging towards you from 3 directions. This was a B-rank fire release technique, wielding immense power, akin to a raging dragon in its dance. Commanding the fire dragon to heed the will of its conjurer is an arduous task, achievable only by the most skilled of ninjas. Yet, in the hands of the ninjutsu master Sarutobi Hiruzen, these 3 seemingly sentient fire dragons could reduce foes to ashes in the blink of an eye. Such formidable prowess in a B-rank fire technique truly exemplifies why Sarutobi is revered as the god of ninjutsu. In the face of the overwhelming fire release unleashed by the third Hokage, you could only express admiration, while his hands swiftly formed seals. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A torrent of water surged into existence, swiftly coalescing into a massive water dragon that roared as it collided with the fireballs released by the third. Boom. The clash of the roaring water dragon and the blazing fireballs erupted in a violent explosion, shrouding both you and the third in a dense curtain of white steam. In a place devoid of water, to manifest such a water release and successfully counter my fire release is indeed remarkable. Witnessing his advanced fire technique being thwarted by Yu's water release, the third's murky yet sharp gaze revealed a glimmer of satisfaction and astonishment. The pace of your progress is truly humbling for all ninjas. But it is not over yet, Master Sarutobi. Do not let your guard down. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from the thick, white mist, prompting the third to re-energize himself. Combination ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. As Yu's hands formed seals once more, the massive, roaring water dragon, having dispersed his fireballs, surged forward, now enveloped in a layer of raging lightning, charging relentlessly towards him. The lightning water dragon bullet combined a significant amount of lightning chakra with the water dragon technique, embodying both the impact of water release and the paralyzing effect of lightning release. This powerful combination ninjutsu was unleashed during the Fourth Great Ninja War by the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, and the 4th Reikage, A. In merely a year, has he already achieved such a flawless fusion of water and lightning release. Gazing at the colossal, thunderous water dragon approaching with unrelenting ferocity, the third could not help but marvel once again. Each time he thought he had become accustomed to Yu's rapid growth, this monstrous youth managed to shatter his worldview anew. Earth release, earth wall. With a resounding boom, the third pressed his hands forcefully against the ground. The earth trembled violently as a substantial mass of rock and soil instantaneously rose before him, forming a sturdy earthen wall. Boom. The thundering water dragon crashed directly into it. This advanced earth release technique exhibited remarkable resilience against both water and fire techniques. However, under the assault of Yu's supercharged combination ninjutsu, it crumbled in less than 2 seconds. Earth clone. Before him, the colossal earthen wall was shattered by his formidable ninjutsu. Yet, upon witnessing the third Hokage transformed into a mere puddle of mud after being struck by the lightning water dragon bullet, Yu's expression shifted subtly. When had this transpired? Just moments ago, when my Doton had obscured your line of sight. You are still too inexperienced, young Yu. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the third Hokage. Instinctively, you turned to look back, only to find several spinning shurikens hurtling toward him through the air. The ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. Moreover, the third Hokage, now appearing beside him, swiftly formed hand seals. The shurikens that were already flying toward you multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, transforming in an instant into a veritable storm of countless shurikens, sealing off every possible avenue of escape for you. How swift! He had not anticipated that the third Hokage's speed in performing ninjutsu would be so astonishing. Caught unawares, you stood frozen as he was instantly riddled with shurikens. What? But in the next moment, as he beheld himself transformed into a puddle of water scattered upon the ground from the onslaught of shurikens, the expression on the third Hokage's face was one of pure astonishment. A water clone. When did you form the seals? Just like you. Just now. Your Doton obscured my line of sight, simultaneously granting me the opportunity to form my seals. At that moment, Yu's true form silently appeared behind the third Hokage, a sly smile gracing his face. You little rascal. Internally, the third Hokage marveled at Yu's remarkable talent for combat. However, the words that came to his lips transformed into a playful reprimand. Are you two done yet? Do you intend to dismantle the entire courtyard? Just as the battle was poised to resume, a roar interrupted this captivating master-disciple duel. It was mealtime, yet you continued to create such a ruckus outside. Both the third Hokage and you instinctively recoiled, turning to see a middle-aged woman with brown hair and a stern expression standing at the entrance of the courtyard, hands on her hips, glaring at them. This was Sarutobi Bawako, the wife of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the mother of the brothers Sarutobi Konohamaru and Isuma, as well as the future grandmother of Konohamaru. It would be unwise to provoke her wrath. Today's training session is hereby concluded. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Bawako, the third Hokage cast a wry smile at you. After speaking, his body transformed into a white mist, slowly dissipating. A shadow clone. Witnessing this scene, Yu's previously inflated sense of pride evaporated instantly. Darn it. Is it true that old ginger is spicier? After over a year of rigorous training, US chakra level had finally surpassed that of a jonin. His chakra reserves were far beyond those of an ordinary jonin, and his combat experience had also seen significant improvement. However, when compared to the third Hokage, a seasoned ninja who had navigated the battlefield for decades, you still had a considerable distance to cover. To say nothing of other factors, just consider the Shuriken shadow clone technique from earlier. The third Hokage had managed to form 8 hand seals in the brief moment it took for the shurikens to be launched. In terms of seal formation, execution of techniques, and timing in battle, he was leagues ahead of a young ninja like you. The shuriken, as is widely acknowledged, serves as a customary greeting among ninjas in the world of Naruto, a skill mastered by all. However, according to Yu's comprehensive statistics, there has yet to be a named character throughout the entirety of the Naruto anime who has met their demise at the hands of a shuriken. While shuriken may be deemed somewhat trivial, they possess unique advantages. Firstly, shuriken facilitate long-range attacks and can be deployed more swiftly than ninjutsu. In typical mid-range confrontations, hurling a shuriken often proves a more advantageous choice than the time-consuming act of forming hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. Secondly, shuriken do not consume chakra, allowing them to serve as a low-cost tactical option in the battles of ninjas. Ha ha ha, you still have a long way to go. Observing Yu's sullen demeanor, the third Hokage could not help but burst into laughter. Yet, you haven't even utilized your bloodline limit. So, let's consider today's spar draw. The third Hokage was well aware that you had yet to employ his distinctive bloodline limit, the line release. During their brief skirmish, you managed to hold his own against the third Hokage solely through his mastery of ninjutsu, leading the Hokage to estimate that Yu's current prowess, excluding his bloodline limit, was already on par with that of a typical jonin. A 7-year-old jonin with a bloodline limit, truly extraordinary, gazing at you, whose youthful features still bore a hint of innocence. The third Hokage could not help but feel a sense of awe at this promising youth. Shall we share a meal together? I've prepared an array of dishes today. You are sure to enjoy them, he suggested, patting you on the shoulder as he invited him inside for lunch. Perhaps another time, Sarutobi-sensei. I have prior engagements with the director and the others today. You graciously declined the third Hokage's invitation. Over the course of the past year, he had grown taller. The kimono jacket from the Konoha orphanage had been replaced with a sleek black ninja hoodie, accentuating his moonlight-like pale hair and delicate features, rendering him even more striking. I see. Then I shall not keep you from your meal. Off you go. Nodding in understanding, the third Hokage recognized that the director you mentioned was none other than the head of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Uru. I shall take my leave then, Sarutobi-sensei. And to you as well, Lady Biwako. After bowing slightly, Yu's demeanor was impeccable. What's this? Young Yu isn't staying for a meal? I went to the trouble of preparing tempura and fried shrimp today, murmured Sarutobi Biwako, watching Yu's departing figure. Though she was a serious and somewhat stern middle-aged woman, she held a fondness for you, her husband's prized disciple. Let him go, we should head inside. With a wistful smile, the third Hokage and Sarutobi Biwako entered the house together. Since the establishment of Konoha, he had encountered all manner of ninjas, yet this boy remained an enigma, leaving him curious about the heights to which you might ascend. After spending 20 minutes, you made his way from the third Hokage's residence to the edge of the village, arriving at the Konoha orphanage. In a departure from the norm, a large tent had been erected outside the wooden structure, nestled within the surrounding woods. Whether standing or sitting, the room was filled with injured ninjas, while occasionally some medical ninjas attended to their wounds. The children from the Konoha orphanage were assisting by bandaging injuries or handing over bandages, and the director, Yakushi Uru, was among them, employing medical ninjutsu to treat the wounded. Lord Yu. Upon seeing you enter from outside, several injured ninjas greeted him along the way. Indeed, Lord Yu. Like the legendary Sannin, after becoming a disciple of the third Hokage, Yu's status underwent a remarkable transformation. So many injured ninjas. It seems the situation at the front lines is far more dire than anticipated. Nodding in acknowledgement, you surveyed the multitude of injured ninjas, fully aware that the great ninja war had reached an intense phase. Do, can you still heal? While expertly applying his medical ninjutsu to the ninja before him, Yakushi Uru glanced at Do, who was not far away, without having time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. No problem, director. Notably, after being rescued 2 years ago, the now 6-year-old Yakushi Do had also learned medical ninjutsu and was using healing techniques to mend the wounds of the ninja before him, even though it's for the orphanage. Having us take care of these ninjas is quite something, remarked Urushi, who was assisting nearby, unable to suppress a complaint. One cannot earn money without working. Urushi, could you please help by bringing the bandages? Hearing Urushi's complaint, Do wiped the sweat from his brow. The severity of the ninja's injuries exceeded his expectations, and his healing techniques were proving ineffective. No need, let me handle it. However, at that moment, a sudden voice left both Do and Urushi in stunned silence. Mastery of Sage Arts. A swirl of green chakra enveloped the ninja's wound, and the grievous injuries that Do could not heal began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Spotting the handsome young man who had suddenly appeared, Do and Urushi couldn't help but exclaim in unison, though Urushi's tone was one of delight, while Do's reflected a more complex sentiment. Incredible. The injuries I could not heal were swiftly remedied by him. Witnessing Yu's exceptional medical ninjutsu heal the injured ninja in the blink of an eye, Do adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and, beyond envy, felt a myriad of indescribable emotions. Such remarkable medical ninjutsu, truly worthy of being the disciple of the third Hokage, the renowned genius of Konoha. Thank you so much, Lord Yu. Seeing his grievous injuries heal so swiftly, the ninja stood up excitedly, gratefully addressing Yu. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Yu replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the ninja's fervent praise. Since revealing his talent and becoming a disciple of the third Hokage, he had grown weary of such accolades and accolades. In this world, the essence of power ultimately prevails. You will not falter in his training due to the gaze of others. Mastering celestial arts? Such astonishing prowess in casting spells. At that moment, a deep and gravelly voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Who is this man? Turning to look, Yu's amber eyes instantly narrowed. With a pale complexion, long black hair, and elongated serpent-like eyes, he possessed a slender physique adorned in a Konoha ninja vest, his smile exuding an inexplicable malevolence. To describe this man in the words of the original text, he resembled something draped in human skin. Orochimaru, gazing upon the man approaching him, Yu felt an overwhelming aura, as though he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and instantly the name surfaced in his mind. It appears you are the recent prodigy widely spoken of in Konoha, the new disciple of Lord Sarutobi, my junior brother, the apothecary Yu, correct? Upon reaching Yu, Orochimaru examined him with great interest, his wicked serpent eyes occasionally flashing with a mysterious gleam, rendering the nearby youths, Kabuto and Urushi, speechless. So, this is the esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. I often hear Lord Sarutobi speak of you. He claims you are his most exceptional disciple. Rising from the ground and staring at Orochimaru, Yu's heart surged with tumultuous waves, yet his expression remained unchanged. It was as if the fearsome Orochimaru standing before him was merely an ordinary ninja, truly composed. I can understand why Lord Sarutobi has taken a liking to you, Yuquin. Gazing at the unflappable Yu, a glimmer flashed in Orochimaru's narrowed serpent eyes, his long tongue instinctively flicking out, unabashedly revealing his curious and greedy demeanor. Indeed, he is the most formidable boss of the early Hokage era, a repulsive yet perilous individual. Feeling the malevolent and covetous gaze of Orochimaru upon him, Yu shivered involuntarily. This child is quite remarkable. Noticing Yu's lack of response, Orochimaru reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to the boy sitting on the ground beside him. His eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Your name is Kabuto, is it not? I believe you possess great potential as a ninja. Would you like to become one? I am certain you could excel as an outstanding ninja. As a genius among the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru's discerning eye could easily recognize Kabuto's talent. At merely 6 years old, he adeptly employed medical ninjutsu. Though it paled in comparison to Yu's monstrous aptitude, yet still far surpassed that of the average ninja. I do not have such aspirations. Gazing up at the dangerously imposing Orochimaru, Kabuto spoke hesitantly. My medical ninjutsu was taught to me by the headmaster. I wish to remain here, helping the orphanage and earning a little money. The headmaster has been so kind to me, even gifting me her glasses. I have yet to present her with a gift in return. At this, Kabuto cast a glance of envy towards you beside him. If it were you, surely a more exquisite gift could be presented to the director, wouldn't it? What a pity. Upon hearing Do's response, Orochimaru felt a tinge of regret, but a fleeting, enigmatic smile soon graced his wicked visage as he glanced at you beside him. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that a person's talent cannot be concealed. Just like Yukuin. is it not? Hehehe. Is this the aura of a Kage? If I were to confront Orochimaru now, would I manage to survive? As you gazed at Orochimaru's retreating figure, his hands instinctively clenched, the fervent desire to grow stronger surging within him. In truth, the title of Kage does not exist in the world of ninjas. Those whose abilities surpass that of a jonin and possess unique skills revered throughout the ninja realm are typically referred to as S-rank ninjas. They may be ninjas from hidden villages or wanderers loyal to their original villages, akin to Jiraiya and Tsunade from the original narrative. They may also be S-rank rogue ninjas, highly esteemed by various nations, such as the 10 members of the Akatsuki, all of whom were gathered S-rank ninjas from different villages, some of whose prowess rivals that of the Kage from the 5 great villages, prompting all villages to exercise caution against them. Due to the exceptional abilities often possessed by S-rank ninjas, such as kekkei genkai or secret techniques, they are held in awe, and few dare to engage them directly. Thus, the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages must undoubtedly be S-rank ninjas, yet not all S-rank ninjas can ascend to the rank of Kage in these villages. Of course, from Yu's perspective as a traveler from another world, there exist even higher tiers above the Kage level. These include the Super Kage level pain of the 6 paths, the previous 5 Kages, and the pinnacle of the ninja realm, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, even extending to the likes of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, among others. However, that is a tale for another time. At present, Yu stands before an insurmountable chasm, one that an ordinary ninja could scarcely hope to cross in a lifetime, spanning from Jonin to Kage. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous and long. In the bustling streets of Konoha, the lights have begun to twinkle as evening descends. After tending to the injured ninjas, Yu, feeling somewhat fatigued, shared a light meal with Yakushi Nanoyu and others before making his way to his new abode in Konoha. Yu. Suddenly, a delighted voice called out, and a graceful figure appeared before him. Yugao. With her long, lustrous purple hair and porcelain skin, her slender figure was none other than Yuzuki Yugao. Over a year had passed, and the 10-year-old Yuzuki Yugao had blossomed into an even more exquisite young lady. It has been so long since I last saw you. You didn't come to my graduation examination the other day? Observing Yu, who had grown taller and more distinguished than the previous year, Yuzuki Yugao's tone unconsciously carried a hint of sorrow. Ahem, there was no way around it. The beauty's kindness is the hardest to bear. Feeling the weight of her wistful gaze, Yu awkwardly cleared his throat twice. I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the medical team and training under Master Sarutobi. Just teasing you. There was no real reproach directed at you. It was merely that before you could finish his explanation, Yuzuki Yuin interrupted him, playfully sticking out her tongue. Speaking of which, I have yet to congratulate you on your promotion to Special Jonin. Walking affectionately beside you, one could see the starlight glimmering in the bright depths of Yuzuki Yuin's eyes. At merely 7 years of age, having attained the rank of Special Jonin and become a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, you truly are an unparalleled genius. However, I find myself lagging far behind, having only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. As she spoke, a subtle shadow dimmed in Yuin's eyes. With his prodigious talent, Yu had become a Special Jonin at the tender age of 6 and was now the apprentice of the legendary 3rd Hokage, renowned as the little disciple of the Sannin. This drastic shift in status and identity left this budding young maiden feeling an almost surreal sense of distance. His ethereal appearance, perfect talent, and exceptional standing rendered the boy she admired seem almost otherworldly. Suddenly, a crisp sound and a light pain on her forehead jolted Yuzuki Yuin back to reality. What was I daydreaming about? Sensing the girl's thoughts, Yu, both amused and exasperated, playfully flicked her forehead with his fingers. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 10. Our Yuin is indeed an outstanding ninja, wouldn't you agree? This was no exaggeration. In the original narrative, she was remarkably young to have become a Special Jonin in the Umbu, her ninja aptitude being among the finest in Konoha. Ouch! She exclaimed, rubbing her slightly reddened forehead. Yet a smile returned to her face. Clearly, Yu's endearing nickname for her had dispelled all her worries. Nevertheless, it must be said that you are the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, while Akamichi Kuroi has become the apprentice of Orochimaru. As they navigated through the bustling crowd, observing the occasional playful children darting by and admiring the throngs around the shops, Yuin suddenly appeared to have a thought, a hint of mirth dancing on her delicate features. By lineage, should she not then refer to you as Ashurshore Senpai? Giggling, she mused that Akamichi would surely be infuriated by this. Akamichi? At the mention of Yuin's words. You couldn't help but smile at the image of Yuin's friend, Yamanaka Ino, in a fit of exasperation. Yet, had that little girl truly become Orochimaru's disciple? Contemplating his recent encounter with Orochimaru, you felt a twinge of shadow cross his heart at the stark disparity in their presence. Indeed, you possessed the powers of the line fruit and had not neglected the cultivation of strength within the world of Naruto. At such a young age, he already wielded the power to contend with Jonin, appearing to all as a genius with limitless potential. However, in Yu's eyes, what did that signify? Were there not plenty of geniuses in the Naruto world? How many could survive until the ultimate ninja world war? Unlike other anime, the power structure in the Naruto universe tends to exhibit a tiered growth, especially in its latter stages. In the earlier stages, perhaps the elite Jonin and shadow-level ninjas constituted an undeniable formidable force. However, as time progressed, what distinction remained between shadow-level ninjas and slightly more powerful ordinary individuals when faced with the bosses of the Six Paths level? Throughout the original narrative, only Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the two progeny of the Sage of Six Paths, could audaciously defy logic and inexplicably transcend multiple tiers, confronting opponents of the Six Paths caliber directly. Yet, Yu lacks the so-called protagonist's halo and does not possess a father akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, he refrains from placing his hopes on such elusive ideals. Before the ultimate ninja world war arrives in a decade or so, you must traverse 4 monumental levels: Shadow, Super Shadow, Pinnacle of the Ninja World, and Six Paths, relying solely on his own strength. The higher the realm, the more arduous the cultivation becomes. Thus, what does it matter if one is a 7-year-old Jonin? Is the time truly ample for him? Hey, it's you. While walking silently alongside Yuyuki, a familiar voice resonated from the bustling street nearby. It was Guy? You snapped back to reality and looked over to see Might Guy energetically waving at him from across the street. Beside Guy stood Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu. You. Ignoring Yu's disinterested gaze, the green-clad Might Guy dashed over, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation, fixating on Yuyuki beside you. Could this possibly be your girlfriend? This is Yuyuki. She is, you began to explain, but at that moment, he noticed Yuyuki's cheeks flush crimson with embarrassment. This is truly touching. Yet, to Yu's chagrin, Might Guy was already shedding tears of joy, surpassing Kakashi's talent. And with such a beautiful girlfriend, is this what youth is all about? You fought the overwhelming urge to kick Might Guy away, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Take your youth and leave me be. And why are you getting emotional over whether I have a girlfriend or not? Hey you. At this time, Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu approached. We were just about to go for barbecue. Why don't you bring your girlfriend along? It would be a great way to express our gratitude for your life-saving assistance during the last mission, and we can also celebrate your promotion to Special Jonin. Girlfriend? Hearing this term once more, Yuyuki's face reddened even further, as if she might faint. Do you want to go, Yuyuki? Yu inquired, observing her flustered demeanor. Since that's the case, then let's go together. Yuyuki whispered, her response barely audible. Noticing Yu's silence regarding their relationship, her blush became all the more enticing. With Yuyuki's acquiescence, Yu accompanied her and the trio of Might Guy to the barbecue restaurant. After enduring prolonged missions and rigorous training that had kept him on edge, today finally promised a rare opportunity for relaxation. In the company of a fair companion, Yu enjoyed a delightful evening of barbecuing. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Yu was roused from slumber by a series of knocks on the door. I'm coming. With a haze of drowsiness, Yu approached the entrance and opened the door, only to find a member of the Umbu standing there. Lord Yu, the Hokage, and 3 senior officials request your presence. The Umbu ninja stated his purpose directly. The mention of Sarutobi-sensei and the 3 high-ranking officials so early in the morning startled Yu, dispelling his sleepiness in an instant. If it were merely the 3rd Hokage summoning him, it might have been manageable, but the presence of all 3 senior officials, including Danzo, hinted at the gravity of the situation. Please wait a moment. I will be right there. Without delay, Yu quickly freshened up, donned his black ninja hoodie, and followed the Umbu ninja to the Hokage's office. 5 minutes later, at the Hokage's office, the Umbu ninja knocked on the door. Come in. A familiar voice of the 3rd Hokage resonated from within. Lord Hokage, I have brought Yakushi Uru. All right, you may leave now. Upon entering the office, You indeed found not only the third Hokage but also the three high-ranking officials, Danzo, Toka Haruno, and Mido Gate-kun. This only heightened Yu's sense of caution. It was evident that the matter at hand was far from trivial. You have arrived, Yu. Please, have a seat. The third Hokage greeted him with his usual warmth, inviting him to sit. No need for that, Lord Hokage. With the three esteemed officials present, I cannot presume to take a seat. Recognizing the unusual nature of this summons, Yu politely declined. Such poise in your demeanor, Sarutobi remarked, observing Yu's respectful yet assertive response, which garnered praise from Mido Gate-kun. Kun, adorned with spectacles and of similar age to the third Hokage, bore the authoritative air of a seasoned elder, alongside Toka Haruno, both of whom were former comrades of Sarutobi's youth. They now served as the highest officials in the administrative department, assisting the Hokage in managing the affairs of the village. Their roles were dual, to provide sound advice to the Hokage and act as a bridge between the Land of Fire and Konoha, conveying national information and overseeing the village's financial allocations, while also reporting the village's circumstances to the daimyo. You are Yakushi Yu, are you not? Your remarkable talents have been the talk of the village lately. Toka Haruno scrutinized the handsome, ethereal-looking youth before him, nodding in approval. His appearance and demeanor were impeccable. It seems Sarutobi had indeed taken on another exceptional disciple. You honor me with your words, esteemed advisors. In response to their praise, you maintained a calm countenance, revealing no emotion. Simultaneously, he discreetly observed Danzo, who sat silently in the corner. Ever since becoming Sarutobi's disciple, Danzo and his root faction had ceased to trouble him, leading you to ponder whether the old fox had abandoned his intentions of enticing him. Ahem. At that moment, the third Hokage cleared his throat, capturing the attention of all those present. You, we have summoned you today for a particularly significant mission. A special mission? Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes flickered with understanding, aware that the crux of the summons was about to unfold. Recently, following the valiant efforts of the Konoha ninjas on the front lines, the Ninja World War has yielded favorable results for our village. After gathering his thoughts, the third Hokage spoke directly and without preamble. The Sand Ninja have been defeated, and their fourth Kazekage has agreed to our proposed terms of peace. The Sand has been vanquished? Upon hearing this revelation, Yu remained unfazed. As a time traveler, he understood the trajectory of this war better than the third Hokage. The conflict had severely weakened Konoha, and for the Sand, the repercussions were significant. During the Third Ninja World War, the feudal lord of the Wind Country, in light of the Sand Ninjas' defeat, drastically reduced investments in their village, diverting missions to Konoha and compelling the Sand Ninja village to adopt a path of elite cultivation, further deepening the already existing rift between the two villages. The birth of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, in the original story, emerged against this very backdrop. However, after years of conflict and accumulated grievances between our two villages, the Sand Ninjas' agreement to negotiate could very well be a strategy to lull us into complacency. At this juncture, Danzo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, taking over the third Hokage's narrative. His left eye, filled with a profound intensity, fixated on Yu as he spoke in a low voice. And you, Yakushi Yu, are not only a disciple of Sarutobi, but also the adopted son of Yakushi Nono. She was once my most exceptional intelligence ninja. As her child, you must have inherited her talents for espionage. Reliable intelligence can sometimes be more lethal than formidable ninjutsu and weaponry. Therefore, for this mission, we hope that you can infiltrate the Sand Village under the guise of a spy and ascertain the veracity of their peace negotiations. Infiltrating the Sand Village as a spy. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yu's pupils dilated slightly. What is the Sand Village? The Sand Ninja Village of the Wind Country. It is one of the 5 great ninja villages. To infiltrate such a den of danger single-handedly is a task fraught with peril for any ninja. However, if it is the Sand Village, perhaps I may find what I seek. With this thought, Yu's initial trepidation solidified into resolve. Yes, I shall not disappoint Lord Hokage and the 3 esteemed elders. Without hesitation, Yu accepted the perilous mission. Excellent. Prepare yourself. You shall depart tomorrow. Witnessing Yu's unwavering acceptance of the task, the 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha nodded in satisfaction. A ninja who can readily embrace such a perilous mission is indeed a rare find within the entire Konoha. Yu, the difficulty of this mission is classified as S rank. Given your age, this may be rather demanding for you. Only the third Hokage, with a look of concern on his face, observed you. who displayed a certain struggle in his expression. However, considering Yu's status as a medical ninja endowed with remarkable combat capabilities, and his age serving as an excellent guise, the third would never risk sending such a promising young ninja on a perilous mission to infiltrate the enemy's village if it weren't for Yu's irreplaceable qualities. Rest assured, Master Sarutobi, after all, I am your chosen disciple, and you must have faith in my abilities. Little did the third know the thoughts swirling in Yu's mind. He merely winked at him playfully before vanishing in an instant. Such speed with the body flicker technique. The two senior advisors from Konoha couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the speed with which you departed. Although he had utilized only a basic body flicker technique, even the average Umbu ninja could not disappear so seamlessly. Has this little brat grown even stronger? Upon witnessing Yu's unintentional display of prowess, Danzo snorted coldly, his gaze darkening further. However, Sunagakure was no amusement park. If your talented disciple were to meet an untimely demise, do not place the blame on us, Sarutobi. The following day, in the Land of Wind, within the expansive conference hall of Sunagakure, an oppressive silence loomed. Kazekage-sama, are we truly to surrender to Konoha? Finally, a Sand Jonin could no longer contain himself and broke the silence with an impassioned outburst. Mind your words. The Kazekage has his own decisions and considerations. Maki, standing beside the fourth Kazekage, immediately reprimanded him. Despite being only 17, Maki had already risen to the rank of Jonin in Sunagakure. At this juncture, do we have any better alternatives? In response to the questioning ninja, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, furrowed his brow deeply. Faced with defeat, the overwhelming pressure from the village and the nation filled Raza with an acute sense of unwillingness. Konoha's strength surpassed theirs. After their defeat, the daimyo continuously reduced funding, causing the village's combat capabilities to dwindle. The only viable path now was to negotiate peace and form an alliance with Konoha. If Sasori of the Red Sand had not defected, if the third Kazekage had not gone missing, would the outcome of this war have been different? Casting a glance at Chiyo, who sat beside him with an expressionless demeanor as if in slumber, Raza could not suppress his unvoiced queries. Enough. At this point, we have no choice but to pursue peace and an alliance with Konoha. Just then, Chiyo, who seemed lost in thought, abruptly spoke up, making a decisive proclamation. However, the ninjas of Sunagakure would not be defeated by this, since the daimyo had reduced funding. They would focus on cultivating a select few elite ninjas to maintain the status of the 5 great ninja villages. Frustration coursed through the ranks of Sunagakure's ninja. Yet they found no grounds to contest the decision made jointly by the 4th Kazekage and Chiyo. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the weariness of the defeated Sunagakure, a boy harboring a clandestine purpose had already set foot upon the territory of the Land of Wind. This realm, characterized by its vast, desolate desert, is perpetually shrouded in swirling sands. However, the scarcity of sustenance and water, coupled with the harsh environment, has given rise to an indomitable breed of ninjas. Could this be Sunagakure? As the sun blazed high in the sky, casting down its relentless heat at noon, a youth with flowing white hair appeared several hundred meters above the village of Sunagakure. He was treading upon nearly invisible threads that tethered the ethereal clouds, moving gracefully as if upon solid ground. The weather was splendid today. The abundance of clouds presented an opportune moment. Utilizing the abilities granted by his string fruit, he traversed the skies with elegance, and at last, he beheld in the far distance the heart of the desert, where a village composed of countless yellow earthen structures lay, a veritable stronghold of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure. The world of Naruto is not particularly vast. Having journeyed tirelessly throughout the day, the weary you finally crossed into the domain of Sunagakure. However, to descend openly would certainly draw attention, akin to courting disaster. Observing the distant glints emanating from the village, you recognized them as the watchful eyes of Sunagakure's reconnaissance ninjas, employing telescopes to stand guard. It seemed he would have to find an opportunity to infiltrate. Just as he pondered his next move, he was drawn to a skirmish unfolding in the sands below. They shall serve as my diversion. With clarity of thought, Yu's eyes sparkled as he swiftly descended toward the desert, stepping upon the invisible threads beneath him. While the ability to walk and leap among the clouds was undeniably convenient and graceful, it also bore the risk of a perilous fall if not executed with precision. Moreover, in the absence of clouds, Yu found himself unable to maneuver through the skies. Perish, you sand ninjas. Two factions of ninjas clashed in the desert. A ninja adorned with the headband of Amidst unleashed a barrage of lethal shuriken upon the sand ninja before him. Wind release, great breakthrough. In response to the desperate flailing of the rain ninja, a sand chunin named Kazashi formed hand seals and unleashed a ferocious whirlwind, scattering every shuriken in its path. Humph. It is true that we of Sunagakure have faced defeat, but you rain spies shall think twice before attempting to infiltrate our ranks. After sending several rain ninjas tumbling through the air with his adept wind release technique, Kazashi wore a sinister grin. Besides Kazashi, 3 other chunin from Sunagakure stood guard at the village's entrance. This group of rain ninjas, disguised as spies, had been intercepted and revealed just outside the village, leading to the ensuing confrontation. Your reactions are truly sluggish. You have fallen for our trap. However, as the rain ninja leader collapsed to the ground, a mocking smile crept across his face. Trouble was brewing. Noticing the peculiar hue on the face of the rain ninja, the sand-hidden ninja, Kazong, was taken aback. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Thud, thud, thud. Along with him, all 4 sand-hidden ninjas collapsed to the ground. Did you actually disperse the poison into the air? A wave of paralysis coursed through his body, leaving him gazing at the rain ninja leader, whose face was etched with a look of defiance. Was he planning to take all 4 of us down with him? How infuriatingly careless. Since our plan has been exposed, we never intended to return alive. Seeing Kazong's expression of unwillingness, the rain ninja leader wore a grim, yet resolute smile. If you were captured by your sand ninjas, I believe that fate would be worse than death, wouldn't it? There's no need for you to struggle. This is the poison Lord Hanzo gave us before our departure. Come, let us go together to the grave. The poison of Hanzo the salamander? Upon hearing this, Kazong and the other 3 sand ninjas turned ashen. Hanzo, the leader of the rain-hidden village, was regarded as a pinnacle ninja in the shinobi world, revered as a demigod. If it were his poison, it seemed they would not witness the dawn of another day. Bang! At that moment, a thin line shot forth like a bullet, piercing through the head of the rain ninja leader, blood and brain matter spilling into the sand. What is this? The unexpected turn of events left all 4 sand ninjas in a state of shock. I am you, sent by Lady Chiyo. You've been poisoned, don't speak yet. A youthful voice emerged, and before Kazong and the others appeared a boy, swiftly forming hand seals, unleashing a sphere of green chakra to heal them. Sent by Lady Chiyo? Upon hearing the words of the unfamiliar boy, Kazong squinted slightly, but his gaze quickly became captivated by Yu's remarkable medical ninjutsu. It was astonishing to see Yu's hands, enveloped in green chakra, seamlessly penetrate his body, extracting the poison that had invaded his system. Such incredible medical ninjutsu. I am truly grateful. Witnessing the white-haired stranger restore all 4 of them from the brink of death, Kazong expressed his thanks. The extraction technique, an advanced B-rank medical ninjutsu, could discern harmful substances such as toxins and pathogens within the body, extracting their source based on the chaotic chakra sensed. No need for thanks. We are all ninjas from the same village, it is only right. In response to Kazong's gratitude, you offered a friendly smile. Crack. However, at that moment, a sharp kunai was suddenly pressed against his neck. Ninjas from the same village? Humph, do you think I am a fool? After placing the kunai against Yu's throat, Kazong's face revealed a hint of mockery. With such formidable medical ninjutsu at such a young age, if you were indeed a ninja from my village, I would have surely heard of you. How ungrateful you are. A sudden turn of events unfolded as the sand ninja, Kazashi, restrained the individual before him. Yet, Yu's expression remained unchanged. He shrugged helplessly, asserting his identity as a ninja from the sand village, dispatched by Lady Chiyo. Could there have been a mistake regarding Kazashi? After all, it was uncommon for someone so young to be a spy. Observing Yu's calm demeanor, the other 3 sand ninjas hesitated, exchanging glances with Kazashi. What if he truly is a ninja sent by Lady Chiyo to aid us? One pondered, recalling how you had recently rescued them. Regardless of his origins, we shall take him back for further inquiry. You too, seal his chakra. No matter how skilled he may be, he cannot escape. With that, the 3 sand ninjas bound you and temporarily sealed his chakra with specialized sealing tools, escorting him toward the sand village. In the sand village, at the Wind Shadow's administrative building, the structure stood as the heart of the village. Its earthen yellow facade housing the administrative center for the Wind Shadow and the upper echelons of the sand village, as well as the repository for all jutsu and records. Wind Shadow, Lady Chiyo, Kazashi reported upon entering the building. We captured this boy outside the village. He claims to be a ninja sent to assist us by Lady Chiyo. As he was brought into the Wind Shadow's office, Kazashi relayed the information directly to the fourth Wind Shadow, Rasha, and Lady Chiyo. My dispatched ninja? No. I have never seen this boy before, Chiyo replied, her expression momentarily perplexed before her wise, aged eyes fixed upon the bound Yu. Which village do you hail from, boy? However, Yu's response was nothing but a cheeky grin. Huh. You are indeed a spy from another village. I'm fortunate to have seen through your guise. Kazashi sneered at Yu's retort. Isn't that so? No matter, the interrogation department of the Sand has ways to make you talk. Ah, I've been discovered, Yu said, unfazed by Kazashi's threats. Instead, he offered a resigned smile, his amber eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. Was it not sufficient for me to walk in boldly? Why must you force my hand? Watch out. The instinctive response came from Chiyo, the most seasoned of the group, as she perceived the menace flickering in Yu's gaze. Single thread. But it was too late. A razor-thin line sliced through the air, and Yu cleaved Kazashi in two at the waist. Protect the Wind Shadow and Lady Chiyo. In the wake of the sudden chaos, all nearby sand ninjas instinctively surrounded the fourth Wind Shadow, Rasha, and Lady Chiyo, ready to defend them against the unforeseen threat. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to wield the line fruit effortlessly severed the ropes and sealed ninja tools binding him. Yu, unfazed by the surrounding sand shinobi closing in, addressed the lifeless body of Kyuzu beneath him with a calm demeanor. I must express my gratitude for successfully ushering me into the hidden sand. Aside from chakra, are there alternative combat strategies at play? In an instant, the spacious room was flooded with numerous sand shinobi, their gazes fixated on Yu, who remained composed despite being encircled. Chiyo, intrigued, inquired, what an amusing little brat. What is your name? Truly, you embody the unyielding spirit of the shinobi flower, long buried yet never decayed within the hidden sand. It seems that no matter the shifting circumstances, your composure remains steadfast, Lady Chiyo. However, you refrained from directly answering her question. Instead, he activated the powers of the line fruit, launching 8 nearly transparent threads from beneath his feet, forcefully sweeping away 3 encroaching ninja. Nevertheless, my purpose today is not to assassinate you or the fourth Kazekage. As he spoke, Yu's right hand morphed into a claw, and with a swift motion, he unleashed 5 colored threads that sliced through 2 advancing sand shinobi, their blood staining the floor beneath him. This was the truth. Even in his naivety, he would not delude himself into believing he could single-handedly accomplish an assassination of the fourth Kazekage and Chiyo at the heart of the hidden sand. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, though depicted in the original tale as having been silently slain by Orochimaru on the roadside, is undoubtedly a formidable shadow-level ninja. As for Chiyo, there is no need for elaboration. She is the grandmother of Sasori of the Red Sand, one of the most exceptional puppet masters in the Naruto universe. Capable of summoning the masterpieces of the founding puppet master, Monzaemon, and even possessing the power to conquer a city. With 2 shadow-level ninjas present, alongside the entirety of the elite shinobi from the hidden sand, one might as well summon Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara to match their prowess. Everyone, be cautious. This lad is rather troublesome. A nearby sand shinobi, astonished and enraged, urgently alerted the others upon witnessing Yu's swift dispatch of so many ninjas. Oh, not here to assassinate. Hearing Yu's words, Chiyo regarded the white-haired boy, encircled by countless sand shinobi, with a contemplative expression. Then what, pray tell? Is the purpose of your reckless infiltration into the hidden sand risking your life? You responded, to fight using the threads. Yet, observing Yu's remarkable combat prowess. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chiyo's face. Such a unique ability. I never anticipated capturing a ninja with a bloodline limit today. It may be premature to discuss this. With a hint of amusement gracing his lips, Yu swiftly released another thread, obliterating a sand shinobi's head. Let us see if you can truly capture me. This brat. Does he genuinely believe he can escape from here? Chiyo was taken aback by the confidence emanating from Yu's words. With herself and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, both shadow-level ninjas present, along with so many elite sand shinobi, could this white-haired boy really think he stood a chance of evading capture? Enough. This is utterly disgraceful. A deep, furious voice resonated, belonging to the fourth Kazekage, Raza, standing nearby. Seeing so many elite sand shinobi struggle to subdue a mere boy of 7 or 8 years old, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, felt a profound sense of embarrassment. This was the Kazekage's conference room. Such disorder was utterly unacceptable. Magnet release, gold sand shuriken. As the words left his lips, Raza launched his attack. Waves of golden sand surged through the air, swiftly transforming into countless sharp shurikens aimed directly at you, who was engaged in combat with a group of sand shinobi. The magnet release was a secret bloodline limit of Sunigakure, allowing the wielder to manipulate the dense gold sand using magnetic forces. Raza could even suppress the rampaging Shikaku. The one tail, showcasing the immense power of this technique. Thread Shield. The Kazekage's formidable jutsu was not to be underestimated. Sensing the overwhelming ninjutsu unleashed by Raza, Yu extended his hand forward, conjuring numerous fine threads that instantly wove into an impenetrable defensive shield. Clang, clang, clang. The astonishingly powerful gold sand shurikens collided against Yu's thread shield, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. This thread shield, crafted from a specially formulated material, was sturdy enough to withstand the majority of physical attacks. Since you insist on resisting, I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Witnessing Yu's successful defense against his jutsu, Raza's face contorted with humiliation and a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Magnet release, tidal wave of gold sand. The angered shadow-level ninja unleashed a torrent of sand and gold, engulfing Yu in a colossal wave that surrounded him from all sides. Truly, I see where Gaara gets his prowess. He is indeed the progenitor of a shadow-level figure. Faced with the overwhelming wave of sand and gold, Yu found himself without an escape, completely ensnared, and a hint of resignation crossed his face. To think I cannot employ my full capabilities like my true form. It is evident I am outmatched. True form? What does that mean? Hearing Yu's words before what seemed to be his demise, Raza, Chiyo, and all the sand shinobi present were momentarily taken aback. Could this boy be? Especially Raza, whose expression shifted dramatically as the golden spikes pierced Yu's body. Threads? It's yet another thread. As they beheld Yu's body gradually transforming into spiraling threads after being struck down by Raza, the expressions on the faces of all the sand shinobi were nothing short of spectacular. Shadow clone technique. But there are no visible flaws. Gazing at the thread ball that had once been Yu, Raza found himself momentarily stunned. No, this was more akin to a puppet crafted from threads. Capable of speech and combat, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a true ninja. At that moment, Chiyo, standing nearby, spoke up, her wise, aged eyes shimmering with intrigue. The ability to generate threads for combat. What if the puppet masters of Sunigakure could possess such a skill? Oh no. Suddenly realizing the implications, Chiyo gasped in alarm. What is it? Noticing Chiyo's sudden epiphany, Raza furrowed his brow. To the scroll repository, quickly. The objective of that young man is not us at all. With that declaration, Chiyo was the first to dash out of the Wind Shadow conference room. The scroll repository? The expression on the fourth Wind Shadow, Raza, instantly shifted. That place housed all the secret scrolls and vital documents of Sunigakure. Meanwhile, at the scroll repository of Sunigakure, the once heavily guarded sanctum now lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of several sand shinobi, devoid of any visible injuries. The infiltrator, Yu, had successfully utilized a chakra scalpel to swiftly sever their throats. So many scrolls. Where could that item possibly be hidden? Inside the dimly lit repository. A plethora of scrolls containing all the ninjutsu and secret techniques of Sunigakure was meticulously organized. Yu ambled through the aisles, his gaze scanning the shelves in search of what he desired. Although he had diverted the attention of the sand shinobi with his thread clones, time was of the essence. If caught, his demise would be inevitable. After searching for an extended period without success, he sensed commotion emanating from the Wind Shadow building, prompting him to quicken his pace. Yu preferred to refer to his technique as thread clone. By weaving fine threads into intricate forms suspended in midair, he crafted puppets that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. These thread puppets possessed identical appearances and abilities to the user, akin to clones or shadow duplicates. The user could manipulate the puppets to execute any of their techniques, and the puppets could even converse under their control. This allowed the user to launch a surprise attack or use the puppets as decoys, shielding themselves from harm. Moreover, as these puppets were made of threads, they were impervious to injury. Even if they suffered decapitation, they remained unharmed, rendering them far superior to most shadow techniques in this world. However, if a puppet sustained damage or a fatal blow, the remote user would lose control until they approached the puppet again. Indeed, you had successfully infiltrated the heart of Sunagakure by utilizing the carelessness of the sand shinobi, who had become complacent upon seeing him sealed and deprived of chakra. He sent a thread clone in his stead to the Wind Shadow building for interrogation, simultaneously creating chaos to divert the attention of all sand shinobi. His true form, meanwhile, slipped silently into the scroll repository during a moment of minimal surveillance, executing a flawless plan to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. At last, he had found it. Just as he began to hear footsteps approaching from outside the repository, he located the two items he sought. One was the Book of Puppetry, hidden deep within the repository, and the other was a mysterious red scroll concealed in a compartment behind the puppetry scroll. That young man is indeed here. Don't let him escape. Quickly seize him. However, at that moment, a throng of sand shinobi surged into the repository, completely surrounding it, and immediately spotted you, who had acquired the two scrolls. The Book of Puppetry? What is the other one? Hurry, intercept him. Chiyo and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, entered the repository of scrolls, and upon discerning the two scrolls in Yu's possession, their expressions shifted dramatically. Puppet technique, manipulation blade. With this declaration, Chiyo, whose experience surpassed that of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, acted instantly. Her 5 fingers deftly maneuvered, releasing 5 azure chakra threads that directed 5 sharp kunai towards you, who stood at a distance. Chidori, Star Shatter. In that moment, a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in flight resonated through the air. The dimly lit repository illuminated with a brilliant blue-white lightning, as you, already prepared, unleashed the Chidori with fervor. Sizzle, boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the sand shinobi, the enormous wall of the repository crackled with electric light before erupting violently, creating a gaping hole. Remarkably, you had obliterated a massive section of the wall with a single strike, and even the surrounding sand shinobi were caught in the blast, collapsing unconscious. This is bad. Stop him. We cannot let him escape. Witnessing Yu's successful breakout amidst the multitude of sand shinobi, Chiyo and Raza pursued him with unparalleled swiftness. Have they caught up so quickly? But it is too late. It seems fortune favors me today, having already breached the repository. You did not engage the rushing sand shinobi. Gazing at the vividly clear blue sky and white clouds above, he resolutely activated the void path. Invisible, transparent threads ensnared the clouds, enabling him to leap into the sky above the hidden sand village. That kid can fly. The sand shinobi below, surrounded and bewildered, could only watch in astonishment as you ascended rapidly. Don't just stand there. Bring him down. Inform the pursuit team immediately. Raza, who had arrived alongside Chiyo, reacted swiftly, issuing commands while unleashing a barrage of golden sand shuriken towards the retreating Yu. How persistent. Despite leveraging the advantage of altitude to escape, Yu found himself wounded by Raza's shuriken, which sliced through the air with precision. Not only that, but a multitude of shuriken interspersed with explosive tags pursued him relentlessly, making full defense with his thread shield exceedingly challenging. Since that is the case, allow me to leave you with a parting gift. The pain coursing through his body ignited a fierce resolve within you, prompting him to unleash his chakra. In an instant, a spiraling orb of blue light materialized in his right hand. Swish! After infusing it with water chakra, the orb transformed into a roaring high-pressure water gun. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Although utilizing water techniques in a desert landscape, such as the hidden sand, was particularly arduous, the sheer power of Yu's concentrated effort still emanated an astonishing force. Is that a water technique? In the vast expanse of the sky, the elusive Yu astonishingly unleashed a supreme water technique of S-rank caliber amidst the desert. Chiyo's expression froze in disbelief. The nature and form of chakra had reached such extraordinary levels. Who exactly was this boy? Even though the two parties stood over 100 meters apart, all present Suna ninjas could distinctly perceive the resounding cascade of water flowing from above. This is bad. Scatter immediately. Realizing the formidable jutsu in Yu's hand, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, underwent a drastic change in expression, promptly dispersing the surrounding Suna ninjas. Earth style, earth flow wall. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully pressed his palms onto the ground. The earth trembled as an immense row of towering earthen walls surged upwards. Besides his bloodline limit of magnet release, Raza was also a highly skilled Earth-style ninja, adept at countering water style with Earth style. An unchanging truth in the ninja world. Boom. However, in the next instant, the high-pressure water jet in Yu's hand was launched. It suddenly vanished mid-flight, passing through the colossal earthen wall created by Raza before reappearing in midair, expanding into a colossal water vortex that seemed to connect heaven and earth. All Suna ninjas were engulfed in a deafening roar, followed by a sharp pain coursing through their bodies, and then darkness enveloped them as they lost consciousness. To wield such a level of water style in the desert. Damn it, I must uncover who that boy truly is. Gazing at the magnificent, ravaging water vortex that swallowed a multitude of Suna ninjas along with the surrounding structures, Raza's darkened gaze seemed as if it could drip water. Had he truly escaped? Faced with the Kazekage and Chiyo, alongside so many elite Suna ninjas, as the dust settled, the sight of the battlefield littered with corpses and the destruction of the Suna village, Raza's thoughts turned to the now-vanished Yu above. Young Suna Jonin Maki murmured in shock, wondering when such a being had emerged in the ninja world. Maki, immediately arrange a pursuit team. At that moment, Raza, his expression grim, ordered in a somber tone, vowing to unearth that boy, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. He must not be allowed to leave the land of wind with those 2 items. Yes, recognizing the urgency, Maki promptly acknowledged, vanishing in an instant. We must retrieve it. The boy took more than just the puppet master's book. Watching Maki depart, Chiyo stood behind Raza, murmuring to herself, her vacant gaze betraying her inner turmoil. And concerning that forbidden technique scroll. 3 days later, at the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers, the sky was a clear azure, devoid of clouds. You sat resting amidst a dense forest, simultaneously employing medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds. They dispatched so many ninjas to pursue me. It seems I have truly riled up the Suna. A surge of green chakra blossomed from his hand, and all the wounds, large and small, healed completely, as a faint bitter smile graced Yu's face. After escaping from the village of sand, a large contingent of elite ninjas was immediately dispatched to pursue him. The border region between the land of wind and the land of rivers is perpetually beset by strong winds, with clouds rarely lingering in the sky. Thus, Yu reluctantly opted to return to Konoha via land. Nevertheless, having successfully acquired the 2 items, he deemed the endeavor worthwhile. Once he completed his self-treatment and felt the reassuring weight of the scrolls in his possession, a faint smile graced his lips. Just then, a sudden sound echoed through the shadowy forest, causing Yu's muscles to tense instinctively, heightening his alertness. Boom! A massive, yellow fireball illuminated the entire forest. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the ground where Yu had previously stood was transformed into a colossal crater. Moreover, all surrounding trees were drained of moisture by the immense fireball, crumbling into scattered ashes. Your observational skills and reflexes are indeed sharp. However, you cannot escape. If you are wise, return what you have taken from us, the sand. A foreign voice resonated through the jungle, as a tall and imposing sand ninja emerged from the shadows. Additionally, around 10 other sand ninjas began to encircle him, forming the assassination team sent by the sand. Oh, return the items to you, and you will let me go? Upon witnessing the arrival of the dozen sand ninjas, Yu had somehow already positioned himself above them in midair. Standing on invisible, transparent threads, he wore a mocking expression as he gazed down at the group of sand ninjas. Scorch release, what is this fellow's connection to the sand-s Yakura? As you scrutinized the towering sand ninja leading the group, a sense of caution crept into his mind. Scorch release is a bloodline limit resulting from the combination of wind and fire chakra transformation, possessing far greater power than ordinary fire techniques. Had he not evaded the massive fireball in time, he would surely have ended up as a desiccated corpse, devoid of all moisture. Let you go? Ha ha ha, what a naive child. At Yu's words, the tall Scorch release ninja, Yizong, burst into boisterous laughter. His rugged face twisted in a menacing grimace. Infiltrating the sand, assassinating the wind shadow and elder advisor, stealing our secrets. Do you truly believe we would let you off the hook? Heh, and yet you still speak? Although fully aware of the inevitable outcome, you could not help but roll his eyes at Yizong's taunt, his voice dripping with scorn. Such a sharp-tongued brat. Just wait until I capture you and turn you into a desiccated corpse. We shall see how you speak then. Yizong's eyes, filled with malice, glinted with a hint of red as he began to form hand seals. Another scorch release technique. Upon witnessing Yi Zhang's hand seals, Yu's heart sank in alarm, instinctively raising his right hand to preemptively activate the power of the line fruit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a swift, slicing sound from behind sent a chill down Yu's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He instinctively transformed his right hand into a claw, pivoting to unleash a razor-sharp, multicolored thread. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding resonated through the air. The ambushing ninja raised two massive square shurikens, barely managing to block Yu's counterattack. So, the ninjas below were mere decoys? Successfully thwarting this ninja's rear assault, Yu's mind raced, swiftly grasping the tactical maneuver employed by this band of sand shinobi. The scorching release upper ninja led a frontal assault with a dozen sand shinobi, while another sand-hidden upper ninja circled around to ambush from behind. Had it not been for his timely reflexes, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to their trap. After all, this was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Renowned for its elite shinobi, Sand-Hidden should not be underestimated. Having discerned the strategy of the Sand-Hidden pursuers, you understood he would soon face not only 2 upper ninjas, but also a dozen elite sand shinobi. Instantly, his vigilance heightened to its peak. Bang! Bang! Clang! As their figures intertwined, the ambushing sand-hidden upper ninja deflected Yu's multicolored thread with his ninja tools. In a fluid motion, he rolled through the air, landing gracefully before Yu and executing a remarkable display of taijutsu. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their fists and feet colliding multiple times within a single breath. Foot-cutting thread. Despite his youth, taijutsu had always been Yu's forte. Skillfully dodging the enormous square shuriken slicing toward him, Yu suddenly spun in midair, launching 8 nearly transparent, slender threads. Boom! The sand-hidden upper ninja, caught off guard by Yu's simultaneous execution of taijutsu and the line fruit's ability, hastily positioned his 2 massive shurikens in front of him. He felt an overwhelming force surge forth, propelling him uncontrollably backward. To possess such remarkable taijutsu at such a tender age, seamlessly blending it with his bloodline limit. What village does this boy hail from? After being flung several meters away, his back crashing against a large tree, the sand-hidden upper ninja spat a small trickle of blood, his eyes fixated on the white-haired youth before him. Although Yu was celebrated as a genius in Konoha, he had yet to reach the level of renown within the ninja world. The sand-hidden, engaged in conflict with Konoha, were aware that the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had recently taken on a new disciple, but they could not definitively link this fabled Hokage's apprentice to the white-haired boy before them. Is it necessary to know so much, dying man? At that moment, Yu lightly descended to the ground, speaking with an air of indifference. Haha, arrogant brat. You dare to speak defiantly even as death approaches. Each of those present was an elite assassin from Sand-Hidden. I shall see who meets their end. Observing Yu's descent, the scorching release ninja, Yi Zhang, immediately led the surrounding 10 or so elite sand shinobi to encircle him. Without any superfluous words, the furious 4th Kazekage, Rasha, had issued a death order. Today, they would either kill Yu or capture him at all costs. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. As the battle loomed, 2 sand-hidden jonin and a dozen elite sand ninja surged forward. Just as Yu landed, his hands swiftly began to weave intricate seals. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering the vision of all the sand ninja momentarily void. Panic ensued as they realized they were ensnared in an illusion. I can't see anything. One of the sand ninja shouted in alarm. The abrupt loss of sight amidst combat inevitably led to confusion and disarray. This was the dark illusion technique, a highly advanced genjutsu passed down from the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Over the past year, Yu had mastered this technique under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage. This genjutsu bore resemblance to the nirvana technique employed by Kabuto during the Chunin exams in the original narrative, functioning as a mid-range, area of effect illusion that enshrouded opponents in darkness, extinguishing all light from their vision. Even the mightiest warriors would find themselves constrained in this abyss-like realm, akin to draping a veil of ebony silk upon them. Remain calm. Cluster together and channel chakra to disrupt the illusion. The elite Jonin, Yazong, adept in the art of fire release, swiftly proposed a countermeasure. Yet, Yu's movements were swifter. As they endeavored to break free from the Jinjutsu, he completed another series of seals. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. A tempestuous bolt of blue-white electricity coalesced in Yu's hand, transforming into a lightning blade nearly 10 meters long. With a fierce swing of his arm, he severed several towering trees while simultaneously cleaving 5 elite sand ninja in half, their blood staining the forest floor. Damn it, he has slaughtered so many. The astonishment and fury of Yazong and another sand jonin were palpable as they finally extricated themselves from the illusion, witnessing the carnage wrought by you. Be cautious. Do not underestimate him. Given the presence of the Wind Shadow and Chio, this boy's strength is undoubtedly formidable. With a grave warning to his comrades, Yazong unsheathed a massive ninja tool from his back. Square Shuriken. At that moment, the sand jonin beside him sprang into action, hurling 2 gigantic square shurikens that sliced through the air, hurtling towards you. With a sharp clang, a strand of white hair was severed by the razor-sharp shurikens. In the face of the sand jonin's fierce assault, you reacted with remarkable speed, leaping into the air and narrowly evading the deadly projectiles. Die, brat! Yazong bellowed, his towering form charging at you, wielding a colossal ninja, sword like a battering ram, ready to strike with immense force. 5 colored threads. At the precipice of peril, you raised his hand and forcefully unleashed 5 invisible, razor-sharp lines that collided directly with the enormous blade swung by the blazing ninjutsu user, Yazong. The resonant clang of metal against metal echoed incessantly. Although U.S. body had been enhanced by the line fruit, granting him unparalleled martial prowess among his peers, the towering and robust form of the blazing ninja, Yazong, held an undeniable advantage as he relentlessly pressed forward against you's form. You've fallen into a trap, kid. The pursuit team from Sunagakure boasts more than just me, a bloodline limit user. Yazong's coarse visage bore a triumphant grin as he observed you retreating before him. What? Upon hearing Yazong's words, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within you. Just as he was about to react, he suddenly froze in place. What is this? In that moment, you felt his senses sharpen to an unprecedented degree, as if every movement in his vicinity had become vividly perceptible. He could clearly see 2 enormous shuriken that had just brushed past him, seemingly drawn back by a powerful magnetic force, now hurtling towards his back with alarming speed. Magnetism. So that's it. It appears that Sunagakure is truly going all out in their pursuit of me. As the massive shuriken approached him, clarity washed over you, and he cast a glance at the nearby Sunagakure jonin. Not only had they dispatched a blazing bloodline limit user, but they had also sent a magnetic bloodline limit user. Yu's assumptions were correct. The jonin he had just faced was indeed a wielder of magnetic techniques. However, unlike the 4th Kazekage Raza, who manipulated sand and gold using magnetic chakra, this particular jonin employed magnetic chakra to manipulate metallic ninja tools in battle. His unique magnetization technique could magnetize anything he touched and transfer it to other objects. Through their earlier bout of taijutsu, this Sunagakure jonin had magnetized Yu's body, ensuring that any ninja tools he launched would unerringly strike you. No one can escape my magnetization technique. Comply and perish, little brat. Observing that you had detected his attack, the magnetic ninja, moi, wore a confident smirk. Can no one escape, you say? How narrow-minded. You retorted, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he began to emanate a powerful electric current. Lightning release, Chidori. The air crackled with vibrant, tumultuous electricity as you unhesitatingly unleashed the Chidori technique. He's releasing lightning release from his entire body. This kid, Yazong, the blazing ninja, felt a sense of foreboding as he witnessed the immense lightning emanating from you. He swiftly retreated, but his right leg was still left numb from the overwhelming electric current. Crash. At this moment, the magnetic ninja, moi, found it increasingly difficult to accept the sight before him. The massive square shuriken, propelled by his magnetic technique, plummeted to the ground with a resounding clang after being struck by the Chidori unleashed by you. It appeared no different from an ordinary shuriken. How could this be? I have clearly magnetized your body. You cannot evade my attack. Witnessing this scene, moi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ordinary ninjas could never escape his assault. With this magnetic ninjutsu, he had vanquished countless formidable adversaries in the past. Yet now, this same technique had inexplicably failed against the young boy before him. There is nothing impossible in this world. Do you not know that powerful electric currents can demagnetize? Observing the incredulous expression on moi's face, you remained unfazed. Furthermore, heating and impact can cause the magnetic domains to misalign, thereby diminishing or even nullifying magnetism. However, considering your intellect, it would be futile for me to explain this to you. Faced with the unacceptability of this reality, Moi appeared as though he had transformed into a physics professor, mercilessly mocking him. Damn it! Shut up, you brat. Moi, feeling humiliated and enraged by Yu's mocking gaze, abandoned his magnetic ninjutsu and drew forth a long chain adorned with numerous sharp square shurikens, charging straight at you. Taijutsu, huh? As Moi rushed forward with astonishing speed, Yu remained immersed in the peculiar sensation from earlier. At that moment, he felt his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. Every movement of the magnetic ninja, Moi, was within his perception and grasp. He could even predict what action Moi would take next with uncanny accuracy. Is this what it is? Instinctively, he ducked, evading Moi's whip kick as if foreseeing the future. A flash of insight struck Yu's mind, and he widened his amber eyes in astonishment. Has he finally awakened? Without warning, a sinister voice echoed in Yu's heart. However, faced with the simultaneous assault of 2 bloodline limit jonin and the remaining 5 or 6 elite sand ninjas, Yu had no time to heed her words. What the hell? How has this kid's taijutsu suddenly become so formidable? Shadows flitted through the forest as the 2 bloodline limit jonin and the elite sand ninjas unleashed their exquisite taijutsu to besiege Yu. Yet, as they observed the agile evasions and counterattacks executed by the white-haired youth, the sand ninjas grew increasingly alarmed. In their eyes, this boy seemed as if he had suddenly activated a cheat, displaying incredibly rapid movements and an uncanny ability to foresee their attacks. So that is how it is. Is it due to the line fruit's enhancement? I never imagined one could awaken such prowess in the world of Naruto. Facing the onslaught of 2 bloodline limit jonin and 5 or 6 elite sand ninjas with such composure, Yu was no longer oblivious to the transformations occurring within his body. It was almost certain that he had awakened the observation haki from the world of One Piece. Haki is a latent power possessed by all humans in this universe. This force is an inherent ability, akin to concepts of aura and intimidation, existing almost instinctually. However, the vast majority of individuals remain unaware of this power, and many live their entire lives without ever harnessing it. In addition to the Conqueror's haki, both armament haki and observation haki can be awakened and enhanced through rigorous training. For instance, the observation haki that you had now awakened allowed his senses to become exceedingly acute, enabling him to perceive the auras and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, as well as foresee and evade potential dangers. As long as a creature is alive, its body emits a unique sound, and through these auditory cues, observation haki allows one to predict an opponent's next move and position, with the possibility of expanding its range through continued practice. Step aside. The fiery-tempered blaze-release ninja, Yazong, finally lost his patience upon witnessing so many individuals struggle to subdue Yu. With swift hand seals, he unleashed his technique. Blaze release, sea of fiery flames. Taking a deep breath, as the sand ninjas scattered before him, Yazong opened his mouth and expelled a vast, dull yellow flame. It surged forth in a fan-shaped arc along the ground towards Yu, incinerating everything in its path to mere ashes. It's futile. From the moment you began your pursuit of me, your fate was sealed. Faced with Yazong's formidable blaze release technique, Yu remained steadfast, raising his hand to unleash a powerful, thick line. Overwhip. The razor-sharp line cleaved through the earth beneath him, and to the disbelief of all the sand ninjas, Yu's overwhip met Yazong's infernal technique head-on. Boom. A resonant explosion echoed. Yu's full-force strike of overwhip sliced through Yazong's blaze release firestorm with astonishing resolve. What? Yazong stood frozen, astonished by the overwhelming power of overwhip. Was this also a manifestation of his bloodline limit? Before the sand ninjas could recover from their shock, Yu showed no mercy. Swiftly wielding his elongated overwhip, cleaving the bewildered sand ninja elites and the nearby trees in half. Damn it, be careful. The scene turned gruesome as more sand ninja elites fell at Yu's hands. With only himself, Yazong, and another sand ninja remaining, the magnet release ninja, Moe, growled lowly and shifted his weight forward to charge at Yu. His battle-hardened instincts told him that engaging Yu in close combat, given the length of his overwhip, would be the best strategy to limit his capabilities. Rabbit hair needle. However, at that moment, several sharp threads imbued with chakra sliced through the air, accurately piercing the vital points on Moe's body, instantly sealing his movements. Upon awakening the observation haki, Yu was finally able to perceive the subtle movements of his opponent's body, having perfected this technique. However, to his astonishment, his body suddenly became immobile. The chakra pathways had been pierced by Yu's rabbit hair needle, leaving the magnetic ninja moi in disbelief as he found himself unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, Yu mercilessly swung his whip-like weapon, slicing through Moi's body with precision. A substitution technique? Yet, after eliminating Moi, Yu's expression remained taut and unyielding. For the figure he had cleaved in two instantly transformed into a severed wooden post. Truly, the elite jonin of Sunigakure. As expected, Yu's observation haki immediately sensed the impending danger. The magnetic ninja moi reappeared, stealthily positioned behind him. "It's over, kid," he uttered in a low, menacing tone, launching a razor-sharp shuriken chain towards you without hesitation. "Is it truly over? Perhaps you are right. It indeed seems to be the end." The observation haki distinctly perceived the attack approaching from behind. In that moment, Yu did not flinch or evade, for he felt an unfamiliar power surging within him. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal, Moi's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him, Yu's hands were suddenly enveloped by a layer of pitch-black, mysterious substance, amplifying the strength and hardness of his hands to an astonishing degree, allowing him to firmly grasp the lethal weapon in Moi's hand with his bare hands. Indeed, the armament haki has awakened. Yu murmured softly, gazing at the enigmatic black substance coating his hands. Through this newly awakened armament haki, he felt that both his offensive and defensive capabilities had multiplied exponentially. What on earth is this? Before Moi could fully process his shock at the sight of the dark substance on Yu's hands, a barrage of high-speed black threads erupted forth, piercing through his skull like bullets. It seems the power of the line fruit has also been enhanced by armament haki. Staring at the lifeless body of the magnetic ninja moi, Yu quietly retracted his hands, which now resembled gloves of darkness. The potency of the threads, entwined with armament haki, had evidently escalated to another level. Moi! A furious roar echoed through the forest. Witnessing the elite jonin of Sunigakure, the magnetic bloodline limit ninja moi, being slain by Yu, the remaining scorch-style ninja, Yizong, and another sand ninja were rendered nearly apoplectic with rage. Boom! In the next moment, the ground beside Yu erupted. The furious scorch-style ninja, Yizong, descended from midair, wielding a massive blade poised to strike. Yet, with the insight granted by observation haki, Yu narrowly evaded the attack. "Now, only the two of you remain. Let me send you both down to join them." Anticipating Yizang's movements and assault, Yu's gaze turned frigid, and with a ruthless strike, his clawed hand lashed out. 5 colored threads. The 5 colored threads, entwined with armed color haki, exhibited a significantly enhanced sharpness. Even as the scorching escape ninja, Yizong, wielded his sword in defense, he still bore several deep wounds across his body. Damn it, this little brat. Yizong felt an overwhelming force emanating from the fully empowered Yu before him, causing him to grit his teeth and retreat step by step. "Captain Yizong." At that moment, the last remaining elite sand ninja exclaimed, raising his great sword and rushing to Yu's side to lend support to Yizong. Overestimating oneself. Yu thought as he saw the sand ninja obstructing his pursuit of Yizong. His gaze turned icy as he kicked out, sending 8 slender threads wrapped in armed color haki through the air. Foot-cutting thread. The sand ninja hurriedly raised his great sword to defend, but the power of the threads far exceeded his expectations. With a resounding crack, his sharp blade shattered. In an instant, the sand ninja was transformed into a mist of blood, his body cleaved in two midair before crashing to the ground, leaving behind a pool of crimson. Only you remain. After dispatching the sand ninja with a single stroke, you fixed his gaze upon the solitary scorching escape ninja, Yizong, a hint of unspeakable mockery in his eyes. Damn it, this little brat actually took down the entire pursuit team by himself, supported by the massive blade in his hands. Yizong glared intensely at the white-haired youth before him, who resembled a demon. Surrounding them were the corpses of sand ninjas, and in that moment, Yizong's expression was one of profound bitterness and despair. Which village do you belong to? In truth, who could have foreseen that a pursuit team composed of 2 bloodline limit jonin and over 10 elite assassins from the sand would be completely annihilated by a mere boy of 7 or 8 years? Such an event, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed unbelievable. Go below and ask them. In the face of the last remaining sand ninja, Yizong, you clearly had no intention of responding to his dying words. He swiftly formed hand seals. Zzz. The sound of thousands of birds filled the forest. Utilizing the scant chakra remaining within him, you decisively unleashed the thousand birds technique. A surge of blinding lightning crackled at the palm of his hand, enveloped in black armed color haki, appearing extraordinarily otherworldly and resplendent. After 3 days of fleeing from the Sand Ninja village and now battling against the pursuit team, even with Yu's formidable stamina and chakra, he found himself nearing his limit, especially with a long journey ahead through the land of rivers to reach the land of fire. Thus, his next strike must utterly eliminate the scorching escape ninja, Yizong. Never have I witnessed such a ninjutsu, concentrating that immense amount of lightning chakra in one's hand. As he beheld the astonishing might of Yu's thousand birds, Yizong tightened his grip on the massive blade, his fierce eyes filled with complexity and determination. If you manage to escape the Wind Country, perhaps you will become a renowned figure in the ninja world one day. Yizong understood that the forthcoming strike would determine the life and death of him and this white-haired youth before him. Regrettably, you shall never witness that day. The words were uttered nonchalantly, and in that fleeting moment as the leaves fell before him, Yu sprang into action. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the ground beneath him, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged forward with unparalleled speed. How astonishingly swift! Confronted with Yu, whose entire being was invigorated by the lightning chakra, Yizong's eyes widened in astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he raised his colossal blade and charged headlong into the fray. In this narrow encounter, only an unwavering belief in victory could ensure that one would emerge alive. A resounding boom echoed as the two figures collided fiercely, yet they swiftly brushed past each other. In the forest along the border of the Wind Country and the River Country, petals danced in the air. There stood Yu and the scorching ninja Yizong, a stark contrast between Yu's diminutive frame and Yizong's towering stature. It truly hurt, but at last it was over. Glancing down at the wound carved into his chest by a ninja tool, Yu's expression relaxed momentarily. With a resounding thud, as Yu's words fell, the towering form of Yizong collapsed to the ground a short distance away, stirring up a cloud of dust. A gaping wound, oozing blood, had formed in his chest where Yu's chidori had pierced through his heart. Exhausted, after finally annihilating the pursuing forces of Sunagakure, Yu unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. Are you not going to explain the Conqueror's haki to me, demon? Reflecting on the awakening of his observation haki and armament haki during the battle, Yu questioned the demon within. Have you not already figured it out? What more is there to explain? The demon rolled its eyes in response to Yu's inquiry. Your body, transformed by my demonic laws, is no longer akin to that of the humans in this world. Awakening haki during battle is hardly surprising, is it? And what of the Conqueror's haki? Yu pressed on, feeling a sense of helplessness at the demon's flippant explanation. Is it possible that I too may awaken such an outrageous power? The mere thought of the legendary Conqueror's haki conjured images in Yu's mind of him emanating a regal aura that sent foes sprawling before him. Conqueror's haki, a rare gift possessed by only 1 in a million in the world of One Piece, was a manifestation of a king's qualification to stand above thousands. Unlike armament and observation haki, Conqueror's haki cannot be honed through training. It is solely strengthened by the growth of the individual. It is an innate charisma, determined by destiny, unattainable through mere cultivation. In the vast realm of One Piece, those endowed with Conqueror's haki are exceedingly rare. Conqueror's haki, you say? Given your potential, perhaps you may awaken it in the future. The demon's languid, enchanting voice dispelled Yu's fantasies. However, rather than dwell on the elusive Conqueror's haki, focus first on mastering your armament and observation haki. In this world, these two abilities are indeed the true powers that can aid you in battle. After dousing you with a bucket of cold water, the demon began to elucidate. For instance, the observation haki, in its initial stage, allows one to foresee danger and predict the opponent's next move and position. The second stage expands the range of perception, enabling one to engage in eloquent discourse and mental dialogue with others. The third stage reaches a sublime level where one can listen to the sounds of all things, uncovering the deepest thoughts and secrets of others. As for the armament haki, its initial stage allows one to envelop their weapon or harden their body to enhance both power and defense. The second stage permits the user to cover their entire body with armament haki, achieving a complete augmentation. The third stage materializes this power into a formidable armor, optimizing the physical capabilities to their utmost potential. Is this truly so formidable? Upon hearing the demon's explanation, Yu stood wide-eyed in astonishment. He had never realized that observation haki and armament haki possessed such clear hierarchical distinctions. Thus, strive diligently. Your current haki is merely at the initial stage, the demon remarked. Observing Yu's vacant expression with a hint of disdain. Moreover, there is another matter. After the demon finished speaking, Yu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. What is it? The demon was taken aback by Yu's grave expression. Why did you deceive me? Yu questioned her earnestly. What did I deceive you about? The demon inside him was perplexed. Why did you mislead me into believing you were a voluptuous woman when you are clearly a flat-chested lowly? You continued to interrogate her with righteous indignation. Go to hell. You scoundrel. The demon inside you was mortified and furious. When did I ever claim to be a voluptuous woman? It was your own wild imagination. As she spoke, her previously haughty and aloof tone dwindled to a mere whisper, and besides, I will grow, you know. Yu nearly choked on his own saliva at the sudden shift in the demon's demeanor. Although this is not quite as I imagined, it is still rather delightful. After all, genuine emotions exist in the human realm, and a flat-chested lowly can be adorable too. After tending to his wounds, he stepped over the bodies of defeated sand shinobi. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he comforted the demon within. He gradually ventured deeper into the forest. Go die? Beneath the setting sun of dusk, no one could witness the elegant, long-haired maiden within Yu's body, writhing and flailing. 2 months swiftly passed. During this time, aside from the relentless turmoil of the shinobi world war, there appeared to be no significant changes in the ninja realm. One day, within a desolate mountain in the land of fire, Yu exclaimed, finally completed. Inside a hastily constructed shelter, he gazed excitedly at 2 figures before him, specifically 2 puppets. One was tall and imposing, while the other was slender and wiry, both clad in black cloaks reminiscent of Yu's ninja attire. A broad black hat subtly obscured the faces of 2 puppet figures, evoking an indescribable sense of darkness and eeriness. Remarkably, these were the remnants of the Sunigekure shinobi, Yazong and Moi, who had been slain by Yu 2 months prior. After annihilating the pursuing forces of Sunigekure, Yu did not rush back to Konohagakure, but instead sought a secluded, desolate location to diligently study the elusive puppet techniques and the precious book of puppetry he had painstakingly acquired. After 2 months of rigorous training, Yu had mastered the art of puppetry and learned the intricacies of creating human puppets. The 2 human puppets before him, embodying the kekkei genkai of scorching and magnetic release, were his inaugural creations. Eager to test their prowess, Yu gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction, his anticipation bubbling over. With a flick of his fingers, he invoked the puppet manipulation technique, Amber. In an instant, a blue chakra thread shot forth from the tips of his 10 fingers, connecting to the bodies of the 2 human puppets. This was no ordinary puppet control. It was a premier secret technique documented by Chio in the puppet book. By using chakra threads, one could control any person or puppet, harnessing formidable control even in the absence of a puppet, thereby forming a powerful combat unit of 10, transcending the traditional dependence of a puppeteer on their creations. Scorching release, steam destruction, underused deft manipulation of the chakra threads. The human puppet crafted by the scorching release ninja, Yazong, sprang to life. In a heartbeat, hand seals were completed, and 2 orbs of searing yellow fire materialized above its hands. Boom! The fireballs were hurled forth, obliterating a massive hole in the wall of Yu's abode, reducing all targets struck by the fireballs to ash. On the other side, the human puppet forged by the magnetic release ninja, Moi, was also in motion. Utilizing the magnetic chakra within, it expelled countless dark iron sands around its form. Bang, bang, bang. The myriad of black iron sands coalesced into shurikens, instantly riddling a large tree in the courtyard with holes. Unlike Moi's method of employing magnetic release, Yu found greater admiration in the approach of the legendary 3rd Kazekage, renowned as the strongest of all time. Thus, he made slight modifications to the puppet of Moi, allowing its magnetic chakra to manipulate lethal iron sands. The results were impressive. Observing that both of his creations could flawlessly wield their respective kekkei genkai, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Diverging from the original tale of Sasori of the Red Sand, Yu had chosen not to equip his human puppets with an array of traps and hidden weapons. He prioritized the intrinsic quality of the puppets and the ninjutsu they retained from their former lives. However, this was merely a foundation. Possessing 2 human puppets with kekkei genkai was merely an embellishment. What Yu truly desired was far beyond these capabilities. Demon, Since my chakra has ascended to the level of a jonin, as you previously indicated, I should now be entitled to acquire 3 entirely new demonic laws, correct? Gazing upon the 2 bloodline limit puppets before him, you called forth the demon dwelling within. Of course, I never anticipated you would master the art of puppet manipulation so swiftly, the demon remarked, appearing with keen interest as it scrutinized the 2 puppets. I am eager to witness the nature of the demonic laws you shall invoke. As you spoke, a familiar surge of power flooded into the 2 lifeless bloodline limit puppets. In that moment, an inexplicable connection faintly established between them and himself. Is this sufficient? Feeling the familiar energy coursing into his crafted puppets, Yu's eyes widened with anticipation. Could it be the laws of a nature-type devil fruit? Among all the abilities of devil fruits, the nature type was what you yearned for most. It is widely acknowledged that nature-type devil fruits grant immunity to physical attacks, boasting formidable strength and extensive coverage, rendering their wielders akin to calamities of nature. The most emblematic examples are the 3 admirals of the Marines in One Piece, each possessing devastating powers: the ice, magma, and Goro fruits, all capable of cataclysmic destruction. Alas, neither of them is a nature type. However, the demon's subsequent words extinguished Yu's hopes like a bucket of cold water. Yet, I must concede, you are quite fortunate. Each of these demonic laws is not inferior to the nature type you desire. In fact, if developed properly, they may prove even more potent than many nature-type laws. Observing Yu's dejection akin to a frostbitten eggplant, the demon's voice dripped with playful mockery. Could they truly surpass nature types? As the demon spoke, the blue chakra threads on Yu's fingertips pulsed with impatience, compelling him to manipulate the 2 puppets before him. First, the puppet imbued with the power of the Scorch Release bloodline limit, a towering figure under Yu's command, raised its hand, and the palms manifested soft pads resembling those of a bear. Pressure cannon. To Yu's astonishment, the Scorch Release puppet struck forth. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted, and the air before them was violently displaced. With a resounding crash, the ground was gouged into a bottomless pit shaped like a bear's paw. Despite its seemingly adorable form, you could scarcely fathom the implications of such a strike upon a living being. This is the pawpaw fruit. The realization struck him. It was the very law of the pawpaw fruit. He was rendered speechless at the astonishing power before him. What was the pawpaw fruit? It belonged to Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in One Piece. In Yu's eyes, this was an omnipotent devil fruit ability, perhaps validating the demon's claim that it, despite not being a nature type, surpassed many of them. The pads resembling bear paws could repel anything, generating shockwaves that could displace air at the speed of light and penetrate through objects. They could launch a target to the opposite end of the world, effectively teleporting it across space. The ability to instantly repel the air surrounding one's body creates the effect of teleportation. It can even dispel intangible energies such as pain, fatigue, and injury, restoring the target's body to its optimal state. Anything that exists can be repelled by the capabilities of the rubber ball fruit. There are no limits to what can be imagined or accomplished. If one were to evaluate the most adept users of devil fruit abilities within the realm of One Piece, I would cast my vote for Donquixote Doflamingo and another for Bartholomew Kuma. What do you think? This time, the devil fruit rules have certainly not disappointed you, have they? Observing my excitement, the devil's tone resembled that of a child seeking praise. Indeed, seeing the Shakutin bloodline limit puppet completely integrated with the abilities of the rubber ball fruit, I nodded in satisfaction, shifting my gaze to another puppet before me. Now, let me unveil what the other devil fruit ability entails. As I spoke, the magnetic bloodline limit puppet before me stirred to life under the control of my chakra threads. Protective barrier. Under my guidance, the magnetic bloodline limit puppet crossed its middle and index fingers, forming an X in front of its body. The power of the devil fruit activated, and instantly, a massive barrier 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, resembling transparent glass, emerged before me. Is this the ability of the barrier fruit? Upon witnessing the enormous transparent shield materialize, my eyes widened in astonishment. I immediately recognized this devil fruit ability as that of Bartolomeo, the #1 fan of Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece. Although Bartolomeo is merely a newcomer, the barrier fruit is renowned for its absolute defense, being one of the most formidable abilities in the series. Currently, no known attack can breach the defenses of the barrier fruit, with its only weakness being a limitation on the total area of barriers that can be deployed simultaneously. However, I understand that these weaknesses can be overcome through my own development and training, for the advancement of devil fruit abilities knows no bounds. If I were to cultivate these abilities to the point of awakening the devil fruit, or even beyond that stage, what magnificent spectacle would unfold. Thousand Birds Star Shatter. A piercing cry echoed as I unleashed a powerful thousand birds to test the barrier's defensive capabilities. Boom. With all my strength. The potent current of the thousand birds struck against the enormous barrier before me. To my astonishment, this seemingly fragile shield, akin to glass, remained utterly unperturbed, completely withstanding the full force of my attack. What an absurd level of defense. Seeing that my utmost effort could not even dent the barrier before me, I could not help but exclaim in awe. The barrier is just that, a barrier. It is not mere glass or a wall, but a conceptual existence, theoretically impervious to any physical means of breach. It is speculated that only the so-called mightiest of the paramecia-type devil fruits, the Gura no Mi, with its capacity to shatter all, possesses the potential to breach such formidable barriers. Nonetheless, at its core, the prowess of a devil fruit ultimately hinges upon the mastery and development of its user, devoid of any inherent superiority or inferiority. How splendid! With the abilities of the Nikyu no Mi and the barrier fruit, I now possess the strength to contend even against shadowy adversaries. Upon personally testing the devil fruit abilities of the two bloodline limit puppets, an undeniable excitement illuminated Yu's countenance. It is worth noting that, in addition to manipulating puppets with chakra threads, you can employ the capacity of parasitic threads to exert remote control over the puppets, directing them to engage in battle according to his will. This means that Yu now possesses two formidable combatants endowed with both bloodline limit and devil fruit abilities. Moreover, the demonic principles manifested within the puppets will evolve in tandem with Yu's own demonic principles, as Yu cultivates his line fruit ability to greater heights. So too will the devil fruit capabilities of the puppets ascend in parallel, as Yu continues to refine his skills and elevate his strength. Surpassing all opponents within this realm becomes merely a matter of time. The ability of the Nikyu no Mi shall be aptly named Tyrant. Each powerful puppet is bestowed with its own name, and thus Yu contemplated suitable names for his two puppets. As for the barrier fruit, given that 3 of the 4 archangels in the scriptures, apart from Michael, have fallen, he decided to name one Michael. After all, the world of Naruto embraces Western culture, and Yu saw no reason for apprehension regarding the name Michael. Reflecting upon a certain brother from the land of lightning's Kumobikure, known for his less-than-stellar rap skills, everything became clear. Summoning technique. Upon naming his 2 puppets, Yu promptly executed the summoning technique, causing Tyrant and Michael to vanish in a puff of white smoke. The summoning technique belongs to the C-rank ninjutsu category and is a form of space ninjutsu. The first type is blood contract summoning, which allows one to forge a blood pact with summoned beings, enabling them to assist in battle when required, akin to the summoning beasts contracted by the legendary Sannin. The second type is non-blood contract summoning, which permits the summoning of objects stored elsewhere to aid in combat, such as Tenten's ninja tool scrolls and Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique. However, unlike ordinary puppet masters who utilize scrolls to store their puppets, Yu opted not to follow the example of the likes of Sasori of the Red Sand and Kankuro from the original narrative, who housed their puppets within scrolls. Instead, he learned from the original narrative's Uchiha Sasuke, directly inscribing the summoning technique's formula onto his wristbands. This not only facilitates combat, but also mitigates the risk of losing scrolls. Therefore, Demon, do not forget that you still owe me a demonic principle. Having acquired 2 extraordinary demonic puppets, Yu was evidently in high spirits, even taking a moment to jest with the demon residing within him. Next time I craft a suitable human puppet, I hope to directly obtain the natural-type devil fruit ability I desire. Enough with the idle chatter. The demon impatiently urged him. You should focus on enhancing your power to secure more demonic laws from me. Indeed, as the demon pointed out, Yu had now attained the chakra level of a high-ranking ninja, allowing him to acquire 3 additional demonic laws. However, should he successfully elevate his chakra to that of a shadow-level ninja, he would be granted a 4th demonic law, with the ability of the string fruit to manipulate 4 puppets endowed with devil fruit powers. Yu was entirely confident in his ability to overpower any shadow-level adversary within the world of shinobi. Having been away from Konoha for 2 months, there had been no movements from Sunagakure. However, It was likely that Master Sarutobi and the 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha were in a state of distress. It was time for him to return. With this thought, you quickly gathered his belongings and set fire to the entire house, erasing all traces of his presence before embarking on the journey back to Konoha. During this period, you had kept an ear to the ground regarding matters in Sunigakure. 2 months prior, a mysterious boy had infiltrated the village of Sunigakure, attempting to assassinate the 4th Kazekage, Raza, and the elder Chiyo, but failing. He had killed numerous sand shinobi and stolen confidential scrolls, subsequently annihilating the pursuing forces, a tale that had spread like wildfire in the land of wind. Almost all sand shinobi were aware of this incident, yet it had not reached other ninja villages, as the upper echelons of Sunigakure had suppressed the news. After all, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, the fact that a mere 7- or 8-year-old boy had infiltrated their ranks and successfully stolen confidential scrolls, while their elite pursuing ninjas were entirely decimated, was a revelation that the higher-ups of Sunigakure would never allow to circulate. Having just emerged from the devastating effects of the Shinobi World War, this event had only exacerbated their plight. If the news were to spread, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of neighboring hostile nations, inciting new turmoil within the ninja world. Konoha, I have returned. A few days later, early one morning, the gates of Konoha welcomed a special visitor. Gazing at the imposing twin wooden gates of the village, you felt a strange stirring in his heart. Although a traveler from another world, the place he had lived in for several years held many memories of people and events he cherished. Thus, it was inevitable that he felt a tinge of emotion. Please present your pass. Even though the 2 gatekeepers had already discerned from Yu's forehead protector that he was a ninja from their village, they adhered to protocol and halted him. Here, this is my pass. Yu produced a pass from his belongings and handed it to the gatekeeper. Ah, it is you, the special jonin of the apothecary. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please proceed. Upon reviewing Yu's pass, the gatekeeper straightened with respect and spoke politely. Oh, thank you. Disregarding the 2 chunin, you stepped through the gates of Konoha. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the bustling crowd and vibrant shops within, where the sounds of laughter and haggling filled the air. As you ventured further into the village, he remained oblivious to the intense discussion unfolding behind him between the 2 chunin guarding the entrance. Is it really him? One chunin inquired with curiosity. Of course it's him. Have you ever seen a special jonin younger than this? Came the reply from the other chunin. The youngest special jonin in Konoha's history. A rare prodigy in the ninja world. When did he leave the village? I had no idea. The first chunin expressed his confusion. Hey, you didn't know? Lord Hokage and several high-ranking officials sent him on a classified S-rank mission. The second chunin remarked enviously. But judging by his appearance, it's uncertain whether he has successfully completed the task. Wait, an S-rank mission? I heard he has only 7. We are all ninjas, yet the disparity is astonishing. The first chunin muttered in disbelief. Unaware of the chunin's discussions behind him, you strode into the familiar and vibrant streets of Konoha. The recent intelligence mission in the land of Wind's Sunigakure, where he faced shadow-level opponents and battled elite ninjas from the pursuit team, had significantly honed his aura. With his striking white hair and clad in a black ninja hoodie, his flawless visage drew the attention of passers-by. Never mind. My sensei Sarutobi and the others must be anxiously awaiting my return. I should report to the Hokage's office about the mission, you thought. Momentarily considering visiting the Konoha orphanage to see the director, Yakushi Nanoyu, and his friends, but he decided that his duties took precedence. Thus, he made his way along a narrow forest path towards the Hokage building. After approximately 5 minutes of walking along the deserted path, Yu's observation haki suddenly sensed an impending danger. Swish, swish, swish. A series of piercing sounds filled the air as several shurikens hurtled towards his back. To everyone's astonishment, Yu seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He effortlessly dodged all the shuriken attacks with a slight movement of his body. Clang. Despite being surprised by Yu's reaction speed, a glimmer of a blade sliced through the air. A ninja, adorned with a patterned mask, had stealthily approached Yu from behind, wielding a razor-sharp katana aimed mercilessly at his back. How bold, Yu remarked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, though he was unaware of the assailant's motives. With his observation haki clearly detecting the threat from behind, he declared, "Armament haki." Instantly, a layer of black substance enveloped his left hand. With a resounding clang, he caught the assailant's lethal katana, which was even coated with deadly poison, with his bare hand. Such a lack of progress in your covert assassination techniques, he mused, unimpressed. Staring intently at the ninja adorned with a patterned mask before him, Yu's amber eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an unsettling gaze that sent chills down one's spine. With a resounding thud, as his words echoed in the air, the ninja's incredulous expression was met with a display of raw power. Yu, with his left hand cloaked in the armor of haki, exerted a tremendous force, effortlessly crushing the katana grasped in the ninja's grip into fragments. The bewildered root organization ninja, still reeling from the shock of witnessing his weapon shattered by Yu's bare hands, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is this? In the depths of his being, he seemed to hear a soul-shaking roar akin to a dragon's growl. In the ninja's dilating pupils, he beheld Yu's hand, ensconced in haki, rising ominously. Dragon's claw. The index and middle fingers curved and converged, while the ring and pinky fingers drew together, forming a fearsome three-fingered claw poised to unleash devastation. With an explosive force, it surged forth toward him. Boom! The dragon's claw, manifested from Yu's hand, struck the root organization ninja head-on. He was lifted off the ground, his body contorting midair, a gaping hole erupting in the fabric of his back. His internal organs were mercilessly pulverized into dust, erupting in a crimson mist, and after being sent flying several meters, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Indeed, the dragon's claw was a technique Yu had meticulously honed, inspired by Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army in One Piece. It was a lethal claw he had crafted specifically to shatter the strongest foes in this world. Regardless of whether it was flesh or weaponry, anything struck by Yu's dragon's claw would be reduced to mere fragments. Although this unique martial art was still in its infancy, with continued training and refinement, it could potentially rival the formidable powers of figures like the Evening Elephant or Night Kai in the future. Come forth. I can see you all. After dispatching the root organization ninja with a single blow, Yu stood composed, his mastery of haki having already detected the presence of other hidden ninjas surrounding him. To a significant extent, the awakening of his observation haki, a power akin to precognition, had liberated Yu from the constraints of relying solely on sight in battle. Swish, swish, swish. As expected, the moment Yu uttered his words, several figures darted through the air. 3 ninjas, their faces concealed by patterned masks, swiftly encircled him. What is that old fox Danzo plotting? Having just returned from a mission to the village, Yu found himself ambushed by the root organization ninjas under Danzo's command, causing his brows to furrow in contemplation of Danzo's intentions. There is an order from above. You must not return alive to meet the Hokage, having offended them. As the 3 ninjas surrounded Yu, one of them brandished their weapon, revealing a notable difference in the masks worn by the root members compared to those of the directly affiliated Umbu ninjas of the Hokage. The masks of the root were far more varied and vibrant, showcasing intricate designs beyond mere animal likenesses. Well, although I am uncertain of what that old fellow Danzo is truly contemplating, it is certainly intriguing to test my latest masterpiece with the 3 of you. Summoning technique. Upon uttering these words, Yu pressed his palm against the bandages of his wrist, and a dense array of black symbols extended forth, activating the summoning technique. Bang! Bang! 2 billowing clouds of white smoke erupted with a slight explosion, revealing the figures of Tyrant and Michael, cloaked in black, who appeared at Yu's sides. What is this? The sudden manifestation of these 2 enigmatic black figures startled the 3 root organization ninjas, prompting them to instinctively take a step back. If we were to travel, where would you wish to go? Fixing his gaze upon the closest root organization ninja, Yu unexpectedly posed a question that left him bewildered. Stop wasting time with him. Just kill him. Despite their unease regarding the 2 summoned figures, the harsh orders and regulations of the root organization spurred the ninja to raise his weapon without hesitation. Space transfer. No sooner had he spoken than the ninja felt a blur before his eyes, as a towering black figure materialized before him, its palm raised like a fan. What speed is this? When did it appear? The instantaneous movement exhibited by Tyrant left the root organization ninja utterly unprepared. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he found Tyrant's enormous paw descending upon him. Bang! With a slight thud, Tyrant sent the root organization ninja flying with a single strike. Enveloped by a shockwave shaped like a bear's paw, the ninja vanished from sight in an instant. By the time the other 2 root organization ninjas regained their composure, their companion had transformed into a star, disappearing into the heavens beyond. Where did he go? What just transpired? Witnessing their comrade being sent soaring into the sky by Tyrant, vanishing like a meteor, the remaining two ninjas exchanged glances, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Tyrant had propelled him to the far side of this world. Theoretically, that individual has completely vanished from our existence. Observing the two stunned Root Organization ninjas, you stood calmly with his arms crossed, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Tyrant's power did not disappoint. Being launched by the abilities of the meatball fruit to soar for 3 days and nights in the air, that individual was undoubtedly doomed. Without a shadow of a doubt. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. The two Root Organization ninjas, snapping back to reality from their shock, wasted no time. They simultaneously formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of formidable fireballs and razor-sharp wind blades toward you. The rigorous training of the Root Organization enabled two ninjas to execute a seamless combination of C-rank wind release and B-rank fire release, achieving a power level that nearly matched that of A-rank ninjutsu. Yet, as the ferocious fireball and wind blades surged toward them, you remained standing with arms crossed, showing no intention to move even an inch. Protective barrier. Under the manipulation of the parasitic threads, Michael positioned his fingers in an intricate interlock, crossing his hands before him. The ability of the barrier fruit activated, and a colossal barrier, measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, materialized before you, resembling transparent glass. The most distant distance in the world is not that between life and death, but the reality of standing right in front of you while you cannot reach me. As you uttered these words with indifference, the two Root Organization ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief. They unleashed their formidable ninjutsu, a combination of wind and fire techniques, upon the transparent barrier, only to find it dissipate without leaving a single trace of damage. How is this possible? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Faced with this seemingly insurmountable defense, the two ninjas from the Root Organization could hardly fathom the situation. Whoosh! In the moment of their shock and confusion, the towering figure of the tyrant reappeared before them in an instant. No. The words of one ninja barely escaped his lips before he was sent flying by the tyrant, vanishing from this world like a shooting star, just as his companion had. Damn it, I never expected Yu's power to be this terrifying. The remaining ninja gritted his teeth, forming hand seals, determined to complete the task entrusted by Danzo. Bang! Yet, before he could finish his seals, the immense protective barrier was propelled forward by Michael, pinning him firmly against the wall under Yu's parasitic control. You're the last one left. With the formidable demon puppets of the tyrant and Michael, you hardly needed to lift a finger. He strolled casually, hands in his pockets, to stand before the Root Organization ninja. Come now, tell me why Danzo sent you to assassinate me. Gazing at the ninja, whose mask lay shattered and whose features were contorted against the crushing barrier, you inquired with calm detachment. We are Root, nameless, emotionless, with neither a past nor a future. Kill me. I cannot defy the organization's orders to divulge information to you. With a vacant expression, the pinned ninja responded to Yu's question. No past and no future? Yu pondered the meaning of these words, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the immobilized ninja. Very well, I understand now. In that case, I shall seek the answers from Danzo myself. Bang! With that proclamation, the entire protective barrier was stained crimson with blood. Unable to elicit the desired information, Yu unleashed Michael's protective barrier, reducing the Root Organization ninja before him to mere fragments. Danzo, how intriguing, he mused. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the fullest. Including his graduation from the Ninja Academy, you had encountered the Root ninjas twice before, having been unjustly targeted for assassination yet again. Even a clay figurine would exhibit some temper. How much more so a being like you? Gazing at the blood mist permeating the air, a chilling smirk graced Yu's lips, reminiscent of a demon's cruel delight. In the Hokage's office, the absence of any news regarding Yakushi Uru, who had been dispatched to Sunagakure for quite some time, stirred concern. Has he perhaps been captured by the Sand Ninjas? The third Hokage, along with Mitarashi Anko, Toka Shikamaru, and Danzo, convened within the chamber. 2 months had elapsed since he was sent to gather intelligence, yet no updates had emerged. Such silence was not surprising, as Sunagakure was one of the 5 great shinobi villages, well-guarded and formidable. The thought of such a young prodigy potentially falling victim to capture elicited a sigh from Mitarashi Anko. who felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of losing a talent like you. Let us not jump to conclusions, the third Hokage interjected. We have yet to receive any news, and I hold confidence in Yu's abilities. Among those present, only the third Hokage quietly inhaled his smoke, his murky, wise eyes shimmering with a complex glint. It would be a significant blow, not only to you but also to him, should anything untoward occur during this mission, especially after having finally taken on such a gifted apprentice in his twilight years. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the window, heralding the silent arrival of a figure within the office. It seems that Master Sarutobi knows me well, a youthful voice, laced with a hint of mischief, echoed in the otherwise somber Hokage office. You, the third Hokage paused, taken aback. He had just been contemplating the young man, and here he appeared, having seemingly made considerable progress in stealth. As you casually entered the Hokage's office, the third Hokage did not exhibit anger at his impudent demeanor, though the other rigid members of the Konoha elite raised their eyebrows in disapproval. You've returned at an opportune moment, Toka Shikamaru remarked. We were just discussing your classified mission. Mission accomplished without disgrace, you replied calmly, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the Konoha leaders. I successfully infiltrated Sunagakure, and from the intelligence gathered, it appears that the Land of Wind's daimyo has begun to reduce funding and resources to Sunagakure. It seems they are considering a ceasefire and an alliance with us in Konoha. With his ever-increasing strength, particularly after creating two formidable demon puppets, Yu's mindset had shifted. No longer constrained as before, his demeanor had become more naturally carefree, reflecting his newfound confidence and capabilities. While reporting on this mission, Yu's gaze subtly assessed Danzo, who was seated beside Koharu. Danzo maintained an impassive expression, as if nothing had transpired. As though the assassins who had just attempted to take his life were not dispatched by him. Have the Sand Village finally decided to cease hostilities and ally with us? How splendid. Your execution of this task was commendable. Upon hearing the good news that you had brought back, the third Hokage erupted into hearty laughter, generously praising you. Previously, Konoha had to contend with the pressures from the other four great nations on the battlefield. If the Sand Village were to withdraw from the war and form an alliance with Konoha, it would undoubtedly alleviate a significant burden upon them. If the Sand Village ceases hostilities and stands by our side, our primary focus would then shift to dealing with the Rock and Cloud villages, greatly enhancing our chances of victory in this war. After hearing Yu's task report, the other two high-ranking members of Konoha could not help but nod in agreement. Sarutobi, it seems your newly recruited disciple has performed admirably. With proper guidance, he will undoubtedly become a pillar akin to the legendary Sannin in the near future. The praise from the two high-ranking officials clearly delighted the third Hokage. He set down his pipe, gazing at you with satisfaction, and spoke in a gentle tone. After your long journey from the Land of Wind to the Land of Fire and the arduous secret mission over these past 2 months, you have my gratitude. An S-rank mission is not one that just anyone can accomplish independently. You should return and rest well. Following this, consider your time in the medical unit as a well-deserved break. Is work really considered a holiday? The third Hokage certainly does not miss any opportunity to extract labor. You mused inwardly, unable to suppress a smirk. Nevertheless, speaking of hardship, aside from the initial infiltration into the Sand Village, escaping from the fourth Kazekage, Raza, Chiyo, and the entirety of the Sand Village ninja was indeed perilous. However, for the remainder of the time, you had not engaged in much else. After annihilating the pursuing forces of the Sand Village, he secluded himself in a quiet location, engrossed in studying the book of puppetry and the human puppet technique. In fact, he had already anticipated the news of the Sand Village's intention to cease hostilities and ally with Konoha, as it was an inevitable outcome known from the original narrative. With that, I shall take my leave, he stated, offering a slight nod in farewell before exiting the Hokage's office. Yet, before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Danzo, who sat nearby. Oh, by the way, Danzo, on my way here, I encountered 4 intriguing individuals. They did not seem particularly keen on my completing the mission alive. I wonder if you know them? As he stepped out of the Hokage's office and approached the door, you suddenly recalled something and turned back to gaze at Danzo with keen interest. I have no idea what you are talking about, Danzo replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression inscrutable. What a cunning old fox you are, you thought to himself, silently mocking Danzo's facade. Oh, it appears that Danzo is not acquainted with this matter, which is truly regrettable, for I have already dispatched all 4 of them to their demise. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Danzo's outright denial, you feigned a look of disappointment, deliberately attempting to provoke him. In truth, Danzo holds a position of considerable power within Konoha, second only to the Hokage, and he was once a comrade to the third Hokage and the two other advisors in their youth, commanding an independent organization known as Root. Although Yu has experienced a significant enhancement in his capabilities, he remains relatively young and lacks the necessary accolades to match the disparity in status and experience with Danzo. He intends to bide his time until he has firmly established his standing within Konoha, at which point he shall have the opportunity to bring this cunning old fox to heel. As for the motives behind Danzo's attempt to eliminate him, you can surmise them without needing to inquire. Compared to the defeat and surrender of Sunagakure and the alliance with Konoha, Danzo, as a proponent of war, evidently prefers to maintain chaos within the ninja world. This would grant him the chance to undermine the Hokage's faction and seize the position for himself. It is precisely because Yu has discerned Danzo's true intentions that he holds a deep disdain for the old man's actions. What nonsense about protecting Konoha? Yu sees through his facade with ease. In the original narrative, Danzo played a pivotal role in the extermination of the Uchiha clan to obtain a Sharingan. Was that also for the sake of Konoha? Where was he during the Ninetales invasion? Where was he when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself? Where was he when pain single-handedly ravaged Konoha? These indelible stains on his reputation are such that even Kisame Hashigaki and Obito Uchiha could be absolved, yet Danzo remains irredeemable. Upon hearing Yu's remarks, Danzo let out a cold snort, yet he refrained from unleashing his ire directly, his exposed left eye glinting with an even more frigid intensity. While he would not exhibit any emotional response to the loss of his subordinates, the elite ninjas he had dispatched were from the Root organization, and he had not anticipated that Yu's prowess had escalated to the extent of being able to eliminate them all. Even Danzo could not help but feel a pang of regret, hearing the ambiguous exchange between Danzo and Yu. The third Hokage furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Danzo. Although he was somewhat cognizant of Danzo's usual conduct, he could never have imagined that Danzo's actions would be so brazen. However, given the current circumstances, the third Hokage chose not to confront Danzo directly, knowing that the other two high-ranking officials of Konoha would undoubtedly side with Danzo to counterbalance him. Thus, tearing the facade would serve no meaningful purpose at this juncture. It is indeed undeniable that the youth of today are exceptionally formidable. Observing Yu exit the Hokage's office, the third Hokage suddenly sighed. Perhaps once this war concludes, I should contemplate retirement. The ongoing Third Great Ninja War has gradually illuminated the limitations of the third Hokage, a figure who has navigated the ninja world for decades, revealing that Konoha has reached a pivotal moment for renewal and change. For instance, during this war, the most brilliant rising star, the yellow flash of the wind, is regarded by the third Hokage as one of the most commendable candidates. Hearing the third's exclamations and the veiled warnings within his words, the usually silent Danzo instinctively tightened his grip on his cane, his left eye reflecting a profound depth akin to still waters after their journey to the land of wind. Upon returning to Konoha, life seemed to have resumed its tranquil pace. The news of Yu independently completing the S-rank mission assigned by the Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha naturally sparked a frenzy of discussions among the village's ninjas. On this day, Yu sat alone in the Konoha Medical Corps office, fiddling with two talismans before him. Due to his exceptional medical ninjutsu, his status within the medical team had ascended dramatically despite his youth. This independent office was specially allocated to him by the Konoha Medical Corps, while he usually delegated the necessary healing tasks to his shadow clones outside. It made no sense. Both were talismans, yet while explosive tags could be crafted into simple talismans, healing techniques could not. Gazing intently at the two talismans in his hand, Yu furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Observing that ninjas frequently employed explosive tags in battle, an incredibly convenient and practical tool, he conceived a brilliant idea. If explosive tags could seal explosive powder within their talismans, could he not similarly seal medical ninjutsu within a talisman, creating a comparable healing talisman? Such an idea would undoubtedly hold epic-making significance for the entire ninja world. However, after several days of experimentation, Yu encountered a technical conundrum. No matter how he tried, he could not seal the chakra-based medical ninjutsu within the talisman. Disheartened, he decided to set it aside for further study later, realizing that transforming a genius concept into reality was not as simple as he had hoped. Casting aside the two talismans, he rubbed his throbbing temples and donned the white coat of the Konoha Medical Corps before stepping outside for a leisurely stroll. After a meal of tea and snacks, the sun shone pleasantly. As he walked along the streets of Konoha in the afternoon, you felt a profound sense of contentment and ease. The trees on either side provided shade, and the air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Scattered pedestrians ambled by, and occasionally, children dreaming of becoming ninjas chased and played. What splendid weather! With his hands in his pockets, he strolled lazily along the wooded paths, gazing up at the vividly clear blue sky and white clouds. And he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The air in this two-dimensional world of the Hokage felt refreshingly pure, far surpassing the cities he had known in his previous life. Suddenly, a series of intense collisions caught his attention as he unknowingly wandered into a training ground. Approaching the edge of the training area, he saw a green figure, drenched in sweat, striking a large tree with all his might. Each blow generated a fierce gust of wind, and with every impact against the trunk, a flurry of leaves cascaded down, accompanied by the figure's continuous self-encouragement. If I can kick 1,000 times today, I'll duel Kakashi tomorrow. If victory is attained tomorrow, I shall run 20 laps around Konoha. Should I fail, I shall endure 5,000 push-ups. Is this really Might Guy? Although I have long been aware of Might Guy's relentless dedication through the original narrative, witnessing this scene firsthand still left me astounded. In such a tranquil afternoon, he was fervently honing his skills alone. Moreover, I know that he often imposes peculiar challenges upon himself. For instance, he might resolve to run 500 laps around the playground. If he falls short, he would then undertake 2,000 push-ups. Should he be unable to complete those, he would resort to 1,000 squats. Only upon fulfilling these challenges would he earn the right to confront his esteemed rival, Kakashi. Through this relentless self-discipline and rigorous training, even an ordinary individual devoid of any innate talent would inevitably grow formidable, for this is a world of fantastical dimensions. Having witnessed such a spectacle, I finally comprehend why. Later on, Guy was able to surpass Kakashi. It is not without reason. One was a prodigious ninja renowned throughout the village in his youth, while the other, Kakashi, lacked any significant talent for ninjutsu during his formative years. As fans of Naruto know, Kakashi was undeniably an exceptionally gifted ninja in his youth, graduating from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, a record that remains unbroken to this day. By the age of 12, he had ascended to the rank of Jonin, independently developing the A-rank technique, Chidori, and basking in unparalleled glory. However, following the tragic loss of Obito and the heart-wrenching death of Rin at his own hands, Kakashi fell into a state of despondency. Throughout the intervening years leading to Shippuden, his prowess stagnated, with only a modest advancement to elite Jonin status. Eventually, he was outpaced by his 3 disciples, and during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he was rendered impotent, losing his Sharingan to Uchiha Madara without the capacity to resist. Ultimately, during the climactic battle, Team 7 was forced to unleash their latent potential. And even Obito returned from the beyond to lend Kakashi a pair of Sharingan. Yet, such acts could not mask the stark reality of Kakashi's waning strength in the latter part of the series. Meanwhile, Guy, who had no innate ninja talent, gradually caught up to Kakashi through relentless daily training. Though he often boasted about his desire to defeat the genius ninja Kakashi, he ultimately unveiled his true power by unlocking the 8th gate, momentarily overpowering Madara in his Sage of Six Paths form, leaving countless spectators in awe and earning him the revered title of Kaze Emperor. Every individual who strives deserves respect, although Guy's current prowess may not rival my own. His unwavering dedication serves as a poignant reminder to me never to relent in my own endeavors. Suddenly, as I remained entranced by Might Guy's training, the air was pierced by a series of sharp, whistling sounds. 6 shurikens transformed into streaks of black light, hurtling towards me from various angles with alarming speed. Clang, clang, clang. Not only that, but the 6 shurikens collided mid-air, instantaneously altering their trajectories, now aimed at me from a new angle. Sensing the imminent threat with my observation haki, I barely shifted my body, and remarkably, all 6 of the razor-sharp shurikens narrowly missed me, embedding themselves forcefully into the ground beneath my feet. An Umbu ninja? As you discerned the sudden attack from a ninja clad in a cat-faced mask, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Yet, in the next moment, observing the similar stature of this dark-clad ninja, he seemed to sense something, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Puppet technique, manipulative blade. Without the slightest hesitation in his movements, 5 azure chakra threads erupted from his fingertips, deftly lifting 5 shuriken embedded in the ground. With a swift manipulation, he sent them soaring through the air in sharp arcs towards his adversary. This was the essence of the puppet technique recorded in Chiyo's scroll, which you had seamlessly mastered over the past 2 months. He is controlling my shuriken with chakra threads? The dark ninja was evidently taken aback by Yu's unexpected use of the renowned Sand Village's puppet technique to manipulate his own weapons. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, the 5 shuriken, guided by chakra threads, hurtled toward him, their speed and agility far surpassing that of ordinary projectiles. Body flicker technique. However, the dark ninja's reflexes were sharp. In a critical moment, he executed the body flicker technique, evading the onslaught of shuriken that Yu was continuously directing. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 shuriken, under the manipulation of chakra threads, pursued relentlessly, while the dark ninja repeatedly utilized the body flicker technique to dodge, his movements appearing somewhat frantic. You cannot escape. Gazing at the rapidly maneuvering dark ninja, Yu's amber eyes gleamed with determination, and he abruptly lifted the chakra threads with fervor. His observation haki foresaw the opponent's actions, and in a deft maneuver, the 5 razor-sharp shuriken pierced the body of the dark ninja. However, accompanied by a chilling cry, countless black feathers descended. Yu watched in astonishment as the ninja he had struck transformed into a flurry of crows, scattering in all directions. Crows. His eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. Boom, boom. Just then, 2 faint explosions resonated around Yu's form. As 2 plumes of white smoke erupted, the dark ninja conjured 2 identical shadow clones of himself. Flash double. Following the summoning of the clones, the 3 identical dark ninjas drew their short blades and simultaneously executed the body flicker technique, transforming into 3 swift phantoms surging towards you. This technique, known as double flash, appeared to create 2 shadow clones for a physical assault, yet in reality, the original could interchange among the 3. Utilizing rapid body flicker technique alongside exquisite swordsmanship to strike down ordinary ninjas in an instant. Lightning release, Chidori stream. Faced with the simultaneous assault from 3 dark ninjas converging from different directions, Yu wasted no time and unleashed the Chidori stream, emanating a powerful surge of electricity throughout his body. Boom, boom. As 2 of the dark ninjas collided with Yu's Chidori stream, they were instantly engulfed in 2 clouds of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. However, the remaining entity appeared to possess an acute understanding of Yu's ninjutsu nature, as it abruptly halted just outside the range of the Chidori attack. If my estimation is correct, this technique must involve the release of lightning from the entire body, incapacitating any nearby adversaries with a surge of electric current. A high-level ninjutsu, indeed. The Umbu ninja, having come to a standstill, began forming hand seals, his blood-red eyes concealed behind a feline mask, fixated intently on the electrifying figure of Yu before him. Since the last encounter where I suffered defeat, I devised this strategy. With it, you shall find it impossible to withstand my next assault. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. As the words left his lips, the hand seals were completed, and the Umbu ninja unleashed 2 searing fireballs towards you. It seems I cannot afford to underestimate you at all. In response to the 2 fireballs hurtling towards him, Yu, still crackling with air and electricity, displayed a wry smile. It turns out that the previous 2 shadow clones were merely a ruse, intended to bait him into unleashing Chidori, allowing the main body to strike during the ninjutsu execution. To his astonishment, having witnessed my usage of Chidori just once, he was able to ascertain its attack range and devise a countermeasure against my technique. My apologies, Yu. Today, I shall finally achieve victory over you. As he gazed at Yu, who was on the verge of being engulfed by the fireballs, the Umbu ninja couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? Then perhaps you should take a closer look. Just as the fireballs were about to make contact, a playful smile emerged on Yu's face. Could it be that he? The Umbu ninja felt a jolt of surprise. Boom. As the words faded, Yu, struck by the 2 fireballs, transformed into a puddle of water upon impact. A water clone. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Umbu ninja sensed a disturbance above and swiftly raised his head, unleashing his final fireball. Quick reflexes, but alas, your actions are too slow. In response to the fireball launched from beneath, Yu, suspended in midair, had already completed his hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a gentle exclamation from you, a torrent of water surged forth from behind him, coalescing midair into a colossal, roaring water dragon that propelled the Umbu ninja, along with the fireball, into the distance. Though water releases counter fire releases, the might of this technique is truly formidable. It seems under the tutelage of the third Hokage, has fully harnessed his exceptional ninjutsu talent. As the Umbu ninja was swept away by the roaring water dragon, a faint smile of resignation appeared beneath his mask. Yet, you have underestimated me and the power of the Uchiha clan. Just as the words escaped his lips, the Umbu ninja's blood-red eyes, visible through the feline mask, revealed a pair of black tomo whirling furiously. Splash! To use astonishment, the Umbu ninja, carried away by the water release, also transformed into a puddle, scattering apart. He has actually copied my ninjutsu. Before him, the ethereal water figure left you momentarily stunned, as the haunting image of the blood-red double tomo Sharingan lingered in his mind. So, the Sharingan has evolved to the double tomo stage? It appears you two have not remained stagnant. Your progress is indeed astonishing. Speaking these words, you did not need to turn around. His observation haki had already sensed the silhouette that had appeared behind him. You are too modest. When it comes to remarkable progress, who could rival you? As the familiar voice echoed once more, an Umbu ninja materialized behind you, brandishing an exceptionally sharp short blade, unleashing a flurry of chilling, lethal strikes. The swordsmanship was exquisite. Combined with the extraordinary dynamic vision of the double tomo Sharingan and unparalleled mastery of the body flicker technique, the physical assault unleashed by this Umbu ninja was beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas to withstand. What is this? To his astonishment, as the full force of the physical attack surged towards him, you appeared to have completely deciphered the Umbu ninja's movements, effortlessly evading all his strikes. This guy has actually closed his eyes. Even more astonishingly, you not only dodged every attack, but also fully shut his eyes. How is that possible? A gasp escaped his lips, for Yu's displayed prowess was beyond his comprehension. How could it not be possible? By closing his eyes, he used his observation haki to perceive all the incoming attacks of the Umbu ninja. At that moment, upon hearing his opponent's astonishment, Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Seizing the fleeting moment of the Umbu ninja's shock, Yu sank his body and executed a swift spinning kick, his leg arcing high towards the adversary's head. Oh no! Faced with the sudden flurry of Yu's remarkable physical technique, the Umbu ninja felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively slashing his sharp blade. However, to his surprise, Yu's spinning kick turned out to be a mere feint. After striking out, he quickly retracted it. With the Umbu ninja's blade slicing through the air, Yu swiftly pivoted, unleashing another leg with all his might, delivering a whip-like kick directly to the ninja's face. Crack! Struck on the cheek, the Umbu ninja was sent flying, leaving a long trail on the ground. Yu, who is that guy? I'm here to assist you. At that moment, Mike Guy, who had been training nearby, was drawn to the commotion of the battle. Upon witnessing Yu engage with an unfamiliar Umbu ninja, he rushed over, ready to intervene. No need. Yu promptly halted him, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, for it was already over. With a thunderous roar, a cascade of rushing water erupted. In his hand, he conjured a spiraling, high-pressure water gun. Water release, hard vortex water blade. What an extravagant display, reminiscent of that last jutsu. Seeing the formidable hard vortex water blade coalescing in Yu's grasp, Guy instinctively came to a halt. He would never forget, throughout his lifetime, the terrifying water release technique that had once obliterated over a dozen mist ninjas in an instant. What a jest! Such a transformation of chakra nature. The Umbu ninja, propelled through the air, gazed at the high-pressure water jet in Yu's hand, his Sharingan wide open in disbelief. He was horrified to realize that his ocular prowess was utterly inadequate to discern the attack frequency of this technique. What caliber of water release technique was that? Was you truly intent on killing me? Boom. Before he could mount any resistance, you had already unleashed the hardened water blade in his grasp. A colossal water vortex erupted from the ground, crashing violently before the Umbu ninja. The tremendous whirlpool wreaked havoc, its hurricane-like force propelling him like a projectile. As the dust settled, some ninjas practicing in the training grounds were left petrified, sitting on the ground, their dazed eyes fixated on the now unrecognizable terrain. marred by muddy water and a massive crater that incessantly reminded them of the recent calamity. This power was even greater than the last time. Kai, frozen in place, stared blankly at the immaculate you standing at the edge of the training field. I apologize for the excessive force. However, the potency of this technique is indeed quite challenging to control. Observing the Umbu ninja, who had been hurled and crashed against the great tree, you spoke with an air of regret, though his expression bore no trace of remorse. Yet, he had indeed restrained himself, not aiming the hardened water blade directly at his opponent, but rather targeting the ground beneath him, utilizing the immense impact to send his adversary soaring. Cough, cough. What an unprecedented predicament. A weak cough emerged, revealing the Umbu ninja slumped beneath the tree, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His cat-faced mask lay shattered, unveiling a sun-kissed, handsome visage, his crimson Sharingan gleaming brightly. Indeed, it was Uchiha Uru, who had entered the direct Umbu of the Hokage alongside you after graduating from the Ninja Academy. What a formidable water release technique. If I am not mistaken, you must have recognized me long ago. Uru managed to rise unsteadily from beneath the tree, his expression of bitter amusement deepening. He had not anticipated the widening chasm between their abilities, despite having undertaken numerous high-difficulty missions in the Umbu over the past year. He still found himself unable to keep pace with you. Do not be disheartened, Uru. Once your Sharingan ascends to a higher realm, I believe your strength will undergo a remarkable transformation. Yu's words were not merely meant to console Uru. The higher realm he referred to was not the standard three-tomo Sharingan, but rather the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Each Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan experienced a profound enhancement of their abilities, instantly achieving the power of a Kage, entering a phase of rapid ascendance. In the original narrative, Uru, upon awakening the most potent Genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, had ascended to become one of the strongest ninjas within the Uchiha clan at a remarkably young age. Is it a higher realm of the Sharingan? Shui subconsciously assumed that you was referring to the three-tomo Sharingan, for at this moment, he had yet to uncover the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it seemed that you did not even employ your bloodline limit just now, did you? Reflecting on the overwhelming prowess you displayed during their earlier confrontation, Shui could not help but feel a twinge of defeat. Despite his calm and gentle demeanor, he had always exhibited remarkable talent and was hailed as a genius. Yet, here he was, repeatedly bested by a peer, a reality he found difficult to accept. Well, at your age, achieving such a level already makes you a standout in the annals of ninja history, you remarked, attempting to console him as he sensed Shui's mournful gaze. This was indeed the truth. Uchiha Shui, Uchiha Itachi, and Namake's Minato, these true prodigies from the original narrative, had they not met untimely ends. It was unfathomable to imagine the heights they might have reached. One thing was certain, however, their ultimate potential was far beyond the rank of a Hokage. Yet you, as a time traveler, was a unique exception. His innate gifts, the assistance of demonic laws, his understanding of this world, coupled with relentless training day and night, had forged a being that defied conventional measures. An utterly splendid battle, a deep, steady voice interjected just as you and Shui were conversing. Shin no Senpai. The two turned to see a tall, burly Umbu ninja adorned with a rabbit mask striding towards them. Shui recognized him instantly. Shin no Suk? Could it be? Upon hearing Shui's address, you paused momentarily, a foreign name surfacing in his mind. You must be you, the imposing Umbu ninja said, lowering his gaze to meet Yu's. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes today, I would never have believed there could exist a ninja more talented than this young man here. It seems the old man has taken on another remarkable disciple. Indeed, it is him. Upon hearing the reference to the third Hokage, you was entirely convinced of the ninja's identity. Sarutobi Shin no Suk, the eldest son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, brother to Sarutobi Asuma, and father to Konohamaru, a ninja who had never appeared in the original narrative. At this time, he had not yet passed away and was one of the strongest elite jonin in Konoha's Umbu, mastering both earth and fire release techniques, and was also Shui's captain. It is an honor to meet you, Shin no Suk Senpai. I have often heard of you from Master Sarutobi, and today I finally see you in person, you acknowledged. Nodding respectfully, the Umbu ninja did not remove his mask, adhering to Konoha's regulations prohibiting the revelation of one's true identity during missions, and they could only refer to each other by their operational code names. The fact that he and Jishui were using each other's real names was already a breach of Umbu protocol. Are you alright? A voice called out. A figure hastily approaching as she witnessed the aftermath of the battle. With cascading, softly curled black hair and mesmerizing crimson eyes. She donned a white ninja mini-skirt lined in red, embodying an enchanting blend of purity and allure that captured the attention of passers-by. Hongjia? As the resplendent maiden sprinted towards him, Yu's amber eyes widened in surprise. You startled me. I saw you fighting here, so I rushed over. Are you alright? Upon confirming Yu's unscathed condition, the girl, known as Shiri Hong, visibly relaxed, her gaze brimming with concern. Ahaha, let us leave, Shishui. We shouldn't intrude on them any longer, declared Sarutobi Shinizuke with a hearty laugh, whisking Shishui away in a flash, leaving Yu and Shiri Hong exchanging awkward glances. The atmosphere thick with unease. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Hongjia. As silence enveloped them following Shinizuke's departure, Yu attempted to alleviate the tension. Humph. You certainly don't need my concern, Shiri Hong retorted, her lips pouting slightly in displeasure. By the way, what about your little girlfriend from last time? I haven't seen her today. However, upon hearing Yu's polite remarks, Shiri Hong merely huffed softly, her expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. Cough, you mean Shiyuan? Yu nearly choked on his words at Shiri Hong's reaction. He hadn't anticipated that their encounter at the ninja hospital would linger in her memory. She's not my girlfriend. She's far too young for that, he explained, though guilt gnawed at him. The prevalence of early romances in this world far surpassed that of his previous life. Memories of their time together flooded back, and Yu, possessing the soul of an older man, found it difficult to accept the notion of courting a girl barely in her teens. So, she's not your girlfriend. You should have said so earlier. I was left wondering. Shiri Hong's frown vanished, replaced by a bright smile upon hearing Yu's clarification. Ignoring his protests, she playfully looped her delicate arm around Yu's neck, pulling him towards the bustling streets of Konoha. Hey, where are you dragging me, Hongjia? As his face pressed against her soft form, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, causing Yu to blush furiously. We're going. I'm treating you to the best dumplings in Konoha. Unfazed by his embarrassment, Shiri Hong continued to lead him forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their figures gradually receded into the distance. Later that night, in the stillness of the evening, the usually dimly lit orphanage in Konoha remained aglow. It's been a while. You're looking worse for wear, Yu. The sudden appearance of three unexpected visitors, cloaked in black, cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere of the hall. At the center of a long rectangular table sat Yaoshi Yu, flanked by the watchful figures of the hefty Aunt Yanai and the elderly Shinmura, eyes narrowed in vigilance as they regarded the intruders. The man seated before the apothecary, Nanayu, was none other than Shimura Danzo, one of the upper echelons of Konoha. His hair, reminiscent of a hedgehog, was black, while white bandages enveloped both his right eye and hand. A cross-shaped scar marred his chin, and his exposed left eye exuded an indescribable malevolence and depth. Flanking Danzo were two formidable ninjas, one with long black hair and a pale visage adorned with sinister snake-like eyes, and the other sporting dark sunglasses, with a purple mark etched at the corner of his mouth. They were none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and a skilled member of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka Toru. Who would have thought that the so-called walking priestess would willingly take on the role of a caretaker here? Danzo mused, scrutinizing the somewhat haggard visage of Nanayu. I have long forsaken that name, she replied, her tone resolute. Moreover, I have already negotiated the terms of the aid with Konoha. What brings you here now? Nanayu furrowed her brow, casting a wary glance at the uninvited Danzo and his two menacing companions. Have you truly become so ignorant since leaving the intelligence division? Once the pride of our ranks. My visit is not solely regarding the aid, Danzo stated bluntly, revealing the purpose of his presence. We have received intelligence that the rogue ninjas of Awagakure plan to initiate a large-scale operation amidst the current war. We require you to infiltrate Awagakure to ascertain the veracity of this information. Should it prove true, we expect you to investigate the details of the operation, including the time and place, and report back to us. This will likely be a lengthy undertaking. At this juncture, Yamanaka Toru interjected, elaborating on Danzo's intentions. You have mistaken your target. I am no longer a member of your ranks. Nanayu interrupted him, her voice firm. You fail to comprehend the significance of the orphanage and its children to the director. She has toiled tirelessly to secure funding and preserve this sanctuary. At that moment, The elderly man, Shinkara, standing beside Nanoyu, could no longer contain his agitation. Why not dispatch someone from your ranks for such a perilous task? Why must the director be involved? He protested, echoing Nanoyu's concerns. Because the only one capable of undertaking this prolonged mission is the walking priestess. Danzo retorted, his tone rising to meet their challenge. There is no one in the current root structure as adept as she. Mediocre ninjas inevitably succumb to despair or betray their comrades. However, I trust this woman would never betray Konoha. Gazing intently at Nanoyu, Danzo narrowed his left eye, a glimmer of menace reflecting within. Your expression suggests you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Nanoyu, should you refuse, the orphanage will cease to receive support henceforth. It appears that the lines had long been rehearsed, as the oil woman Duyin threatened in a deep voice. How can this be allowed? The third Hokage has already promised that such an occurrence cannot be permitted. Upon hearing the threats from Danzo and Doyuyin, the stout Aunt Yanin, standing behind Yanao, could no longer contain herself. This orphanage seems quite vulnerable to thieves. I advise you to hire a bodyguard to prevent your funds from being pilfered, provided you have the means. Anticipating the reaction from Yanao and his companions, Doyuyin coldly warned, and by the way, do ensure that the children are not taken. After all, these unidentified children still hold some value for exploitation. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had been silently standing behind Danzo, finally spoke up. His deep, hoarse voice, laden with an underlying threat, sent chills down the spine with his cold, serpentine gaze. You are utterly shameless. What kind of ninja is this? Seeing Danzo, a prominent figure of the Konoha elite, engage in such conduct enraged the elder from the deep village. It is you who lack reason. Hearing the elder's furious rebuke, Danzo raised his voice to cut him off, his sinister gaze flickering with an almost pathological obsession. As long as it serves to protect Konoha, this minuscule sacrifice is utterly inconsequential. I understand. Yanao, who had remained silent in the face of Danzo's threats, finally spoke. Director, are you? Upon seeing Yanao's concession, Yanin seemed inclined to dissuade her. It is precisely your lack of ruthlessness that has led to this. Truly, you are unfit for root, Yanao. Witnessing Yanao's capitulation, Danzo displayed a satisfied smile, albeit with a heavy sigh. To utter such shameless words, glaring at the audacious Danzo, the elder from Deep Village could not help but grit his teeth. Furthermore, to obtain this intelligence, one of my subordinates has perished. I need to select a child from here as a replacement. As if completely disregarding the elder's ire, Danzo, the leader of Root, had already dulled these extraneous emotions. Noticing someone eavesdropping outside the hall, Danzo feigned a casual remark. Initially, I had my sights set on Yakushi Uru, but alas, that old rival Sarutobi snatched him away first. In any case, we will arrange for future expenses, so let us exchange this money for that little rascal named Yakushi Kabuto. Mentioning Yakushi Uru, and recalling how he had been outmaneuvered by his longtime adversary Sarutobi, Danzo's expression darkened once more. You, Kabuto? Do not overreach. I have already agreed to your terms. I will not relinquish any of the children here. Upon hearing Danzo's impudent demand once again, the gentle Yakushi Yanao finally became emotionally agitated. She regarded each child in the orphanage as her own, resolutely refusing to allow them to come to harm, no matter the circumstances. Just as the arguments among the few in the hall reached a boiling point, a clear voice broke the heavy atmosphere. There's another little rascal here. Upon hearing the sudden sound, Danzo and Orochimaru, along with their companions, were momentarily taken aback. They sensed that Kabuto was lurking outside the hall, eavesdropping on their conversation. Yet they remained oblivious to the presence of another small figure outside. To protect Konoha, would they resort to any means necessary? How far must one go in their pretense of righteousness? Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, a strikingly handsome youth with white hair emerged from the entrance. Clad in a black ninja hoodie, his amber eyes appeared calm, yet his tone resonated with the simmering intensity of an impending eruption. Though familiar with the original narrative and Danzo's shamelessness, witnessing it firsthand left you feeling as if his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Astonished that such brazen audacity existed in the world, you, upon seeing the youth stride in, Kabuto, along with Nonai and Yanai, exclaimed in unison. It was indeed you. Similarly, the concealed Kabuto, who had been stealthily listening to their earlier dialogue, was taken aback by Yu's unexpected appearance, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh, so it is you, little brat. Danzo remarked, slightly surprised to see you, though he swiftly regained his composure. You may be a disciple of the third Hokage, but you are merely a special jonin. Do mind your tone when addressing Lord Danzo. Danzo, with his profound cunning, remained unfazed. However, upon hearing Yu's mocking words, Yamanaka Ino, standing nearby, stepped forward to confront him. At 21, Yamanaka was a jonin of the Root organization, serving alongside Orochimaru under Danzo. With remarkable combat prowess and infiltration skills honed through generations of Umbu. Get lost. Yet, Yu appeared indifferent to the jonin blocking his path, continuing to advance as he coldly uttered a single word. Stunned, Yamanaka faltered at the audacity of the 7- or 8-year-old boy before him. Despite his time with the Root organization having tempered his emotions, he found himself incensed by the insolent youth. It seems your achievements in Konoha over the past 2 years have inflated your sense of superiority. Allow me to bring you back to reality. With a scornful smirk, Yamanaka vanished from sight, only to reappear like a specter before you, swiftly reaching for his neck in an attempt to lift the arrogant boy by his throat. Stop! Kabuto shouted, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. A dull thud resonated through the air. To everyone's astonishment, you had firmly grasped Yamanaka's wrist with one hand. Armament Haki. A pitch-black aura enveloped Yu's right hand, and as he seized Yamanaka's wrist, his body began to spin like a whirlwind in midair. This is bad. Unbeknownst to many, a child of merely 7 or 8 years exhibited a physical prowess that seemed almost formidable. The overconfident oil woman, Doryuin, attempted to retract her wrist, only to discover that it felt as though it were encased in cement. With a resounding thud, she barely realized that the shadowy figure before her had already magnified into view as a swift kick, imbued with formidable strength, struck her squarely in the face, sending her hurtling through the air. The impact shattered the window of the orphanage, and she flew out like a cannonball onto the grassy expanse. In an instant, the figure vanished from the hall, leaving Doryuin astounded. Who would have thought that beyond his medical ninjutsu, this child could hold his own in combat? The sight of the sheer force unleashed by the boy, propelling an elite shinobi of the Root organization, Doryuin, into the air, elicited a flicker of surprise from Orochimaru. Humph. Doryuin underestimated that child, he mused. Hearing Orochimaru's astonishment, Danzo let out a low, scornful grunt, his mind preoccupied with pondering the enigmatic black substance that had enveloped the boy's hands. With that, both Danzo and Orochimaru executed their own instant movement techniques, promptly vanishing from the hall. Quick, stop them. At that moment, as they witnessed the boy and Danzo departing the wooden shelter, Yakushi Nono and Shinmura and I hurriedly pursued them. Damnable brat. How dare you make a fool of me before Lord Danzo and Orochimaru? Once he regained his footing on the grassy terrain, Doryuin noted that the right side of his face was now swollen and bruised. Behind dark sunglasses, he glared furiously at the boy who had utilized the instant movement technique to appear before him, his anger nearly boiling over. Yet, the recent defeat had tempered his rage, leading Doryuin to recognize that he had gravely underestimated the boy's capabilities. As an elite shinobi of the Root organization, it was telling that he had been struck so easily by the explosive physical prowess of the white-haired youth, suggesting that this boy was indeed more formidable than the rumors had suggested. Why do you refuse to leave when I have commanded you to? He spat. Since everyone in the orphanage is asleep, I shall deal with you here. With a calm demeanor, the boy spoke as he approached Doryuin on the grass. Meanwhile, Danzo and Orochimaru materialized nearby, with Yakushi Nono and the others hot on their heels. Eliminate me? It seems that my earlier slip has led you to misjudge my capabilities. Doryuin's forehead throbbed with indignation at the boy's increasingly arrogant tone. Secret technique, infestation. With that proclamation, Doryuin formed hand seals, and a multitude of insects began to emanate from his body, swirling through the air like a dark mist. The secret arts of the Oil Woman clan, I see. Very well, I shall grant you a swift demise. As Doryuin unleashed his clan's secret technique, the boy's gaze sharpened. Sensing the arrival of Danzo and Orochimaru, he interlocked his hands and activated the summoning technique inscribed upon his wristbands. Boom, boom, accompanied by a faint explosion and 2 clouds of white smoke. The tyrant cloaked in black and Michael materialized directly behind you. Puppets. Observing the 2 dark figures summoned by you, Orochimaru displayed an expression of astonishment. Being one of the legendary Sannin, he instantly recognized this as the renowned puppet technique from the hidden sand village of the Wind Country. So, it is the puppet technique. It seems this brat has not reported the details of the last covert mission into the sand village accurately. Upon witnessing the two puppets summoned by you, Danzo let out a cold snort, beginning to harbor doubts. Puppet technique? Haha. After all, he is merely a child. Does he not realize that our Oil Girl clan's secret technique is precisely the nemesis of puppet techniques? As he discerned the two figures appearing behind you, Oil Girl Doyu couldn't help but laugh. This was not an exaggeration. Although the puppet technique of the Sand Village is formidable, the Oil Girl clan's parasitic insects can effectively dismantle the joints and mechanisms of the puppets, rendering them incapable of functioning in battle. The fight between Shurnai and Kankuro in the original work serves as a prime example. Spatial transfer. Yet before Doyu could finish laughing, he felt a sudden blur before him, and the towering figure that materialized abruptly halted his laughter. How could this speed be possible? Before he could comprehend how the puppet had appeared so suddenly, the tyrant's massive paw was already descending upon Oil Girl Doyu. Bang! The impact generated by the power of the pawpaw fruit was unimaginable. Struck by the tyrant's blow, Doyu was instantly reduced to a pile of powder. No, it was not powder. Rather, it transformed into countless black insects that swiftly scattered through the air. Insect clones. After all, he is a master of the root. Seeing the Oil Girl Doyu vanish into insects after being obliterated by the tyrant's strike, Yu's expression remained unchanged. After all, he was an elite jonin from Danzo's root organization. It would indeed be strange if he possessed no strength at all. Die brat. Parasitic insect cyclone. Doyu's voice echoed once more as he appeared in midair behind you, manipulating countless parasitic insects around him to form a black tornado that surged ferociously toward you. Useless. The insects are ineffective against me. Facing the black tornado of parasitic insects, Yu stood his ground without flinching, extending his arms as a dazzling surge of electricity enveloped him. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. As expected, the black tornado formed by the parasitic insects was struck by the rampant electricity emanating from Yu's body. In an instant, they were all reduced to charred remains, dropping lifelessly onto the grass, the acrid scent permeating the air. Furthermore, the battle had concluded, just as Oil Girl Doyu was astonished by the overwhelming lightning release emanating from you. Yu's calm and serene voice resounded once more. Doyu, above you. At that moment, the observing Orochimaru could not help but remind Yono Doryuan, above you. Startled by Orochimaru's voice, Yono Doryuan instinctively looked up, only to behold the terrifying figure of the tyrant looming ominously above him. Under the moonlit night, the eyes of the puppet reflected two horrifying beams of red light. When did this fiend ascend to such heights? Before Yono Doryuan could fathom the instantaneous movement achieved by the bouncing of the meatball fruit, he saw the tyrant's paw strike down with ferocious might. Pressure cannon. With the tyrant's palm crashing down from above, all the air before Yono Doryuan was violently expelled. The terrifying shockwave from the bare paw penetrated his body, reducing his innards to a mist of blood. The aftermath was not merely fleeting. The pressure cannon left a deep, unseeable pit in the grass below. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. Gazing at the blood mist dispersing through the air and the lifeless body of Yono Doryuan sprawled on the ground, even Tozo and Orochimaru could not suppress their frowns. The instantaneous movement exhibited by the tyrant using the meatball fruit's ability had left the two shadow-level ninjas too stunned to intervene. Yono Doryuan, an elite jonin of the root organization, had been slain right before their eyes by a mere child of 7 or 8 years. How could this child kill Doryuan so effortlessly? Could it be that his strength had already reached such heights? Though outwardly calm, Tozo's mind was tumultuous as he regarded the white-haired youth standing with his hands in his pockets on the grass before him. Why does he manipulate puppets without the need for chakra threads? Intriguing, truly intriguing. How many secrets does this boy harbor? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, with his elongated serpent-like eyes fixated on the figure of Yu, exuded an intense curiosity, unable to restrain his long tongue, which sent a chill down the spine of any who beheld him. At this moment, on the other side, Yakushi Nono and the villagers of Yenai were rendered speechless upon witnessing Yu's swift and decisive action in slaying the elite jonin Yono Doryuan, who served Tozo. How impressive! Only Yakushi Kabuto, hidden within the wooden confines of the orphanage, could hardly believe his eyes as he observed the astonishing prowess of Yu on the grass outside. With not a single finger lifted, Yu had managed to manipulate a puppet to eliminate an elite jonin of the root organization at his tender age. Kabuto could scarcely conceive how one could achieve such feats as you had. Such underhanded tactics. If they were to reach Lord Sarutobi, it would cause quite the stir. After commanding the tyrant to decisively eliminate Yono Doryuan, you stood with his hands in his pockets under the radiant moonlight, his gaze icy as he regarded Tozo and Orochimaru. You two had best take this fellow's corpse and leave at once. What of Shimura Tozo? What of Orochimaru? As long as they dare threaten Nono and the orphanage, you shall show them no mercy. Faced with two formidable shadow-level adversaries, you naturally felt no confidence in his ability to confront them. However, he was certain he could create enough commotion to attract the attention of all the ninjas in Konoha, allowing them to witness the true nature of these two formidable beings. Ha ha ha, what an impressive puppet technique. It has just dispatched Doluin in an instant. Yukuin truly lives up to the reputation of being Konoha's most extraordinary genius. My interest in you is growing ever deeper. Upon hearing Yu's unreserved remarks, Orochimaru, standing beside Danzo, let out a low, raspy chuckle. Licking his long tongue, his golden, slit-like eyes gleamed with an unsettling fascination for you. However, do not be misled into thinking that slaying a Jonin proves your immense prowess. Such feats are mere child's play before true shadow-level ninjas. As his deep voice resonated, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and an aura of deadly intent erupted from him like a surging tsunami. It was as if a swift wind swept across the grass, revealing the full might of a shadow-level ninja, sending debris flying from the ground. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Was this man preparing to strike? Confronted with the fearsome aura radiating from Orochimaru, you perceive the man transforming into a serpent, coiled amidst a sea of corpses, poised to devour his very existence. This was the imposing presence of a shadow-level powerhouse, cultivated through the slaughter of countless ninjas. No wonder, during the Chunin exams in the original story, Uchiha Sasuke was left paralyzed with fear in the forest of death, unable to move under the oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru. Puppet technique, Amber. Unwavering in the face of the terrifying aura and might exuded by Orochimaru, you deftly moved his fingers. 10 azure chakra threads shot forth, and behind him, the two puppets, Tyrant and Michael, immediately flanked him like vigilant guardians. Unlike the recently vanquished Doluin, who was merely a Jonin, Orochimaru was a bona fide shadow-level powerhouse, the most formidable antagonist of the early narrative. In the presence of such a legendary Sannin, you could not afford even a moment of carelessness or negligence. While utilizing parasitic threads to control puppets was more convenient, allowing them to act and fight entirely at his behest, you occasionally opted for chakra threads to manipulate his puppets. As there were instances when a puppet could not perform certain actions on its own, and chakra threads could forcibly compel them to move. For instance, if an enemy was at point A and Yu's puppet was at point B, he could use chakra threads to make the puppet soar directly to point A to engage the foe, compared to the more convenient parasitic threads. This represented the sole advantage of the traditional chakra thread manipulation technique. Oh, two puppets, you say? I have heard that Yukuin possesses a unique bloodline limit, the line release. It seems today I shall finally have the opportunity to witness it. Observing the combat stance you adopted while manipulating the two puppet figures, Orochimaru's narrow, serpent-like eyes slightly narrowed. Moments ago, the tyrant exhibited a terrifying display of combat prowess by ruthlessly eliminating the oil woman, a sight that left a profound impression on you. However, there remained another puppet by his side, its abilities yet to be revealed. Furthermore, Yu himself had not yet demonstrated the rumored powers of the lineage limit of the blood succession, which made even Orochimaru cautious in underestimating this boy. Scarcely 7 or 8 years old. This trivial matter does not require your intervention, Orochimaru. Just as a battle involving shadow-level ninjas was about to erupt beneath the moonlit sky, Danzo, standing nearby, suddenly intervened to halt Orochimaru's advance. Yakushi Uru, I never anticipated your strength had ascended to this level. It appears your infiltration into Sunagakure has proven quite beneficial. This also validates my initial judgment. Your talents indeed surpass those of Uchiha Shursui. As Danzo's gaze shifted to you, his left eye revealed a depth that was both profound and sinister. Nevertheless, the mission to infiltrate Iwagakure must be executed by Nanaki-yu, and that little brat hiding within the house must also be taken with us. With Danzo's words, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the grass surrounding them, encircling the entire Konoha orphanage. Clad in uniform ninja attire with matching patterned masks, They were the ninjas cultivated by Danzo's root organization. How could this old man possibly bring so many? You felt a jolt of surprise at the sudden appearance of the root ninjas. He was unconcerned for himself. Even if besieged, he could utilize his abilities to escape. However, the safety of Yakushi Nanaka and the children within the orphanage was now at stake. You seem to comprehend the situation, Danzo continued, his voice dripping with menace. Indeed. Should you refuse, these ninjas will eliminate every child inside that house. Gazing at Yu's shifting expression, Danzo's tone remained unwavering, the threat implicit. How dare you lay a finger on them? Yu's fists clenched tightly, his gaze icy enough to freeze the very air. He had never felt such an overwhelming urge to take a life as he did in that moment. Danzo's despicable actions had ignited a furious fire within him. Enough. This ends here. I will acquiesce to your demands. At that moment, Yakushi Nanaka, who had remained silent, finally spoke. The director? Yu was stunned to see Nanaka concede to Danzo's wishes. No further discussion, Yu. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure those children remain unharmed. With unwavering determination etched upon his face, Nanaka's eyes were fixed on the orphanage's wooden structure. I can only apologize to you and Kabuto. His gaze now shifted to Yu and the figure of Kabuto emerging from the wooden house, revealing a glimmer of regret on Nanaka's face. What is happening? Why have we resorted to this path? Upon hearing Nanaka's decision, Yu felt the weight of his greatest fears materialize, his fists tightening in frustration. This scene felt eerily familiar. In the original narrative, Yakushi Nanoyu is compelled to undertake a clandestine mission in Awagakure, while Yakushi Kabuto is conscripted into the ranks of the root, actively operating within Konohagakure. Ultimately, Danzo orchestrates a scheme that leads to the tragic confrontation between Kabuto and Nanoyu, resulting in Kabuto once again losing the essence of his existence. This piques Orochimaru's interest, who extends an invitation for him to join the Sound Village. Why? How did circumstances come to this? Confronted with Yakushi Nanoyu's resolution and the immutable reality before him, Yu's nails dug deeply into his flesh. A surge of inexplicable fury swelling within him. He was enraged at his own inadequacy. If only his power had reached the heights of Hashirama Senju or the Sage of Six Paths, what would it matter if Danzo threatened the children of the orphanage? With but a mere thought, he could wield the might of wood release to reshape the very landscape, or unleash the truth-seeking balls to obliterate Danzo and these ninjas in an instant. Thus, at the core of it all, weakness is the original sin. The conclusion remains that his lack of strength prevents him from adequately safeguarding those he cherishes. Even at the same age, no one could surpass him. Yet in the broader context of the ninja world, he still did not qualify as a true stronghold. Nanoyu, you certainly understand the gravity of the situation. Ignoring Yu, who appeared as though he had lost his soul, Danzo let out a low chuckle, instructing the surrounding root ninjas to escort Kabuto from the premises. After all, this boy named Kabuto may indeed desire to become a ninja of Konoha, am I not correct? Gazing upon Kabuto, who was brought before him, Danzo scrutinized the youth with profound intensity. The young Kabuto, somewhat timid, lifted his gaze to meet Danzo's, his eyes behind the glasses remaining silent. Hey, Kabuto, are you truly willing to forsake the bonds we've formed over the past 3 years? Come back. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, revealing Urushi standing at the entrance of the orphanage's wooden hut. Following him, other children from the orphanage emerged, awakened by the earlier commotion. Witnessing Kabuto being taken away by Danzo and his cohort, I would never forget all of you, but I am better suited to be a ninja, and I wish to delve deeper into medical ninjutsu. Upon hearing Urushi's call from behind, Kabuto's figure, following Danzo, trembled slightly. Yet, turning around, Kabuto wore a gentle smile reminiscent of Yakushi Nanoyu. Have we all forgotten the rules of the orphanage? It is past bedtime. For the sake of the director and everyone else, I must acquiesce to their demands. Witnessing Danzo and his associates using the children of the orphanage as leverage against Nanoyu and Yu, Kabuto's hands, hidden in his sleeves, clenched tightly, betraying his tumultuous emotions. Very well, Nanoyu, we shall take this child. In 3 days, rendezvous at the root's base. I will arrange for you to embark on your mission to Awagakure. Upon achieving the objective of this endeavor, one could see Danzo conclude his remarks, before promptly turning away with Kabuto and a throng of root ninjas. What a pity, Yukuin. It appears today will not afford me the opportunity to witness your bloodline limit. As he passed by you, Orochimaru halted momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at him. the corner of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. However, there shall be another chance. I hope you will not disappoint me then. Yet, in response to Orochimaru's words, you remain steadfast and seemingly oblivious to the exchange. I swear. At that moment, you, who had appeared to be in a trance, suddenly spoke up. Danzo, if a single hair is harmed on Yanao or any of the children at the orphanage, I vow to eradicate every single one of you at root, including you. Under the moonlit sky, on the grassy expanse outside the Konoha orphanage, each word that escaped Yu's lips seemed to be forced through gritted teeth. His amber eyes, now seemingly tinged with crimson, coupled with his pale hair, rendered him akin to a malevolent specter from the netherworld. What a gaze this boy possesses. Hearing Yu's resolute declaration, Danzo's retreating footsteps faltered as he turned to meet Yu's fiery gaze, one that even he could not disregard without a shiver of trepidation. Shall we eliminate that brat for Lord Danzo? A ninja from the Root organization, standing nearby, inquired with a lowered head. No need. Let us proceed, Danzo replied, shaking his head as he retrieved his gaze. Given the prowess you had exhibited today, none of the ninjas present, aside from himself and Orochimaru, could rival Yu's capabilities. If this young boy were to continue growing at such an extraordinary rate, it was conceivable that he would become a significant threat in the future. The thought of Yu's incomprehensible growth made Danzo's hand clench involuntarily, hidden within his sleeve. Never had he anticipated feeling such a sense of threat emanating from a mere child of 7 or 8 years. You, I am truly sorry. As Danzo and his entourage, alongside Kabuto, vanished into the night, Yaoshi Yanao stepped forward to Yu's side, her weary visage betraying a hint of regret. In stark contrast to Yu's unwavering stance against Danzo and Root's intimidation, her concession appeared feeble. Yet, as the head of the orphanage, she could not bear to witness the children suffer. Thus, like in the original narrative, she felt compelled to yield. No, director. The ones who should apologize are those festering within Konoha. Listening to Yanao's remorseful words, Yu silently shook his head, his clear eyes devoid of emotion. Just as decay is an inevitability for humanity, nations too will one day face destruction. Even Konoha, which seems to thrive, harbors its own shadows of corruption, masked by the guise of humanity, allowing malevolent forces to roam unchecked. The branches of Konoha indeed gleam with brilliance, yet its roots are steeped in darkness. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. A prime example of this is the Uchiha clan, whose essence was absorbed as nourishment by the roots of Konoha. From a certain perspective, this truly is a hypocritical village, Yu pondered with a sense of unease, casually dispelling the summoning technique to recall the tyrant and Michael that stood behind him. Despite being coerced by Danzo and the Umbu, Yana chose to yield, and Kabuto was taken away by the members of Umbu. However, there is a silver lining. Due to his intervention tonight, there have been some subtle shifts in the unfolding events. In the original narrative, Danzo threatened Yana and Kabuto using the children of the orphanage as leverage, leaving them utterly helpless. Yet now, the situation differs. At least while Danzo threatens Yana and the others, Yu's presence simultaneously poses a threat to Danzo himself. In the time to come, as long as Yu exhibits increasingly formidable strength, coupled with his identity as a disciple of the third Hokage, Danzo and his ilk will inevitably feel apprehensive, thus ensuring greater safety for Yana and the orphanage children. One might argue that simply informing the third Hokage would suffice. However, the reality is far more complex. Even if the third were informed, should Danzo and the Umbu act desperately against the orphanage children, who in Konoha could intervene? Clearly, that is not a scenario Yu or Yana wish to witness. Ultimately, in this world, power is the essence of all existence. Contemplating power, Yu found himself murmuring to himself. With his current abilities, he could easily sweep aside any opponent of Jonin rank and even contend with those of Kage level. Yet, such capability remains insufficient. Was the White Fang of Konoha powerful enough? Not only did he attain Kage level prowess, but even the legendary Sannin held him in high regard. Yet, what became of him? Ostracized by his comrades for abandoning a mission, he succumbed to the unbearable weight of slander and chose to end his own life. This illustrates the harsh systems and rules of the ninja world, capable of extinguishing even a formidable Kage with nary a battle. What significance does Kage level strength hold? In the face of fate, it is but a slightly more robust insect. The same fate befell the White Fang in the original tale, as well as Uchiha Shursui. Therefore, only when one's power surpasses Kage level entirely, Achieving a strength that allows for the manipulation of fate itself, can true change manifest. After soothing the children awakened in the wooden house back to sleep, Yana gazed at you, who stood silently beneath the moonlit night, worry etched upon her face. Through the events of the evening, she sensed a profound transformation in the boy's mindset. Do not worry about me. Take care of yourself while on the mission in Awagakure, you said, catching the concern in Yana's eyes. He met her gaze deeply for a moment before turning away, leaving without a backward glance. The decayed darkness of the ninja world and the roots of Konoha, how intriguing. I hope they maintain that facade of hypocrisy until I present myself in a stronger form. For otherwise, it would be rather dull. On the desolate fringes of Konoha, beneath the moonlit sky, youth's laughter echoed freely. A youthful figure gradually recedes into the shadows of the night. Days pass, one after another. Ever since you ventured to Awagakure on a clandestine mission, Konoha has returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, the landscape of the ninja world war has shifted significantly. Although victory was secured against Sunagakure, Konoha's strength has suffered considerable depletion. Currently, Sunagakure has yet to establish an alliance treaty with Konoha. The battlefield remains fraught with tension, as conflict looms once more in the northwest with the Land of Earth, while simultaneously facing assaults from Kumogakure and Kirigakure, casting a pall of uncertainty over the situation. At last, it is accomplished. On this day, the office of Konoha's medical team resonated with the exuberant voice of Hain. Dressed in a black ninja hoodie and donning the white coat of the medical team, Hain gazed with excitement at a piece of talisman paper in his hand. This white talisman bore intricate black inscriptions, appearing similar to an ordinary explosive tag, save for the character for explosion being replaced with healing. Let us test its efficacy. Eager to unveil the medical talisman he had diligently developed, Hain hastily exited the office. The situation on the front lines was dire, and the Konoha medical team had been inundated with work. The hall was bustling with medical ninjas and injured personnel. Allow me to attend to this patient. Upon entering the hall, Hain noticed a medical ninja treating an injury on a soldier's arm, and his eyes brightened with determination. He approached and gently displaced the attending medical ninja. Lord Hain. The attending ninja was momentarily taken aback by Hain's sudden appearance. However, what transpired next left him astounded. His mouth agape. Instead of employing healing ninjutsu to mend the injured soldier, Hain produced a piece of talisman paper resembling an explosive tag and affixed it to the soldier's arm. With a slight infusion of chakra, akin to using a chakra test paper, the white talisman emitted a soft green glow, gradually healing the soldier's arm. Though the healing effects may not rival the mastery of healing, it can certainly stand up to standard healing techniques, and it is far superior to simple hemostatic methods. Hain mused, observing the performance of his inaugural medical talisman with a satisfied nod. The true value of the medical talisman lies not solely in its healing efficacy, but in its accessibility. This portable medical tool, which Hain had painstakingly developed over 6 months, operates on principles akin to those of explosive tags, allowing him to infuse his medical ninjutsu chakra into the talisman using a unique technique. While its healing prowess may not surpass that of advanced jutsu, its portability is a distinct advantage. Whenever a ninja sustains injuries while on a mission, they can swiftly retrieve Hain's medical talisman, apply it, and achieve rapid healing. Through this innovative medical talisman, Hain harbors confidence that the casualty rate of ninjas dispatched from Konoha will plummet, an invaluable contribution to the entire village. In simpler terms, the survival of an additional ninja enhances our overall combat strength, and for every mission we undertake, the enemy is deprived of one, creating a reciprocal effect that is immeasurably beneficial to the strength of our village. Furthermore, every member of the ninja squad can be equipped with this conveniently portable medical talisman, which not only significantly reduces the casualty rate, but also allows for a decreased necessity for medical ninjas, thereby augmenting the number of combat ninjas. This, in turn, markedly enhances the overall combat capability and mission completion rate of the ninja squad. In a typical 4-member team, this medical talisman effectively adds an invisible 5th ninja, representing a groundbreaking advancement in our field. What is this? I never knew such medical ninja tools existed in the world, exclaimed the nearby medical ninja, wide-eyed. This is my latest development, one that could potentially alter the dynamics of the entire ninja realm, though it must remain confidential for now. Observing the astonished expression of the medical ninja, you smiled mysteriously, teasing the revelation. Well then, I must leave you to this for now, as I have matters to discuss with the third Hokage. Without waiting for the surrounding medical ninjas to respond, you vanished from his position in an instant, altering the dynamics of the ninja world. I cannot comprehend what he means. Is this the chasm that separates me from genius? The medical ninja murmured to himself, bewildered, as you departed. At the Hokage office. This is the Hokage's chamber. Look at your current state. How absurd. No sooner had you stepped into the corridor of the Hokage building than he heard an angry roar emanating from the office. That voice was unmistakably that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. My state? What do you mean? Do you think I am the cause of your embarrassment, Hokage-sama? In addition to the third, another youthful voice was countering him. Hiruzen-sensei, there is something I believe you ought to see. Intrigued, you pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Ah, it seems you have matters to discuss. I shall wait outside for a moment. However, upon entering, you saw the third, as usual, seated behind the Hokage desk, while another young figure stood before him, engaged in a heated argument. With black hair, a slightly tanned complexion, and disheveled bangs obscuring half of his face, he held a cigarette in his mouth, appearing youthful, likely of similar age to Kakashi and Might Guy at this time. You have arrived. Seeing you enter at that moment, the third took a deep inhale of smoke, displaying a resigned smile. Ah, pardon my distraction. I have a few matters to attend to, so please wait outside for a moment. Could that individual be Asuma? Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, you silently closed the door and exited the office, yet his mind had already deduced the identity of the youth embroiled in a dispute with the third. Asuma Sarutobi, the second son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and younger brother to Kenomaru, was once one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. In his youth, he had temporarily forsaken Konoha, acting according to his own whims and desires. As a rebellious young man, he harbored both admiration and resentment towards his father, Hiruzen, even clashing with him and wandering away from the Hidden Leaf Village for a time. Ultimately, Asuma grasped the profound truth behind the statement that the most crucial element for the village is not the Hokage, igniting within him an unwavering resolve, which he later passed on to the next generation of Inoshikacho. However, he was taken aback to discover that Asuma's rebelliousness in his youth had reached such extremes, smoking and openly defying his father, the third Hokage. He appeared to be the very embodiment of a delinquent, starkly contrasting with the composed, mature figure depicted in the original narrative. If you are so busy, then do not waste your time lecturing me, Hokage. Just as you exited the Hokage's office, Asuma's furious retort echoed once more from within, followed by the sound of the door being slammed as the delinquent stormed out. With only a resigned sigh from the third Hokage to accompany the silence, Asuma, in his fury, turned and unexpectedly collided with you, who was waiting outside. Naturally, he had heard of the prodigy you, the new apprentice of the third Hokage. The thought of his father neglecting family for work, juxtaposed with the sight of you, his father's latest disciple, stirred feelings of animosity and prejudice within Asuma. With a sharp thud, Asuma attempted to shove past you without courtesy. However, to his astonishment, upon colliding with you's shoulder, it felt as though he had struck a wall. In response, you subtly pressed against Asuma's shoulder and deftly tripped his right foot, causing the taller Asuma to lose his balance and, in a dizzying spin, he was sent crashing to the floor. While the trees desire tranquility, the winds do not cease. While a child wishes to care for their parent, the parent may not wait. Do you see the white hair atop Master Sarutobi's head? As the son of a hero who upholds the entirety of Konoha, is this how you choose to repay your father? With a calm demeanor, you spoke as he stood over the fallen delinquent. Fuming with indignation, Asuma rose. His dark complexion flushed with anger upon hearing you's words, and he shouted defiantly, "What right do you, a mere child, have to lecture me?" Wind style, whirlwind fist. As he regained his footing, Asuma swiftly gathered a ball of blue wind chakra in his hand and launched a fierce punch towards you. As a high-ranking ninja and one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, Asuma possesses formidable strength, despite his rebellious and untamed nature. However, he is taken aback when he finds that you, standing before him, remains utterly motionless, effortlessly grasping his fist infused with wind chakra with a single hand. The palm healing technique. Not only does Yu's grip exude an overwhelming green chakra, but the immense power emanating from it sends searing pain coursing through Asuma's arm. Known for its extraordinary healing properties, the palm healing technique also harbors devastating destructive capabilities against the human body. What qualifications do you have? Just because I am stronger than you, Yu calmly remarks, increasing the pressure of his grasp while observing Asuma's face contort in pain. You insolent brat. Asuma, unable to accept that this mere child, appearing no older than 7 or 8, surpasses his strength, clenches his jaw and swiftly draws a chakra blade shaped like a tiger's claw with his other hand. Wolf Fang pincer. As the wind chakra flows into the blade, a sharp blue light radiates from Asuma's left hand, slicing towards you with great force. This unique chakra blade merges with chakra, allowing Asuma to unleash a ferocity capable of piercing human flesh and shattering even the sturdiest marble. A combat style that melds ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yu remains unfazed as Asuma's razor-sharp chakra blade approaches with alarming speed. While both employ a combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu, there are varying degrees of proficiency, and Asuma's technique pales in comparison to the secret martial arts of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. You are still far from it. As Yu's calm words echo, Asuma's eyes widen in shock as Yu swiftly evades the strike. In the next moment, Asuma feels a sharp pain in his wrist, realizing that his chakra blade has been kicked from his grasp and lodged firmly into the wall of the corridor. This is bad. Faced with Yu's evident superiority in taijutsu, Asuma's heart races with alarm. Just as he contemplates retreating, he finds his body immobilized, as if encased in cement. Meanwhile, Yu's form spins gracefully in midair, delivering a powerful kick that pierces the air with a heart-wrenching sound. Bang! Asuma feels a sharp pain in his cheek, and before he knows it, he is propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the corridor wall and sliding down to the floor like a painting. You may choose to disrespect your father, but you have no right to defy the Hokage of Konohagakure. Return home and train diligently. Come back to face Lord Sarutobi when you have truly understood your capabilities. In just 2 moves, Asuma was subdued. Yulian did not even cast a glance at the rebellious youth who had slid helplessly to the floor against the wall. After casually uttering a phrase, he strode directly into the Hokage's office. Most individuals experience a phase of rebellion. Even Yu, in his previous life, was no exception. However, this did not justify Asuma's defiance against the 3rd Hokage, especially given his lack of contribution to the village and family. Thus, Yu resolved to attempt to rouse him from his folly. Damn it, I will return to train twice as hard and seek revenge for today. The sight of Yu ignoring him so effortlessly stung something deep within the rebellious Asuma, struggling to support himself against the wall. Asuma cast a resentful glance at the Hokage's office at the end of the corridor before stumbling away into the passage. I apologize, Yu. I must have embarrassed you with this useless brat. He infuriates me. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage regarded Yu with a wry smile. Renowned as a formidable ninja throughout the shinobi world, and as the pillar of Konoha, he had trained legendary ninjutsu masters, yet at home, he felt helpless as a father unable to discipline his own son. If that boy had even half your determination, I would be dreaming of joy. Reflecting on his own disappointing son, the 3rd Hokage let out a deep sigh. Reform is invaluable. Asuma's nature is not inherently bad. Fear not, teacher Sarutobi. The wayward swallow will eventually return to its nest. Observing the elderly man sighing before him, you could only offer him gentle words of comfort. Is reform truly invaluable? The 3rd Hokage raised an eyebrow at the seemingly wise proclamation from the young Yu, who appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. After contemplating this profound statement, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He found it hard to fathom from where this child derived such philosophical insights. Were it not for the clear registration of Yu as an orphan of war in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage might have thought this white-haired youth was possessed by the spirit of some ancient sage. Not only did he possess the capacity for adult-like reasoning, but the words he spoke were often thought-provoking. By the way, do you have something important to discuss with me? After a brief exchange, the 3rd Hokage adopted a serious demeanor while looking at Yu. Typically, outside of training, you would not voluntarily seek him out in the Hokage's office unless there were pressing matters at hand. Yes, during my time in the medical unit, I had some free time to develop this. Yu nodded, cutting to the chase as he retrieved a medical talisman from his lab coat pocket. What is this? The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow upon seeing the white talisman Yu placed on his desk, aware that you would not randomly present him with an ordinary explosive tag. Take a closer look. This is not an explosive tag, but rather a medical talisman I specially devised. Observing the 3rd Hokage's puzzled expression, Yu decisively drew a sharp thread from his hand, slicing through his skin, causing blood to spill onto the floor. However, in a swift motion. You pressed a medical talisman against his wound, enveloped in green healing chakra. The small injury healed instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. Medical talisman. Witnessing this scene, the third Hokage's eyes widened, and his breath quickened uncontrollably. As the astute leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, he immediately recognized the immense value embedded in this object. What is the efficacy of the treatment? Suppressing his excitement, the third Hokage gazed at you with gleaming eyes. Although it may not rival the mastery of celestial techniques, its effectiveness is comparable to that of healing jutsu. Observing the third Hokage's fervent expression, you nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is it possible to produce them in bulk? Snatching the medical talisman from Yu's hands, the third Hokage scrutinized the seemingly ordinary talisman that resembled an explosive tag. Yes, but due to technical constraints, I can currently produce this medical talisman solely on my own. Yu affirmed the third Hokage's inquiry. Yet he had no intention of divulging the method of its creation just yet. After all, he had invested considerable time and effort into developing this innovation. It was his trump card in infiltrating the power center of Konoha, and he could not easily part with it. To put it in contemporary terms, this was his intellectual property and research achievement. Splendid. You are nothing short of a genius. Upon receiving Yu's affirmative response, the third Hokage rose from behind his desk, brimming with enthusiasm. The medical talisman undoubtedly represented a groundbreaking achievement. If mass-produced, the very landscape of the ninja world could be altered. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Sarutobi-sensei. Sensing the third Hokage's eager gaze, you felt a twinge of bashfulness as he rubbed his nose. He was eager to return and dedicate time to creating a substantial batch of medical talismans, as practical tools like these were in high demand amidst the ongoing turmoil of the ninja world. Well then, go ahead and keep busy. You have rendered a great service to Konoha. The village will not overlook your contributions. The third Hokage nodded, gesturing for him to depart, his eyes shimmering with boundless anticipation. As you exited the Hokage's office, the evening had descended, casting a golden sunset over the streets of Konoha. Hey, have you heard? That prodigy, Hatake Kakashi, has successfully advanced to Jonin as of yesterday. On his way home, you overheard two chunin discussing by the roadside. Of course I heard. I heard he is only 12 years old. Can you believe he is already a Jonin? The other chunin exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the news. The name of the genius Hatake Kakashi was well known throughout Konoha, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, establishing an unbreakable record in the village. These youngsters are impressively talented, and I hear there's an even more formidable one. The third Hokage's disciple, a boy named Yu, who is only 7 years old, yet already holds the title of Special Jonin. It is truly a mystery who among them will prove to be more exceptional in the future. Upon hearing his companion mention Kakashi, the previously spoken chunin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Though not precisely of the same generation, both were renowned prodigies from Konoha, and over the past 2 years, the rising star Yu had inevitably been compared to Kakashi. Has Kakashi truly ascended to Jonin? It seems the battle at the Kaminaraman Bridge is about to erupt, and I must hasten my pace. You murmured thoughtfully upon overhearing the conversation between two Konoha chunin. If events unfold in accordance with his memories, the Hidden Stone Village from the Land of Earth would dispatch over 1,000 ninjas to invade the borders of the Land of Fire through the Village of Grass. Meanwhile, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, would lead Kakashi and his team of 3 in a mission to sever the enemy's supply lines at the Kaminaraman Bridge. This battle would irrevocably alter the fates of Kakashi and Obito. It would also herald the emergence of 2 heroes possessing the Sharingan from Konoha, marking a pivotal turning point in the trajectory of the world. As time flows like a river, the mundane world continues to turn. With the arrival of spring, as the first snow of the 47th year of Konoha melts away, Yu has grown yet another year older. During this period, apart from his relentless training, Yu has been diligently working on producing medical talismans. Once deployed to the front line, the abundance of medical talismans significantly reduced the casualty rates of Konoha ninjas, providing a much-needed boost to the morale and situation of Konoha on the battlefield. However, the long-gestating Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of its final eruption and madness. News arrived from the front line of Minato's successful raid at the Kaminaraman Bridge, where he had cut off supplies to the Stone Country and repelled the Rock Ninjas, alongside the tragic report of Obito Uchiha's demise. At last, the day arrived when you received an urgent summons from the third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha. Medicu, I hereby formally promote you to Jonin and appoint you as the head of Konoha's medical corps in my capacity as the third Hokage," declared the third Hokage with a grave expression in the expansive office. Present alongside him were Mito Gate, Kurenai Yuhi, and Danzo Shimura, all high-ranking officials of Konoha. Head of the medical corps? The moment the third Hokage's words fell, an expression of astonishment crossed Yu's face. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would place such importance on him, promoting him to Jonin and appointing him as the leader of the medical corps. This was no ordinary position. In the hierarchy of Konoha, it was equivalent to the role of Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha police force, a position imbued with immense power, granting him eligibility to enter the highest echelons of decision-making within Konoha. Is this an intention to cultivate and elevate me? Yet, I may not become the person you envision, he thought, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips, sensing the third Hokage's good intentions. An 8-year-old Jonin. Though we are in a time of war, this is truly madness. Upon hearing the third Hokage's decision, Mito Gate could not help but murmur in disbelief. It is noteworthy that even the renowned genius of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake, only achieved the rank of Jonin at the age of 12. Yet here, the disparity has astonishingly widened to 4 years. Your adoptive mother, Nono Yakushi, was once the captain of the medical team. Now, it seems you have inherited her legacy. We hope you will not disappoint our expectations. Observing you who, at a mere 8 years of age, has already become a Jonin and the leader of Konoha's medical team, Konohamaru couldn't help but express his admiration. In light of the third Hokage's decision, the 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha surprisingly voiced no objections, for whether in terms of strength or contributions to the medical field. You left them with no grounds for rebuttal. Only Danzo, sitting silently in the corner, regarded you with an increasingly wary gaze. As anticipated, with U.S. rapid ascent in power and status, Danzo felt an invisible pressure mounting. The ninjas under his command, tasked with monitoring the Konoha orphanage, found themselves unable to act against the children. They were now required to protect them instead. Should any harm befall those children, you would undoubtedly hold him and Root accountable, leaving him with no recourse for justification. Since the introduction of medical ninjutsu onto the battlefield, the casualty rate among frontline ninjas has significantly diminished. This time, you have indeed made an extraordinary contribution to Konoha. Following U.S. promotion to Jonin and leader of the medical team, the third Hokage's gaze, filled with admiration, grew even more profound as he observed U.S. calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Minato on the front line successfully severed the supply lines of the IWA ninjas, allowing a brief respite. However, IWA and Kumogakure continued to deploy more forces to the battlefield. Soon, the third Hokage's tone shifted as he solemnly issued a new command to you. Prepare yourself. For tomorrow morning, you shall lead the medical team to support the frontline ninjas. Yes. In response to the third Hokage's order, you answered without hesitation. Casting a brief glance at Danzo beside him, he swiftly vanished from sight. This war has dragged on long enough. The protracted conflict has inflicted heavy losses upon the 5 great nations, and it is time for it to conclude. After U.S. departure, the expansive Hokage's office fell into a profound silence. Gazing out at the evening sky of Konoha, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh. Having come this far, why not take a closer look? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the entire sky of Konoha was painted red by the twilight. You stood atop a high vantage point, his gaze fixed on the distant orphanage, when a melodious voice reached his ears, stirring his heart. Without needing to turn, his observation Haki sensed the presence approaching from behind. Long purple hair and bright, pearly teeth, none other than the long-missed Yuzuki Seigen. With the impending departure tomorrow, he would have to bid farewell again. Indeed, parting is more sorrowful than never meeting. Without raising his eyes to acknowledge Seigen's arrival, U.S. expression dimmed slightly at her words. Ever since Nono had been dispatched by Danzo to IWA for a mission, he had seldom returned to the orphanage. As I reflect upon this, I have heard of it all. Are you truly to be dispatched to the front lines? At this juncture, Shien's tone inevitably took on a sense of urgency. Although she had never personally experienced the ravages of war, as a ninja, she could understand, to some extent, the brutality of the battlefield. Observing the boy she admired being sent to war at such a tender age, how could her heart remain tranquil? As ninjas, this is our destiny. Do not worry, Shien, I shall take care of myself. Redirecting his gaze to the exquisite young lady before him, You spoke to reassure her. And moreover, this time I am merely leading the medical ninjas to the front for support duties. It should not entail significant danger. However, the duration of this mission may be rather extended. Before you could finish his sentence, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and two delicate lips pressed against his cheek. Has he truly been kissed? Feeling a sensation akin to an electric shock on his cheek, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it was merely a gentle peck, the boldness of Xian's action left his mind in a haze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the two parted, their hearts racing. You must return safely. No matter how long it takes, I shall wait for you here. Aware of the boy's astonished gaze, Xian's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, yet her resolve remained steadfast. Understanding the meaning behind her gaze, you felt a warmth bloom within him. Since his arrival in this world, he had never contemplated forging emotional connections with anyone. However, it seemed that apart from Yano and the friends from the orphanage, in this small village, he had found someone and something to care for. Gazing at the young lady before him, time felt as though it had frozen in that moment. The sun set in the west, illuminating her flawless beauty. The following morning, at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Yu, now promoted to Jonin and leader of the medical team, stood before a line of over 20 medical ninjas. Are you ready? Seeing that all the ninjas had assembled, Yu called out in a commanding voice. Ready. The 20-plus ninjas responded in unison. Despite their youth, none questioned Yu's position as leader of the medical team, for through his unparalleled medical ninjutsu and groundbreaking medical symbols, he had completely won their admiration. Very well. Let us depart. At the border between the land of rice and the land of fire, this small nation without a ninja village had transformed into a battleground for the great powers of fire, earth, and lightning. Much like the land of rain had once become a theater of war among the three great nations. Whether from the distant Awagakure, the neighboring Konoha, or the advancing Kumogakure from the northeast, ninjas from these three nations engaged in fierce, relentless struggles upon this land. Kill. Annihilate these Konoha ninjas. Charge. Leave no IWA ninja alive. On the vast expanse of yellow earth, hundreds of ninjas from both sides clashed in a frenzied battle. Occasionally, violent explosions resound, accompanied by dazzling ninjutsu, while shuriken and kunai rain down incessantly. This is the checkpoint leading from the land of rice to the land of fire, where the ninjas of Konoha are determined not to allow the rock ninjas to breach their territory. With the technique of multiplication, a rotund figure swiftly maneuvers across the battlefield. Employing the unique secret arts of the Akimichi clan, this young, corpulent ninja's right hand expands instantaneously, delivering a colossal punch that sends a group of rock ninjas flying. Akimichi Kodo, a jonin of Konoha and a formidable member of the Akimichi clan, was also a comrade of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, during their youth, and has mastered the clan's secret techniques to perfection. Simultaneously, another Konoha jonin showcases his prowess. Accompanied by his massive white canine, they execute the beast clone technique, transforming into their true forms. Together, they whirl through the air, generating twin tornadoes of immense destructive force that hurl a contingent of elite rock ninjas away. Inazuka Kiba, a skilled member of the Inazuka clan and also a comrade of the Yellow Flash in his youth, is now leading the Konoha ninjas alongside Akimichi Kodo to thwart the rock ninjas at the front lines. The elite of the Akimichi and Inazuka clans? A sharp voice, tinged with madness, breaks through the chaos as a rock ninja, his hair resembling a wild hedgehog, leaps high above the crowd. Explosive release, earthquake fist. Infusing his hands with a unique chakra, he strikes the ground with tremendous force, triggering a violent explosion. The ground erupts, sending countless fragments flying, resulting in the immediate demise of several Konoha ninjas caught unawares by the explosion's ferocity. Is this a bloodline limit? Akimichi Kodo's pupils constrict in shock as he witnesses the devastation wrought by the rock ninja's fists. Damn, it's a member of the rock village's explosive core. Inazuka Kiba, halting his movements, recognizes that the foe is indeed from the explosive unit of the rock country. Haha, let it explode, let it explode. The rock jonin laughs maniacally, showcasing not only his mastery of taijutsu, but also triggering violent explosions with everything he strikes. As a jonin of the rock village and a member of the explosive core, he wields a bloodline limit formed by the combination of earth and lightning chakra, capable of concentrating chakra in his fists to create explosive impacts upon contact. Everyone stand back. Allow me. To their astonishment, A jonin with a bloodline limit emerges from the ranks of the rock ninjas. As a Kimichi Kodo, his bulk obstructing the Konoha ninjas, steps forward. Meatball Needle War Machine. Draping himself with ropes strung with countless kunai, a Kimichi Kodo's hair suddenly fluffs up, hardening to envelop his entire form. Utilizing the technique of magnification, he transformed his body into a colossal entity, resembling a war machine of astonishing destructive power, as he charged recklessly towards a group of rock ninjas. You have been deceived. Faced with the onslaught of this formidable battering ram, the explosive release ninja, Shikari, wore a peculiar smile upon his face. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Indeed. Scarcely had Shikari's words faded when another deep voice resonated through the air. Emerging from among the rock ninjas was a remarkably tall and robust middle-aged ninja, adorned with a red headband, his large hands pressing firmly against the ground, exuding an overwhelming presence. Trouble. It is Lus. Upon seeing the towering figure of the rock ninja, who was now deploying the battering ram technique, Akimichi Dodo felt a jolt of alarm. He and Inuzuka Akiba instantly recognized him as Lus, the son of the third Succumbed, Anoki, a superior jonin from Iwagakure. Thunderous rumblings echoed. As predicted, the entire battlefield trembled violently. Two colossal hemispherical masses of earth erupted from the ground, encircling Akimichi Dodo with an astonishing force and intent to crush him. This was the advanced earth release technique that Lus excelled in, capable not only of halting the target's movement, but also of flattening and obliterating any human or object in its path. In the original narrative, Lus, whose strength surpassed that of the average jonin, wielded this earth technique with such might that it once subdued the outer path golem summoned by Uchiha Abido. And during the climactic battle, he even succeeded in ensnaring the Ten Tails. This is disastrous. I did not anticipate that, in addition to Shikari, the rock ninjas had also deployed Lus, the son of the third Succumbed, Anoki, though he had managed to halt the battering ram in time. Akimichi Dodo found himself utterly trapped, with no means of escape against the colossal masses of earth bearing down on him from both sides. We must eliminate at least one. Gazing at the seemingly inevitable demise of Akimichi Dodo, a cruel smile crept across Shikari's lips. Yet, in that very moment, a sudden turn of events transpired. 5 blue chakra threads silently sliced through the air, instantaneously adhering to Akimichi Dodo, and at the critical moment, they yanked him out of danger's grasp. Boom. The two immense masses of earth finally converged, shaking the ground and reducing everything in their vicinity to dust. Were those chakra threads? As his body involuntarily pulled away from the crushing earth, Akimichi Dodo's eyes widened in disbelief at the blue chakra threads retracting from him. Damn, who could have saved me? Not only the ninjas from Konoha, but all the rock ninjas on the battlefield also searched frantically for the one who had rescued Akimichi Dodo from such a lethal predicament. Finally, someone has arrived. A clear, unfamiliar voice shattered the battlefield's silence, prompting all ninjas to lift their gazes. Above them, a youth stood suspended in midair, his white hair contrasting with the black ninja hoodie he wore. His amber eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield below, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How could this boy be standing in the sky? As they gazed upward, the explosive ninja show from Iwagakure displayed a look of astonishment upon recognizing the figure hovering above. It was a leaf ninja. This very boy had just rescued Akimichi Dodo. Regardless of their allegiances, all present ninjas from both Konoha and Iwagakure were astounded that this sudden apparition could defy gravity. At that moment, the forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha on the boy's brow caught the eye of the Iwagakure jounin, Tsuchi, who immediately identified the youth as you. Not only could you tread the void, but flanking him on either side were the formidable figures of the tyrant and Michael, both adorned in black cloaks, standing guard like devoted sentinels. As the battlefield's attention was drawn to you, his gaze swept over the ranks of Iwagakure ninjas, quickly discerning the identities of Tsuchi and Sho. Setting aside the fate of Sho, who had perished in the original narrative due to the betrayal of a Konoha rogue ninja, Tsuchi, the son of the second Succumbed Anoki, was also the progenitor of the future fifth Succumbed, Kuratsuchi. In the original tale, these two elite jounins showcased prowess that was astonishingly close to that of a Kage, leading the Iwagakure forces in their assault on Konoha from the land of rice. That was a close call. Thank you for saving my life. May I know your name? Akimichi Dodo, who had just risen from the ground, gazed up at the young leaf ninja hovering above, a blend of gratitude and curiosity evident in his expression. I am Yu, the captain of Konoha's medical team, dispatched by the third Hokage to provide assistance, he declared, aware of the curious and astonished gazes from the gathered leaf ninjas beneath him. The captain of the medical team? Tudu was momentarily taken aback by Yu's introduction. Given the years he and Inuzuka Kiba had spent on the front lines, he had never anticipated that Konoha would appoint such a young individual to a role of such significance. "You, it's him," murmured some of the leaf ninjas, recognizing the name of the prodigy who had garnered acclaim as Konoha's greatest talent in recent years, a disciple of the third Hokage. Is that really him? Tudu and Kiba exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Although they had not returned to Konoha in recent years, the news of the third Hokage's new disciple had circulated throughout the ninja world 2 years prior. But what of the other medical ninjas? Kiba pondered, looking curiously at the lone boy above them, accompanied only by his 2 puppets. Other medical ninjas are still on their way, feeling a bit anxious about the situation here. So I hurried over alone. After a day of travel, the medical ninja team, led by Yu, finally arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. Sensing the fierce battle at the front lines, Yu directly utilized the void technique to arrive at the battlefield ahead of time, just in time to save a Kimichi tattoo. It seems that the disciple of the third Hokage has been dispatched to the battlefield at such a young age. It appears that Konoha truly has no one left. At that moment, upon recognizing Yu's identity, the explosive release ninja, Sho, among the IWA ninjas, revealed a sinister grin. "If I blow you to smithereens." I can only imagine the expression on your Hokage's face. He shouted, "Kill that brat." As soon as Sho's command fell, dozens of IWA ninjas launched a torrent of shuriken and kunai mixed with explosive tags into the air. Moreover, several of the IWA ninjas unleashed powerful long-range ninjutsu, intent on annihilating the boy standing above. "This is bad. Watch out." A Kimichi Tadu exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed Yu being inundated by an overwhelming barrage of shuriken and ninjutsu. This is the most brutal aspect of the battlefield. If one becomes the target of concentrated fire from a multitude of enemies, not even a ninja of the highest caliber can guarantee their survival. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive tags merged with powerful ninjutsu engulfed the area above, shrouding it in a cacophony of violent explosions. In the blink of an eye, along with the 2 puppets beside him, was consumed by the chaos. Damn it! Both the Kimichi Tadu and Inuzuka Kiba clenched their fists, feeling utterly helpless in the face of such a dire situation. So foolish as to stand in such a conspicuous place. A brat is just a brat. The explosive release ninja, Sho, could not contain his laughter at the sight of the IWA ninjas swiftly eliminating the disciple of Konoha's third Hokage. It seems you IWA ninjas have prepared quite the fireworks for my arrival. However, the next moment, a calm voice resonated through the battlefield, instantly freezing the expression on Sho's face. Defensive barrier. All the explosions and attacks gradually subsided, and the smoke above finally dispersed. Manipulated by the parasitic threads, Mikhail stood behind you, his index and middle fingers interlocked, crossing his hands before him. A massive barrier, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, resembling transparent glass, manifested beneath Yu's feet. The combined force of all the previous explosions and attacks could not even shake this seemingly fragile defense. How is this possible? Sho exclaimed in disbelief at the astonishing scene. The concentrated assault from so many IWA ninjas would be challenging for even a shadow-level ninja to withstand directly. Yet, the white-haired boy standing above had managed to repel everyone's attacks with that glass-like barrier. Incredible. The Konoha ninjas on the battlefield marveled at Yu's ability to block such a simultaneous onslaught from the IWA ninjas without sustaining a scratch. Indeed, as the disciple of the third Hokage, it is no surprise that he is hailed as the foremost genius of Konohagakure. It appears I have been overly concerned. Witnessing the astonishing prowess exhibited by Yu, Akidu Tudu on the battlefield finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, he comprehended why such a youthful lad had caught the attention of the third Hokage, being taken on as a close disciple. Be cautious, Sho. This fellow is no mere child. The imposing and composed figure of Takudo, the explosive release ninja, spoke from behind Sho. His gaze was fixed intently on Yu, who hovered above them. From this white-haired boy, merely 8 or 9 years of age, Takudo absurdly sensed an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a ninja of the shadow tier. You are being overly cautious, Takudo. Despite the heavy tone of Takudo, Shu displayed a nonchalant demeanor, his face adorned with a cruel smile. Reinforcements were en route, and that wretched Han was also on his way, regardless of the circumstances. Today we shall annihilate the Konoha ninjas here and make our incursion into the land of fire. Reinforcements. Upon hearing the exchange between Shu and Takuto, the expressions of the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The forces led by Shu and Takuto already held a decisive numerical advantage, and both were exceptional among the elite jounin. If additional IWA ninjas were indeed approaching, it would spell catastrophic news for all Konoha ninjas present. Since you were so eager, it would be impolite not to return the favor. Just as the Konoha ninjas were thrown into disarray, you, standing above them, withdrew the colossal protective barrier beneath him, his eyes glinting with fierce intensity. Blood umbrella. As the words left his lips, you extended his hand, activating the powers of the string fruit. Instantly, a mass of fine threads surged forth from the palm of his right hand, swirling like a tempest and coalescing into a spear-like form. With his body descending from the heavens, he struck down upon the IWA ninja forces, where Shu and Takuto stood. Watch out! The moment Shu beheld Yu's descending assault, a jolt of alarm surged through him, but Yu's speed surpassed his wildest expectations. Boom! All IWA ninjas felt a blinding light descend upon them, violently impacting before Shu, as the ground shattered like a spider's web beneath the force of the strike. What formidable destructive power! Amidst the chaos of flying debris, Shu stared at the ground beneath him, now pierced through. He harbored an acute awareness of the overwhelming force, yet as he looked upon you, who had landed, a chilling smile graced his face. Unfortunately, you have missed. Regrettably for you, for this technique is unavoidable. At that moment, having landed, you heard Shu's words, and a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. With the insight granted by his observation haki, how could an ordinary ninja evade such a strike with ease? Clang. As anticipated, the instant Yu's words fell, in an instant. The explosive technique of the ninja hunter manifested before him, a myriad of blinding lights flashing past, leaving him no time to evade or defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he was cleaved in twain by the radiance that erupted before him, with a resounding swish. The ground beneath him became the epicenter of chaos, as countless razor-sharp threads surged outward, slicing through the surroundings. Everything in sight shattered like clay, and the clustered rock ninjas were caught off guard, brutally severed in two, their blood saturating the battlefield. The blood umbrella was a starkly contrasting technique, developed from the birdcage. While the birdcage unleashed a torrent of fine threads that cascaded like a meteor shower from the heavens, forming a vast arc that ensnared and severed all within its grasp. The blood umbrella operated inversely. It launched a spear-like thick thread composed of countless fine lines, which then expanded outward from the point of impact, slicing through the air like an opened umbrella. Although its range was merely 1/10 that of the birdcage, its speed was tenfold faster. Once unleashed, the ground would turn crimson. And as you had forewarned, there was no way for the hunter to evade the close-range detonation of the blood umbrella. Damn that little brat. The acrid scent of blood permeated the battlefield, and as they beheld the earth riddled with countless fissures and the fallen comrades lying in pools of blood, the remaining rock ninjas were seized by both shock and fury. Cursed be it. How could he have slain so many ninjas in one fell swoop? Behind the towering, multi-layered rock walls, the distant yet timely application of a powerful earth-dodging technique by Huang Tu had successfully rescued a group of rock ninjas. However, witnessing the numerous comrades sprawled lifelessly in the blood-soaked mire stirred even the usually composed Huang Tu to the brink of madness. Such strength. Did you all witness that technique just now? Having seen you descend from the sky and dispatch so many rock ninjas in an instant, the Konoha ninjas were left in a state of utter shock. Is that the rumored bloodline limit of that brat? Equally aghast at the horrific carnage wrought by Yu's strike, Akimichi Dodo and Inazuka Kiba exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. This is our chance. Let us all strike together and drive back these rock ninjas. Suppressing their astonishment, Akimichi Dodo seized the opportunity presented by the rock ninjas' momentary lapse in focus, leading the Konoha ninjas into a swift assault against their foes. Hold your ground. Annihilate these Konoha ninjas. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. They are no match for us. Faced with the organized advance of the Konoha ninjas, the remaining rock ninjas rallied, unwilling to yield, and once more, the two forces clashed violently. Wait, is that a mud clone? When did that happen? At that moment. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Yu, with his keen observation and awareness, suddenly sensed a formidable killing intent emanating from behind him. The gaze instinctively flickered to the side, and to his astonishment, the explosive release ninja he had just slain had transformed into a mass of clay. From the very beginning. That was never my true form. Huh. Perish, you little wretch. As expected, the distinctive, frenzied voice of the ninja, Sho, pierced the air. In an instant, Sho, a master of the Iwagakure explosive core, materialized behind you. Explosive release, thunder fist. With both hands converging chakra infused with earth and thunder attributes, Sho's form, akin to a specter, unleashed a fist imbued with tremendous explosive power towards Yu's back, to effectively eliminate his opponent using his unique bloodline limit. Sho's martial prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. If struck by this punch, there would be no doubt that you would be obliterated in an instant. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, shaking the very ground of the battlefield. Yet again, this lad is a puppeteer? However, gazing at the colossal transparent barrier that had inexplicably appeared between him and Yu, Sho could not help but furrow his brow. A protective barrier. As anticipated, the figure beside him, cloaked in black, was Michael, with his hands interlaced. Sho's formidable explosive punch collided with the enormous transparent shield before Yu. The violent blast shattered the ground beneath, yet it could not even dent this seemingly fragile defense. So, the one I initially killed was merely an Earth clone? Truly, a master of the Iwagakure explosive core. Peering through the vast, translucent shield at the begrudging expression on Sho's face, Yu remained unfazed, showing no inclination to even blink in the face of such ferocious explosions. Despite the battlefield's brutality, bolstered by Michael's ability to nullify all attacks with his barrier, Yu was entirely confident in his invincibility. Just as I find myself lacking a puppet, rather than perishing at the hands of Biryu, I would prefer to have you become my third creation. Speaking words that left Sho perplexed, Yu smirked at the formidable explosive release ninja before him. What? As Sho contemplated the meaning behind Yu's words, the smile that graced Yu's lips ignited a sense of caution within him. Assault the barrier. Indeed, under the manipulation of the parasitic strings, Michael, with his hands interlaced, delivered a powerful strike. Instantly, the colossal transparent barrier before Sho charged at him like an unyielding wall, catching him completely off guard, as he had not anticipated that Yu's protective shield could also serve as an offensive weapon. Caught unawares, Sho was sent flying. Damn it! As he soared through the air, Sho shielded himself with his arms, yet he felt the immense force of Michael's colliding barrier, both astonishingly resilient and overwhelmingly powerful. Spatial transfer. Simultaneously, another puppet, Tyrant, at Yu's side, was not idle. Before Sho could react, it swiftly propelled itself through the air and appeared before him. So fast. With great difficulty, Sho managed to stabilize his form, only to find the Tyrant suddenly appear before him, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. However, faced with the Tyrant's paw, which was raised high to strike, Sho gritted his teeth and unleashed his explosive fist with all his might. Boom. The tremendous explosion collided with the shockwave that repelled everything, leaving all the ninjas on the battlefield with a sharp pain in their eardrums as they beheld the visible ripples in the air generated by the clash of these two formidable forces. What kind of power is this? It was unfathomable that the puppet manipulated by Yu could unleash such terrifying strength. As Sho exerted all his strength into his explosive fist, he felt a searing pain in his hands, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth as he was violently propelled backward. After all, this was the force of a tyrant capable of sending a person flying to the farthest reaches of the world. Even Sho, possessing exceptional physical prowess, could not withstand such a direct confrontation. Oh, he actually managed to block it? Observing Sho being sent flying, Yu's calm eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. To be fair, in the original narrative, Sho, as an elite jonin of Iwagakure, was praised for his strength at the level of a Kage. Although he had not yet reached that level in this time frame, he was already distinguished among the jonin. With his exceptional taijutsu combined with his unique bloodline limit, explosive release, ordinary jonin were no match for him. Sho. As the dust from the explosion settled, the sight of Sho, who had been sent flying and was now spitting blood, shocked the nearby Tsuchi. Not only him, but no one had anticipated that the adept from the Iwagakure explosive unit would be so easily overpowered by an 8 or 9-year-old Yu. Can we still afford to focus on others' battles in the face of our own? Is it not a bit too arrogant, Tsuchi? Noticing Tsuchi appearing to want to assist Sho in the battle, two figures moved swiftly as Akimichi Dato and Inazuka Kiba teamed up to block his path. What a terrifying puppet. What kind of monster is this child? Why does he manipulate puppets without the need for chakra threads? Sho, who had been sent sprawling 10 meters away, lay on the ground, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief as he gazed at the tyrant and Michael. Underused control. As an elite jonin of a Wagakure, he had fought against sand ninjas on numerous occasions, encountering several formidable puppet masters along the way. Yet, he had never witnessed puppets as powerful and bizarre as the tyrant and Michael, which could operate freely without chakra threads. Lord Sho, seeing Sho falter in his battle against you, the IWA ninjas in the vicinity rushed to his aid. This fellow is my third prize creation. I cannot allow you to ruin my plans. Observing the swarm of ninjas rushing towards him, Yu gently arched his delicate brows. With his hands still tucked into his pockets and displaying no signs of action, he stood amidst a brutal battlefield where everyone around him fought with lethal intensity. Exuding an air of calmness as if he were merely a spectator. Magnet release. Iron sand binding technique. However, the manipulated Michael, ensnared by the parasitic threads, did not reciprocate this tranquility. The magnetically charged chakra emanating from his body unleashed an abundance of dark iron sand, which swiftly coalesced in the air to form a spiked protective barrier, encasing both himself and you within it like a hedgehog defending against threats. Could this be the fabled magnet release of the strongest wind shadow? Witnessing Michael, under Yu's control, manifest the legendary magnet release ninjutsu once wielded by the long-lost third wind shadow, left the entire battlefield of ninjas in awe. Boom, boom, boom. Before the approaching rock ninja could react, a series of thunderous explosions resounded across the battlefield. The rapid fluctuations of chakra within Michael caused magnetic repulsion, instantly launching countless spiked iron projectiles like cannonballs into the air. The rock ninja, unable to defend themselves, were mercilessly transformed into a sieve, their lives snuffed out in an instant by the poisonous iron sand. A human puppet? You dare to meddle with the forbidden techniques of Sunagakure, turning living ninjas into puppets. Everyone was astounded by the horrifying lethality of the two puppets under Yu's command. At that moment, through the black cloak lifted by the explosive winds generated by Michael, Sho finally discerned the true visage concealed beneath Michael's hat brim, and his heart jolted with shock. As the pinnacle of the puppet techniques of Sunagakure, the ultimate human puppet secret art could preserve the chakra of a ninja in their living state, allowing the user to wield all jutsu that the target possessed, including their bloodline limits. While undeniably powerful, the creation of human puppets involved transforming corpses into puppets, making this technique a taboo even in the Wind Country, the birthplace of puppet arts. Have you uncovered my secret? Then you shall certainly not live to tell the tale. In an instant, having decimated the surrounding rock ninja, Yu, noticing that Sho seemed to have unraveled the mystery of the human puppet, revealed a devilish smirk. Scorch release, steaming murder. As Yu's words echoed, the imposing figure of the tyrant surged into the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 spheres of searing golden flames coalesced in the atmosphere, hurtling toward Sho with fierce intensity. What is this? Upon witnessing the approaching blazing orbs, Sho felt a tightening in his chest as he sensed the temperature far exceeded that of ordinary fire techniques. Boom, boom, boom. A series of faint explosions erupted as Sho, renowned for his exceptional taijutsu, executed the body flicker technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow to deftly evade the 3 fireballs. Yet the nearby rock ninja were not so fortunate. They were left with no time to scream before being vaporized. Their moisture evaporated, leaving behind nothing but desiccated husks. This is not ordinary fire, it is scorch release. This fiend has even turned a scorch release bloodline limit ninja into a human puppet. As the tyrant unleashed his ruthlessly cruel ninjutsu, the instant movement of the hunter caused his eyes to narrow in alarm. With the combination of magnetism and scorching release, if this Leaf Village youth were to create even more bloodline limit puppets, who in the entire ninja world could possibly counter him? No, this boy must be eliminated. He cannot be allowed to grow stronger. Resolute in his decision, the hunter, utilizing the body flicker technique, swiftly appeared before you, launching a powerful strike with his explosive release. Having engaged in numerous battles against the Suna ninjas, the hunter was acutely aware that physical prowess and defense were the greatest weaknesses of all puppet masters. The most effective strategy against a puppet master was to engage in close combat, or employ overwhelming physical techniques to dismantle their puppets. A wise tactic. Yet had he forgotten the presence of Michael? As the hunter's explosive punch hurtled toward him at close range, he remained unfazed, casually standing with his hands in his pockets. Boom. The violent explosion instantaneously obliterated the ground beneath Yu's feet. However, as anticipated, the enormous protective barrier conjured by Michael effortlessly shielded you from the hunter's lethal blow. Such a troublesome ability. Does this technique truly possess no weaknesses? The explosive punch, capable of shattering even the sturdiest of rocks, failed to even rattle the colossal barrier before him, leaving a glimmer of profound helplessness in the hunter's eyes. Pressure cannon. Meanwhile, the tyrant was not idle. He unleashed a powerful strike with his bare paw, sending shockwaves through the air. The terrifying wave of force penetrated the hunter's body, propelling him away. You fell for it, kid. However, the voice that echoed behind you caused him to furrow his brow. Sure enough, the hunter, sent flying by the tyrant's palm, had transformed into a mass of shattered clay. Simultaneously, through Yu's observation haki, he sensed the hunter's true form stealthily appearing behind him, launching another explosive punch. Another Earth clone. Witnessing the hunter evade his lethal strike twice through the use of Earth clones, you felt a tinge of frustration. It is well known that in the original narrative, the various clone techniques from different schools of thought have always shone brightly, serving as essential skills for ninjas in dire situations. Among these, the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End remains particularly memorable, where Hashirama's wood clones, created through wood release, were imperceptible even to Madara, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Die, at last, having successfully deceived that dreaded protective barrier of Michael. The hunter's face twisted into a grimace of murderous intent as he beheld you, now devoid of all protection. Boom. The sound of the explosion rang out, yet it fell far short of the hunter's anticipated effect. My landmine fist was actually blocked. Staring at the unexpectedly materializing fine defensive net before him, the hunter wore an expression of disbelief. Anything struck by your explosive release would detonate, yet such thin threads surely could not achieve the explosive results you envisioned, could they? With an outstretched palm, a colossal wall of spider silk emerged to counter the forceful punch of the hunter. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yu's mouth. Although a puppeteer, he was an exceptional anomaly in close combat. As Yu's words faded, his body began to whirl before the hunter like a tempest. Not only that, but his hands and legs were enveloped in a layer of pitch-black armed color, amplifying his physical prowess to its zenith. Konoha Whirlwind. Caught off guard by the astounding martial prowess of Yu, a mere puppeteer, the hunter barely raised his arms in defense before he was sent hurtling through the air by a powerful kick. What strength does this brat possess? As he soared through the sky, the hunter felt an excruciating pain in his arms, as if they might shatter, overwhelmed by Yu's extraordinary martial arts and incredible power. A chill ran through his heart, line binding. Yet, Yu's assault did not cease. Before the hunter could touch the ground, countless swirling threads materialized in the air, coiling around his body like ethereal serpents, binding him tightly in a web of silk-like strands. It's over. Yu sighed softly, gazing at his ensnared prey. Without any visible hand seals, a dazzling surge of electricity erupted from his palm, cloaked in armed color. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. With a gentle tug of his left hand, the bound hunter was yanked back towards you. This lightning release. This is bad. Helplessly ensnared by the unyielding threads, the hunter was drawn towards you. As he beheld the violent lightning coalescing on Yu's darkened palm, despair clouded his eyes. Watch out. Yellow Earth, engaged in battle with Akimichi Tudu and Inazuka Kiba, roared in alarm. It was evident that all the ninjas present were astonished that the notorious expert from the Iwagakure Explosive Corps, the hunter, would so swiftly fall to a mere boy of 8 or 9 from Konoha. With a brilliant flash of electricity, the battlefield fell eerily silent, witnessing the astonishing spectacle. There was no chance of survival. The combination of armed color and the electric thrust of 1,000 birds saw Yu's palm pierce through the hunter's heart. Hunter! Hunter! The remaining IWA ninjas, witnessing their comrade's demise at the hands of a young Konoha boy, were struck with disbelief. Damn it! Hunter! Similarly, the pressure intensified on Yellow Earth as he faced both Akimichi Tudu and Inazuka Kiba, realizing the gravity of the situation. Well done. Truly worthy of being a disciple of the third Hokage, to have slain the Iwagakure's hunter so swiftly. As they beheld Yu's decisive strike through the heart of the elite IWA ninja, the morale of the Konoha ninjas soared. As Akido Tudu and Inuzuka Kaku silently intensified their efforts, they thoroughly subdued the earth before them. At last, I have obtained my third creation. Gazing at the lifeless body of the hunter, Yu retracted his ebony hand, a faint smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. His pale hair was splattered with a hint of crimson blood, giving him an appearance as fearsome as a demon. Summoning technique. After slaying the hunter, Yu wasted no time. He retrieved a scroll from his bosom, placing the hunter's corpse upon it. He bit his finger, pressing it down to leave a blood seal. Countless dark and obscure runes unfurled, and, in an instant, the body of the explosive ninja was absorbed into the scroll. Damn that wretch. That little brat has audaciously taken Lord Hunter's corpse. Witnessing Yu not only slay the hunter, but also carry away the body. The surrounding rock ninjas were instantly consumed by rage. Yet, with the formidable tyrant and Michael guarding Yu on either side, none dared to step forth and cross that line. After all, the fallen bodies of the rock ninjas and the recently slain hunter served as a potent deterrent. Now, only Yu remnants of defeated forces remain. It would be prudent to capture you all. After stowing away the scroll, Yu's gaze shifted to the remaining rock ninjas on the battlefield, as well as the yellow earth being suppressed by Akido Tudu and Inuzuka Kaku. He advanced slowly, accompanied by two puppets. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Yu took a step forward, his observation haki sensed imminent danger. Instinctively, he looked up to see a multitude of shuriken and kunai raining down upon him and all the leaf ninjas in the vicinity. Barrier sphere. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Yu's mind raced. In an instant, Michael unleashed his power, generating a colossal spherical barrier that enveloped Yu and Tyrant completely. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosive tags attached to the kunai detonated, shaking the very ground of the battlefield, while many leaf ninjas, unable to escape in time, perished in the chaos. However, as the dust settled, the ground around was littered with kunai and shuriken, yet Yu and the two puppets, encased within the massive barrier, remained unscathed. The barrier sphere creates a substantial shield. The attacks from outside cannot harm those within, nor can those inside inflict damage upon the outside. It is a technique that effectively severed all potential harm between the two realms. Is this the reinforcement from the rock ninjas? Confronted with this sudden assault, the leaf ninjas on the battlefield were thrown into disarray. All eyes turned to the towering earth mound, where countless ninjas had appeared. Their forehead protectors emblazoned with the insignia of two rocks, and donned in uniform crimson ninja attire. Reinforcements from the rock-hidden village had arrived on the battlefield. Charge! Annihilate these leaf ninjas. The thunderous sounds of battle once again echoed through the air. In the midst of the despairing gazes of the leaf ninjas, a formidable group of over 100 rock ninjas charged onto the battlefield. This is dire. The rock ninjas have reinforcements. Retreat is impossible now. As the support troops from the rock arrived, Akido Dodo and Inuzuka Kiba, engaged in combat with the earth, exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity etched on each other's faces. Rain of spears. At that moment, Yu, standing nearby, dispelled the spherical barrier that enveloped him. The powers of the string fruit surged within him, manifesting countless threads that shot skyward like arrows. What is that? The ninjas on the battlefield stood frozen, taken aback by Yu's actions. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. To the astonishment of all present, countless thin lines, resembling bullets, appeared in the sky, raining down upon the advancing rock ninja reinforcements with relentless fury. The rain of spears was one of Yu's techniques developed from the abilities of the string fruit. He instantaneously produced a multitude of threads that shot upwards before transforming into high-speed projectiles, indiscriminately striking down upon the foes below like a torrential downpour. What is that? Spread out quickly. The rock ninjas, who had finally reached the battlefield, found themselves thwarted before they could even execute a proper strategy. Caught in the sudden deluge from above, where the eye could see, clusters of rock ninjas were pierced and fell into pools of blood. The entire battlefield riddled with devastation from the onslaught of the rain of spears. That brat, seeing Yu single-handedly impede the advance of the rock reinforcements. The nearby Tsuchikage was filled with shock and fury. How formidable! Has this kid's strength truly reached such heights? As they observed the relentless barrage of the rain of spears, both Akido Dodo and Inuzuka Kiba were awash with incredulity. Yu's displayed might inevitably led them to draw parallels with the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin. Those titans who stood atop the ninja world. It's that kid. He was the one who killed Lord Shikari. Quickly eliminate him. At that moment, the beleaguered rock ninjas finally regained their composure, their eyes fixed upon the striking figure of the black-clad, white-haired leaf youth. They unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu and shuriken in his direction. Aikido-senpai, Inazuka-senpai. Today, we must hold the line for the land of fire at all costs. As the barrage of ninjutsu and shuriken descended upon him, Yu's gaze sharpened, and his companion, Michaela, swiftly activated a protective barrier, absorbing all incoming attacks. Rapid fire cannon. Simultaneously, the tyrant moved forward from Yu's other side, fully unleashing the powers of the blob fruit, his hands emanating rippling energy akin to bear paws. Subsequently, with a rhythmic motion of both palms, all the air before him was violently expelled, generating countless energy shockwaves resembling bear paws shaped like balloons.